Chapter 1. Eavesdropping on the Traitor's Heart. In the 27th year of the Republic of China, Shanghai. Alas, this cursed republic lacks any semblance of romance. At this moment, in the Huajie district of Shanghai, along the end of an old street, a seemingly ordinary young man sat quietly on the ground, murmuring to himself. This young man is named Su Mu. In a previous life, he was a member of a harmonious society. However, upon awakening, he found himself transported to the tumultuous era of the Republic of China. To make matters worse, he had become an outer intelligence agent for the Lixing Society, which belonged to the Second Department of the Intelligence Bureau, soon to evolve into the notorious military command. If it were any other time, Su Mu would not be overly concerned about being an outer intelligence agent. Yet in the 27th year of the Republic, following the conclusion of the Songhu campaign in the previous year, Shanghai had already fallen under Japanese control. In just 2 months, the Japanese military police had rampantly arrested anti-Japanese activists in Huajie, leading to countless detentions and executions. For someone like Su Mu, an outer intelligence agent, the present situation was perilously fraught with danger. His predecessor had recently suffered severe injuries while evading capture and had ultimately perished. Thus, Su Mu had taken his place. Take it one step at a time, he thought, extinguishing the cigarette in his hand. Slowly, he rose and gazed at the street outside. In such chaotic times, escape seemed an utterly impossible endeavor. In the midst of turmoil, no matter where one fled, death awaited. After calming himself internally, Su Mu adjusted his clothing and stepped out into the street. After a while, at the Shanghai police station. "Su, my boy, are you feeling better?" Upon arriving at the police station, the elderly doorman greeted him warmly. "Zhang, what's the situation at the station lately?" Familiar with the routine, Su Mu produced a cigarette and offered one to the doorman, who accepted it with a smile and leaned in closer. What else could it be? The Japanese are calling the shots here now, arresting anti-Japanese activists every day. He sighed, cautiously glancing around to ensure no one was listening before divulging the latest news from the station. Since the conclusion of the Songhu campaign, the Japanese had fully occupied Shanghai. The municipal government and police station had, unsurprisingly, fallen into their hands. Recently, the police station had been conducting widespread arrests of Shanghai's anti-Japanese activists under Japanese orders. Listening to the recent actions of the Japanese, Su Mu felt an immense weight in his heart. Shanghai had fallen, and he could only wonder how many innocent civilians had perished at the hands of the Japanese. Quickly, take these 3 anti-Japanese activists to the interrogation room. Just as Su Mu was lost in thought, a group of over 10 individuals rushed through the entrance of the police station, forcefully escorting 3 detainees towards the interrogation room. Su Mu raised an eyebrow as he observed the captured individuals. Anti-Japanese activists. "Oh, is it you, Su Mu? I can't believe you're still alive." As Su Mu scrutinized the criminal before him, a voice laced with mockery pierced the air. His gaze fell upon a portly man with a scarred face, striding towards him with an air of smugness. Lu Dama, a member of the Shanghai Green Gang. He had once been a mere constable, much like Su Mu himself. However, their relationship had never been cordial due to a minor grievance that lingered between them. Now, witnessing the triumphant expression on Lu Dama's face and his attire adorned with tiger stripes, Su Mu felt a twinge of surprise. In just a month's absence, Lu Dama had ascended to the rank of captain. As Su Mu pondered this perplexing development, an abrupt voice echoed in his mind. "Humph, Su Mu, you dare return? Just wait and see how I deal with you." The sudden recollection of these words caused Su Mu's expression to shift dramatically. He looked up to find Lu Dama, still wearing that derisive grin, fixed upon him. This bizarre scene left Su Mu momentarily stunned. What is happening? That voice just now. He had clearly seen Lu Dama's lips remain unmoving, yet the sound of his voice resonated within Su Mu's mind. This strange occurrence sent a wave of anxiety coursing through Su Mu. Could he have been imagining things? "I heard this brat fell ill, but somehow survived. You're quite unfortunate to end up in my grasp." As Su Mu grappled with the possibility of auditory hallucinations, the voice returned once more. Observing Lu Dama, who had not uttered a word, yet whose voice echoed in his mind, Su Mu's heart raced with realization. It was Lu Dama's thoughts. He could actually hear the thoughts of another. Overwhelmed with joy, Su Mu reveled in this newfound ability. As an undercover agent, possessing the power to hear thoughts was nothing short of a formidable asset. "Captain, the boss is calling for you right away." At that moment, one of Lu Dama's underlings rushed in, breaking the tension. Upon hearing that the boss sought him, Lu Dama dismissed any thoughts of confronting Su Mu. "Humph, Su Mu, just you wait. Once I capture the head of the intelligence department from the Lixing Society, you'll see how I toy with you." As yet another thought reverberated in his mind, Su Mu watched Lu Dama retreat, and a sense of dread enveloped him. The elation of hearing thoughts was swiftly overshadowed by the weight of Lu Dama's final words. The head of the intelligence department from the Lixing Society? Damn it, this treacherous scoundrel had actually managed to capture someone from the Lixing Society's intelligence department. Chapter 2. Entrapped in a crisis, the intelligence agent confesses. Brother Su, it would be wise for you to lay low. Lu Dama has now allied himself with the Japanese, and he is not to be trifled with. The old gatekeeper cast a sympathetic glance at Su Mu. Lu Dama, in his current state, has aided the Japanese in apprehending numerous anti-Japanese activists, and he has gained notoriety among them. Presently, Shanghai is under Japanese dominion. The discord between Su Mu and Lu Dama is bound to culminate in trouble sooner or later. Understood, Uncle Zhang. Su Mu responded gravely, attuned to the concerns of those around him, and made his way towards the police headquarters. The apprehension of personnel from the Lixing Society's intelligence section was decidedly ominous news for Su Mu. Currently, the military control in Shancheng has yet to be established, and the personnel in Shanghai remain relatively disorganized. Aside from a few operational teams, the department responsible for liaising with Shancheng and coordinating activities is the intelligence section. Moreover, there is a critical point to consider. The intelligence section of the Lixing Society holds information on peripheral intelligence agents like himself. Indeed, since the military control has not yet been formalized, and he does not hail from a military academy, such information regarding peripheral intelligence agents has not been systematically conveyed to Shancheng. If the head of the intelligence section were to be captured at this juncture, Su Mu would undoubtedly be implicated. Damn it! Su Mu cursed inwardly, feeling a wave of frustration wash over him. He had only just arrived. Was he destined to be exposed so soon? Contemplating the cruel methods employed by the Japanese, Su Mu realized he would not withstand such interrogation. No, he must ascertain whether it was peripheral agents or personnel from the intelligence section who had been apprehended. Upon reaching his office, Su Mu seated himself at his desk, striving to regain his composure. At this moment, he could not afford to act recklessly. He needed clarity on whether Lu Dama had captured peripheral agents or members of the Lixing Society's intelligence section. The distinction between the two was monumental. His only solace lay in his ability to discern the thoughts of others. Calming himself, Su Mu began to contemplate strategies for breaking free from this predicament. Throughout the morning, he diligently practiced his newfound ability to read minds within the confines of the police station. It wasn't until the afternoon that he fully grasped the nuances of this skill. He realized he must be in close proximity to discern the thoughts of others. Beyond 5 meters, the connection would falter. Sitting at his desk, Su Mu murmured to himself, reflecting on the progress he had made in just half a day's time. Although his powers were formidable, they bore significant limitations. He needed to remain within 5 meters to eavesdrop on thoughts. Nonetheless, that distance was sufficient. After a moment's contemplation, Su Mu rose and carefully wrapped several small yellow fish he had in his drawer. You cannot catch the wolf without risking the lamb. For the sake of intelligence, he resolved to take a gamble. Otherwise, once the head of the intelligence section was captured, desiring to escape, yet feeling the futility of the endeavor, Su Mu tucked the small yellow fish into his pocket and headed towards the interrogation room. Moments later, outside the interrogation chamber, one of Lu Dama's subordinates, with a resigned expression, relayed the message. Brother Su, I'm truly unable to assist you. Captain Lu is currently inside interrogating the Japanese, and he has expressly ordered that no one is allowed entry. Under normal circumstances, he could convey a message, but given the presence of Japanese officials, Lu Dama had issued a strict decree to monopolize the credit and curry favor with them. Cursed traitors! Su Mu silently cursed as the sounds of whipping reverberated from within the interrogation room, maintaining a facade of cheerfulness. Captain Lu is busy, so I shall not intrude. Please inform him that I await him in the office when he emerges. With a tone reminiscent of flattery, Su Mu discreetly slipped a banknote into the subordinate's hand, who accepted it with a beaming smile and a nod. Of course, Brother Su, I will surely relay your message. With a reluctant glance at the interrogation room's entrance, Su Mu understood he could not approach. Any suspicion from the Japanese would likely lead to his demise. This was not the realm of absurd television dramas, but the harsh reality of existence. Meanwhile, within the interrogation room, a bloodied middle-aged man, battered and on the brink of collapse, faced Lu Dama's relentless questioning. The pain coursing through his body rendered him unable to withstand any longer. I will speak, he stammered, and Lu Dama's expression brightened at this confession. The supervising Japanese officer, upon hearing the translation, also displayed a smile. Yoshi, exclaimed the officer, excitement palpable as the middle-aged man divulged various pieces of information. Lu sang, you have done a great deed. Should you capture the head of the Rikugun intelligence section, a substantial reward awaits you. The Japanese translation elicited a radiant smile from Lu Dama, who proclaimed, all is for the greater Japanese empire. The leader of the Special Higher Police's 2nd Operations Unit hurriedly departed with intelligence in tow, ready to conduct the ensuing capture operation. With a triumphant demeanor, Lu Dama exited the interrogation room only to receive a report from his subordinate regarding Su Mu's inquiry. Instantly, his posture became haughty as he strode towards the office. Moments later, within the office, Lu Dama entered with an air of superiority, declaring, "Ah, Brother Su, I hear you seek my counsel?" As Su Mu stood, he was immediately struck by the fervent thoughts of Lu Dama echoing in his mind. "The young man, I have already extracted the whereabouts of the anti-Japanese elements. Next, I can truly enjoy my time with you." The sudden revelation sent a shiver through Su Mu's heart. This is not good. The informant couldn't withstand the pressure and confessed. Chapter 3. The Mountain Rabbit delivers intelligence. The stronghold is exposed. "Captain Lu, please take a seat." Though a tempest raged within, Su Mu's countenance remained composed. The intelligence officer had succumbed to pressure and divulged crucial information. He was determined to uncover the forthcoming news, for the consequences of ignorance were truly dire. "Captain Lu, I have heard of your recent accomplishments. Regarding the previous matter, it was my folly not to recognize your stature, and I hope you can overlook it." He spoke with an air of ingratiation, yet Lu Dama's heart was filled with disdain. At present, he had provided the Japanese with such pivotal intelligence during the interrogation. The prospects of promotion and accolades were all but guaranteed. Su Mu's attempts to curry favor now were, regrettably, too late. While attempting to appease Lu Dama, Su Mu discerned the latter's thoughts and realized he must invest significantly this time. "Captain Lu, our earlier disagreements were merely brotherly misunderstandings. I have prepared a modest token of appreciation. I hope you will accept it." As he spoke, Liu Bei produced a small yellow fish from his embrace and gently pushed it forward. In that moment, gazing at the yellow gleam of the fish, Lu Dama's previously disdainful expression transformed entirely. "Haha, Su brother, you are too kind." Silently accepting the fish, a radiant smile adorned Lu Dama's face. As fellow officers, it was only natural to look out for one another. He patted Su Mu on the shoulder, and under the influence of the small yellow fish, Lu Dama's demeanor towards Su Mu improved significantly. His inner thoughts conveyed, "At least you know the rules. For the sake of the fish, I shall spare your life." Listening to Lu Dama's musings, Su Mu internally cursed while maintaining a facade of amiable laughter. "Just wait, I shall deal with you in due time," he muttered inwardly, all the while engaging in conversation with Lu Dama. With the support of the yellow fish, Lu Dama now appeared as if he had known Su Mu for many years, causing others in the office to observe in quiet astonishment. "Captain Lu, I have heard of your significant contributions to the Imperial Army. Might you take your younger brother under your wing?" Sensing the moment was ripe, Su Mu ventured to probe further. Though he was no professional agent, he was not foolish. Not only was he hesitant to directly inquire about intelligence, but he also sought indirect means to glean information. Should the Japanese capture attempt ultimately fail, he would find himself ensnared. "Ah, Su brother, you seem quite well informed." Lu Dama's smile dimmed upon hearing of the Imperial Army's achievements. He alone had orchestrated the recent capture and interrogation. Many within the police department were privy to the news, yet only he possessed the intricate details. His inner voice scoffed. "You think you can share in my glory? Dream on." Hearing Lu Dama's thoughts, Su Mu felt a swell of anxiety. He could not broach the subject of intelligence. His only recourse was to eavesdrop on the man's thoughts to uncover useful information. "Captain Lu, I merely wish to accompany you." Observing Su Mu adopt the role of a sycophant, Lu Dama's heart once again filled with disdain. Although he accepted the money and forgave Su Mu for the previous incident, it does not imply that he would accept Su Mu as a person. In his mind, he scoffed, "Huh? Who do you think you are to follow me?" He thought. This time, when the Imperial Army goes to number 63 in Jiabei District to capture individuals, those desiring to be under my command will have to queue. While eavesdropping intently on Lu Dama's thoughts, Su Mu felt a sudden jolt upon hearing the address of number 63 in Jiabei District. The Japanese were heading to capture people there. Although he was unaware of the other intelligence, this piece of information was exceedingly crucial for Su Mu. Having acquired this vital news, he engaged in further conversation, ensuring that no more precise information could be gleaned, before bidding farewell to Lu Dama and finding a reason to leave the police station. Meanwhile, on the other side, the head of the special high police stationed in Shanghai received the latest intelligence from the police station. With the return of the leader of Action Group 2, Hirano Jin, he promptly handed over the latest information to Yamamoto Tsukuro, the head of the special high police. Upon receiving the intelligence, Yamamoto Tsukuro's demeanor, which had been previously indifferent, transformed instantly. "Oh," he exclaimed, a smile breaking across his face. He had never taken the police's operations against anti-Japanese elements seriously, but unexpectedly, this time there was an unforeseen gain. An intelligence agent from the Rishin Society's intelligence department had been captured and revealed a stronghold of the intelligence department in the Chinese territory. "Hirano-kun, you must depart immediately with your Action Group 2. I will ensure the military police assist you." Yamamoto Tsukuro's expression turned grave as he directly ordered Hirano Jin to set off with the agents of Action Group 2, simultaneously dispatching the station military police for support. In no time, a large contingent of special high police agents, accompanied by a team of military police, hastened towards Jiabei district. In Shanghai's French concession, at 18 Zifi Road, the department head remarked, "Several action groups have already withdrawn. That's good. This time, the Japanese are conducting a sweeping operation in the Chinese territory. So let our people remain silent for now." Ren Kong, head of the Shanghai Intelligence Bureau, rubbed his forehead, appearing fatigued, and let out a sigh of relief. Over the course of 2 months since the Japanese occupied Shanghai, numerous intelligence and operational personnel had faced peril. Although many had retreated into the French concession in advance, there were still some operatives lurking in the Chinese territory. The losses among the infiltrators in the Chinese territory over these 2 months had been staggering. "Not good, Chief. We have received intelligence from the Mountain Rabbit. The stronghold in Jiabei district has been exposed." Just as Ren Kong had begun to relax, the words that reached his ears caused him to be taken aback. The stronghold in Jiabei district was compromised. Chapter 4. The failed capture, Liu Dama's misfortune. In Shanghai's Jiabei district, the team leader has dispatched personnel to monitor the area, and no one has ventured out during this period. At this moment, in the vicinity of number 63 Jiabei, Hirano Jin, leading Action Team 2 alongside the gendarmerie, displayed a glimmer of excitement in his eyes upon receiving a report from his subordinates. If they could apprehend the personnel at the stronghold, they would have the opportunity to unearth the intelligence officers operating in the French concession. Ever since the Imperial Japanese Army seized Shanghai, the members of the Lixing Society, who opposed the Japanese, had all infiltrated the French concession due to the firm stance of the French authorities. Consequently, the TOCCA was unable to conduct extensive searches for anti-Japanese activists within the concession. This is precisely why Yamamoto Tsutomu, the head of the TOCCA, placed such immense importance on this capture mission. The stronghold in Jiabei was a vital entry point. They aimed to expose the Lixing Society's operatives within the French concession. "Surround the area immediately. We cannot allow anyone to escape," Hirano Jin commanded, prompting the soldiers of the gendarmerie to swiftly advance and seal off all access points surrounding the residence. The members of the TOCCA's action team, providing mutual cover, charged directly into the room. With a resounding crash, the door was breached, and Hirano Jin and his team stormed into the chamber. "Baka!" An enraged exclamation reverberated around them as they surveyed the empty room and the hastily burned remnants of documents. Flames of fury surged in Hirano Jin's eyes. The mission had been botched. The individuals at the stronghold had managed to flee ahead of time. Meanwhile, on the 3rd floor of a building across the street, 3 figures observed the gendarmerie members below with palpable trepidation. "Leader, we were fortunate to receive the news. Otherwise, we would have been finished." A member of the Lixing Society's 2nd action team exhaled deeply, expressing relief. They were grateful for the timely warning. Had they not received it, their team would have been doomed. "Let us retreat into the French concession," the leading man declared, casting a glance at the gendarmerie. His heart brimmed with gratitude. The intelligence had arrived just in time. Otherwise, faced with the assault from the gendarmerie and TOCCA agents, they would have met a dire fate. Where did the department head acquire such intelligence? The man pondered. In today's Chinese community, most intelligence personnel had either been captured, gone into hiding, or retreated into the French concession. In such times, to receive such crucial information was indeed remarkable, instilling a newfound confidence in the man's outlook on Shanghai's future. Half a day later, the head of the TOCCA stationed in Shanghai reported the failure of the mission. The individuals at the stronghold had received advance notice and escaped. As Hirano Jin recounted the details of the operation, he noted the remnants of warmth left in the paper shreds within the room, indicating that the occupants had departed in haste, undoubtedly having been tipped off beforehand. "Investigate thoroughly. We must not let a single individual who knew about this news slip through our fingers." Observing the special high class under his command, Yamamoto Tsuker found himself consumed by an extraordinary fury upon learning of a breach in mission confidentiality. The failure of a task itself was not particularly fearsome. He held no apprehensions in the face of resolute resistance from anti-Japanese factions. However, the current revelation of their mission's details being compromised was intolerable. Members of the Lixing Society had audaciously fled before the operation could commence. This predicament rendered Yamamoto Tsuker restless. Upon receiving orders, Hirano Jin nodded respectfully and promptly exited the section chief's office. As night fell over Shanghai, the operatives of the action team safely arrived in the French concession. In the temporary headquarters of the Intelligence Bureau on Xiefu Road, Ren Kong exhaled deeply upon hearing a report from his trusted aide, Anyo. Ever since the Japanese occupation of Shanghai, most of the action teams had retreated to the French concession. However, the recent influx of traders siding with the Japanese had incited considerable outrage. Orders were issued to conduct a purge of traitors and intimidate the collaborators, leading to the establishment of this action team in the Jiabei district, temporarily stationed in the French concession. After contemplating for a moment, Ren Kong ultimately resolved to postpone the purge. The situation in Shanghai was dire indeed. "Chief, but what about the tasks from above?" Anyo inquired, displaying concern. The presence of this action team in the concession would hinder their ability to fulfill their mission. I shall deliberate on this matter, Rincon replied, rubbing his temples as he pondered how to explain the current circumstances to superiors. Oh, it was indeed fortunate that the evacuation was facilitated by the intelligence from the Mountain Rabbit. Adequate funding must be allocated for this, he remarked to his subordinate, who nodded in understanding before departing to address the issue. Meanwhile, within the police precinct, the situation remained uncertain. Sitting in his office, Sumu felt an unsettling anxiety. Though he had relayed the intelligence, whether the recipients could successfully escape hinged entirely on fortune. His reason for remaining at the precinct at this hour was to secure immediate updates, facilitating his own potential flight. General, I assure you, I did not leak any information. My loyalty to the Imperial Army is unwavering, he implored. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed from the corridor, accompanied by the sharp crack of a slap. When Sumu emerged, he beheld Lu Dama, along with two of his former associates, being forcefully restrained by agents of the Special High Class. Witnessing this scene, Sumu felt a wave of relief wash over his previously anxious heart. Lu Dama was in a predicament. It seemed, for the time being, he was safe. Chapter 5. Suspicion can cost one's life. Shanghai, Police Department Commander. I am utterly devoted to the Imperial Army. There must be some misunderstanding. Lu Dama was swiftly knocked to the ground, his cries of despair echoing as he pleaded with Hiranoya and the others for understanding. Yet, Hiranoya showed no concern for Lu Dama's words. The failure to apprehend the personnel from Shancheng had resulted in a breach of their mission. He was determined to uncover the truth behind this debacle. The only individuals privy to this information, aside from the operatives of the Tokubetsu KT Kisatsu, were Lu Dama and his few associates at the police department. Naturally, the first suspect would be Lu Dama and his companions. Take them all back, Hiranoya commanded furiously, as the surrounding operatives coldly dragged Lu Dama and his associates outside. Witnessing such a scene, Sumu felt a tremor of realization within his heart. This was the harsh reality of the world. Despite Lu Dama's previous role as a lackey for the Japanese, even having extracted intelligence personally, what did it matter now? The failure to capture the targets and the premature leak of information had made him the prime suspect, a dog of the oppressors. This was precisely why Sumu had refrained from entering the interrogation room, not daring to inquire about even a whisper of intelligence. The Japanese were not fools, especially not the specialized operatives of the Tokubetsu KT Kisatsu. Commander, I truly did not. As he listened to the fading voices, Sumu gazed at Lu Dama and the others being taken away by the Tokubetsu KT Kisatsu. A sense of elation washed over him. You're finished this time. Wretched creature. The Tokubetsu KT Kisatsu was not akin to the police department, and during interrogation there would likely lead Lu Dama to reveal even the secrets of his ancestors. The chances of him and his cohorts emerging alive from such torment were infinitesimally close to zero. Feeling no remorse for Lu Dama's fate, Sumu found satisfaction in the outcome. This was the inevitable consequence of serving as a dog for the Japanese. With Lu Dama apprehended, Sumu left work in high spirits, heading home. Shanghai. At the entrance of Chuanmin Alley, it's a splendid day. All my wishes seem to come true, he mused, humming a cheerful tune as he made his way to his residence. The personnel from the intelligence department had escaped, and his adversary, Lu Dama, had been captured by the Tokubetsu KT Kisatsu. For Sumu, this was unequivocally a double celebration. In this jubilant state, he began to contemplate his future path. Under the cover of night, inside the interrogation room of the station Tokubetsu KT Kisatsu, the sounds of anguished cries filled the air as Lu Dama and his two subordinates were bound and subjected to the searing heat of a branding iron pressed against their chests. The excruciating pain elicited screams akin to that of slaughtered pigs. Speak up. Hiranoya, personally overseeing the interrogation, bellowed at Lu Dama and the others. This incident fell under his jurisdiction, and he was obligated to provide a satisfactory explanation to his superior, Yamamoto. Commander, I truly did not leak any information. Trembling words revealed Lu Dama's despair. He was utterly at a loss for tears. He truly had not leaked any information. This operation of capture and interrogation was known only to him and his two closest confidants. Others were entirely in the dark. As for the three of them, they were unwavering loyalists to the Imperial Army, so why would they feel the need to betray their trust? Very well, if his resolve is indeed unyielding, let me extract his teeth, one by one. Witnessing such defiance, Hirano-jin commanded his subordinates with cold authority. In the next moment, the interrogation room echoed with harrowing screams. After a while, in the office of the Special High Police Chief, Yamamoto Tsukuro, while perusing a book, calmly inquired, "What is the situation?" Hirano-jin entered, head bowed in shame. After his rigorous interrogation, neither Lu Dama nor his two subordinates would concede. Yet, one individual could not withstand the torment and chose to confess. However, due to inconsistencies in the information provided, Hirano-jin swiftly dismissed it. Providing false intelligence? Don't be absurd. This is the realm of the Special High Police. As Hirano Jin reported, Yamamoto Tsukuro set his book aside, his gaze penetrating and frigid as it fell upon him. The three from the police department remained steadfast in their denial. This could only indicate one thing. Either the three were compromised, or there was a flaw within Hirano Jin's second action group. Yamamoto Tsukuro leaned more towards the former. Chief, grant me one more day. I will surely pry the truth from their lips, Hirano Jin assured, vowing to resolve this matter of betrayal satisfactorily. Go ahead, I only require results, Yamamoto Tsukuro replied calmly, his expression betraying no emotion. If he could apprehend someone from the Yamashiro Intelligence Division, Yamamoto Tsukuro would likely feel a sense of satisfaction. However, now that the mission had failed, Ludama and his petty associates held no weight in Yamamoto Tsukuro's eyes. As for whether this operation had been compromised from elsewhere, or if Ludama and his companions were wrongfully accused, such considerations did not occupy Yamamoto Tsukuro's mind. Sometimes, concrete evidence is unnecessary. Mere suspicion is sufficient to seal the fate of Ludama and his compatriots. Chapter 6. The death of Ludama and the significant banquet in Shanghai 3 days later. Shanghai, police station. As spring arrived, the verdant scenery filled the windows. Beneath the window, a young lady displayed her beauty like a pair of mandarin ducks. Early in the morning, Su Mu hummed a cheerful tune, appearing quite content as he made his way to the police station for work. Upon his arrival, he encountered the gatekeeper, Uncle Zhang, who, with an air of mystery, beckoned Su Mu over. After ensuring no one was around, he spoke in hushed tones. Su Xiaoga, Ludama and the others are dead. The news of Ludama's demise sent a shockwave through Su Mu's heart. Although he had anticipated such a possibility, receiving confirmation of their deaths still left him feeling anxious. Uncle Zhang, how did you know? Last night, those from the Special High Command returned them. Ludama and his companions were tortured beyond recognition. Uncle Zhang recounted the events of the previous night in detail. Listening to the grim news of Ludama and the others, Su Mu felt a mix of relief and immense pressure regarding his impending life as an undercover agent. The fate of Ludama and his companions, who merely perished for being privy to certain information, was a stark reminder of the precariousness of his own situation. He was certain that, given his own weaknesses, he would not last even 30 minutes under similar interrogation. It was not a matter of patriotism. The methods employed by the Special High Command were simply beyond human endurance. Otherwise, why would so many agents prefer death over torture? Alas, they are dead and sent back. The atmosphere in the police station is tense, Uncle Zhang lamented, then seemingly realized he had spoken out of turn and fell silent. Gazing around the police station, Su Mu speculated about the motives behind the Special High Command's actions. It appeared they aimed to instill fear among the populace in Shanghai. Now, the city was firmly under Japanese control. I must ensure my survival, he resolved, striding towards the entrance of the police station, where remnants of blood still lingered. Internally, he reminded himself to remain hidden, to endure, and to never draw attention to himself. His previously inflated confidence, bolstered by his ability to eavesdrop on thoughts, dissipated in the wake of Ludama's death. This is no trivial matter. If the Special High Command suspects you, they will seek evidence. Evidence is meaningless. If you're not Japanese, you'll likely find yourself in the Huangpu River by the next day. Gradually, as the day wore on, Su Mu formulated a general plan for his future. The members of the Intelligence Bureau had retreated to the French concession, including his superior. With no tasks assigned, Su Mu decided to conceal himself within the Chinese enclave, to remain silent, ever silent. As for gathering intelligence, he would never proactively engage. Although he was an intelligence operative, only those who survived could procure information. The more proactive the agent, the closer they were to death. Having established his plan, Su Mu exhaled deeply. At the very least, for now, he felt a semblance of clarity. His work at the police station is rather leisurely and secure. It is now the 27th year of the Republic. Shanghai has only just fallen under Japanese occupation. Although the TOC and the Mei Organization, such intelligence agencies, have been established, the Japanese have yet to fully seize control of the concessions due to the city's complex situation. Neither the Mei Organization nor the TOC can freely arrest anti-Japanese activists within these concessions. Given this scenario, the Japanese would soon establish the now infamous 76th Special Service Organization. Yet several months remain before its inception. Once the 76th is formed, life will become increasingly difficult. Su Mu mused internally, harboring a deep-seated wariness towards this notorious organization, which is far removed from the foolish portrayals in dramas of the past. Contrary to those dramatizations, the 76th Special Service Organization was responsible for the arrest and execution of over 4,000 anti-Japanese figures during the war, accumulating a heinous record. Such an organization filled Su Mu with not only disgust but also profound trepidation. Just as Su Mu lamented that good days were numbered, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed from outside the door. Soon, a figure rushed in, addressing everyone in the office with urgency. Who among you speaks Japanese? The sudden inquiry left the occupants of the office momentarily stunned. Secretary Zhang, what is the matter that requires such haste? The action team leader stepped forward to probe the situation. No time for idle chatter. Director Liu is attending an important meeting tonight, and translator Liu cannot make it. We urgently need someone who speaks Japanese. Without wasting any time, Secretary Zhang laid out his purpose. Since the Japanese occupied Shanghai, the police station had specifically hired a translator. But that translator had an unexpected emergency and could not attend, leaving Director Liu in a state of distress. Upon learning of the director's pressing matter, the action team leader furrowed his brow and suddenly seemed to recall something, turning his gaze towards Su Mu. Xiao Su, I remember you speak Japanese, don't you? This unexpected question caused a spark of hope to ignite in Secretary Zhang's eyes. Well, my Japanese internally cursing the indiscretion of the inquiry. Su Mu was preparing to decline when Secretary Zhang seized him and strode purposefully towards the exit. As long as you can speak Japanese, that's all that matters. Remember, at this banquet tonight, you must listening to Secretary Zhang's various instructions. Su Mu's mind was filled with expletives. An important banquet in Shanghai? Such an event was bound to be perilous. Chapter 7. Attending the banquet, the position of the National Salvation Army exposed. Shanghai, Huajia, Jindi Hotel. Remember, do not wander aimlessly. And refrain from speaking indiscriminately. Lu Xiong instructed Su Mu with a serious expression as they exited the vehicle. This banquet was organized by the Dispatch Army, along with the Mei Bureau and the Special High Division, featuring a guest list predominantly composed of the prominent figures in Shanghai, including those from the Municipal Hall, Police Department, and various business associations. Had it not been for his translator's sudden absence, Lu Xiong would have never brought Su Mu along. Rest assured, I will heed your every command. Su Mu replied, his gaze sweeping over the perimeter guards, feeling an unusual weight upon his heart. Such gatherings were invariably perilous. While one could glean numerous pieces of information at the banquet, any misstep could spell disaster for someone in Su Mu's position. Do your best, and you shall not be left at a disadvantage, Lu Xiong reassured, straightening his attire before proceeding with enthusiasm toward the banquet hall. After passing through the military inspection, both Lu Xiong and Su Mu entered the banquet hall. The atmosphere was vibrant, filled with laughter and merriment. As Su Mu gazed upon the graceful figures dancing in the ballroom, he felt a profound sense of melancholy. Following Lu Xiong through the gathering, he engaged in conversation with familiar faces from the municipal hall before Lu Xiong seemed to spot someone of great importance and eagerly approached. Chief Yamamoto. Lu Xiong's words jolted Su Mu. Chief Yamamoto? In contemporary Shanghai, there were few individuals who could elicit such deference from Lu Xiong. This man was the head of the Special High Division stationed in Shanghai. Casting a glance at Yamamoto Tsutomu lounging on the sofa, Su Mu's breath quickened. As an intelligence operative on the periphery, he was unfamiliar with the prominent figures of the Special High Division, yet he understood that such individuals were typically beyond his reach. Lu Sang, you have arrived. Yamamoto greeted warmly, prompting Lu Xiong to ingratiate himself further. Chief Yamamoto, I must express my gratitude for this occasion. Lu Xiong began, with Su Mu at his side translating. However, just as Su Mu was halfway through, Yamamoto Tsutomu raised his hand, interrupting Lu Xiong's words. Step aside. We do not need a translator here, he commanded coldly, prompting the nearby Special High Division translator to approach Su Mu with instructions to leave. Observing Yamamoto's demeanor, Su Mu could not help but admire the vigilance of these operatives, who afforded no opportunity to outsiders. Yet, this was to be expected. Such a secretive department would typically have its own translators. It was improbable they would allow an outsider to serve as a translator in such a significant setting. With Lu Xiong's nod of approval, Su Mu promptly chose to withdraw. One can eavesdrop on the thoughts of Yamamoto Tsukuru and Lu Xiong. However, the risks are too great. Su Mu dares not take the chance. What if he hears something he shouldn't? Naturally, Lu Xiong is unconcerned, but for him, it is uncertain, currently enjoying a leisurely life. Su Mu has distanced himself from both Yamamoto Tsukuru and Lu Xiong. Lu San, in the future, there will be no need to bring a translator to such meetings. Sitting on the sofa, Yamamoto Tsukuru frowned at Lu Xiong after noticing Su Mu's discreet departure. The topics they discussed must remain unknown to outsiders. Yes, Section Chief Yamamoto. I will not bring one next time. Lu Xiong nodded repeatedly, although he is the chief of the Shanghai Police Department. He is merely a dog in front of the Japanese. Beneath the flattery, Yamamoto Tsukuru began to outline the current tasks of the police department. At present, the 76th Special Agent has yet to be established. The security of Shanghai, especially in apprehending anti-Japanese elements, still requires the efforts of this police department. After all, the Japanese are not well acquainted with the situation in Shanghai and are far less familiar than the local Green Gang members. While Lu Xiong conversed with Yamamoto Tsukuru, Su Mu had also arrived at the banquet, savoring fine wine while quietly observing his surroundings from a corner. With his heart-reading skill activated, Su Mu began to eavesdrop on the thoughts of those nearby. In just a short while, he gleaned quite a bit of information. However, most of it was trivial. Relying on eavesdropping for intelligence is not an easy endeavor. Thoughts: that despicable Kojiro, how fortunate he is to discover the location of the Mountain City National Salvation Army. Why am I not so lucky? Just as Sumu cast a wide net, a sudden thought made his expression shift. The location of the Mountain City National Salvation Army? A sharp intake of breath, Sumu's gaze instinctively turned toward the source of the thought. He saw two officers from the dispatch army laughing and talking near the wine pool. Kamakami-kun, let me congratulate you in advance on your success this time. Haha, too kind. Yamada-kun, come, let us keep drinking. As they conversed, Sumu dared not approach, instead carefully eavesdropping on their thoughts from a distance. Thoughts: damn Yamada. I'm not unaware of your ambitions, just wait. Once I annihilate the National Salvation Army, I will surely gain a promotion. Thoughts: no, this time. I cannot allow Kojiro to take all the credit. I must find a way to participate in the operation 3 days from now. Kamakami-kun, let us go. We'll continue drinking over there. While they engaged in a battle of wits internally, on the surface, the two presented themselves as close, intimate friends. As the two moved away, a tempest surged within Sumu. 3 days from now. Annihilation of the National Salvation Army. Although lacking specific intelligence, the mere knowledge of this plan was enough to stir Sumu's emotions. Damn it, I cannot approach them now. Glancing at the two who had already distanced themselves, Sumu dared not follow. In the presence of the Japanese officers, the two individuals found themselves in a precarious position. To approach them recklessly would undoubtedly attract undue attention. However, the whispers they had overheard were already sufficient. Under the cloak of night, beneath a tree in a park within Huajia, a figure scavenging for refuse murmured softly, and in the next moment, crouched down to pick up an object before quietly departing. At dawn the following day, in the French concession, Chief Yamado delivered crucial intelligence. Ren Kong had just completed his morning ablutions when his trusted aide, Anyo, hurriedly arrived. A mere glance was enough to alter Ren Kang's expression dramatically. Without a moment's hesitation, he instructed his subordinate to contact the current station chief in Shanghai. Quickly, reach out to the station chief. Chapter 8, Intelligence Leak. Strict investigation by the Special High Command. In Shanghai's French concession, on Zafei Road, has the position of the National Salvation Army been exposed? The station master of Shanghai, Lin Dongxing, gazed at the intelligence in his hands, his expression turning grave. The report from Shantu indicated that the Expeditionary Force had discovered the whereabouts of the National Salvation Army and planned to launch an assault in 2 days. Ren Kong had personally arrived to relay Shantu's intelligence. Since the conclusion of the Battle of Songhu, the only remaining anti-Japanese force in the vicinity of Shanghai was the National Salvation Army. If the National Salvation Army were to be annihilated by the Japanese, it would be a devastating blow to morale. Without hesitation, Lin Dongxing sent a telegram to headquarters. Although the information from Shantu was not exhaustive, its significance was paramount. It was imperative to inform headquarters to issue an order for the National Salvation Army to relocate. Otherwise, once the Expeditionary Force took action, it would be too late. Upon receiving the command, Ren Kong immediately turned and instructed his aides to activate the radio to transmit the intelligence to Shancheng. In the Intelligence Bureau office of Shancheng, the sound of a bell echoed. Come in. As the office door swung open, Boss Dai, engrossed in paperwork, looked up to see the director of the secretariat entering. Boss, an urgent telegram has arrived from Shanghai. Mao Chung offered the intelligence report, and upon a glance, Boss Dai's expression shifted dramatically. The position of the loyal and righteous National Salvation Army had been discovered. Damn it, there must be a traitor. Without a second thought, Boss Dai realized that a betrayal lurked within the loyal and righteous National Salvation Army. Otherwise, the location could never have been compromised. However, this was not the time to hunt for the mole. Immediately send this intelligence to the attendant room. Boss Dai ordered, and Mao Chung complied, delivering the report to the attendants. They would arrange the evacuation route for the National Salvation Army. By the way, who transmitted this intelligence? Boss Dai inquired, as if a thought had struck him. At present, the military command had yet to be established, and he could not recall any assets from the Lixing Society's intelligence division embedded within the Expeditionary Force. Boss, this intelligence came from an external informant, codenamed Shantu. Mao Chung presented another file, revealing detailed information about Su Mu, an operative from the Lixing Society currently stationed at the Shanghai Police Department. The information raised an eyebrow from Boss Dai. The Shanghai Police Department could actually procure intelligence on the Expeditionary Force? Despite his internal skepticism, Boss Dai remained silent for a moment before decisively issuing orders. Notify the Shanghai station to destroy Shantu's records and incorporate him as an official operative. With Shanghai now fallen, too many have turned traitorous, becoming collaborators. The higher-ups are particularly incensed regarding this matter. They plan to consolidate the Lixing Society and the Intelligence Bureau to establish the military command. This is a critical time for recruitment. This informant, Shantu, appears to be quite valuable in Boss Dai's eyes, much like the operatives from the Lixing Society. Essentially, all the information is stored in the mountain city. A precautionary measure to avert potential issues. Mao Cheng nodded and turned to leave. In Shanghai, at the Special High Command, Yamamoto Tsukuro seethed with anger as he scrutinized the intelligence report in his hand. The expeditionary force is nothing but a bunch of fools, he exclaimed, having just received vital information from his informants. The news revealed that the loyalist forces surrounding Shanghai were aware of their location, which had been compromised by the Japanese. They had swiftly relocated under cover of night. Chief, only the expeditionary force was privy to this information. How could it have been leaked? Questioned Kiteda Takuji, the intelligence section leader, with palpable indignation. In his view, the expeditionary force must be at fault. For how else could the loyalist forces have obtained the intelligence before any action was taken on their part? Investigate. We must investigate. Yamamoto's countenance darkened. The Special High Command was fundamentally an internal review department, and now, with a breach of intelligence concerning the loyalist forces' plans, a thorough inquiry was imperative. Without hesitation, Yamamoto placed a call to the stationed expeditionary force, where Major General Yoshikawa was equally incensed upon learning of the situation, issuing immediate orders for a comprehensive investigation. Meanwhile, on another street, it was a splendid day, and Su Mu, clad in police attire, ambled leisurely while patrolling, humming a cheerful tune. He had received word that his records at the intelligence department had been destroyed, with only a copy retained at the Mountain City headquarters. This revelation liberated him from the fear of being implicated by the intelligence personnel. Although once the military control was established, records of peripheral intelligence agents like him would not be preserved at the Shanghai station. A few months of anxiety were alleviated. Suge, do you have plans for tonight? A sycophantic subordinate approached with a mischievous grin. After a brief glance, Sumu noticed the fellow rubbing his hands together conspiratorially. Suge, I heard some new stunning ladies have arrived at the Ningguan Hotel tonight. Ah, Erguzi, you truly understand me. Sumu's lips curled into a smile, his eyes glinting with excitement as he patted the subordinate's shoulder. Let us go. I'll treat you to some fun. With that, Sumu followed Erguzi towards the Ningguan Hotel. As an undercover agent, particularly under the watchful eyes of the Japanese, certain actions were unavoidable. What? Not greedy for wealth? Nor lustful? How absurd. Who would ally themselves with the Japanese if not for such desires? Thank you, Sugo. I heard there are even Japanese girls. With their peculiar laughter, they instilled a sense of trepidation in the passers-by around them. Chapter 9. Police Station. The Superior demands a rendezvous. Half a month later. In the French concession. Damn those Japanese. Lin Dongxing cursed under his breath as he scrutinized the intelligence in his hands. Recently, with the order to root out traitors from Shancheng, the intelligence department and operational team of the Shanghai station had focused their efforts on eliminating those collaborators in Shanghai. However, the current state of the Chinese sector was firmly under Japanese control. Engaging there had resulted in significant losses for their operational team, especially in the absence of reliable intelligence. The risks were exceedingly high. In just half a month, several of his skilled operatives had perished. Station Chief, we have received an assassination order from headquarters. Just then, the secretary handed over the intelligence from the Shancheng headquarters. Upon seeing yet another assassination mission, Lin Dongxing rubbed his temples in frustration. Given the current circumstances, assassinating these individuals under the watchful eyes of the Japanese was an exceedingly daunting task. Yet, there was little choice. Following the fall of Shanghai, most intelligence personnel had retreated to the French concession, leaving them with scant resources to obtain accurate intelligence in the Chinese sector. Wait, what about the intelligence personnel in the Chinese sector? Perhaps, in the French concession on Zifi Road, the intelligence department, the station chief requested Shan Tu to provide information on the whereabouts of the assassination targets. Rin Kong, upon receiving the order from the Shanghai station chief, furrowed his brow in concern. Although Shan Tu was indeed within the Chinese sector, he lacked professional training as an agent. Tasking him with locating those collaborators was perilous. Should anything go awry, Shan Tu would likely meet a grim fate. Chief, headquarters has issued a strict directive to the station chief. His confidant, Anyo, interjected. There was no alternative. The situation in Shanghai was too unstable. The retreat of the nationalist forces, coupled with an increasing number of traitors siding with the Japanese, necessitated immediate deterrence. Notify Lao Gui to head to the Chinese sector and make contact with Shan Tuesday. After a moment's hesitation, Rin Kong nodded, promptly dispatching Shan Tu's liaison to establish contact in the Chinese sector. Meanwhile, on the other side, Sumu remained oblivious to the developments at the Shanghai station. Shanghai Police Station Office. Another uneventful day unfolded. Reclining in his office, Sumu glanced out at the bustling action team. Since the conclusion of the last banquet, Chief Lu Xiong had, at the behest of the Japanese, recruited a group of local Green Gang members to form an operational team. Their primary mission was to hunt down anti-Japanese elements in the Chinese sector and to stake out the French concession for intelligence gathering. The French had rejected the Japanese request to enter the concession, forcing the Japanese to rely on local gang members for assistance. During this period, the operatives had indeed apprehended numerous individuals. Sugu, the chief is looking for you. Just as Sumu observed the scene outside, Erguzi rushed in hurriedly. The chief was looking for him? In an instant, Sumu raised an eyebrow, filled with perplexity. Ever since the conclusion of the last banquet, he and Lu Xiong had scarcely been in contact. Why then would he seek him out now? Although his mind was clouded with doubts, Sumu composed himself and made his way to Lu Xiong's office. Come in. Director, you summoned me? Upon entering the office and observing Lu Xiong engrossed in paperwork, Sumu prudently maintained his distance. As he inquired, he pondered internally, considering himself merely a low-ranking officer. Surely, a figure of Lu Xiong's stature would scarcely notice him. I hear you've been with the department for quite some time. Lu Xiong set aside his documents, casually picked up a cigar, and inquired with nonchalance. Director, I have indeed been here, Sumu responded eagerly, moving closer to light Lu Xiong's cigar while adding. I arrived in the 25th year of the Republic just to make a living. After all these years, I can still speak Japanese. As Lu Xiong took a puff of a cigar, his gaze scrutinized Sumu. Being a small officer seems beneath your talents. While absorbing Lu Xiong's words, Sumu silently began to eavesdrop on his thoughts. That damn Lu translator demands hundreds of dollars from me every month. It's high time he leaves. With this free translator, why would I need to spend more money? Upon hearing these thoughts, Sumu's lips twitched slightly. How infuriating. It appeared this traitor was calculating his own gain. With clarity regarding Lu Xiong's intentions, Sumu felt a newfound confidence during their ensuing conversation. Subsequently, amidst Lu Xiong's various promises of future opportunities, Sumu was appointed as the department's translator, while the previous translator, Lu, was summarily dismissed. At the entrance of the Shanghai Police Department, Sugu, you've now allied yourself with Director Lu. Our lives are bound to improve. Erguzi approached with a beaming smile. The news of Sumu's appointment as Lu Xiong's translator spread swiftly throughout the precinct within a day. With Lu Xiong now favored by the Japanese, he had become their most ardent lackey. Those who could cultivate a relationship with Lu Xiong would inevitably find themselves entangled with the Japanese. Chuckling lightly, Sumu dismissed his subordinates with a few casual remarks, but internally, he scoffed. Who would want to be a translator for a traitor? Moreover, he was expected to perform 2 roles while receiving only a single salary. Cursing inwardly, Sumu reluctantly made his way home. However, as he passed the corner of a park, his expression suddenly shifted. Wait, a signal for a meeting? Observing the signal marker at the corner, Sumu's demeanor darkened. Damn it, why would my superior seek me out at a time like this? Chapter 10, Disguised Encounters, Tracking Pro-Japanese Merchants. The following day, in Huajie, at Jing'an Park, a middle-aged man, appearing to be in his 40s, sat neatly on a bench, silently perusing a newspaper. Before long, a somewhat stooped old man ambled over and took a seat at the other end of the bench. Sir, where did you purchase that newspaper? From the kiosk at Haiyan Road. Upon exchanging the coded signals, the seated man, known as Lao Gui, cast a sidelong glance at the elderly figure beside him. The latter's attire was unexpected. It was indeed the true visage of Shantou, whom Lao Gui had encountered twice before, yet he had not anticipated such a disguise for this meeting. You must be out of your mind. Why would you come to Huajie at this time? Before Lao Gui could speak, the man across from him, Sumu, bluntly remarked. Currently, the Japanese were actively apprehending anti-Japanese elements in Huajie. If their superior were captured, Sumu's life would undoubtedly be in jeopardy. There's no choice. I have orders from above. Lao Gui chose to disregard Sumu's brusque demeanor. If he were in Sumu's position, he too would feel irritable about being summoned for a meeting under such perilous circumstances. Concealing the task note within the newspaper, Lao Gui discreetly handed it over. Upon receiving the note, Sumu did not even glance at it, but instead shot Lao Gui an impatient look. Is there anything else? In a hushed tone, Sumu was also eavesdropping on Lao Gui's thoughts. He had approached this meeting only after confirming that there were no issues through psychic listening. Thoughts. It's only been a little over 2 months since we last met. Yet Shantou seems to have transformed entirely. Hearing Sumu's mutterings, Lao Gui felt a sense of helplessness. He was no longer the reckless youth he once was. He would never dare attend such a dangerous meeting without proper disguise. Exposing himself could lead to dire consequences. After confirming that all was well, Sumu wasted no more time and vanished into the depths of the park with the note in hand. Until Sumu departed, Lao Gui maintained a grave expression. Nevertheless, he ultimately attributed Sumu's transformation to his time spent in Huajie, as it was only prudent to exercise caution while operating in such a volatile environment. Wait, you want me to assist with an assassination? After meandering through several twists and turns to discard his disguise midway, Sumu finally returned to his residence, feeling a sense of relief. However, upon glancing at the content of the task note, he was momentarily taken aback. The note outlined a straightforward mission, to gather information on a Shanghai merchant named Zhang Hebing. This individual had allied with the Japanese, not only betraying his country but also actively aiding them in procuring military supplies. The command for his assassination had been issued by Shancheng, and the Shanghai station required Sumu to provide the target's whereabouts. It appeared that action was inevitable. Sumu had no justifiable reason to refuse the task assigned by the Shanghai station. Moreover, in response to such traitors, Sumu felt an intense loathing within. These traitors who prepared military provisions for the Japanese were even more despicable than the likes of Lu Xiong. Since the outbreak of the Battle of Shanghai, the Japanese had occupied the city. However, the substantial military expenditures posed a grave dilemma. Relying on resources from Japan was utterly impractical. Thus, the Japanese resorted to coercing wealthy merchants to supply them with provisions. Such a merchant, who had aligned himself with the Japanese, could sustain thousands of Japanese soldiers. This individual now held a position in the municipal hall, and it seemed he could only wait idly for opportunities to present themselves. Regarding Zhang Hibing, the information provided by the Shanghai station merely indicated his role at the municipal hall. Detailed intelligence needed to be painstakingly gathered. Fortunately, Sumu possessed the ability to eavesdrop on thoughts. Given time, he should be able to uncover news about Zhang Hibing without much difficulty. The only troublesome aspect was that he had to work at the police station during the day, leaving him with limited time to act. Should he feign illness? Murmuring to himself, Sumu found himself in a moment of hesitation. The next morning, at the police station. Good morning, Uncle Zhang. Ah, Su Xiaogo. You're here quite early. After greeting Uncle Zhang, who was on duty at the entrance, Sumu made his way to the office. After a night of contemplation, he ultimately decided against taking a leave of absence. In such circumstances, an inexplicable absence for several days was far too perilous. When it came to gathering intelligence, Sumu's principle remained to prioritize caution. Survival was paramount. Throughout the entire morning, Sumu idled in the office, eagerly awaiting the end of the workday. The Shanghai police station was not far from the municipal hall, and perhaps he would chance upon the unfortunate Zhang Hibing during his stakeout after work. However, while Sumu's thoughts were optimistic, the reality proved disheartening. For 5 consecutive days, no leads materialized. This won't do if this continues. I won't uncover any information at all. Watching time slip away without any progress on his part, Sumu couldn't help but grumble to himself. Although the Shanghai station had not specified a timeline for their anti-traitor operations, it was evident that his window of opportunity was limited. If he continued to waste time, the mission would likely fail. Should he take a risk? Contemplating this, Sumu devised a contingency plan. However, this alternative plan was fraught with danger, as it necessitated infiltrating the municipal hall. Zhang Hibing had to be eliminated. There was no choice but to take the risk. After a moment of hesitation, Sumu resolved to proceed with the gamble. He only needed to gather intelligence, and just a few rounds within would not pose too great a threat. Sumu, the director is looking for you. Just as Sumu decided to request leave, a call from the doorway interrupted him. With a furrowed brow, he quickly tidied his attire and hurried toward Lu Xiong's office. As I stepped outside, I spotted Lu Xiong approaching with an earnest expression. Sumu, accompany me to the city hall. Lu Xiong, in a hurry, uttered this brief command before making his way towards the waiting car. Momentarily taken aback, Sumu only snapped back to reality upon hearing the secretary's urgent call to the city hall. This truly felt like a serendipitous opportunity falling right into my lap. Chapter 11. The Trail of Zhang Hibing, Director Lu's Trusted Aide. Director, I presume my translation services will not be required at the town hall. Sitting in the vehicle, Sumu inquired with a hint of curiosity. Most officials at the town hall were traitorous collaborators with the Japanese, hence his services as a translator were likely unnecessary. This meeting was spearheaded by the occupying military. Your role is merely to translate. Lu Xiong cast a glance at Sumu, who appeared hesitant and reluctant to ask further questions, and nodded in satisfaction. He had dismissed the previous translator to appoint Sumu as the police department's translator, partly to save costs. Furthermore, he had gathered intelligence that Sumu was a long-standing member of the police department, timid and risk-averse, with a penchant for seeking financial gain and frequenting establishments of ill repute. Such traits, in Lu Xiong's view, rendered him an unlikely candidate for being a spy in Shancheng. Moreover, his cowardice and greed would facilitate Lu Xiong's control over him. As Lu Xiong pondered these thoughts, he remained oblivious to the fact that Sumu had eavesdropped on his inner musings. Upon hearing Lu Xiong's assessment of him as greedy and licentious, Sumu felt a surge of relief mixed with delight. This perception would likely shield him from suspicion should any intelligence leaks occur in the future. His supposed love for money and pleasure was merely a facade, a necessary disguise in the perilous game of espionage. Shanghai, Town Hall Director Lu, this way please. Colonel is already awaiting your arrival. After a thorough search, Lu Xiong was escorted by the Japanese into a conference room, which was guarded by military police and special agents from the Mei organization. Translators like Sumu were relegated to a separate vacant room to await their turn. Sumu had long since acclimatized to the Japanese's stringent security measures. How could the Japanese intelligence apparatus afford to overlook security for such critical meetings? Sir, it feels quite stifling here. I wish to take a stroll. Is that permissible? Scanning the temporary lounge, Sumu noticed two other translators. He discreetly passed a banknote to the Japanese soldier stationed at the door. As long as you keep your distance from the conference room, you may roam freely. The soldier accepted the money and, after a brief glance at Sumu, reminded him, we do not require strict oversight of translators like you. Just stay away from the conference room. Thank you, sir. Sumu expressed his gratitude, confidently stepping out of the room to wander about the town hall. Naturally, he would avoid approaching the conference room, as meetings protected by the Mei Organization's agents were not a place for someone of his lowly stature. He was not foolish enough to risk capture by the Mei agents. This time, his objective was to seek clues regarding Zhang Hebiang. He wandered through the third floor of the municipal hall, yet found nothing of value. It was not until he reached an office on the second floor that he raised an eyebrow and slowed his pace. His inner thoughts reflected his disdain, that wretched Zhang Hebiang, now allied with the Japanese, had become increasingly untouchable. This sudden realization sparked a glint in Sumu's eyes. Following the direction indicated by his thoughts, he calmly sought out an unoccupied lounge and settled within. He mused silently, I must find an opportunity to apologize to him at the Lehigh Grand Hotel, as I have offended this individual previously. He scoffed inwardly, recalling how Zhang had invited him for dinner at the Lehigh Grand Hotel on Wednesday, seemingly to make amends. He thought, were it not for the necessity of maintaining relations with the Japanese, I would hardly care for this position in the municipal hall. While eavesdropping on his own musings, the sound of an office door creaking open interrupted him, revealing a stout figure in his 40s stepping out. As the figure departed, Sumu gradually emerged from the lounge. Casting a glance ahead, he couldn't help but smile. His visit to the municipal hall had indeed proven beneficial. If he could simply eavesdrop on thoughts, locating Zhang Hebiang would not be too arduous for him. Having acquired the information he sought, Sumu chose not to linger in the hall and promptly made his way back to the lounge on the third floor, where he awaited Lu Xiong's arrival. The meeting stretched into the afternoon. Sumu, come here. Lu Xiong called hastily as he passed by the lounge. Sumu quickly followed. Upon exiting the lounge, he noticed Lu Xiong engaged in a hushed conversation with a Japanese officer not far off. Lu, I'll say a few good words for your earlier proposal, but... Listening intently, Sumu meticulously translated the situation. He informed Mr. Nakano that he would host him for dinner at the Sake Izakaya tomorrow evening, assuring him he would not be disappointed. Gritting his teeth, Lu Xiong spoke to Sumu. All right, your gracious invitation will not go unheeded. Satisfied with the response, the young Major Nakano smiled and nodded before concluding their conversation and departing. Sumu, you will accompany me tomorrow evening. Lu Xiong beamed as Nakano exited. The fact that Nakano was willing to assist was indeed a monumental stroke of fortune for him. Director Lu, is this? At that moment, Sumu grasped the reason behind Lu Xiong's insistence on bringing him along. Despite the presence of translators from the dispatched army and the Mei Agency, Lu Xiong still required his company. It was clear there were clandestine dealings afoot that the dispatched army and Mei Agency must not uncover. Sumu, you should understand this. With a playful pat on Sumu's shoulder, Lu Xiong smiled enigmatically, choosing to remain silent. However, the underlying threat was unmistakable, making Sumu comprehend why Lu Xiong had selected the timid version of himself. As they departed the meeting, Sumu cautiously attempted to eavesdrop on Lu Xiong's thoughts. Yet, it remained unclear whether Lu Xiong was preoccupied with the meeting or too engrossed in matters concerning Major Nakano. The murmurs along the journey bore no relation to the meeting's discussions. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Sumu discreetly placed Zhang Hebiang's message into the dead letter box while passing through the park. Regarding the municipal meeting, Sumu opted not to report it, deeming it unnecessary to create further complications without any relevant content to disclose. Chapter 12. Operation at Shanghai Station, the greedy Major Nakano. The following day, in the French concession, Chief Yamato uncovered the whereabouts of Zhang Hebiang. As he perused the intelligence handed to him, a look of exhilaration spread across Renkang's face. Excellent. Informed the station chief immediately. At 7 o'clock on the evening of the 6th, outside the Lehigh Grand Hotel. Knowing the destination of their adversary allowed them to organize an action team to lie in wait outside the hotel. The informant from Old Ghost was quite adept. Renkang praised, marveling at how this peripheral intelligence officer managed to locate Zhang Hebiang in just 5 days. He contemplated bringing the informant over to their side. But after some thought, he shook his head and dismissed the idea. In the temporary stronghold within the French concession, he promptly dispatched personnel to the Lehigh Grand Hotel. Lin Dongxing, upon receiving the intelligence, wasted no time in sending action team 2 to lay an ambush at the hotel. This operation to root out traitors could not afford to fail. Zhang Hebiang, the businessman who had aligned himself with the Japanese, must be eliminated. Meanwhile, at the police station, under Lu Xiong's arrangement, Sumu was directly promoted to the position of deputy leader of the action team. Brother Su, you've climbed the ranks with the director. Air Guzzi exclaimed, excitement radiating from his face as he congratulated him. In just a few days, Sumu had received a promotion. Though it was merely a small deputy role, it was personally appointed by Lu Xiong, indicating that Su Mu had caught the director's eye. Indeed, from now on, stick with me, and I shall ensure you dine and wine in style, Su Mu proclaimed with a proud demeanor, patting Guzi on the shoulder. However, beneath his outward confidence, Su Mu remained remarkably composed. Lu Xiong's move was clearly a gesture to sweeten the deal, preparing to recruit him as an ally. Su Mu welcomed Lu Xiong's intentions with open arms. Just think, the raise from being deputy leader alone is substantial, and with Lu Xiong backing me at the station, there shouldn't be any major issues ahead. Hee, brother, tonight, my little brother will treat you at our usual spot. Guzi chuckled mischievously. But before he could finish, Su Mu flashed a knowing smile. Laughter erupted, and the surrounding police station personnel cast envious glances their way. In the evening, as Lu Xiong exited the police station, he found Su Mu already waiting outside. Good, Lu Xiong remarked, pleased with Su Mu's demeanor. With the Japanese occupying Shanghai, it was imperative for him to align with them, necessitating a dedicated and trustworthy translator. The previous translator, Lu, was deemed unmanageable by Lu Xiong. Thus, Su Mu, being a police station employee, was far easier to control. Let us go. Seated in the car, I issued a brief command to Sumo, who immediately drove towards the Japanese concession. For tonight's banquet, Lu Xiong had deliberately chosen a restaurant in the Japanese concession to curry favor with Major Nakano. After a while, we arrived at the Sijui restaurant, where a private room had been reserved on the second floor. Sumu, embodying the role of a devoted aide, had made the arrangements in advance and ushered Lu Xiong into the private chamber. Shortly thereafter, he awaited the arrival of Major Nakano at the entrance of the restaurant. After a brief wait, Sumu spotted the silhouette of Major Nakano. Major Nakano, Director Lu is already waiting for you in the private room, he announced. The Major glanced at Sumo and nodded in acknowledgement. A moment later, upon entering the private room, the previously indifferent demeanor of Lu Xiong transformed into a warm smile. Naturally, Major Nakano exhibited a friendly disposition towards such a wealthy patron. Please, have a seat, Major Nakano, Lu Xiong invited with a beaming smile. Meanwhile, Sumu quietly facilitated the translation between the two. His curiosity piqued regarding the collusion between Lu Xiong and the Major. As the evening progressed and the drinks flowed, Lu Xiong cast a glance at Major Nakano and slowly produced a bulging black leather bag. Major, regarding our previous agreement, I trust you will handle it with care, he said, handing over the bag. Sumu, keenly attentive, managed to overhear Lu Xiong's inner thoughts. Damn, this Nakano is such a fool, demanding 15 large yellow croakers. If it weren't for your brother, Colonel Nakano of the gendarmerie, I would have relished the thought of eliminating you. The price of 15 large yellow croakers made Sumu's heart skip a beat. Such exquisite fish. How could Lu Xiong part with them so easily? Rest assured, Lu-san, I will ensure your entry into the city hall, Major Nakano replied, examining the contents of the bag and breaking into a satisfied grin. His thoughts echoed with confidence. Gaining entry into the city hall is trivial when there's profit to be made. Listening to Major Nakano's musings, Sumu gained a clearer understanding of the man before him. Although he was exceedingly greedy, it was revealed that his elder brother was Colonel Nakano of the gendarmerie, a significant figure indeed. Second in command of the military police stationed in Shanghai. No wonder he exuded such confidence, daring to accept Lu Xiong's money. However, Lu Xiong's ambition to transition from the police department to the city hall caught Suma somewhat off guard. Reflecting on the situation, it seemed both Lu Xiong and Major Nakano had achieved their respective goals, engaging in a lively exchange of toasts and laughter. Lu-san, merely drinking isn't enough. Do you have any other plans? Major Nakano inquired, slightly tipsy and in high spirits. Hearing of additional arrangements, Lu Xiong's expression momentarily faltered. Colonel Nakano, the director has not yet arranged for the young ladies to serve you. I wonder if we should summon them now. Observing Lu Xiong's urgency, the sycophantic Sumu swiftly interjected to assist Lu Xiong in his predicament. He had already made prior arrangements with the madam. However, Lu Xiong had been preoccupied with serious matters, thus delaying their entrance. Lu sang, Su sang, your consideration is truly meticulous. You are both my dear friends. Upon hearing of the serving ladies, Colonel Nakano revealed a lascivious grin, and in his inebriated state, he embraced Sumu and Lu Xiong, treating them as brothers. As Sumu stepped outside to summon them, it was not long before the designated drinking companions gracefully entered the room. Ha. In an instant, the private room was filled with bursts of joyous laughter. Chapter 13, The Murder of Zhang Hebeing incites fury in the Special High Command head-pounding. Sumu murmured to himself while rubbing his temples in the police station office. Brother Su here, have some water. The sycophantic Guzi hurried over, presenting a cup of tea and even massaging Sumu's shoulders personally. After savoring a sip of tea, Sumu glanced at the eager young subordinate beside him and nodded in satisfaction. After all, he was now a trusted confidant of Lu Xiong, the vice-captain of the action team. Once merely a lackey, Guzi had become increasingly attentive to Sumu. Brother Su, you are now the director's confidant. You must take good care of me in the future. Erguzi spoke with obsequiousness, continuing to knead Su Mu as shoulders, and then discreetly passed him a small packet containing yellow fish. With a mere glance, Su Mu nonchalantly accepted it. Rest assured, I will ensure you live well from now on. He enjoyed another sip of tea, welcoming this unexpected windfall. As an undercover operative, a penchant for wealth is indeed a trait of a good spy. With Lu Xiong as his backing, Su Mu need not venture far to seek out anti-Japanese elements. After a half-day's respite, observing the influx of detainees at the police station, Su Mu felt a wave of contempt for these sycophants. The world was harsh. Yet, as reprehensible as the Japanese were, so too were these lackeys, these traitors. Among those apprehended by the police, many were merely ordinary citizens, eager to display their loyalty to the Japanese. How else would they demonstrate their allegiance without capturing individuals and harming their countrymen? He pondered whether the actions of the Shanghai station would proceed smoothly. Gazing out the window, he muttered to himself, recalling the previous evening's banquet, where he had failed to glean any information about the municipal meeting from Lu Xiong. Presently, the only matter of concern was the traitor Zhang Hebiang, who needed to be dealt with. However, Su Mu was acutely aware of his own limitations in action. Such specialized assassinations could only be executed by the action team from the Shanghai station. Shanghai, Lehigh Grand Hotel captain, Huang, and the others are ready. Outside a narrow alley beside Lehigh Grand Hotel, two operatives engaged in hushed conversation at a tea house. Yes, everything is proceeding according to plan, one of them nodded, casting furtive glances towards the hotel. Both were members of the first action team from the Shanghai station, having arrived from the French concession to carry out their assassination mission. As time steadily advanced, at 6:50, a sleek black sedan appeared on the street. They've arrived. The two men at the stall watched as the vehicle came to a halt at Lehigh Grand Hotel, their eyes lighting up at the figures emerging from it. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the hotel, a desperate plea rang out. Sir, please, have mercy. Step aside, you beggar. This is no place for you. At the entrance, as a black vehicle came to a halt, a disheveled man begging for alms immediately approached. The driver, just having exited the car, disdainfully gestured for the beggar to leave. Please, kind sir, spare some food. The man knelt on the ground, his cries echoing. Zhang Hebiang, who had just stepped out of the vehicle, cast a look of disgust and disdain. Get away, don't dirty my car. Before he could finish his words, the beggar confirmed his target and swiftly pulled out a dark object from his coat. The sound of urgent gunfire erupted, causing the crowd to scatter in an instant. Two individuals, taking cover at a nearby tea stall, observed the successful execution of the plan and swiftly moved to shield the retreating assailants. Ah, a murder. The shriek incited a wave of chaos. Shanghai, police station. Suge, I've heard there are new arrivals in a few days. I'll treat you then. Erguzi, you truly understand me, haha. Inside the office, Su Mu and his sycophant Erguzi were laughing when suddenly Captain Huang Quan of the police action team hurried in. Everyone, we leave together. Huang Quan glanced at Su Mu and shouted, prompting immediate action. The abrupt command froze Su Mu's smile. Shortly thereafter, the action team of the police station assembled and headed towards the Lingai Hotel. Along the way, Su Mu learned of the unfolding events. At the entrance of the Lingai Hotel, an assassination had taken place. A municipal official, along with his driver and bodyguard, had been shot dead. Mission accomplished? A secret delight surged within him upon hearing of the shooting at the Lingai Hotel. Su Mu realized the Shanghai action team had successfully completed their task. After a while, outside the Lingai Hotel, Baka, you are all useless. How could you allow an agent from Shancheng to commit murder in Huajia? Huang Quan, Su Mu, and the police action team arrived at the scene, only to be met with scorn from the station military police and special agents. With heads bowed, Huang Quan and Su Mu dared not utter a word. Immediately seal off all access points to the French concession. You must investigate and find the culprits, commanded Pinji Rin, the head of the special task force. His face a mask of fury. The assassination of a municipal official was no trivial matter, especially at a time when Shanghai's wealthy merchants were being called upon to provide resources for the imperial army. The death of Zhang Hebiang would instill a sense of crisis among the allied merchants. Baka, why aren't you moving? Are you fools? Pinji Rin berated them, prompting Su Mu and Huang Quan to lead the police force in a thorough search of the vicinity. Within Su Mu's heart, however, there resided a sense of satisfaction tinged with disdain. Search? Huh, what can you possibly uncover? Chapter 14. The Traitor at Shanghai Station, codenamed Sashimi. Under the cloak of night, Yamamoto Jiro, head of the special high police station in Shanghai, seethed with anger as he berated the ineptitude of the police department. The vast expanse of the Chinese quarter was now under Japanese control, yet they had failed to uncover the infiltrators from Yamashiro. Astonishingly, not only had they not apprehended the spies, but a wealthy official from the municipal government had also been assassinated in the heart of the Chinese quarter. This was nothing short of an affront. While the actions of Zhang Hebiang were inconsequential, the repercussions were undeniably significant. Just as he concluded a call, Yamamoto received another from the garrison commander in Shanghai. Rest assured, Commander, I shall investigate this matter thoroughly. General Okamoto from the military police had personally called, insisting that the special high police swiftly apprehend the murderer to ensure the safety of the Allied officials. After hanging up, Yamamoto felt a slight headache coming on. To him, this assassination was undoubtedly orchestrated by Yamashiro's assassination squad, a group of seasoned operatives. The challenge of capturing them post-factum was formidable. Summon Kamita-kun. After a moment's hesitation, Yamamoto seemed to have resolved his determination. Shortly thereafter, in the office, he inquired, Kamita-kun, is your informant in place? Upon Kamita Takuji's arrival, Yamamoto posed the question. Upon hearing the mention of the informant, Kamita's expression grew serious. Chief, he has only just infiltrated. Is it wise to activate him now? Yamamoto rubbed his temples, fully aware that now was not the opportune moment to deploy the informant. However, the safety of Shanghai during this tumultuous period was paramount. Moreover, the operatives from Yamashiro had lingered in the French concession for far too long. A response was necessary. Inform Sashimi to seize any opportunity to ascertain the location of Yamashiro's Shanghai station. With a cold command, Yamamoto's words prompted Kamita, the head of the intelligence unit, to nod solemnly before departing. The death of Zhang Heibing had stirred considerable turmoil in the Chinese quarter. Many merchants who had allied with the Japanese heightened their vigilance, particularly those in the municipal government. The Shanghai Military Police Command took direct action, deploying a squad of gendarmes to guard the municipal hall against potential incursions from Yamashiro's assassination squad. In the police chief's office, Lu Xiong, drenched in sweat, assured over the phone, "Yes, Chief Yamamoto, rest assured, I shall leverage all my connections to uncover Yamashiro's assassination operatives." Once he hung up, he exhaled deeply. "Damn it," he muttered, taking a deep drag from his cigar. Despite appearing formidable as the chief of the Shanghai police, Lu Xiong was acutely aware of the precariousness of his position. He is merely a pawn in the hands of the Japanese. He has risen through sycophancy towards the Japanese and by apprehending anti-Japanese elements. Yet, he is also at risk of losing his life due to errors. For instance, the recent assassination case at the Lehigh Grand Hotel. Lu Xiong is acutely aware that, with the people under his command, capturing the adversary is utterly unattainable. Should he incur the displeasure of the Japanese, it is he who will suffer the consequences. Otherwise, he would not have sought to contact Major Nakano, wishing to transfer to the municipal office. No, during this period, it seems he must engage more frequently in social interactions. Lu Xiong mused, reflecting on the previous meeting's discussions, and soon reached a resolution. After a while, in the police station's conference room, he declared, "Huang Quan, the case of the Lehigh Grand Hotel is entrusted to you. Mobilize the Qibang members in Shanghai. By all means, I need leads within a week." Lu Xiong decisively assigned the action team and police personnel to the current team leader, Huang Quan. The Japanese exerted pressure on him, and he, in turn, had no choice but to impose the same pressure on his subordinates. Seated quietly in the lower part of the conference room, Sumu remained silent, eavesdropping on Lu Xiong's thoughts. His thoughts, "Damn the Japanese, I must find a way to escape this position soon. It seems I must seek out that fool Nakano in a few days. If I do not seize this opportunity for a cleansing operation and extricate myself, I will ultimately fall victim to the Japanese." Listening intently to his thoughts, Sumu felt a stirring within. The cleansing operation. Was the previous meeting concerning this matter? No wonder the Japanese have shown such concern over Zhang Heibing's death lately. It appears everything is for military provisions. After eavesdropping for a while longer, Sumu gained insight into Lu Xiong's desire to leave the police station. The recent death of Lu Dama had evidently not only intimidated Lu Xiong, but had instilled in him a profound sense of fear. Fear that he might one day meet the same fate as Lu Dama. Only after the meeting concluded did Lu Xiong summon Sumu privately. Following their conversation, Lu Xiong arranged the next invitation for Nakano. As for the arrangements, naturally, Sumu would prepare in advance. Regarding this, Sumu expressed his loyalty before eagerly taking on the task personally for Lu Xiong. 3 days later, in Shanghai, the French concession, intelligence from Shantou indicated that the dispatched troops were recently conducting a cleansing operation. Rincon gazed at the intelligence in hand and couldn't help but sigh deeply. Although Shantou had obtained the information, they were powerless to act. The remaining strength lay solely with the National Salvation Army near Shanghai. As for the Shanghai station, it might handle assassinations, but they were incapable of intervening in such military operations. Send the message. How it unfolds is up to the higher-ups to decide, Rincon remarked, dismissing the matter from his mind. Such actions were beyond their capability to hinder. Under the cover of night, in the French concession, the intelligence department received a tip-off that the details of the cleansing operation had leaked. In a public telephone booth within the French concession, a hoarse voice uttered a few words before hastily ending the call. The figure, cloaked in a black overcoat, vanished into the night. In Shanghai, the head of the Special High Command, Yamamoto Tsutomu, was engrossed in paperwork when the door swung open. Kurata Tsurugi from the intelligence team rushed in, urgently presenting a document. Upon merely skimming its contents, Yamamoto's expression shifted dramatically. Damn it, the rural pacification operation has been compromised. Chapter 15 The List of 7, Codename, Mountain Rabbit Exposed. Shanghai. Headquarters of the Shanghai Command. Captain Yamamoto, please share the findings of your Special High Command's investigation. At that moment, within the Shanghai headquarters, General Okamoto, the head of the Special High Command, along with General Yoshikawa from the military police, were all present. Representatives from the consulate were also in attendance for this meeting. Yamamoto Jiro nodded, then turned his gaze to his companion, Kamida Tsurugi, who stood up and produced a report. Honorable officials, based on the participants of the municipal hall meeting, we conducted a discreet investigation and identified 7 individuals who were aware of this information, Kamida Tsurugi stated with conviction, proceeding to list the names of the 7. Among them, 4 are from the municipal hall, 1 from the police department, and 2 officials from the puppet army headquarters. I do not wish to know who they are. I only seek to understand who poses a threat. General Yoshikawa, visibly displeased, cast a scornful glance at the documents, eager to uncover who had divulged the details of this operation. This cleansing operation was merely an experimental endeavor by the dispatched military forces in the vicinity of Shanghai, aimed at the better occupation of these lands in China. Mere military suppression would yield limited results. Therefore, the High Command of the Army intended to implement a multifaceted approach encompassing military, political, and cultural invasions and occupations. The cleansing operation was designed to advance gradually into the areas surrounding Shanghai, led by the puppet government, with the puppet army as the main force, supported by the dispatched troops and military police. Originally, if this exploratory operation proceeded smoothly, the subsequent efforts would involve robust support for pro-Japanese figures throughout Shanghai and Jiangsu, leading to formal actions. However, now, at the very outset, the operation had already been compromised. According to our Special High Command's investigation, none of these 7 individuals exhibit any issues, Kamida Tsurugi reported, his head bowed low. They had surveilled and scrutinized these 7, finding no signs of dissent. All 7 were staunch loyalists of the Empire of Japan, with no indication of rebellion whatsoever. None at all. Is this how your Special High Command operates? General Yoshikawa retorted angrily, his piercing gaze fixed on Yamamoto, eager to gauge his response. As the current overlord of Shanghai, Yoshikawa had never held much regard for a department capable of scrutinizing his own men. His ire stemmed partly from a desire to exert pressure on Yamamoto, who had long coveted the appointment to the Shanghai Special High Command. General Yoshikawa, if we could detain these 7 for interrogation by the Special High Command, I assure you that I can provide all of you with a satisfactory response. Yamamoto Jiro rose to confront General Yoshikawa. However, both the Mei Agency and the consulate forbade any arrests. Under such circumstances, merely reviewing and verifying documents would hardly reveal who posed a threat. Yamamoto-kun. It is utterly impossible to send them into the taco. Observing the awkward atmosphere in the room, General Okamoto from the Mei Bureau also spoke up to ease the tension. These 7 individuals, though not Japanese, are all pivotal members of the current Shanghai functional departments. They are responsible for maintaining stability in the region, and simultaneously, they serve as benchmarks for many who have allied with the Japanese. Capturing these 7 at once raises questions for the others who have chosen to side with Japan. General Okamoto understood that if there truly was a mole among these 7, mere surveillance would yield no results. As the head of the taco, Yamamoto Jiro was acutely aware of the keen instincts of professional agents. Relying solely on observation to provoke exposure from the target was utterly unrealistic. Once the target became aware, they would undoubtedly go into deep hiding. Yamamoto-kun, it seems you are sitting too comfortably in your position. Just as the meeting was underway, a crisp voice rang out, followed by the entrance of an individual clad in a black suit and wielding a cane. Inoue, this is. Inoue-kun is someone I invited. Yamamoto Jiro's words were interrupted as General Yoshikawa broke into a knowing smile. Upon arrival, Inoue nodded to General Okamoto and the officials from the consulate in Shanghai before taking a seat unceremoniously. Ladies and gentlemen, this incident of leaks is of great significance, and I must trouble Inoue-kun with it. I hope you all understand, General Yoshikawa explained. Although Yamamoto Jiro wished to counter, he found himself powerless. The person who had just entered, while not a member of the taco, the Mei Bureau, or the station military, held a reputation in Shanghai that was undoubtedly on par with that of the taco. Inoue commanded a rogue espionage organization comprising nearly 100 operatives, who had successfully infiltrated Shanghai even before the Battle of Shanghai. These rogue agents recruited various individuals, lying in wait across diverse sectors to gather intelligence for Inoue. Such an organization was regarded with utmost seriousness, even by officials from the Shanghai consulate. Ladies and gentlemen, you may disregard the so-called list of 7. As he spoke, Inoue confidently tossed aside the taco list on the table. This action ignited a spark of anger in Kamita Takuji's eyes. Hell, what is this? So, your Tako's intelligence is merely mediocre? His arrogant tone did not elicit resentment from the assembled crowd, for in Inoue espionage group had provided the Japanese with an abundance of information. Oh, Inoue-kun, how can you be so certain? In contrast to the fury of the Tako, Major General Yoshikawa's eyes gleamed with excitement, as he sensed a different flavor to the situation. My infiltrated agents have already relayed messages back to me. This leak stems from an informant operating under the codename Yamato within the Shanghai circles. As soon as the codename of the Mountain Hare was revealed, the vast conference room fell into an eerie silence. Yamamoto Jiro from the Special High Police turned pale with fury. How infuriating. That scoundrel Inoue's agents managed to acquire such intelligence. Meanwhile, on the other side, Sumu remained blissfully unaware that his codename had already come to the attention of the Japanese. Chapter 16. The Special High Command is fishing, inferring there is a mole. How can I obtain the detailed contents of the pacification plan? In the room, Sumu, upon glancing at the note in his hand, incinerated it and let the ashes drift away with the water. Regarding the demands from the headquarters in Shancheng, Sumu chose to feign ignorance. Impossible. It was utterly unattainable. In Sumu's historical understanding, the pacification plan was only officially enacted after the establishment of the Wang Jingwei puppet government. The current iteration of the pacification plan, who knows what it entails? Moreover, even if he possessed the ability to eavesdrop on thoughts, he would not dare to take such risks. This kind of plan could only be discerned through direct contact with the Special High Command, the Mei Agency, or the military police, engaging with those significant figures. As the deputy captain of the police station, he had no standing to meet such individuals. He estimated that approaching them recklessly would lead to his immediate capture by the Special High Command's interrogation unit. It appeared that in the future, such intelligence should not be reported to headquarters. Learning from this experience, Sumu quietly resolved to refrain from reporting similar intelligence henceforth. Not only did it serve no purpose, but it also added unnecessary complications to his life. Silently noting this in his operational guidelines, Sumu lay down on his bed and gradually drifted into slumber. Meanwhile, at the Shanghai command, Inoue-kun, do you have confidence in capturing this mountain rabbit? At this moment, even General Kikuchiya was stirred with excitement. He had not anticipated that Inoue's agents had infiltrated the very heart of the Shanghai station. They even knew the code name of the informant behind this leak. Rest assured, General Kikuchiya, just grant me the time, and I will not only capture the mountain rabbit, but also dismantle the entire Shanghai station. Inoue replied with confidence, his words dripping with superiority and composure. A mere Shanghai station and one intelligence operative could easily be eradicated by his subordinates. Were it not for their presence in the French concession, Inoue would have already taken action. The meeting at the command subsequently witnessed a turning point with Inoue's arrival. Not only was the list of 7 individuals compiled by the Special High Command nullified, but the investigation into the mountain rabbit was also entrusted to Inoue's Black Dragon team. Inoue-kun, should you require any assistance, our consulate will certainly lend its full support, assured an official from the consulate to Inoue. As long as Inoue's Black Dragon team could uncover the mountain rabbit and obliterate the Shanghai station, they were willing to grant certain privileges to their counterpart. Standing aside, Yamamoto Tsutomu and Kamita Tsurugi observed Inoue being held in high regard by General Okamoto, their expressions reflecting considerable displeasure. With the Japanese now occupying Shanghai, the swell of power inevitably brought forth competition. Not only did the military command seek appointment rights over the Shanghai Special High Command, but even seasoned operatives like Inoue aspired to assume the role of the Special High Command chief. Chief, we must immediately deploy the sashimi, lest we be outmaneuvered by that old fox Inoue. Kamita began, but was interrupted by Yamamoto Tsutomu. Stealth is key. Let sashimi remain patient. Although his complexion was ashen, Yamamoto Tsutomu remained calm and composed, refusing to succumb to impatience. As the head of the Special High Command, he understood that haste was not an option. With the knowledge that the intelligence officer from Yamashiro was in Huajia, codenamed Mountain Rabbit, other matters became considerably simpler. Furthermore, with the cunning Inoue and his Black Dragon Special Operations team at his disposal, there was no need to hastily reveal his own cards. Beside him, Kamita Tsurugi observed Yamamoto's demeanor and chose to remain silent. In Shanghai, at the Special High Command office, Yamamoto addressed Hironori-ji. I need you to take this document to the police station and have Lu Xiong sign for it. He handed the file to Hironori, who nodded and prepared to leave immediately. Make sure Lu Xiong opens it in person, Yamamoto added, reminding him. Though Hironori was perplexed, he refrained from asking further questions. Adhering to the principles of espionage, as Hironori departed, other personnel within the Special High Command also set off, each carrying their own documents. Standing by the office window, watching the departing figures, Yamamoto smiled. Even the cleverest of rabbits can fall prey while foraging, he murmured, gazing expectantly outside. Half a day later, at the police station, Lu Xiong welcomed Hironori with an air of apprehension. "Please, have a seat," he urged, mistakenly believing Hironori had come regarding the recent shooting incident at the Lehigh Hotel. And he personally offered tea. "Lu-san, this is the document entrusted to you by the section chief. Please review it immediately." Without further ado, Hironori gestured to his aide to present the file. Upon receiving it, Lu Xiong merely glanced at the contents before freezing in place. Hesitantly, he looked at Hironori, who nodded in understanding. Moments later, at the entrance of the police station, Lu Xiong personally escorted Hironori out. His heart raced with unease, pondering what the Japanese were scheming. Meanwhile, in an office on the second floor, Sumo furrowed his brow as he watched Hironori's retreating figure. "What is going on?" The action leader from the Special High Command came specifically. There must be something significant afoot. After a moment's contemplation, Sumu resolved to investigate further. Activating his intuition, Sumu exited his office and approached Lu Xiong, who wore a sycophantic expression and a smile. "Director, did Hironori come to discuss your promotion?" Cough, cough. Lu Xiong interrupted, cutting off Sumu's words. "Not this matter. Do not pry into it." At his words, Sumu's body trembled involuntarily. Until Lu Xiong's departure, Sumu's eyes remained filled with astonishment. In that fleeting moment, he had eavesdropped on Lu Xiong's inner thoughts. What a promotion. This group from the taco is deranged. They actually entrusted the rural pacification plan to be safeguarded at the police station. Isn't that absurd? This simple complaint, however, transformed into a profound revelation in Sumu's ears. The rural pacification plan had been sent to the police station. Hiss. What does the taco mean by this? A trap. This is an elaborate scheme by the taco. But how did they know there were fish at the police station? In an instant, Sumu recalled the intelligence he had previously reported to the Shanghai station. A coincidence? Damn, it cannot be mere chance. The Japanese must be aware that the rural pacification plan has been compromised. There is a traitor within the Shanghai station. Chapter 17. Urgent Contact, the Anxious Intelligence Division. In Shanghai, at the police precinct, Sumu sat in his position, his expression grave as he pondered the current situation. He had eavesdropped on the heartfelt confessions of Lu Xiong, and through his deductions, the most significant suspicion arose. There was a traitor within the Shanghai station. Coincidence? Sumu would never entertain such a notion. As an undercover agent, overlooking a single point of suspicion could lead to his own demise. If there were indeed a mole in the Shanghai station, then the Special High Command would not have dispatched documents pertaining to the pacification plan. Deep in thought, Sumu quickly eliminated personnel from the Shanghai station from his list of suspects. Firstly, he could rule out his superior contact, codenamed Old Ghost, Zhang Aming. Next, he excluded the head of the intelligence division and the combat chief of the Shanghai station. According to Old Ghost's previous statement, only these three individuals were privy to his information. If any of them were traitors, he would surely be in the interrogation room of the Special High Command by now. After dismissing these individuals, Sumu focused his attention on the intelligence division of the Shanghai station. Such sensitive information as the pacification plan would not be known to an ordinary operational team. Only the combat chief and the intelligence personnel would have access to it. Cursing under his breath, a cold glint flickered in Sumu's eyes. He needed to identify the mole swiftly. Guarding against external threats is one thing, but a traitor within is far more perilous. If the mole truly resided in the intelligence division, his safety would be gravely jeopardized. Should the intelligence division be compromised, there would be no escape for him. With this thought, Sumu retrieved his handgun from his waist and began to clean it meticulously. In the police precinct, within the director's office, the members of the Special High Command presented a document to him, which undoubtedly harbored issues. Holding the pacification plan in his hands, he understood that if such confidential material were to be lost within the precinct, the consequences would be dire. The Special High Command could not possibly be unaware of this unless it was a deliberate act. Although Lu Xiong had secured his position through flattery, his ability to gauge the Japanese mindset was not to be underestimated. As he regained his composure, Lu Xiong seemed to have grasped the potential scenario. Glancing at the document, he felt it was a hot potato. "Bring this document immediately to the archive room for top-secret preservation," he commanded. Lu Xiong resolved to ensure that this sensitive material would not be stored in his own safe. As evening descended upon the police precinct, after parting ways with his subordinates, Sumu returned to his residence with a heavy heart. The events of the day made it clear to him that he must swiftly unearth the mole. Otherwise, should anything transpire in the intelligence division of the French concession, he could very well find himself entangled in a dire situation. Contemplating this, Sumu altered his appearance and, donning a black coat, swiftly vanished into the night. In Shanghai's French concession, intelligence officer Zhang Anming sat in his room, stifling a yawn as he prepared to relinquish his post to the incoming guard. As an operative, even in the French concession, vigilance was paramount, especially for those tasked with intelligence. Suddenly, the shrill ring of the telephone shattered the silence. In an instant, Zhang's fatigue evaporated. An urgent call? Without hesitation, he answered the phone. "Uncle, Auntie will arrive in Shanghai tomorrow at 5 in the afternoon. You must go to meet her. Upon hearing the coded message, Zhang furrowed his brow, taken aback. This signal indicated that the mountain rabbit wished to make an urgent rendezvous with him. Understood. I will wait for him at the old gate of the station tomorrow at 5, he replied, preparing to hang up when another voice came through the receiver. Uncle and Auntie are coming alone. Tell your wife to ensure she is there. Otherwise, she will have nowhere to go. The unnecessary reminder sent a jolt through Zhang's heart. Understood, he gasped, quickly hanging up the phone, though a tempest brewed within him. Are you all right, Zhang? Inquired a colleague from the intelligence department, who had come to relieve him, noticing his agitation. No worries. I just need to speak with the chief, Zhang replied, forcing himself to regain composure. With renewed resolve, he ascended to the second floor. After a while, the already slumbering head of the intelligence department, Ren Kong, was roused by his trusted aide, Anyo. Chief, I have intelligence to report. Please. Ren Kong, somewhat displeased at Zhang's sudden visit, glanced at him. Despite his irritation, he allowed Zhang to draw near, recalling the favor owed to the mountain rabbit. However, it was rather audacious for Zhang to interrupt him so abruptly. It's an urgent message from the mountain rabbit, Zhang interjected, sensing Ren Kong's displeasure. Upon hearing this, Ren Kong's expression softened slightly. Anyo, step outside and ensure no one approaches, he instructed his aide, who promptly complied, closing the door behind him. Now speak, Ren Kong said, fixing his gaze on Zhang Aming. The latter cast a glance around before quietly moving closer, revealing all the intelligence regarding the mountain rabbit. What? The previously indifferent Ren Kong was abruptly shaken by Zhang Aming's report, his body involuntarily quivering. Chief, this is what the mountain rabbit conveyed. Zhang Aming's expression turned grim, although he had yet to make contact with the mountain rabbit. The final signal from the other party was alarmingly clear. There was only one possibility that I could fathom. He refrained from elaborating further. Meanwhile, Ren Kong, sitting in his position, also contemplated that very possibility. There was indeed a mole within the department. The mountain rabbit had learned of the information and sought to prevent Zhang Aming from making contact, ensuring the news did not spread within the department. You must leave here immediately and inform no one. Ren Kong glanced out the window. If the intelligence from the mountain rabbit were indeed true, the intelligence department would be in grave danger. Without alarming anyone, he needed to discern what had transpired. Tomorrow, after meeting with the mountain rabbit, we shall convene at the dark blue CAF in the French concession. After reaffirming the meeting place with Zhang Aming, the latter nodded and turned to depart. Watching the figure vanish into the night, Ren Kong felt his heart leap into his throat. There was a mole within the intelligence department. But where did the treachery lie? Within his ranks or the subordinate intelligence team? Where was the mole lurking? Chapter 18. Sources of Intelligence. The 3rd Security Division. A smokescreen. Shanghai, Huajia. Jing'an Park. Time is running out. Sitting on a bench, Zhang Aming glanced at his watch. The appointed time was fast approaching. However, he had yet to catch a glimpse of Shantu's figure. As an experienced agent, it was impossible for him not to feel anxious about this matter involving Shantu. In fact, Zhang Aming found himself pondering whether Shantu had been compromised. If there was a mole within the intelligence department who had discovered Shantu's identity, his rendezvous could very well end in disaster. Nevertheless, despite the lurking danger, Zhang Aming felt compelled to be here at this moment. Tick, tick, tick. The sound of the clock echoed in his tense heart, offering no solace. Zhang Aming remained vigilant, alert to his surroundings. Meanwhile, in another corner of the park, the disguised Su Mu surveyed the area with keen eyes. He had arrived early that morning to lie in wait, even circling the vicinity several times to eavesdrop on the thoughts of everyone in the park. Only when he was certain that everything was secure did he dare to appear. It seemed that the old ghosts were safe for the time being. Muttering to himself, Su Mu gradually moved closer. Moments later, an unsettling thought crossed Zhang Aming's mind. Where was Shantu? As the appointed time came and went without Shantu's appearance, unease began to gnaw at him. If Shantu failed to show, it could only mean one thing. He had been captured. Uncle, Aunt sends her regards. Everything at home is well, and Aunt asks you not to worry. Just as Zhang Aming contemplated leaving, a middle-aged man carrying a shoe repair box approached, uttering the code phrase. Upon seeing Shantu, now in disguise, appear before him, Zhang Aming felt a weight lift off his chest. Boss, shoe shine? As Shantu settled in front of him to polish his shoes, Zhang Aming quietly inquired about what had transpired. Listening intently to Zhang Aming's thoughts, Su Mu finally exhaled deeply, reassured that the other party was safe. The rural pacification operation has been compromised. The taco has already been informed. With those simple words, Zhang Aming's heart skipped a beat. How could this be? In just a few days, the taco had learned of this matter? How did you find out? The 3rd Security Division in Shanghai received a plan for the rural pacification operation. Looking up at his superior, Su Mu felt a surge of caution and wariness. That plan had been deliberately delivered to the 3rd Security Division by taco personnel for safekeeping. Wait. Hearing Shantu's report, Zhang Aming stared at him in astonishment. The The 3rd Security Division? Aren't you undercover at the police station? How could you possibly know about the Security Division's intelligence? And such top-secret information at that? In that moment, Zhang Anming found himself hesitating, lost in thought. He truly wished to inquire how Sumu had come to know of this matter. After all, it appeared rather perplexing. Overhearing the innermost thoughts of others, Sumu was certainly aware of Zhang Anming's skepticism. However, after this incident, he felt compelled to exercise caution. The 3rd security officer was also among those who attended the previous meeting. During the intermission, Sumu had clandestinely eavesdropped on the thoughts of the other party's translator. This time, Sumu intentionally brought the individual into the fray. Since the special high section sought to test, it was improbable that they would only probe a single police precinct. The likelihood was high that all attendees from the last meeting would undergo scrutiny. Should Sumu directly state that the police precinct had received the Rural Pacification Plan document sent by the special high section, this piece of information would spell disaster if an insider learned of it. He would surely be left utterly bewildered. As for the possibility of being mistaken, that the 3rd security officer had not received the document, then it could merely serve as a smokescreen for the Japanese. In any case, Sumu was unconcerned. In this situation, he could not afford to expose any information about himself within the police precinct. I am aware of this matter and will report it to the section chief immediately upon my return. Zhang Anming cast a suspicious glance at Sumu, sensing that the so-called 3rd security officer might very well be a fabrication. It was highly probable that Shancheng was aware of an insider within the station and was employing this tactic to conceal his identity. Nevertheless, the old ghost did not seem overly perturbed by such behavior. Given the presence of an insider, this was a necessary evil. Who could predict when a moment of carelessness might unveil one's true identity? By the way, the funds have already been transferred to you. Headquarters has generously allocated an additional 500 francs as a bonus. Slowly rising, Zhang Anming glanced at his polished shoes, handed over a banknote, and then quietly departed. Upon discovering the source of the leak, Zhang Anming was eager to return to the French concession to report the situation to Rincon. There had only been a handful of individuals involved in the rural pacification operation. If an insider were among them, it would indeed spell trouble. Watching the other's retreating figure, Sumu also put away the shoe-shining kit, and upon hearing about the 500 francs bonus, he couldn't help but shake his head. Engaging in life-and-death endeavors for such a meager sum, this was akin to the covert agents during the War of Resistance. Were it not for the fervent patriotism burning within their hearts, who would be willing to risk their lives for such a paltry amount? He hoped the station could uncover the insider. He mused inwardly that if they could not find the traitor, he would have no choice but to take the risk and venture forth himself. With his ability to perceive thoughts, he could undoubtedly identify the insider. However, this would mean that the personnel in the intelligence department would also come into contact with him. If even one were apprehended, he would surely be implicated. Sumu would not dare to act recklessly unless absolutely necessary. Carrying the shoe-shining kit, he navigated through the park, taking several turns before darting into a hidden alley, disappearing within its confines. After a brief moment, at the entrance of Chinmen Alley, the atmosphere of the new year permeated the air. The young lady smiled radiantly upon seeing him, humming a cheerful tune, as Sumu strode confidently into the alley. Sugur, you have returned. Aunt Chen, are you eating? The neighbors, observing Sumu clad in a striking tiger skin outfit, greeted him warmly. In these chaotic times, such a flamboyant attire certainly stood out. Sugur, I implore you, please save my husband. Just as Sumu reached his doorstep, Aunt Zhang rushed over, her voice tinged with desperation, as she fell to her knees before him. Her hands clutched tightly to Sumu's garment, repeatedly pleading for assistance. Aunt Zhang, what has happened? Please rise and explain. Noticing the curious gazes of the surrounding neighbors, Sumu helped her to her feet and led her into the house. However, as soon as they entered, Aunt Zhang dropped to her knees once more. Sugur, I know you work at the police station, and you must be well acquainted with the officers of the gendarmerie. My husband has been taken by them. I beseech you to help save him. Her words were laced with anguish, and although Sumu initially intended to offer his assistance, all sympathy vanished upon hearing that her husband had been captured by the gendarmerie. Aunt Zhang, I truly cannot assist you with this. You should leave and seek help elsewhere. With those words, Sumu pushed her out and closed the door, choosing to distance himself from the matter. Madness. He was a covert operative. Why would he venture into the gendarmerie's domain to rescue someone? In such tumultuous times, the naive often met untimely ends without ever grasping the peril they faced. Chapter 19. The Japanese fishers and the Intelligence Bureau casts its net. Did Shantu truly assert that? In a CAF within the French concession, Zhang Anming and Ren Kong convened to discuss the intelligence relayed by Shan Tuesday. As an experienced operative, Ren Kang's instincts alerted him to the veracity of Shan Tu's suspicions. As agents, one must never place faith in mere coincidences. Just as they reported the pacification operation, the Tokubetsu KT Kisatsu initiated their own actions. Chief, what shall we do now? Zhang Anming inquired, an air of unease permeating his demeanor. If there was indeed a mole within their intelligence bureau, the consequences would be dire, for it constituted the very heart of the Shanghai station. Return for now. As for the identity of the traitor, I shall inform the station chief. And we will unearth the culprit, Ren Kong replied, his eyes flickering with a cold glint. Images of several individuals flashed through his mind, and he had begun to hone in on a probable direction. With the leak now identified, he had a few suspects in mind. However, before proceeding, he needed to brief Station Chief Lin Dongxing. Be cautious, Chief, Zhang Aming warned, donning his hat before departing. In the French concession at the Shanghai station's headquarters, Lin Dongxing was taken aback upon hearing Ren Kang's report. His hand trembled slightly as he held his teacup. The Intelligence Bureau was of utmost significance to the Shanghai station. Not only did it contain vital agent information, but it also housed the crucial communication cipher book. Should such sensitive materials be compromised, the ramifications would be catastrophic. Station Chief. At this juncture, there is no immediate cause for alarm. The cipher book remains secure, Ren Kong reassured him, understanding Lin Dongxing's apprehensions. After providing clarity, he shared his deductions. According to the intelligence from Shantu, the actions of the Tokubetsuke Tikisatsu were undoubtedly a form of phishing, a test. This indicated that the adversary was unaware of Shantu's true identity, effectively eliminating the possibility of the informant Old Gui being the source of the leak. Given their knowledge of the pacification operations breach, Ren Kong surmised that the issue likely originated from the second group of the Intelligence Bureau reporting back to the Mountain City. The only individuals aware of the pacification operation, apart from Old Gui, were the members of the second group responsible for dispatching reports. Ren Kong handed Lin Dongxing the profiles of the 4 members of the second group. Unlike others, these individuals were long-standing members of the Lixing Society. Lin Dongxing scrutinized their profiles, his expression laden with gravitas and complexity. The betrayal of the Lixing Society's veterans to the Japanese was a bitter pill for him to swallow, eliciting a sense of indignation. Setting aside the intelligence documents, Lin Dongxing exhaled deeply, directing his gaze towards Ren Kong. If they wish to fish, then we shall cast our own lines. A chilling smirk graced his lips, his eyes now reflecting a cold murderous intent. In the French concession, at the Zafei Road ballroom, laughter erupted. Ha ha. Come, let us not depart until we are thoroughly intoxicated. In the corner of the ballroom, a middle-aged man who appeared to be in his 40s embraced a stunning woman, boasting loudly as he drank heartily with his companions. After a while, he rose slowly and announced, "You all keep drinking. I need to relieve myself." With a swaying gait, he staggered toward the restroom, clearly inebriated. However, the moment he stepped into the stall, the drunken haze vanished from his visage. "Kisan-kun, you have arrived." A voice in Japanese emanated from the adjacent stall, causing the middle-aged man's brow to furrow. "This time, we require you to procure information on the Intelligence Department's Mountain Rabbit." A new envelope containing a reward was passed from another stall, revealing the task at hand. Upon hearing the request for information on Mountain Rabbit, the man's expression darkened considerably. The data on Mountain Rabbit was far beyond the reach of individuals like him, particularly after Boss Dai had ordered the destruction of such information in Yincheng. Consequently, their intelligence unit had little access to any details about undercover agents, as all communications had become singular and isolated. Furthermore, Kisan-kun, in no way hopes you can swiftly locate the Intelligence Department or the Shanghai Station's base. The cold words deepened the man's distress. He too wished to uncover the location promptly. Unfortunately, he genuinely did not know where the intelligence base was situated. Clenching the envelope in his hand and recalling the promises made by the Japanese, he hesitated but ultimately gritted his teeth and declared, "Give me 2 days, 2 days. And I will certainly uncover the location." Fortune favors the bold. He had already aligned himself with the Japanese. If he delayed any further and was discovered, the consequences would be dire. Thus, he resolved to take a risk. If successful, he would enjoy the fruits of his labor among the Japanese. "Very well, Inoue-san. I await your good news." With those words exchanged, the atmosphere returned to its previous calm. After washing his face and looking into the mirror, he slapped his cheeks, rallying himself. "I am destined for greatness. No one shall impede my path." Motivated by his own resolve, he turned and departed. In Shanghai, at No. 30, Tianmu Road in the French concession, Han Shan, the leader responsible for the area, frowned as he noticed one of his team members was missing. What could Lally be doing? Why hasn't he returned? Is there any intelligence, leader? Inquired Zhu Ming, an intelligence officer beside him, with curiosity. Once they retreated into the French concession, their intelligence unit often remained silent. They had no choice. Both undercover agents and operational teams could not act recklessly within the Chinese territory. "Leader, Lally has returned." Just as Han Shan was about to speak, the voice of the informant echoed at the entrance. "Leader, I went to the ballroom to gauge the sentiments of the French and returned late." Li Quishan, upon his return, offered an explanation. Han Shan, however, paid it little heed, for this was indeed Li Quishan's duty. "Xiao Zhu, prepare to send a telegram at once." Han Shan glanced at the telegrapher Zhu Ming and succinctly conveyed the message. Inform headquarters that we have located the whereabouts of the Special High Commissioner Yamamoto and inquire whether we should proceed with the assassination plan. Upon hearing these words, the expressions of those present shifted dramatically, and Zhu Ming's eyes sparkled with anticipation. The whereabouts of the Special High Commissioner? This was splendid news, at long last. They could eliminate this treacherous fiend. Cursing under his breath, Zhu Ming hurriedly made his way to the radio station upstairs. Meanwhile, Li Quishan, though his face betrayed no emotion, was internally shaken by this startling revelation. The whereabouts of the Special High Commissioner? How could this be possible? No, this must be reported. Such significant intelligence is undoubtedly of immense value. Chapter 20. The Young Mountain Rabbit and the Betrayer, Li Quishan. Beneath the cloak of night in the French concession, Li Quishan addressed the vigilante Han Shan. You should retire for the evening. I shall keep watch. Han Shan nodded silently before departing. As the sound of his footsteps faded into the distance, Li Quishan awaited patiently, and only when the soft sounds of slumber filled the air did he exhale deeply. He glanced at the sleeping figures, refraining from immediate action, and chose to wait until the latter part of the night before stealthily leaving his lodgings. Unbeknownst to him, outside his dwelling, a pair of eyes was fixed intently upon everything within. In the mountain city, Intelligence Bureau Boss, information from the Shanghai station. The office director, Mao Cheng, personally delivered the intelligence from the Shanghai station. Setting the document aside, Boss Dai raised an eyebrow slightly. A traitor had emerged within the Shanghai Station's intelligence division. This revelation ignited a murderous intent in his gaze. These individuals were veterans of the Lixing Society. Yet, it was precisely because of this that their betrayal incited even greater fury. Boss, Lin Dongxing from the Shanghai Station inquired whether we should retain the traitor after capturing him. Or, Mao Cheng whispered, well aware of Boss Dai's profound disdain for traitors, particularly those affiliated with the Lixing Society. Humph. Though his fishing techniques are commendable, the Japanese are no fools. Boss Dai remarked, glancing at the document before discarding it onto the table. Although Lin Dongxing's operation appeared flawlessly executed, even omitting any mention of the cleansing operation, it merely provided temporary protection for the mountain rabbit. Deceiving the Japanese indefinitely was utterly implausible. Boss, old Lin's plan seems sound to me, Mao Cheng expressed, somewhat astonished. This plan disclosed no information regarding the mountain rabbit and mentioned nothing of the cleansing operation. The mountain rabbit is still too inexperienced. He believes that fabricating a third security division will absolve him of suspicion. Boss Dai shook his head, surveying the document on the table. The mountain rabbit indeed possessed some aptitude for intelligence work, yet he was ultimately not a trained operative. If Boss Dai's suspicions were correct, the Tak Ka was deliberately testing the waters. Whether from the police department or the third security division, as long as that traitor perished, it would affirm one critical fact. There were operatives lurking within the mountain city. Doesn't that imply we cannot eliminate the adversary? Mao Cheng furrowed his brow, clearly taken aback by the Tak Ka's cunning stratagem to utilize a traitor to confirm the presence of their intelligence agents. Should the traitor from the intelligence division be killed, the mountain rabbit's whereabouts would be compromised. Rubbing his temples, Boss Dai glanced at the document once more before ultimately waving his hand. One path led to the potential exposure of the mountain rabbit's general location, while the other concerned a traitor embedded within the intelligence division. Act swiftly. Send a telegram to the Shanghai station. Once the identity of the traitor is confirmed, execute immediately. Although the mountain rabbit is an exceptional intelligence officer, in the eyes of Boss Dai, the intelligence division of the Shanghai station holds greater significance. A single string pulled can affect the entire tapestry. There must be no issues within the intelligence division. Upon receiving Boss Dai's orders, Mao Cheng promptly turned and headed towards the telecommunications room. The next day, in the French concession, the station master of Shanghai received directives from headquarters. At this moment, Ren Kong was relaying the intelligence from headquarters. Observing the analyses and the orders to eliminate the internal traitor, Lin Dongxing's expression was notably complex. Boss Dai had pointed out the shortcomings in his plan. The eagerness to ensnare had rendered the mountain rabbit vulnerable to exposure. Station master, if we proceed with the killing now, the mountain rabbit will be exposed before the Special High Commission. Ren Kong expressed his concerns. Eliminating the traitor could lead to the mountain rabbit being discovered by the Special High Commission. Has the traitor been identified? Lin Dongxing inquired, setting down the documents. Eager to uncover the identity of the betrayer, it was none other than Li Quishan, a veteran from the 2nd Intelligence Group. The scene from the previous night, where Li Quishan departed, had been observed clearly by those he had arranged. The latter had concealed the intelligence in a corner of the dance hall, which was then secretly retrieved by someone else. This was nearly irrefutable evidence. Li Quishan possessed a wealth of information regarding the intelligence division. Such a person must not be allowed to remain. Glancing at the dossier on the individual, Lin Dongxing concluded that this type of character could not be spared, for the potential threat was far too great. Fortunately, the current Shanghai station operated with each group maintaining a single line of communication. Only Ren Kong, the head of the intelligence division, was aware of the station's location. Otherwise, Lin Dongxing felt that he might be captured by the Japanese. He promptly arranged for an action group, determined that there could be no leniency. The Mountain Rabbit, ultimately merely an intelligence officer with some capability, paled in comparison to the entirety of the Shanghai station. Allowing Li Quishan to survive another day posed a risk of the entire Shanghai station being eradicated by the Japanese. Having received the orders, Ren Kong refrained from further words, turning immediately to contact the action group to prepare for action. In the afternoon, at the 2nd Intelligence Group's stronghold. "Old Li, come with me for a moment." Upon receiving Ren Kang's command, Han Shan called out to Li Quishan and then led him outside. Despite his confusion regarding Han Shan's summons, Li Quishan thought little of it. After all, he was his superior, and perhaps he was merely assigning him a task. However, as Han Shan turned into a narrow alley, Li Quishan began to sense something amiss. "Old Han, are you going to?" Before he could finish his sentence, a figure darted past, and a weathered hand swiftly covered his mouth, a cold glint flashing before his eyes. "The boss says you have disappointed him." The chilling words echoed in his ears, and as he felt the warm flow of blood from his throat, despair engulfed Li Quishan. Exposed? How could that be? How could he possibly be discovered? It was over. This time he was finished. Feeling the passage of life, Li Quishan succumbed without struggle, lying down upon the ground. Beside him, Han Shan spread a mat over his companion, then swiftly vanished with the members of the action team. It was not until some time later that a passing beggar returned. "Ah, a dead man." The exclamation echoed, startling the detectives of the French concession. In Shanghai, at the Inoue mansion, a furious roar erupted upon learning of Li Quishan's demise. "Fools! You incompetent fools! You have been deceived by the mountain city." The anger was palpable as the mastermind lamented the loss of a carefully nurtured pawn, taken by the folly of false intelligence. Yet, amidst the fury, a heavy gravity settled in his heart. His pawn would not be suspected without reason, unless the mountain city had uncovered a traitor. "Come, let us go to the Special Higher Police." Chapter 21. The fishing operation. The Special High Command came up empty-handed. "Today is a splendid day, and it seems that all my wishes are coming to fruition." In the park, Sumu is humming a cheerful tune, feeling remarkably relaxed and content. The recent intelligence he received is exhilarating. The mole within the intelligence department, Li Quishan, has been eliminated. This news brings immense joy to Sumu. As for the potential risk of exposure mentioned in the intelligence, he pays it no mind whatsoever. The Special High Command intends to fish for information. He has been aware of this for quite some time. The reason he dares to act so boldly is his unshakable confidence, possessing the ability to eavesdrop on thoughts. He knows he will not encounter the clearance operations plan. Let the Special High Command suspect him, with so many departments and individuals involved. Sumu is certain they will not scrutinize him closely. Today is a day for celebration. The mole's removal has significantly enhanced the safety of the intelligence department. On the street, he purchases some cooked delicacies and a couple of ounces of white wine, proceeding with a contented demeanor toward his alley. Shanghai. Special High Command Headquarters. The section chief, Jun Inoue, has been dispatched. Kamida Tsurugi beams with delight as he converses with Yamamoto Tsutomu. Inoue, that old fox, has encountered a setback. This is indeed good news for their Special High Command. Moreover, this clearance operation not only exposed Inoue's informant, but also hinted at the existence of moles within the mountain city. They must send someone to investigate which department's plan contained the flaw. Standing by the window and gazing at the scenery outside, Yamamoto Tsutomu smirks with satisfaction. Although exposing Inoue's informant has thwarted plans against the Shanghai station, all of this is worthwhile. General Yoshikawa of the Military Police Headquarters intends to seize control over the Special High Command's appointments, and that old fox Inoue is merely a pawn in his game. Yamamoto Tsutomu does not wish to be unceremoniously usurped from his position. "Yes, Chief," Kamida Tsurugi exclaims enthusiastically. This plan can be likened to killing two birds with one stone. By simply reviewing documents across various departments, they can unearth that mountain hare. The next day, Police Headquarters. "Sugu, you have finally arrived. The chief is requesting your immediate presence." Early in the morning, just as Sumu arrives at the police headquarters, he spots Air Guzzi waiting for him at the entrance. The latter's hurried words cause a jolt of concern in Sumu's heart. Why is Lu Xiang so anxious to see him? Has something gone awry? With a sense of unease, Sumu follows Air Guzzi into the depths of the police headquarters. A moment later, "Sumu, come here quickly." Lu Xiang stands before the Special High Command agent Pinji Run, beckoning Sumu over eagerly. "Chief, Taijun." The appearance of the Special High Command agent heightens Sumu's vigilance. The mole was eliminated yesterday, and now the Special High Command is making its move today. Lu Song, regarding the previous Rural Pacification Action Plan, which individuals from your police department have reviewed or come into contact with it? Hirano spoke, asserting that now the plan had been completed. There was no longer any need for concealment. Listening to Sumu's translation, Lu Xiong's expression slightly tightened, yet he quickly forced a smile, saying, "Hirano-kun, you can simply inquire at the archives about who has accessed this plan." Remembering that he had carelessly left the plan in the archives, Lu Xiong felt an overwhelming sense of relief at that moment. Sumu, please escort Hirano-kun and his team to the archives, Lu Xiong instructed, but after a moment's thought, he concocted an excuse and made a discreet exit. This rural pacification action plan was undoubtedly a ticking time bomb, and Lu Xiong was unwilling to tread upon it. Observing Lu Xiong's departure, the three special agents brought by Hirano exhibited no reaction. To the special agents, the likelihood of Lu Xiong leaking information was negligible. Hirano had come this time to identify those within the police department who were aware of the matter. Hirano-kun, this way please. Recovering some composure, Sumo felt a surge of gratitude as he watched Lu Xiong dismissively leave and discard the plan in the archives. Lead the way, Hirano instructed, and they proceeded toward the archives on the first floor. After a thorough examination of the archives, Hirano promptly ordered the apprehension of the archives custodians and the two police officers who had consulted the files during this period, bringing them back for interrogation by the special agents. Chief, help. I truly haven't seen any documents regarding the rural pacification action. Commander, I'm innocent. I was merely checking employee records. Captain, save me. I know nothing. Early in the morning within the police department, the cries of the three echoed, causing many to tremble in fear and remain silent. Even Lu Xiong, the police chief, stood by, paralyzed with trepidation as the special agents carried out their arrests. After all, they were the dogs of the Japanese. In matters concerning leaks, how could he dare to interject? Only after Hirano had taken the three away did Lu Xiong finally exhale in relief, thankful that he had submitted the documents to the archives. Otherwise, within his own little vault, who could predict what calamities might have ensued? Sumu, tonight you and I must visit the concession area, make all the necessary arrangements. Initially, Lu Xiong intended to proceed cautiously, but with the special agent's aggressive actions, he realized that as the chief, he could no longer afford to be complacent. If this continued, who knew if the next victim would be him? Having overheard Lu Xiong's apprehensive thoughts, Sumu understood his cowardice well. Rest assured, Chief, I will ensure everything is arranged properly. With that, Sumu departed the police department to organize matters in the concession area. Stepping out of the police department and watching the direction the special agents had taken, Sumu couldn't help but smile disdainfully. The special hire police, this group of cunning individuals, indeed excels in scheming. However, to believe that they could capture him using such methods is nothing short of a fantasy. Intelligence? He has never even come into contact with any information. Let us see how these old foxes will apprehend him. As night descended, Hirano-kun from the Shanghai Special Hire Police, you have greatly disappointed me. Yamamoto Tsukuro, upon reading Hirano's report, felt a chill sweep over his face. A full day had passed. Their Special Hire Police had arrested over 10 individuals from the City Hall, Police Department, and Security Command, yet under their interrogation, there had been no progress whatsoever. This left Yamamoto Tsukuro deeply dissatisfied. In his view, the death of the mole in no way indicated that the plan for the pacification operation must have been compromised. Consequently, those who had been privy to the plan must include the elusive mountain rabbit. However, the individuals they had detained did not acknowledge this at all. Chief, could it be that the mountain rabbit is not among them? Hirano inquired softly, his confidence wavering. Impossible. Yamamoto Tsukuro asserted firmly, convinced that his plan could not fail. Among those who were aware of the information, the mountain rabbit must undoubtedly be one of them. Unbeknownst to Yamamoto, at that very moment, Sumu was reveling in a izakaya within the Japanese concession, joyfully drinking. Haha, Lu-san, Su-san, you are all my good brothers. Come, let us drink. Chapter 22, A Scheme for Escape, The Gendarmes to the Rescue. Lu-song, rest assured, I have already spoken to my elder brother regarding your affairs. There will undoubtedly be no issues. At this moment, Major Nakano, with one arm draped around the young lady and the other clutching a large yellow croaker, spoke with a sense of contentment. As long as there is money, there will be absolutely no problems with Lu Xiong's transfer to the municipal office. Observing that Major Nakano had managed to settle the matter, Lu Xiong felt a wave of relief wash over him. Nakano-jun, should this endeavor succeed, I shall express my profound gratitude. After experiencing the recent events at the police station, Lu Xiong was increasingly eager to vacate his current position. Although the police station could arrest and extort, he had amassed sufficient wealth. He must have a life to enjoy it. Yoshi, Lu-song, you are truly my good brother. Nakano-chi, in the future, should you encounter any issues in Shanghai, do not hesitate to seek me out. Upon hearing the mention of money, Nakano-chi beamed with satisfaction, patting Lu Xiong on the shoulder and offering his unequivocal assurance. Meanwhile, Sumu silently eavesdropped on their exchange. Understanding Nakano-chi, the gendarme major, he recognized him as avaricious and lecherous. As long as there is money, he would dare to undertake any venture. Moreover, his influential background was formidable. Such a person must be cultivated as an ally. With this thought, Sumu's mind began to formulate a plan. Shanghai, French concession Nakano-kun. I have secured a room for you at our usual spot. Glancing at the inebriated Nakano-chi, Sumu turned his attention to the two young ladies beside him. Remember, you must serve Nakano-kun well. Yoshi, Su sang, you are also my good brothers. In the future, should you need anything, feel free to visit the gendarmerie. The drunken Nakano-chi remarked with satisfaction, and with assistance, he wended his way toward a nearby inn. Watching him depart, Sumu began to secretly strategize. Shanghai, Huajia, Chiman Ali Zhonggur, lend me a hand. Mrs. Zhang, rejected by Sumu, continued to plead at the doorway. She found herself in a dire predicament. After all, it was the gendarmes who were arresting individuals. What could a mere woman do? Creak. Just as despair enveloped her, the door swung open, revealing Sumu's figure before her. Mrs. Zhang, please come in. After a brief glance, Sumu spoke with a hint of exasperation. Upon hearing the invitation to enter, Mrs. Zhang's eyes gleamed with hope. Seizing this opportunity, she promptly knelt down, bowing her head in gratitude. Sugur, should you be able to rescue my husband, you shall be the benefactor of my entire family. Despite her tearful expressions of gratitude, Sumu remained indifferent. In turbulent times, gratitude holds little value. Mrs. Zhang, I am already acquainted with your situation. After assessing her, Sumu sat down, having gained insight into the matter. The reason Mrs. Zhang's husband was apprehended by the gendarmes was due to smuggling controlled items, not firearms, but rather sulfanilamide. Before the advent of penicillin, sulfadrugs were the paramount antibacterial agents. In tumultuous times, these substances became objects of immense profit. Following Japan's occupation of Shanghai, stringent regulations were imposed on such medications. However, the allure of substantial profits inevitably tempted some to take risks. As you well know, rescuing someone is no mere verbal endeavor, especially when it involves extricating them from the military police. Sipping his tea, Sumu cast a glance at Aunt Zhang before him. The notion of rescuing someone from the military police was one he would have never entertained previously. Yet now, he found himself contemplating a shift in perspective. Lu Xiong. That fellow planned to flee the police station. If he were to reach the municipal hall, Sumu would find himself devoid of support at the police station, placing him in a precarious position. Thus, he was compelled to devise a new strategy for backing. After much reflection and piecing together the whispers he had overheard, Sumu resolved to embrace this perilous venture. Major Nakano of the military police was known for his avarice. Perhaps Sumu could indulge his proclivities, even if he achieved little. Maintaining a cordial relationship with the influential Major Nakano would likely prevent trouble from brewing at the police station. And Zhang, I am aware of this, she assured him, having prepared for the necessary recompense. Wiping her tears, she produced 2 large yellow croakers from her bosom and placed them before Sumu. Rest assured, as long as you can rescue my husband, I will reward you handsomely. Gasping in astonishment at the sight of the fish, Sumu marveled at the exorbitant profits in the sulfa trade. These were indeed 2 sizable fish. After weighing them in his hands, he promptly accepted them. Whether this endeavor succeeds or not, await my word, he instructed Aunt Zhang before laying out his plan. Glancing at the fish, he realized he must act swiftly. Just a few days prior, he had shared drinks with Nakano. He could not afford to let that camaraderie fade. With that thought in mind, Sumu decisively requested a leave of absence from the police station and made his way to the military police headquarters. Upon arrival, he was met with a stern command. Halt! I am Sumu, the translator for Director Liu at the police station, here to see Major Nakano. As he approached, a dark barrel of a gun was aimed directly at him. In the face of such intimidation, Sumu hastily declared his identity and purpose. Given the serious demeanor of the military police, he dared not treat the situation lightly, fully aware that they would not hesitate to use their weapons. Stand aside, he was told, and he complied, remaining utterly still. The guard retreated to report the situation, leaving Sumu feeling quite anxious amidst the heavily fortified military police headquarters. He had given his name. If Major Nakano failed to arrive, he would be left in a dire predicament. Fortunately, after only a brief moment, the figure of Nakano Haru appeared, his expression markedly displeased as he approached. Su-sang, what brings you here? Did Lu-sang send you? Nakano inquired, irritation evident in his tone. He had already resolved the matter of Lu Xiong's reassignment, so he was quite vexed by the unexpected visit. Nakano-kun, I come with a personal request and hope you might assist me, Sumu replied softly, glancing at the distant gendarmerie. Su-sang, I believe our relationship has not yet reached that level, Nakano retorted, his demeanor stern and unfamiliar as displeasure clouded his features. Observing the swift change in this insufferable fellow's countenance, Sumu hastily produced a large yellow fish from his pocket. Nakano-kun, I hope you will accept this gift. As the fish emerged, Nakano's previously frosty and distant expression transformed into a warm smile. Haha, Su-sang, you are indeed a true friend of mine, he exclaimed, embracing Sumu's shoulders and bursting into hearty laughter. Chapter 23. The cunning old fox Inoue appears, targeting the Shanghai station. Shanghai, Gendarmerie Headquarters General Yoshikawa. Yamamoto-kun is betraying the interests of the empire. Such a person deserves to be brought before a military tribunal. Inoue vented his fury at the gendarmerie commander Yoshikawa. He had painstakingly persuaded the informant to surrender, only to have this scoundrel Yamamoto Tsutomu sell him out. Not only was the informant sold, but he also gained nothing from the transaction. This was nothing short of a disgrace for the Empire's agents. Rest assured, Inoue-kun, I will certainly report this to the headquarters. I will ensure he faces consequences. Yoshikawa smiled, reveling in Yamamoto's blunder. He now had grounds to challenge the Expeditionary Forces headquarters and the homeland. He was determined to retain control over the appointment rights of the Special Higher Police in Shanghai. After soothing Inoue, who left in indignation, Yoshikawa felt a sense of satisfaction. Meanwhile, in the gendarmerie's holding cell Suzuki, do not worry. I've already looked into it. He can be released shortly. Nakano Osamu spoke with a warm smile. The gendarme responsible for guarding the prisoners, upon receiving the order, hurried off to the cell. A smuggler of sulfanilamide. In Nakano's eyes, this was nothing serious. By the way, Suzuki, this individual seems to have connections in the French concession to procure sulfanilamide. I wonder if you might be interested in investigating further? As he awaited the return of the gendarme, Suzuki felt a slight jolt at Nakano's words. Utilizing his mind-reading ability, he began to eavesdrop on Nakano's thoughts. Thoughts, huh? Sulfanilamide is highly lucrative. I cannot let this fellow slip through my fingers if he can obtain goods from the French. Thoughts. If it weren't for the Special Higher Police monitoring me, I wouldn't need to seek alternative channels. Thoughts. I hope this Suzuki understands the situation, otherwise I might have to resort to more drastic measures. Suzuki's lips twitched slightly. He had not anticipated Nakano's interest in the sulfanilamide trade. Nevertheless, upon reflection, it seemed reasonable. Although the Japanese controlled the sulfanilamide market, it was nearly impossible for the average person to acquire such goods. With this in mind, Suzuki donned a sycophantic smile and declared, Nakano-kun, just give the word, and I shall be at your service. Haha, Suzuki, from this day forth, you shall be my good friend. Nakano clapped Suzuki on the shoulder, pleased with his perceptiveness. After a moment, at the entrance of the gendarmerie Suzuki, I leave him in your hands. Inform me immediately of any news. At the gendarmerie entrance, Nakano reminded Suzuki as he issued his instructions. Once the orders were given, Suzuki finally had time to escort the battered Zhang Huqiang away. Rickshaw, come here. Shouting to a nearby rickshaw, Suzuki supported Zhang Huqiang and prepared to leave when a black sedan approached. Step aside. Accompanied by a resounding shout from a wandering samurai, Sumu beheld the cunning old fox, Inoue, stepping forth in a suit. This was indeed peculiar attire for someone from the gendarmerie. A flicker of intuition sparked within him, prompting the activation of his ability to eavesdrop on thoughts. The inner voice echoed, damn that Yamamoto Tsurin, he has betrayed my spy. Just wait. This matter is far from over. A mere whisper sent a jolt through Sumu's heart. Hiss. Yamamoto Tsurin. Wasn't he the chief of the Special Higher Police stationed in Shanghai? The betrayal of his spy? Could it be that the mole they had previously uncovered in Shanghai was the handiwork of this very individual? As Sumu yearned to glean more, he noticed that Inoue had already entered a vehicle, vanishing into the streets. This man was undoubtedly extraordinary. Casting a glance, Sumu ultimately refrained from any rash actions. He was not well versed in the art of tailing. Nonetheless, he had firmly etched the image of this old fox into his memory. He would need to remain vigilant of him in the future. In Shanghai, at Huajie, Xuanmin Alley, a lament filled the air. How had they been subjected to such torment? The wretched sight of Zhang Huqiang, reduced to a pitiful state, left Aunt Zhang in tears as she wept and cursed. Yet, she dared not utter a word against the Japanese. Sugukur, I shall fetch a doctor to tend to my husband. Your kindness shall never be forgotten. Wiping her tears, Aunt Zhang grasped Su Mu's hand, expressing her heartfelt gratitude once more. Subsequently, she discreetly handed him 2 small yellow fish, pressing them into his palm. Feeling their weight, Su Mu smiled and waved his hand dismissively, stating that as neighbors, mutual assistance was only fitting. Having secured his own benefit, he also managed to curry favor with Nakano Osamu. Sumu deemed this rescue operation a worthwhile endeavor. As for the sulfanilamide business Nakano had mentioned, he resolved to discuss it with Zhang Huqiang once he had recovered. Surely, the Japanese would not dare reject a deal that held such promise. Upon returning to his lodgings, Sumu reclined on his bed, pondering another matter. Who was the individual that had departed from the gendarmerie? Though he had intercepted the essence of the man's thoughts, the identity remained elusive. Anyone capable of persuading the elder of the Lixing Society to defect was undoubtedly more perilous than the Special Higher Police. As for reporting this information, having learned from past missteps, Sumu opted against it. Such intelligence, even if reported, would yield no actionable steps. If the intelligence division harbored another mole, it could lead to complications for him. Given the rarity of individuals who had encountered this man, it was entirely plausible that he could become embroiled in a web of trouble. Stay low, he reminded himself, his mind growing increasingly cautious and prudent regarding the future. Though the present appeared tranquil, It would not be long before the establishment of the 76th Special Agent Organization. At that moment, the true peril has only just begun. In Shanghai, the head of the French concession has observed that personnel are gradually dispersing towards the Chinese sector. As time progresses, the members of the Lixing Society, who have firmly established themselves in the French concession, are now infiltrating the Chinese territory under the orders of the Mountain City. They are covert operatives, long confined within the French concession, unable to take decisive action. But there is no need for haste. The Japanese are currently engaged in extensive searches throughout the Chinese sector. Lin Dongsheng, the station chief in Shanghai, nodded. His intelligence personnel must venture out. Otherwise, remaining in the safety of the French concession renders them powerless to act. Chief, we have received an urgent telegram from headquarters. Just as Lin Dongsheng was issuing orders, a trusted aide rushed in, bearing a message from the Mountain City headquarters. You may withdraw for now, he instructed the leaders of Action Group 1 and Action Group 2. Once everyone had departed, Lin Dongsheng opened the telegram. Bang! Upon reading the contents and commands within, Lin Dongsheng rose to his feet, his iron fist clenched tightly. Veins bulging with intensity. That treacherous fiend, I vow to eliminate him. Chapter 24. The perpetrators of the Nanjing massacre, the fatal order from headquarters. Shanghai, Police Department Sugo. Do you wish to join me for some leisure today? You may go. I have some matters to attend to. Su Mu waved dismissively, sending his subordinate Guzi on his way. With a contented expression, he hailed a rickshaw and directed it towards the gendarmerie headquarters. Zhang Huqiang had already recovered and disclosed the names of the merchants supplying goods in the French concession. After enduring the gendarmerie's torment, upon hearing of Lieutenant Nakano's interest in engaging in a sulfanilamide trade, Zhang Huqiang readily agreed. Seizing the opportunity before Lu Xiong's departure, Su Mu decisively sought to curry favor with this new benefactor. After a while at the gendarmerie headquarters, Su Mu stated, I am here to see Lieutenant Nakano. I have already made contact with him. At the entrance of the gendarmerie headquarters, Su Mu produced a cigarette, offering it to the guarding lieutenant, thereby elucidating his purpose. Upon learning that Su Mu sought Lieutenant Nakano, the gendarmerie lieutenant did not hesitate and promptly arranged for someone to inquire. Ah, you are here on behalf of Commander Nakano? The lieutenant took a puff from the cigarette, casting a more attentive glance at Su Mu. He had retained some recollection of Su Mu, who had visited several times recently. If not for his association with Lieutenant Nakano, few would dare approach the gendarmerie headquarters. In response to the lieutenant's inquiry, Su Mu merely chuckled, refraining from elaborating further. Haha, Su sang, I have been thinking about you. A hearty laughter resonated, and in came Nakano with a broad smile. Come, Su sang, let us discuss inside. With Nakano leading the way, they entered the gendarmerie headquarters. With Lieutenant Nakano as their guide, the guards along the route dared not impede their passage. After a moment, Nakano declared, I have arranged for you. Zhang Huqiang is willing to go to the French concession to procure sulfanilamide. Su sang, you truly are a remarkable friend. Upon hearing that the sulfanilamide issue had been resolved swiftly, Nakano regarded Su Mu with increasing admiration. However, Nakano-kun, there are gendarmerie forces guarding the exit of the concession, making it difficult for the medicines to pass through. Zhang Huqiang has expressed concerns. Seizing the moment while Nakano was in high spirits, Su Mu conveyed Zhang Huqiang's apprehensions. With Shanghai under Japanese occupation, all entrances to the concessions were manned by gendarmerie troops. Smuggling medicines could easily lead to detection, otherwise Zhang Huqiang would not have found himself in the gendarmerie's clutches previously. Fear not, I shall issue you a special pass. No one would dare inspect my belongings. With a grand gesture, Nakano resolved the matter. Is it merely the gendarmerie at the concession's entrance? With a special pass, no one will dare to investigate. Su sang, rest assured in your endeavors for me, and the reward shall be. Commander, just as Nakano was conversing, the door swung open, and a gendarmerie soldier began to speak, causing Nakano's expression to darken considerably. Who permitted your entry? Do you not see that I am entertaining a friend? The voice of anger resounded, and the incoming gendarmerie kept their heads bowed, not daring to utter a word. Commander, General Nakano demands your immediate presence. After General Nakano had vented for a while, the gendarmerie finally dared to speak softly. Upon hearing that it was his elder brother who summoned him, Nakano's brows furrowed in concern. Su sang, wait for me here for a moment. After instructing Su Mu, Nakano hurriedly turned to leave. Watching Nakano's retreating figure, Su Mu decisively activated his eavesdropping ability. However, to his disappointment, he gleaned no information from Nakano. The urgency with which Nakano departed surely indicated something significant. Seated in Nakano's office, Su Mu maintained his eavesdropping capability. Being in the gendarmerie headquarters, any intelligence he could overhear would be a considerable gain for him. Yet, after sitting for quite some time, he remained empty-handed. The 5-meter eavesdropping range proved to be rather limited, and as an outsider, he dared not wander about the gendarmerie headquarters recklessly. What a ridiculous banquet! As Su Mu pondered this, Nakano's voice echoed from outside the door, followed by his disdainful entrance. Inner thoughts, That useless Watanabe has already been recalled, yet he still wastes time on this ridiculous banquet. Inner thoughts. What is there to boast about? He merely slaughtered some civilians in Jinling. Sitting upright, Sumu's heart jolted at Nakano's thoughts. Jinling, civilians slaughtered. Hiss. The Jinling massacre. Musing internally, Sumu became fully attentive. Su sang, quickly have Zhang Huqiang retrieve the goods from the French concession. As for the principal and the pass, you can come pick them up tomorrow morning. Silently eavesdropping on Nakano's thoughts, Sumu momentarily set aside his concerns regarding the sulfanilamide affair. Watanabe Kenichi, Chief of Staff of the 16th Army Corps of the Shanghai Expeditionary Army, had now been summoned back to Japan by the Japanese headquarters. Sumu was not particularly familiar with this name, but he distinctly remembered the 16th Army Corps. The Jinling massacre. Half of the civilians perished beneath the feet of the 16th Army Corps. Now, this old scoundrel was returning from Shanghai. This revelation was difficult for Sumu to accept. At the entrance of the gendarmerie headquarters, General Nakano, rest assured, I will come first thing tomorrow morning to collect the items. Sumu forced a smile as he exchanged pleasantries with Nakano before hurriedly departing. Watanabe Kenichi was leaving Shanghai. This news must be reported to Yamashiro without fail. Such a butcher had long been on the assassination list in Yamashiro. Shanghai, French concession. Station master, the personnel have already dispersed. But we still do not know where the Japanese have set the location for the banquet. At this moment, Rincon furrowed his brow. Although they had received information from headquarters, they still had not ascertained the location chosen by the Japanese for the banquet. It was infuriating. This time, Fanfanxiani must not be allowed to escape. The several major generals involved in the Nanjing massacre had either been reassigned to the homeland or relocated from Shanghai. If they let this chief of staff slip away, they would truly be rendered inept. They must find out the information at all costs. Lin Dongxing's eyes were bloodshot as he issued a stern command to Rincon and the others. The Shanghai station must spare no effort to ensure that this fellow, Fanfanxiani, remained in the city. Station chief, we have received intel from the Mountain Rabbit. At that moment, the old ghost Zhang Anming hurried in, bringing the latest information from the Mountain Rabbit. Mountain Rabbit. Lin Dongxing murmured in confusion as he glanced at the intelligence, and his eyes immediately sparkled with intensity. Good. You must contact the Mountain Rabbit at once. Ensure he thoroughly investigates the location of the banquet. Chapter 25. A chance encounter with Yamamoto Tsukuro, the address successfully acquired. In Shanghai, at the Huajie station, it is imperative for you to ascertain the specific location of the Japanese banquet. You must act swiftly. On a park bench, Zhang Anming sat perusing a newspaper, speaking to Sumu beside him. This time, the headquarters has issued a lethal order concerning Fan Benxian. The responsibility for execution falls upon our Shanghai station. The sooner we ascertain the hotel hosting the banquet, the sooner we can arrange for personnel to infiltrate. Understood. I shall endeavor to gather intelligence. Upon hearing that the headquarters had also issued a lethal command, Sumu's expression grew markedly serious. Although gleaning the time and location of the Japanese banquet posed certain challenges, it was not insurmountable for him. With Fan Benxian being summoned back to the homeland, the banquet would undoubtedly invite numerous prominent figures from Shanghai. Individuals such as the police chief Lu Xiong and Major Nakano of the gendarmerie would surely be informed. By engaging with them more frequently, the likelihood of eavesdropping on the address and time would significantly increase, particularly regarding Major Nakano. After meeting with his superior, Sumu turned into an alley, shed his disguise, and returned to the police station. Seated in the police station's office, Sumu observed the busy action team outside. His brow furrowed as he contemplated the current mission. Acquiring information about the Japanese banquet was not particularly difficult. The only challenge lay in obtaining the details before the Japanese made their announcement, thereby allowing for the arrangement of personnel to infiltrate. Otherwise, once the Japanese revealed their invitation to the Shanghai dignitaries, the hotel would likely have already undergone scrutiny. At that point, not even a fly would be able to enter. Relying on Lu Xiong was no longer an option. After some deliberation, Sumu dismissed the idea of involving Lu Xiong. Even if the police chief could secure an invitation, it would likely be too late. Currently, the only potential source for obtaining information was the gendarmerie headquarters. Both the gendarmerie and the Taco would undoubtedly prepare in advance. Contemplating this, Sumu reached a decisive conclusion. At the Shanghai Taco, news arrived for Section Chief Sashimi. The head of the intelligence unit, Kamita Takuji, presented the latest information to Yamamoto Tsukuro before him. Their mole embedded within the Shanghai station had relayed crucial intelligence. Upon glancing at the report, Yamamoto Tsukuro's previously calm demeanor morphed into one of intense fury. Damn it, they actually intend to assassinate Fancoin. His expression turned icy as he cursed under his breath. Swiftly reaching for the telephone before him, Fan Benxian was the chief of staff for the Shanghai Expeditionary Forces and had recently received a promotion from headquarters, returning to serve in the homeland. If anything were to go awry during his banquet in Shanghai, it would indeed spell immense trouble. Rest assured, General Okamoto, I will ensure the safety of the banquet. Setting down the telephone, Yamamoto Tsukuro turned his gaze toward Kamida Tsuruhachi before issuing a directive. You must immediately procure information regarding the assassination plan at the Shanghai station. It is imperative that Hanakuin remains unharmed. Aware of the gravity of the situation, Kamida Tsuruhachi nodded in agreement and hastily departed. Yamamoto Tsukuro cast a glance out the window, ultimately deciding against taking a seat. The assassination of Han and Kenichi at the Shanghai station was a matter that required immediate reporting to the military police headquarters. Furthermore, the security level for the upcoming banquet must be elevated. With this thought in mind, Yamamoto Tsukuro rose decisively and strode towards the military police headquarters. In Shanghai, at the military police headquarters, Nakano spoke enthusiastically from his office. We have prepared the 2,000 taels. Zhang Huqiang is ready to procure the goods from the French concession. Nakano was eager to secure the sulfanilamide business, with Sumu and Zhang Huqiang investing 2,000 taels for a 20% share, while Nakano himself contributed 3,000 taels for an 80% stake. Yoshi Sumu, you are truly my good friend, Nakano exclaimed, clapping Sumu on the shoulder. His spirits soaring at the prospect of profiting from the 5,000 taels of sulfanilamide he intended to resell. Sumu, here are 2 special passes, Nakano added, handing over the passes with a sense of pride. Sumu, taken aback by the unexpected gift, quickly grasped the underlying implications of Nakano's gesture. Sumu, be cautious. Zhang Huqiang is unreliable. You should accompany him to the French concession, Nakano warned, his concern evident. With 3,000 taels at stake, he could not afford to let his investment slip away. Nodding in agreement, Sumu accepted the task without hesitation. Sumu, allow me to escort you out. Having finalized their arrangements, Nakano led Sumu towards the exit of the military police headquarters, where outsiders were not permitted to roam freely. However, as Nakano opened the door and stepped out, he unexpectedly collided with Yamamoto Tsukuro. Baka. Yamamoto cursed upon impact, his irritation flaring as he recognized Nakano's reckless demeanor. Inwardly, he berated Nakano, questioning how General Yoshikawa could entrust the security of the Linhai Grand Hotel to such a fool. This is unacceptable. I must address this issue. Hanakuin's safety is of utmost importance. Continuing to eavesdrop on thoughts, Sumu, emerging from the room, felt a chill at Yamamoto's inner monologue. So, the Linhai Grand Hotel is where Hanakuin's safety is at stake. Internally gleeful, Sumu maintained a facade of trepidation, lowering his gaze. Nakano-kun, this is the military police headquarters. Not just anyone can be brought in. Confronted by the formidable presence of Nakano Osamu, Yamamoto Tsutomu cast a glance at Sumu and immediately rebuked him in a stern voice. In that moment, Nakano Osamu, taken aback by Yamamoto's admonition, refrained from offering any retorts. With a disdainful huff and a sidelong glance at Sumu, Yamamoto Tsutomu proceeded towards General Yoshikawa's office. It was not until the departure of the other party that Sumu finally exhaled a sigh of relief. Nakano Osamu, with a dismissive curl of his lip, restored his smile, and, with an air of nonchalance, strode out alongside Sumu. Sumu, you shall handle this matter. I await your favorable news, he declared, patting Sumu on the shoulder, a sentiment that Sumu understood all too well. Nakano-kun, I shall not disappoint your expectations. With the desired information now in hand, a radiant smile graced Sumu's face as he glanced towards the command headquarters. Ah, Yamamoto Tsutomu. My heartfelt gratitude is owed to you this time. Without you, I would have remained oblivious to this vital information. Chapter 26, So much intelligence at the police station? Whilst I was perplexed. Station chief, news has arrived from Shantu. Inside the Shanghai station of the French concession, Lin Dongxing was troubled by the dinner address of Fan Binxian. When Rincong hurried in, his face alight with joy. Is there news? Lin Dongxing's expression brightened, filled with delight yet tinged with a hint of astonishment and disbelief. How quickly had Shantu managed to gather intelligence? This pace was rather astonishing. Chief, take a look. Handing the information to Lin Dongxing, the latter glanced at it, and an expression of ecstasy spread across his face. Excellent. With this, we can prepare in advance. Lin Dongxing's heart swelled with joy. Now armed with the precise address, their personnel could make necessary arrangements ahead of time. Such gatherings typically attract heightened security measures from the Japanese Special High Police and the Mei Agency. If they waited for the Japanese to announce it, the hotel would be sealed tighter than a drum. No one, not even a mouse, could slip through. Shantu had indeed rendered a tremendous service. Lin Dongxing admired the effort, recognizing that many had been dispatched from the Shanghai station in pursuit of intelligence. Ironically, it was the least expected Shantu who accomplished the task first. Were it not for the knowledge that the informant was at the police station, Lin Dongxing might have suspected them to be at the military police headquarters. The speed of acquiring this information was truly astounding. Shantu's news, it must remain confidential, correct? Lin Dongxing's gaze turned to Rincong as he inquired. After the previous incident involving an informant within the intelligence division, Lin Dongxing had no choice but to elevate the level of confidentiality and proceed with caution. Only Shantu's superior, Lao Gui, is aware of this matter. no one else is informed. As the head of the intelligence division, Ren Kong understood the protocols of intelligence work. The fewer individuals privy to such critical information, the safer it would be. Lin Daoxing nodded, his eyes gleaming with determination. His fist pounding heavily on the table. Very well, I shall personally select the elite to ensure we capture this scoundrel Fan Benxian. The enmity of Jinling has ignited the fury of our people. The perpetrator, Fan Benxian, must pay for his blood debts. Shanghai, Huajia, Qimin Alley. The message had been transmitted. One could only hope that this time the Shanghai station would deliver. Walking home, Sumu silently prayed. This time, he had informed them of the dinner location in advance. If, under such ample preparation, the Shanghai station failed to handle the matter concerning the scoundrel Fan Benxian, Sumu would truly be at a loss. As for taking matters into his own hands, ridiculous. Sumu was uncertain if he would even be allowed to attend the banquet. Such significant gatherings were typically reserved for military personnel, the special high police, the Mei Agency, consulates, and the prominent figures of the municipal hall. Whether Lu Xiong had the qualifications was an unknown factor, let alone for someone of his status as a mere deputy captain of a small action team. Shaking his head, Sumu dismissed the thought. He still clings to his useful existence, continuing to endure. Sugur, you have finally returned. Upon entering the alley, Zhang Huqiang eagerly approached. Clearly having waited for quite some time. I have brought back the pass and the silver dollars. Tomorrow morning, we shall venture into the French concession. Accepting the cigarette offered by the other, Sumu took a puff and promptly divulged the plans for retrieving the goods the following day. Nakano was uneasy about Zhang Huqiang going alone, insisting that Sumu accompany him. Naturally, Zhang Huqiang dared not voice any complaints regarding this. Sugur, about the share. Zhang Huqiang's words faltered as he caught the look of disdain from Sumu. If you are dissatisfied, I can send you to the gendarmerie to discuss it with Major Nakano? Sumu scoffed, a cold smile gracing his lips. This time, in the sulfanilamide business. Not only did they run errands, but they also invested 2,000 silver dollars. And the result? A mere 20% share. Zhang Huqiang received 1%. And Sumu another. The profit was utterly meager. Huh, nonsense. Zhang Huqiang grinned widely, adopting a sycophantic demeanor. Sugur, everything is at your discretion. His thoughts, bah. A lackey of the Japanese, my connections, and he dares to offer me but 1%. Overhearing his thoughts and witnessing his internal curses, Sumu could not help but chuckle. Indeed, in the face of profit, previous debts of gratitude were mere trifles. All right, here is the special pass, 100 silver dollars. Please deliver it to me later. Tossing a special pass over, Sumu decided to charge for what was originally free, spurred by the barrage of insults. Ah, Sugur. Was it not supposed to be free? Zhang Huqiang was taken aback. A pass for 100 silver dollars was certainly not exorbitant. However, it was never mentioned that there would be a charge. If you have a problem, go inquire at the gendarmerie yourself. With that, Sumu dismissed him entirely. Damn it. After exerting himself to rescue him, Zhang Huqiang had the audacity to call him a lackey of the Japanese. Not only did he not ask for money, but Sumu's tone was utterly contemptuous. In that moment, watching Sumu's retreating figure, Zhang Huqiang felt a surge of indignation yet dared not utter a word. As for seeking out someone at the gendarmerie, he did not even know Major Nakano. To go there would be akin to courting death. Muttering a curse under his breath, Zhang Huqiang could only return with his head hung low. At the headquarters of the Intelligence Bureau in Shancheng, the director of the office, Mao Cheng, beamed with joy as he presented the information received from the Shanghai station to Boss Dai. Observing how swiftly the Shanghai station acquired the intelligence, Boss Dai felt a sense of satisfaction. However, a glance at the source of the intelligence made Boss Dai's brow furrow slightly. Shantu, he murmured, directing his gaze towards Mao Cheng beside him. This intelligence was provided by Shantu as well. During this period, the name Mountain Rabbit has appeared with increasing frequency in the reports from the Shanghai station. Boss Dai recalls that it was Mountain Rabbit who provided intelligence for the previous anti-corruption operation. Moreover, recent rural pacification efforts and the insider incident at the Shanghai station are also linked to this codename. Indeed, boss. Mao Cheng nodded, recounting the specifics in detail. Upon learning that Mountain Rabbit managed to procure intelligence in just 2 days, Boss Dai furrowed his brow. Is Mountain Rabbit truly employed at the police department? His gaze shifted to Mao Cheng in confusion. The intelligence received seemed far beyond what could be known by a police department, especially concerning the rural pacification operation in this banquet. These are matters strictly within the purview of the Gendarmerie Command. Boss, that's what the documents state. Mao Cheng replied with a wry smile, sharing the same doubts as Boss Dai. However, he had confirmed it. The individual is indeed at the police department. Momentarily, as Boss Dai examined the documents in hand, a perplexing thought crossed his mind. Can a department such as the police truly acquire such extensive intelligence? Chapter 27. Attending the banquet, a life and death mission. Shanghai, police station. Sumu sat comfortably in his office, sipping tea and smoking, occasionally glancing at the members of the action team outside. ever since he allied himself with Lu Xiong and Nakano Osamu. Sumu found his life in the police station to be particularly relaxed and enjoyable. Although he held the position of deputy captain of the action team, he was not required to personally engage in the task of capturing anti-Japanese elements, especially after assisting Nakano Osamu with a sulfanilamide deal, the latter, in his delight, specifically instructed Lu Xiong to take care of Sumu. Brother Su, I've heard that Director Lu is to be transferred to the municipal hall next month. Erguzi hurriedly approached, whispering into Sumu's ear. Upon hearing that Lu Xiong would be leaving the police station next month, Sumu couldn't help but marvel at Nakano Osamu's efficiency. As long as one was willing to spend money, he truly got things done. Alas, he pondered. Who would the new director be? Sumu murmured to himself. Although he was currently assisting Nakano Osamu, Lu Xiong's departure and the arrival of a new police chief could bring about unknown changes. Captain Su, the director wants to see you. Just as Sumu was deep in thought about the future, he received word that Lu Xiong was looking for him. After tidying up his appearance, Sumu felt a wave of curiosity wash over him. Ever since Lu Xiong had settled matters with Nakano Osamu, he hadn't sought Sumu out much over this period. Why was he calling for him now? Sumu, this evening, we're attending a banquet together. As soon as he entered the office, Lu Xiong spoke with a serious expression. The mere mention of a banquet caused Sumu's heart to skip a beat. Could it possibly be the banquet hosted by the notorious Banbin Kenichi? As his thoughts raced, Sumu instinctively began to eavesdrop on Lu Xiong's inner voice. Inner voice. This banquet will be attended by many influential figures. I must make a good impression. Inner voice. I've heard that General Okamoto from the Mei Agency and General Yoshikawa from the Military Police Command will be present. This is my chance. Though he hadn't discerned the location of the Linhai Grand Hotel from Lu Xiong's thoughts, Sumu felt certain. The presence of both General Okamoto and General Yoshikawa could only signify Banbin Kenichi's banquet. It was unlikely there would be any other occasion of such significance. Stay here in the office and wait for me, Lu Xiong instructed Sumu before waving him off, turning his attention to preparing his attire for the evening's event. As Sumu walked through the long corridor of the police station, he found himself engulfed in hesitation. He had already relayed the banquet's address to the Shanghai station. Although he was uncertain about their preparations, tonight, the Linhai Grand Hotel would undoubtedly be a place rife with peril. If he went, wouldn't he be courting trouble? However, if Lu Xiong was instructing him to attend, refusing could sow seeds of suspicion should the talk be informed. Only able to proceed step by step, Sumu hesitated for a moment before ultimately deciding to move forward. He could only pray that the assassination during the banquet would not extend to him. In Shanghai, at the Coastal Grand Hotel, Lu Xiong advised Sumu, once we enter, do not wander or speak carelessly. The guests attending tonight are all prominent figures in the city. As a mere translator, your sole responsibility is to translate. Rest assured, Director, Sumu replied, nodding obediently, which pleased Lu Xiong greatly. Before long, as the vehicle came to a halt, both Lu Xiong and Sumu alighted from the car. Stop. Please submit to a search. As they approached, the outer guards halted them for a thorough inspection, ensuring no firearms or similar items were brought in. This situation made Sumu worry about the operations of the Shanghai station. With guards stationed outside and special agents securing the interior, not even a fly could infiltrate. He hoped the assassination in Shanghai would proceed smoothly. Ah, Su-sang, I did not expect to see you here. As they entered the banquet, Nakano Osamu, clad in military attire, approached with a broad smile. Nakano-kun, I am here as Director Lu's translator, Sumu replied. Having endured the sulfa trade, his relationship with Nakano Osamu had rapidly improved. However, with Lu Xiong present, Sumu pointedly indicated his superior, clarifying his position. Sumu, you converse with Nakano-kun. I shall attend to matters at the city hall. Fortunately, Lu Xiong was perceptive enough to notice an official from the city hall and approached with a pleasant demeanor, clearly seeking to pave the way for his future endeavors there. Su-sang, the last batch of sulfa sold remarkably well. Keep a close watch on that individual and inform me as soon as there is a new supply. Nakano Osamu had not come merely to catch up with Sumu. He was eager to continue profiting from the sulfa business. Rest assured, Nakano-kun, I will notify you immediately upon receiving any news. Sumu responded with a smile, further solidifying their camaraderie. Internally, he thought, humph, traitor. Were it not for this mission, I would undoubtedly eliminate you. As Sumu and Nakano Osamu engaged in friendly banter, a sudden thought echoed sharply in his mind. His expression turned serious as he discreetly surveyed the area, pinpointing the source of his unease. Gasp. Agents from the Shanghai station. Have they infiltrated already? But what if they eliminate me as well? What is this situation? In these times, being a covert agent means having to worry about being eliminated by one's own kind? How exceedingly difficult. This internal lamentation encapsulated Sumu's reluctance to attend the banquet, highlighting the precariousness of his identity. Only 3 individuals at Shanghai station are privy to this information. Who can say whether the actions of the task force below will inadvertently affect them? If they happen to be implicated in a clandestine operation, the consequences could be dire. Yet, despite the inherent risks, Sumu harbors a deep admiration and respect for these passionate patriots. The Grand Hotel by the Sea is now under the vigilant watch of agents from the Special High Command and military police, both inside and out. Even if they successfully accomplish their assassination mission, escaping unscathed will undoubtedly prove to be a formidable challenge. The spirit of self-sacrifice demonstrated in such perilous endeavors is a feat that Sumu cannot emulate. Sipping from his drink, Sumu cast a sweeping glance across the figures in the hall, silently offering his prayers for their safety. Chapter 28. The Assassination Plot Exposed. Danger Approaches. At the Limai Grand Hotel, General Okamoto of the Meiji Bureau instructed Yamamoto Tsukiro, "I do not wish for any issues to arise during this banquet." This evening's gathering was organized to bid farewell to Hanin Kenichi as he returned to the homeland. Prominent figures from Shanghai had graced the event with their presence. Any misstep could tarnish the reputation of the Meiji Bureau and the Tako. "Rest assured, General Okamoto. I have thoroughly searched the entire hotel," Yamamoto Tsukiro replied. Fully aware of the gravity of the situation, he had dispatched personnel in advance to scout the premises, meticulously vetting not only the tenants of the hotel, but also its staff. There will be no issues whatsoever. As for the attendees, he had communicated with the local Japanese well in advance, while the municipal officials were notified only on the final day, ensuring that no information about the banquet would leak. "Be wary of that old fox, Yoshikawa," Okamoto warned, casting a glance at Yamamoto Tsukiro. As an intelligence operative, he harbored no fondness for the Yoshikawa-led forces. With the escalation of hostilities, the influence of the expeditionary troops had grown considerably, behaving as if they were local warlords in Chinese territory. The Meiji Bureau and the Tako, mandated by the homeland, could not relinquish control to such individuals. As Yamamoto Tsukiro and Okamoto exchanged thoughts, Sumu engaged in conversation with Nakano Osamu, toasting each other at the banquet. Meanwhile, Sumu activated his psychic abilities, attempting to glean any useful intelligence. However, the majority present were influential figures from Shanghai, and the watchful eyes of Tako agents surrounded them. A minor figure like Sumu could not approach someone like Yamamoto Tsukiro. It seemed he would have to rely solely on the Shanghai station. Internally, he lamented the futility of the assassination operation, feeling utterly powerless. It was evident he could only depend on the assassination team from the Shanghai station. On the first floor of the hotel, outside the storage room, a voice whispered, "Ligu, I have located Hanin Kenichi." A figure engaged in cleaning discreetly slipped a note onto a passing food cart. "All according to plan," the passerby murmured, maintaining a calm demeanor as they pushed the cart away. Finding a secluded corner, the server glanced at the note and a cold glint appeared in his eyes. Hanin Kenichi, that scoundrel. How many innocent lives did he take while serving as chief of staff for the 16th Army Corps? He must not be allowed to return to Japan to enjoy a life of luxury. Taking a deep breath, Li Xiaobing swallowed the note, his expression returning to normal as he continued to push the cart toward the banquet. In the mountain city, at the headquarters of the intelligence agency. "What time is it? Is there any news?" Sitting in front of his office, Boss Dai glanced at his watch with a hint of impatience and inquired aloud. "This assassination operation is a direct order from the higher-ups. We cannot allow butchers like Haranabu to escape under any circumstances." Mao Cheng stepped forward, offering tea, and shook his head. There was still no news from the Shanghai station, likely indicating that the operation had yet to commence. He too glanced at his watch. At this hour, the Japanese dinner had not yet concluded. To ascertain the outcome, they would have to wait until the banquet ended. National grievances and personal vendettas must not allow this assassination to fail. Boss Dai took a sip of tea, his expression grave as he spoke slowly. Regardless of national hatred or personal enmity, such butchers must not be spared if given the chance. At the Shanghai Special High Command, Intelligence Unit. Ring, ring, ring. As the phone rang, Kamida Takuji, the head of the intelligence unit stationed at the Special High Command, immediately stiffened. He glanced at the telephone in the intelligence room. Without a moment's hesitation, he answered it. The assassin from the mountain city has already entered the hotel. On the other end of the line, a familiar code was transmitted, revealing information that left Kamida Takuji horrified. The assassin from the mountain city has already infiltrated the hotel? Damn it. Hang up the phone. At that moment, Kamida Takuji felt an urgent panic. This call came from their informant, Sashimi, who was covertly stationed at the Shanghai station. The urgency of the contact indicated the dire situation. Quickly, contact the section chief. Without a moment's hesitation, Kamida Takuji set aside all else, picked up the phone, and dialed the Linhai Grand Hotel. The assassin from the mountain city is already within the Linhai Grand Hotel. If we delay the report, we could be in serious trouble. In an instant, following Kamida Takuji's actions, he swiftly connected with the Linhai Grand Hotel. After a detailed report, the agents stationed at the hotel were visibly alarmed and went directly to inform Yamamoto Tsutomu of the situation. Outside the hotel banquet, Su sang, "Since you are my friend, you can always mention my name should you encounter any trouble." Under Su-mu's flattery, Nakano Osamu waved his hand grandly, indulging in boastfulness. To befriend someone like Nakano-kun is indeed my fortune. With a sycophantic smile, Su-mu played the role of a flatterer, continuously appeasing him. Lu Xiong is currently doing quite well at the municipal hall. Once the other party departs, without Nakano Osamu's protection, life at the police station may not be so easy. Nakano-kun, I also know a few connections. Just as Su-mu was about to discuss with Nakano Osamu how to soothe the wounded women of the great Japanese empire, a sudden thought caused his words to falter. Voices of the heart. Darn that agent from the mountain city, infiltrating the hotel. If something goes awry, we shall be in deep trouble. What is the situation? How has the mountain city agent been exposed? A glance was cast at the figure hastily passing by, clearly an operative from the Special High Command. Damn it. Our actions have been compromised. This is perilous. What to do now? How should we proceed? Su-mu never anticipated that the painstakingly devised plan by the Shanghai station would be exposed before it even commenced. Su-sang, what troubles you? Nakano Haru, beside him, noticed Su-mu's dazed expression and inquired. We were just discussing critical matters. You ought to reveal those advantageous locations. Hearing Nakano Haru's question, Su-mu hesitated for a moment. Then gritted his teeth, resolutely making up his mind. Create chaos. It is imperative to disrupt the situation. Otherwise, the assassination unit from the Shanghai station will never detect the impending threat. Chapter 29. The failure of the assassination by the lackey Su-mu. Mr. Fanbin. Upon your return to the homeland, a significant responsibility awaits you. Amidst the banquet, Yoshikawa Yuya held a glass of red wine, engaging in jovial conversation with Fanbin Kenichi, who, as the chief of staff of the Shanghai dispatched army, had recently been promoted and reassigned to the homeland, clearly indicating his impending importance. As a colleague, Yoshikawa Yuya extended his heartfelt congratulations. Haha, Yoshikawa-kun, I shall take your auspicious words to heart. Raising his glass and clinking it with Yoshikawa Yuya's, Fanbin Kenichi appeared particularly relaxed and joyful. This return to the homeland not only heralded a promotion, but also an expectation of being entrusted with greater responsibilities. Reflecting on this, Fanbin Kenichi felt increasingly satisfied with his actions in Jinling. A massacre had pleased the upper echelons, presenting a rare opportunity for advancement. Commander, just as Yoshikawa Yuya, Fanbin Kenichi, and several high-ranking officials of the dispatched army were reveling in their merriment, Colonel Nakano quietly approached and spoke directly to Yoshikawa Yuya. In an instant, Yoshikawa Yuya's brow furrowed slightly before returning to its usual composure. Yoshikawa-kun, what has transpired? The high-ranking officials in attendance turned their curious gazes toward him. Nothing of concern. Please continue. I have a pressing matter to attend to. Yoshikawa Yuya reassured them with a smile, and the next moment, he hurriedly followed Colonel Nakano away. In response to Yoshikawa Yuya's words, Fanbin Kenichi and the others did not dwell on the matter. A moment later, fools. Yamamoto-kun, is this how you conduct security operations? The departing General Yoshikawa angrily chastised Yamamoto Jiro. The banquet had commenced, and a multitude of important figures were present. Yet, he had just been informed that agents from Yamashiro had infiltrated the event. If something were to go awry, who would bear the responsibility? Commander Yoshikawa. This oversight is on us from the Special High Command. Yamamoto Jiro lowered his head, unable to counter Yoshikawa Yuya's ire. Allowing Yamashiro agents to infiltrate was indeed a dereliction of duty on their part. Commander Yoshikawa, we received intelligence indicating that Yamashiro's target is Fanbin Kenichi. The infiltrators must have come to assassinate him. After a moment's hesitation, Yamamoto Jiro reported the detailed information. The focal point of this banquet was none other than Fanbin Kenichi. Should he fall victim to an assassination, the reputation of the Japanese in Shanghai would be utterly tarnished. Commander, should we consider dispersing some of the attendees? Faced with Yoshikawa Yuya's wrath, Yamamoto Jiro cautiously inquired. Given the current situation, the number of important figures present was overwhelming. Moreover, many personnel from the municipal hall were also in attendance, creating a chaotic atmosphere that hindered the operations of the Special High Command. Disperse. Yoshikawa Yuya's expression conveyed disbelief, as he shot a glare at Yamamoto Jiro, who was truly incompetent. This was a banquet co-hosted with the consulate. Aside from bidding farewell to Kenichi Mabin, there are indeed plans to expand influence within the Shanghai community. The recent arrival of various newspapers and media outlets includes numerous international figures. To hastily dismiss them would be akin to slapping their emissaries in the face. Chief, the hotel is currently overcrowded. We must ensure the safety of Mabin, or else. There are unspoken matters that Yamamoto Tsutomu dares not voice. Presently, he has received information indicating that the assassination agents from Yamashiro have infiltrated the hotel. However, he remains utterly oblivious to their identities. Should the banquet proceed uninterrupted, and should the assassination of Mabin succeed, it would not merely be an embarrassment. They could very well face accountability from the local authorities. This matter will be discussed with Okamoto and Consul Akamatsu. You must guarantee safety during this period. Kikuwa cast a glance at Yamamoto Tsutomu, growing increasingly dissatisfied with the actions of the special hire police. He then turned to confer with Okamoto from the Mei Bureau and Consul Akamatsu of the Shanghai Consulate regarding the situation. The detestable Yamashiro agents. In that moment, Yamamoto Tsutomu found himself inwardly cursing. Yet, he could not fathom how the Yamashiro agents had successfully entered the hotel. He had arranged for investigations to be conducted. Unless, of course, individuals had already infiltrated prior to his reconnaissance. But that was utterly implausible. Only a select few were privy to the hotel's location. At the banquet corner, Li Xiaobing held a tray of drinks, his gaze fixed on Kenichi Mabin across the room, his brow furrowing in concern. Despite the numerous invitees, the presence of special hire police agents ensured tight security around Mabin's vicinity. Ordinary individuals stood no chance of approaching him. What should he do? Contemplating strategies. He acknowledged Mabin's location yet realized the impossibility of getting closer. This posed the greatest dilemma. It seemed he had no choice but to take a risk. Scanning the room, Li Xiaobing silently calculated the distance. If he could draw near and fire at the opportune moment, perhaps he could eliminate Mabin. However, such an action would surely cost him his own life. Reflecting on the tragic fate of the innocent citizens of Jinling, Li Xiaobing's resolve hardened. Balancing the tray, he began to advance slowly. Clatter. After taking only 2 steps, a sudden crash resonated behind him, followed by an irate voice. Baka, can't you watch where you're going? You've ruined my mood. Do you wish to die? My lord, I apologize. It was unintentional. At that moment, Nakano Osamu, seated on the sofa, glared displeasedly at the kneeling attendant, who had spilled drinks all over his military uniform. You impertinent fool. Is Nakano someone you can offend? Beside Nakano, the furious Sumu, in a fit of rage, delivered a powerful kick, resembling a mere sycophant. The commotion attracted the attention of several passers-by. Li Xiaobing, witnessing this scene, felt a surge of anger within him. Those despicable Japanese lackeys. This individual is utterly detestable. Cursing inwardly, Li Xiaobing was poised to take further action when he noticed that the agents of the taco were now on high alert due to the sudden disturbance. Damn it! This unexpected turn of events thwarted his assassination plan completely. Silently fuming, Li Xiaobing approached discreetly, filled with fury. In his mind, he thought, you wretched creature. If it weren't for you, I would have succeeded in my assassination. Eavesdropping on Li Xiaobing's inner thoughts, the feigning irate Sumo felt a sense of helplessness. Assassination success? Don't be absurd. The taco is already aware of the information. If you attempt to get close to Kenichi Mifyun, you will be immediately apprehended. Resigned, Sumo cast a glance at Li Xiaobing, realizing there was little he could do. From this point on, whether they could escape calamity would depend solely on luck. Chapter 30. The banquet paused, the special high school's scrutiny. What is the situation? Is anyone approaching? At this moment, Hinojin, the leader of the special high school's action team, arrived at the banquet venue where Itabashi Kenichi and others were gathered, quietly inquiring of the plainclothes agents around him. Upon receiving the intelligence of Yamashiro's assassination, Yamamoto Tsukuro had swiftly deployed a considerable number of agents to this location. Besides the conspicuous agents, there were also several individuals in casual attire, posing as attendees, whose duty was to subdue any suspicious persons at the moment of their approach. Knowing that Yamashiro's target was Itabashi Kenichi, they were naturally poised to wait for the right moment. Any suspicious individuals who drew near would be apprehended by the special high school. No one approached. Everything appeared normal. The agents of the special high school shook their heads and then glanced towards Nakano Osamu's direction. However, just moments ago, Nakano had been doused with drink and had erupted in anger. Upon learning that it was the reckless Nakano, Hinojin merely shrugged it off, dismissing it entirely. As long as no one approached, he cared little for Nakano's antics. Continue your watch. If any suspicious individuals come near, you are authorized to neutralize them immediately, Hinojin stated coldly. To ensure Itabashi Kenichi's safety, he could not allow anyone to get close. Seated on a nearby sofa, Samuki cast a grave glance towards Hinojin's location. The response speed of the special high school's agents was astonishingly swift. They were waiting for the right moment. Thankfully, he had previously eavesdropped and discovered the presence of the lurking agents. Otherwise, if the assassination team had gotten close, it would have been disastrous. Yet, while he had thwarted the assassination squad's immediate plans, it implied that the plot to eliminate Itabashi Kenichi had utterly failed. Furthermore, whether this batch of assassins could escape the Limhai Grand Hotel remained uncertain. Nakano-kun, let me take you upstairs to change into a fresh outfit, Samuki suggested. His internal worry masked by a facade of servility. After having dealt with Nakano's servant, Samuki proposed that Nakano change his clothes. Samuki, your thoughts are indeed astute. Nakano, irritated, kicked the servant who had been curled up on the ground, feeling a sense of satisfaction before heading upstairs. As Samuki passed by the servant, he heard the muttered curses and felt a bittersweet pang. However, there was no alternative. If he did not intervene and Nakano acted, the servant would likely find himself in the military police's custody, a fate that would lead to dire consequences. On the second floor of the hotel, please wait a moment, Nakano-kun. I will fetch the servant to bring you what you need, Samuki said as he settled Nakano in a private room on the second floor. At that moment, he finally had the opportunity to act independently. Glancing down the corridor, his brow furrowed in concern. Under the current circumstances, he knew he must take action. Otherwise, the assassination squad members are likely facing a perilous fate. With this thought in mind, Sumu hastily departed. Mr. Yamamoto, General Yoshikawa, and Consul Akamatsu have deliberated, and the banquet must continue. Upon hearing this conclusion, Yamamoto Tsura furrowed his brow. The spies from Yamashiro had infiltrated the gathering, yet the banquet persisted unabated. How could the special high police act under such circumstances? Nonetheless, the banquet would break for 3 hours, during which Mr. Hibi and others would retire to the fourth floor for respite. Yamamoto Tsuru understood perfectly well what Okamoto Jin was contemplating. To unearth the spies from Yamashiro, it was imperative to separate the attendees. However, this gathering was brimming with international journalists, and the consulate could not afford to lose face. 3 hours was hardly sufficient. Yamamoto Tsuru felt that such a fleeting span of time would not suffice to identify the infiltrators. Yet, gazing into Okamoto Jin's resolute expression, he grasped that 3 hours was indeed the limit. Rest assured, Commander, within 3 hours, I shall apprehend the spies from Yamashiro, Yamamoto Tsuru declared with unwavering conviction. His mind already formulating strategies against the agents lurking in the hotel. Okamoto Jin exchanged a glance with him and subsequently lent his full support, granting Yamamoto the authority to mobilize the Mei Agency's agents at will. In a moment, with the endorsements of Yoshikawa Yuya and Okamoto Jin, Yamamoto Tsuru directed Hibi Kenichi and his team to proceed to the fourth floor for a brief respite. Meanwhile, Mei Agency operatives were stationed in the corridors to ensure that no one could approach. As for the officials from the city hall and the banquet attendees, they were arranged to take a brief break on the second floor. What is happening? Why the sudden intermission? Ladies and gentlemen, the banquet will take a short pause, as there is an important announcement to be made shortly. Colonel Nakano, representing the dispatch troops, stepped forward to clarify the situation. Upon hearing that there would be a significant announcement, many attendees harbored no suspicions. In the second floor room, Susang inquired, "What is the situation outside?" Just as he had changed into his military uniform, Nakano Osamu heard the commotion outside. "Mr. Nakano, it seems the banquet has been suspended, and the guests are being temporarily accommodated on the second floor," Sumu reported after gathering intelligence. In an instant, upon learning of the intermission and the temporary arrangement for the guests, Nakano Osamu hastily rose to leave. Observing Nakano's departing figure, Sumu's expression turned grave. What intermission? An important announcement is forthcoming. This was merely the special high police and the Mei Agency beginning their operation. They intended to capture the lurking spies. "Baka, recognize me. I am Nakano Osamu. Commander Nakano, I apologize, but we have received orders that no one is permitted to leave." As Sumu was about to return to his room, he noticed Nakano storming back, visibly agitated and sulking as he sat down in the room. This demeanor caused Sumu's heart to race. The scrutiny from the special high police and the Mei Agency would undoubtedly be intense. Unconsciously, Sumu cast a worried glance towards the direction of the first floor. Meanwhile, in the grand hall on the first floor, all hotel staff had been summoned. With the departure of the attendees, agents from the special high police and the Mei Agency also called out all hotel personnel. In the kitchen, Li Xiaobing was still perplexed as to why the Japanese had ordered them to gather in the hall when suddenly, one of his companions approached stealthily. "Brotherly, we have been compromised." Upon hearing this, Li Xiaobing's expression shifted dramatically. "What? We have been exposed?" Chapter 31. The assassination fails. Zhao Jiaming is dead. "Chief, all attendees for the banquet have been arranged." Hayano Jin rushed in, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead. Yamamoto Tsutomu cast a glance at him, then exchanged a knowing look with Okamoto Jin beside him. "Hayano-kun, this investigation will be conducted in collaboration with Suzuki from the Mei Agency," Yamamoto Tsutomu instructed coldly. "Agents from Yamashiro have infiltrated the banquet. This time, the taco must uncover their identities. Otherwise, the reputation of both the Shanghai Taco and the Mei Agency will be utterly tarnished." "Yes, Chief," Hayano Jin replied, his expression grave, before hastily leading the agents away. Observing Hayano and his team gathering the hotel staff, Yamamoto Tsutomu and Okamoto Jin nodded in agreement. The most likely scenario was that the Yamashiro agents had disguised themselves as hotel employees. With the attendees of the banquet now isolated, they could begin eliminating suspects starting from the staff. In a room on the second floor, Nakano Osamu vented his frustration. "Damn it. These taco agents show no respect." He was incensed after being confronted by the taco operatives. Unlike others who feared the taco, he felt no such trepidation. "Nakano-kun, given the current situation, it seems wise for us to remain here and rest for the time being," Sujimura remarked, gazing out the window at the military police, who were firmly guarding the area and prohibiting anyone from approaching. He couldn't help but worry for the assassination team stationed in Shanghai. "I hope my warning can help them evade disaster." Having witnessed the Tako's rapid response, Sujimura gained insight into the efficiency of the Japanese intelligence apparatus. Their speed left no room for error. Under the current circumstances, he could think of no means to assassinate Matsumoto Kenichi. Damn those traitors. How could there be a mole in Shanghai Station? He cursed inwardly. This failed mission could all be traced back to a leak. And the primary source of that leak was likely the Shanghai Station itself. Sujimura's serious gaze remained fixed on the window as he silently awaited the conclusion of the Tako's investigation. In the hotel lobby, Hayano-jin commanded, "Everyone stay put. No one is allowed to move." He had gathered the hotel staff, while the hotel manager checked each individual against a list of identities. The Yamashiro agents had only a few means of entering the hotel, by mingling among the staff or by attending the banquet. Considering the attendees included several officials from the municipal hall, Hayano-jin prioritized screening the hotel employees. "Takuin, we have a problem." The hotel manager rushed over, visibly trembling. "3 staff members are missing." "What? Missing?" In an instant, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. Upon hearing that 3 hotel staff members had gone missing, Hirano-jin's heart sank. Without awaiting a response, he immediately turned to Suzuki Taro, who, understanding the urgency, promptly organized the special agents to commence a search. "Report to the section chief at once." Hirano-jin commanded the nearby agent, who hurriedly departed to inform Yamamoto Tsutomu and others. After a brief moment, Yamamoto Tsutomu cursed under his breath. This must be the work of Yamashiro's agents. The disappearance of 3 staff members indicated a grave oversight, allowing 3 agents from Yamashiro to infiltrate. Immediately arranged for a thorough search of the 4th floor. Though consumed by anger, Yamamoto Tsutomu quickly regained his composure. The potential presence of Yamashiro's agents on the 4th floor posed a significant threat. The priority was to ensure the safety of Kanemoto Kenichi and the others. As the special high command agents departed, Yamamoto Tsutomu ordered the agents to secure the stairways and all exits. He refused to believe that the Yamashiro agents could escape unnoticed. As long as they remained within the hotel, 3 hours would be ample time to locate them. "Everyone follow me to the kitchen." Absolutely. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out from the kitchen. "Quick, follow me." The unexpected sound of gunfire sparked urgency in Hirano-jin's eyes. With all staff present, if gunfire erupted in the kitchen, it could only mean the presence of Yamashiro's agents. In an instant, the garrison troops and special high command agents rushed toward the kitchen. "Quick, charge in. Do not let them escape." Hirano-jin shouted anxiously as he witnessed a figure fleeing through the back door of the kitchen. The Yamashiro agent must not be allowed to get away. A barrage of gunfire erupted, echoing throughout the hotel. On the 2nd floor, Su-mu's expression stiffened at the sudden gunfire, a flicker of unease crossing his mind. How could this be? He had already warned them that the assassination plan had been compromised. The assassination team from the Shanghai station should have retreated by now. Could there have been an unforeseen incident? Confusion and doubt clouded Su-mu's thoughts. "Get out of here. I will hold them off." At the back door of the hotel kitchen, Zhao Jiaming stood resolutely, his eyes blazing, shouting toward the exterior. In that moment, seeing that a Yamashiro agent had been left behind to cover their retreat, Hirano-jin and his team felt a surge of urgency. "Charge forward. Do not let them escape," he commanded, as a squad of garrison troops braved the bullets, rushing toward Zhao Jiaming. With a flurry of gunfire echoing through the air, the battle within the scene came to an abrupt conclusion. There are no sharpshooters in the realm of film and television. The retreating Zhao Jiaming was mercilessly gunned down, his body resolutely blocking the rear entrance. After a moment, with the arrival of Yamamoto Tsutomu, Okamoto, and Yoshikawa Yuya, they surveyed the fallen agent from Yamashiro, nodding in satisfaction. Subsequently, they issued a direct command to Hirano-jin, instructing him to lead the special agents from the Tako and the military police to pursue the fleeing duo, ensuring their capture. After a thorough cleanup, they announced the continuation of the banquet. Yoshikawa Yuya waved his hand, instructing the removal of the deceased's body and the clearing of the scene. The death of a single Yamashiro agent was of little consequence. It paled in significance compared to the importance of this banquet. In an instant, with Zhao Jiaming's demise and the escape of his companions, the festivities within the hotel resumed as if nothing had transpired. In the room on the 2nd floor, the guests and the assailants had been neutralized, and the banquet proceeded uninterrupted. Hearing the announcements from outside the door, Su-mu found his mind momentarily adrift. Gunned down. For the first time, Su-mu realized how close death truly was. Chapter 32. A Glimmer of Hope. Assassination of the Cunning Scoundrel. Shanghai, Huajia, Linhai Grand Hotel. How could this be? At this moment, outside the Linhai Grand Hotel, a middle-aged man, who was setting up a stall, gazed at the figure being carried out by the military police at the entrance. His eyes turned crimson. The lifeless body was unmistakably one of his subordinates. He had been tasked with providing support outside, but had not anticipated such a dire situation. Damn it, how could they have failed? With no time to mourn, the middle-aged man fixed his gaze on the Linhai Grand Hotel, perplexed by the events unfolding within. Had the mission target, Kaneko Kenichi, indeed been assassinated? His heart raced with anxiety, yet the presence of the military police surrounding the area prevented him from approaching to gather any useful intelligence. Yamamoto-kun. This time your special high command has performed admirably. Descending from the fourth floor of the hotel, Yoshikawa Yuya and Kaneko Kenichi turned to Yamamoto Tsutomu, expressing their satisfaction with accolades. Particularly Kaneko Kenichi, who beamed with joy at the sight of the assassin sent to kill him being eliminated. No one wished to be targeted by a cadre of covert assassins. Rest assured, Kaneko-kun's safety will be our utmost priority, assured Yamamoto Tsutomu. Exchanging a smile with Kaneko Kenichi. With the threat from Yamashiro's agents neutralized, Yamamoto Tsutomu felt an immense weight lifted off his shoulders. Haha, Yamamoto-kun, let us drink together. The banquet continued, and the demise of the Yamashiro agent, shrouded in the secrecy of the Special High Command, remained largely unknown to the public. Meanwhile, Sumu, who descended from the floor, cast a glance toward the kitchen area. The military police were on guard. Servants appeared to be cleaning up something, coupled with the earlier gunfire. Sumu's heart grew heavy. The mission had failed. Moreover, the assassination squad in Shanghai had suffered significant casualties. Such an outcome had greatly exceeded Sumu's expectations. He had clearly communicated with them. Why hadn't the assassination team retreated in time? Sumu found himself bewildered. His inner voice mused. Is that Kaneko Kenichi over there? I've heard he has recently been promoted to Major General and reassigned to a significant post back home. What a pity. It seems he will be leaving after the banquet in a couple of days, leaving no opportunity to ingratiate myself with him. Eavesdropping on the thoughts of nearby officials. Sumu's gaze shifted to Kaneko Kenichi. The jovial Kaneko Kenichi tightened Sumu's fists in resolve. Allowing such a butcher to depart weighed heavily on Sumu's conscience. I must seek an opportunity, he thought quietly, as he calmly made his way toward the kitchen. Without firearms, the only recourse to eliminate Kaneko Kenichi would be to consider poisoning him. However, as he approached the kitchen, Sumu quickly abandoned the notion of poisoning him. It was too risky to get close. Takuin, I shall take my leave now. Unlike ordinary municipal officials, the Japanese cuisine is guarded by specialized agents. Leaving Sumu with no opportunity to approach. With a resigned sigh, Sumu retreated, feeling helpless. Various delicacies were under strict surveillance. Beside members like Fan Benxian, agents were also on guard. Although Pinji Run had pursued the two escaping individuals and captured some agents from the taco, the remaining ones were still beyond Sumu's reach. There was no chance. After surveying the banquet hall, Sumu meticulously analyzed the situation and similarly found no opportunities. Though he was patriotic, possessing the ability to discern the innermost thoughts of others, he would not foolishly expose himself in such a hopeless scenario. Survival was of utmost importance. Preserving his own life would enable him to play a more significant role. Internally cursing the traitor, Sumu harbored a deep resentment towards the infiltrator in the Shanghai station. If it weren't for someone leaking information, how could the taco have received news in advance? The assassination mission would not have failed. As he pondered, Sumu was already contemplating how to unearth this traitor. Otherwise, should he ever be exposed, it would truly be a matter of life and death. In the back streets of the Linhai Grand Hotel, pursuit was imperative. They must not escape. At that moment, Pinji Ren, accompanied by agents from the 2nd Action Group of the Taco and the military police, initiated the chase after the two fleeing individuals. If the assassination team from Yinshan captured a live target, they could trace back to the location of the Yinshan Shanghai station. Sir, the individuals have been cornered in an alley. As Pinji Ren led the search, a lieutenant from the military police hurriedly approached him. Upon hearing that they had been trapped, Pinji Ren felt a surge of excitement. Good, let us go immediately, we must capture them alive. He commanded the surrounding military police and agents, determined to seize live captives. Only by capturing them alive could they interrogate them to uncover the location of the Shanghai station. However, as Pinji Ren and the taco agents neared, he couldn't help but frown slightly upon witnessing the figure apprehended by the military police. The capture had encountered no resistance whatsoever. The individual was cowering in the corner, directly seized by the soldiers. This smooth operation left Pinji Ren momentarily bewildered. The absence of resistance was unexpected, having just experienced a gunfight at the hotel. He gazed at the trembling man, feeling a twinge of astonishment. Sir, I am truly not an agent. I was coerced. Someone threatened me with a gun to run this way. I genuinely know nothing. As Pinji Ren intended to take the individual away, the apprehended figure, seemingly spotting a lifeline, incessantly wailed in desperation. In an instant, as the words of the other party were spoken, Hiranobu's body momentarily froze in shock. What? Someone was threatening him with a gun to make him run this way? What could that possibly mean? Wait. As Hiranobu pondered this, he suddenly awakened to the reality of the situation. In the Huajie region, at the Coastal Grand Hotel, esteemed guests, today marks the day of Matsumoto's ascension. Let us raise our glasses in celebration. The banquet had reached its zenith, and at this moment, Matsumoto Kenichi stood upon the stage. raising his glass and delivering an impassioned speech, extolling some nonsensical notion of a greater East Asia co-prosperity sphere. Sumu, holding his glass, felt a surge of disdain and fury within him. If it weren't for the presence of a traitor at the Shanghai station, Matsumoto Kenichi would have long been a cold corpse by now. Just as Sumu was cursing, a sudden, piercing voice resonated through the air. Matsumoto, today marks your demise. The abruptness of this voice caused Sumu to tremble, and as he turned to follow its source, he spotted a familiar figure not far away, carrying a tray of drinks. Bang! In a flash, a loud and jubilant gunshot rang out, and blood erupted from Matsumoto Kenichi on the stage, splattering everywhere. Chapter 33. Expel the Japanese invaders and restore China. An hour ago, in the hotel kitchen, Li Ge, we have been exposed. At this moment, Zhao Zheming, with an anxious demeanor, found Li Xiaobing and presented a note. The contents of the note caused a drastic change in Li Xiaobing's expression. The message read, "Action exposed. Evacuate swiftly." These 6 simple words weighed heavily on Li Xiaobing's heart. Where did this note come from? Casting a glance at the hall outside, although he was already inclined to believe the note's contents, a flicker of hope still lingered within him. While inquiring, Li Xiaobing ignited the note, reducing it to ashes. I don't know. I just remember colliding with someone, and then I found this in my pocket. Zhao Zheming pondered briefly before recounting the situation at that time. Li Ge, are there any other people arranged at the hotel? There is no need to concern ourselves with that. It is beyond our knowledge. Li Xiaobing gazed at the ashes of the note, yet within his heart, he had already accepted the grim reality of their exposure. The sudden pause of the banquet outside and the abrupt gathering of people clearly indicated that the special high-class department intended to interrogate them. Now, 2 paths lay before them. One led through the back kitchen alley, allowing for immediate escape. Although this would enable them to evade a crisis, their mission would be utterly compromised. The other path was one of desperate resistance. Xiao Zhao, this time, the dog of a traitor must perish. Li Xiaobing recalled the massacre in Jinling. The scoundrel, Fan Benxian, could not be spared. Since they had received the news in advance, they now had time to prepare. In hushed tones, Zhao Zheming's emotions surged with excitement. Li Ge, you attract attention at the back door, and I will take the lead. Gripping Li Xiaobing's hand tightly, Zhao Zheming's eyes burned with fervor. If they followed Li Xiaobing's plan, those who remained would undoubtedly perish. You are still young. The future needs you. Li Xiaobing patted Zhao Zheming's shoulder, resolutely departing, clearly having resigned himself to fate. Watching the retreating figure, Zhao Zheming's gaze also reflected a steely resolve. Let us raise our glasses to the greater East Asia co-prosperity sphere. On stage, Fan Benxian, with a broad smile, raised his glass and delivered a stirring speech to the crowd below. Sumu observed this scene, his stomach churning in helplessness. In his heart, he vowed, today is your day of reckoning, Fan Benxian. In the next moment, as this thought echoed, Sumu's body involuntarily trembled slightly. Following the sound, he caught sight of a familiar figure not far away. Hiss. He gasped in surprise, unable to believe that the agents from the Shanghai station had not escaped. Everything that had transpired before was now clear, luring the tiger away from the mountain, allowing the special high-class department to lower their guard. Bang! Just as Sumu was still in shock, a sharp gunshot suddenly rang out. Heartfelt voice. Xiao Zhao, Brother Li has avenged you. Await my arrival to accompany you. On the stage, the self-satisfied Haranabu Imanaka was suddenly met with a splatter of blood, before his body collapsed heavily to the ground. Imanaka, stop him, you fool. In the vast hall, chaos erupted at the sound of gunfire. Sumu was swept away by the crowd, fleeing towards the outside. Expel the Japanese invaders and restore China. Bang, bang, bang. With a barrage of shots fired, Li Xiaobing's weapon remained unwavering against the now alert Taco operatives. With a fierce shout, his body erupted in a mist of blood. Bang! As his body fell, the grand banquet hall gradually returned to a semblance of calm. Yet, the officials from the city hall, standing around, cast fearful glances at the lifeless form of Li Xiaobing. On the stage, Yuji Kikuchi and Susumu Okamoto gazed at Imanaka's lifeless body, riddled with bullets, their faces pale with dread. You fools! A bunch of imbeciles! Kikuchi bellowed in fury, his eyes wild as he glared at Imanaka's cold corpse, like a rabid dog gone mad, shouting aimlessly. This display of rage made the city officials lower their heads in trepidation. Meanwhile, hidden within the crowd, Sumu stared blankly at Li Xiaobing's lifeless body, the echo of his earlier shout still ringing in his ears. Initially, Sumu had believed that Li Xiaobing had escaped through the back door, abandoning the mission. Little did he expect that these individuals would willingly sacrifice their lives to fulfill their duty. Tears welled in his eyes, and he struggled to contain his emotions. In this setting, he could not afford to show any sign of discomfort. You fool, sever his head. Kikuchi, in a fit of rage. Kikuchi's furious roar drew the attention of Okamoto and Consul Akamatsu, who could no longer remain silent, admonishing him sternly. This banquet included not only their personnel, but also City Hall supporters and foreign media. They could not afford to act too recklessly. At the very least, on the surface, they must maintain composure. Yamamoto, we require an explanation for this incident. After calming Kikuchi, Okamoto and Consul Akamatsu turned their gazes toward Yamamoto Tsukuro. This incident had utterly disgraced their departments in Shanghai. The Yamashiro operatives had brazenly assassinated their key personnel in plain sight. This was a disgrace for the Empire of Japan. Yamamoto Tsukuro lowered his head, not daring to utter a word. He had never anticipated that the Yamashiro operatives would deliberately sacrifice one individual as bait, merely to prolong the banquet and lower their guard. Clenching his iron fist, Yamamoto Tsukuro cast a piercing glare at everyone present. Having experienced this betrayal, he no longer trusted any of the attendees. Moreover, the most crucial point was, he harbored doubts about the agents from the mountain city. How could such a decision be made without prior notification? Surely, someone must have tipped them off in advance. Otherwise, under their own scrutiny, both individuals would undoubtedly have been fully exposed. Chief, the individuals who escaped are merely. At that moment, from the rear entrance, Hirano Jin hurriedly returned with the agents from the Special High Command in the Gendarmerie. Before he could complete his report, his gaze fell upon the lifeless body of Kanemoto Kenichi on the stage. Useless. Did you not notice that Kanemoto has already met his demise? Roaring in fury, Yamamoto Tsutomu felt an overwhelming sense of disappointment in his subordinates for the first time. Investigate this matter thoroughly. Listening to Yamamoto Tsutomu's outburst, Sumi could not help but chuckle inwardly. Investigate? Take your time. If you manage to uncover the truth about yourselves, consider it a stroke of luck. Chapter 34, Dog Bites Dog. Is there a traitor in the Gendarmerie? Shanghai, Huajia, Jing'an Park. In a secluded corner of the park, Zhang Aming sat on a bench, visibly restless as he awaited news. The assassination at the Lehigh Grand Hotel last night had been tightly sealed by the Japanese in Shanghai. Their operatives outside had only observed the demise of the assassination team members, leaving them in the dark regarding whether the target, Yamamoto Kenichi, had survived. To acquire reliable intelligence, Zhang Aming had no choice but to rendezvous with Shantu and Huajia, seeking a way to obtain accurate information. Boss, care for a shoe shine? Moments later, a figure, expertly disguised, approached and seated himself before Zhang Aming. Observing Shantu's transformation, Zhang Aming surveyed the area before quietly relaying the mission details. The old thief Yamamoto is dead. The members of the assassination squad perished alongside him, murmured Su Mu, succinctly recounting the events that transpired at the Lehigh Grand Hotel. 2 operatives from Yamashiro fought valiantly to the end, ultimately gunning down the old brigand Yamamoto Kenichi. Listening to the actions of Li Xiaobing and his comrades, Zhang Aming fell into a contemplative silence. Although Yamamoto was dead, their operational team had met with a tragic fate. Alas, they were true heroes. A sigh escaped his lips, and his gaze reflected a profound melancholy. In times of national peril, perhaps. His words trailed off abruptly. Sitting across from him, Su Mu, who had been quietly polishing shoes, momentarily paused his task. Zhang Aming's implication was not lost on him. By the way, it appears the Taco had prior knowledge of this operation. There must be a traitor within the station or headquarters, alerting them. Su Mu gathered his thoughts and shared another piece of information regarding their meeting. His reluctance to relay intelligence to the station stemmed from the presence of the mole. If they were aware of such a covert assassination operation, who could ascertain whether their own communications would be intercepted? Upon hearing that the assassination operation had been compromised and that a traitor lurked within the station, Zhang Aming shuddered. Understood. The Japanese have been cracking down recently. Take care of yourself. Rising slowly, he grasped a newspaper in hand, casting a glance at the disguised Su Mu before shaking his head in realization. His subordinate, Shantu, had become so cautious, and his warning was, in truth, unnecessary. After exchanging intelligence regarding the traitor, Su Mu gathered his belongings and made his way towards a narrow alley on the park's edge. At the Gendarmerie headquarters, in the conference room, Yamamoto-kun. The army and the homeland are furious about this incident. They are deeply disappointed with our department in Shanghai, and you must provide me with an explanation. In the conference room, Yamamoto Tsukuro glared at Yamamoto Tsukuro, his fury palpable. The assassination of a chief of staff in Shanghai by Yamashiro operatives was nothing short of a national disgrace. The homeland has issued a stern rebuke. The TOC, Special Higher Police, and the Mei Agency, are they merely for show? How could the agents in the mountain city have grown so audacious? Chief Kachikawa, this incident is a failure on the part of the TOC. Yamamoto Tsutomu lowered his head, although he was the head of the TOC. He was still under the control of the homeland. However, in the face of the army's wrath, he could not shirk this responsibility. Can a mere acknowledgement of failure restore our lost dignity? Yamamoto Tsutomu was quite displeased. The assassination of Iban Hideo had severely undermined the army's trust in the capabilities of the TOC. Although Iban Hideo was deceased, for Kachikawa, this also presented an opportunity. Under pressure from the army's headquarters, the foreign ministry finally relented. While they did not secure the authority to appoint the TOC in China, The military police in Shanghai did gain the right to independently establish a special investigation department. This was the situation Kichikawa you had desired. Yamamoto-kun. If your talk cannot investigate this matter, I shall assign it to someone more capable. Kichikawa you cast a sidelong glance at Yamamoto Tsutomu, directly pressuring him. In that moment, under the gaze of the assembly, Yamamoto Tsutomu gritted his teeth and reluctantly disclosed part of the investigation results. The reason the assassination was successful in the mountain city was that our talk discovered someone had tipped off the two agents in advance. As Yamamoto Tsutomu spoke, his gaze involuntarily turned to Kichikawa Yu. According to their investigation, the only places where one could have foreknowledge of the operation and the banquet's location were two: the talk itself and the military police headquarters. If there is a traitor, Yamamoto Tsutomu strongly suspected it was within the military police headquarters, where an informant had revealed the hotel's location, allowing the agents to infiltrate. Subsequently, the talk had also specifically notified the two assassins in advance. Otherwise, Yamamoto Tsutomu could not believe they would act in such a manner. This was not in accordance with the operational protocols of assassination agents. In the large conference room, as Yamamoto Tsutomu laid out his analysis, the representatives from the Mei Agency and the consulate involuntarily cast glances at Kichikawa Yu. The latter, under his cold reprimand, wore an even frostier expression. What an audacious talk! What a presumptuous Yamamoto Tsutomu! How dare he implicate their military police and shift the blame onto them? Yamamoto-kun, I believe your talk should conduct a thorough investigation. Slamming his palm on the table before him, Kichikawa Yu stood up in anger. The notion that there could be a traitor within their military police was utterly inconceivable. If there were indeed a traitor, it must be within the talk. We, the military police, will organize personnel for an investigation, Yamamoto-kun. You should cleanse your talk of any internal corruption. With that remark, Kichikawa Yu dismissed Yamamoto Tsutomu's analysis entirely. There was no way their military police could harbor a traitor. This is merely an excuse fabricated by the Special High Police to evade responsibility. They are determined to continue pressuring the locals, ensuring that this fellow Yamamoto Tsukuro is ousted. With the departure of Yoshikawa Yuya, Okamoto Jin, present at the scene, approached and expressed his agreement with the analysis of Yamamoto Tsukuro. Aware of the banquet's location, he planned to arrange personnel and firearms in advance. While the Special High Police were inspecting the hotel, intelligence was swiftly obtained. It is absolutely impossible to have no mole. Yamamoto, the internal investigation by the military police and the Special High Police must commence without delay. Okamoto Jin cast a glance at Yoshikawa Yuya and directly granted Yamamoto Tsukuro authorization. Hiramoto Kenichi is dead. The mole must be found at all costs. With the support of Okamoto Jin, Yamamoto Tsukuro's eyes gleamed with determination. The military police. The mole must be within the military police. Chapter 35. The newly appointed police chief makes waves in the bustling city of Shancheng. At the headquarters of the Intelligence Bureau, a sense of urgency enveloped the atmosphere. Boss. Urgent report from the Shanghai station. Mao Cheng hurriedly approached, presenting the latest intelligence from the Shanghai station. Observing the news of the successful assassination of the treacherous Fan Benxiani, a smile broke across Boss Dai's face. Excellent work from the Shanghai station this time, he praised, instructing his aides to promptly relay the information to higher authorities. Furthermore, he emphasized the necessity of ensuring that the compensation for the families of the deceased was appropriately dispensed. Reflecting on the lives lost, Boss Dai ordered Mao Cheng to ensure that the benefits reached the families of the brave souls who had willingly risked their lives for the nation in its time of peril. Otherwise, how could the personnel of the Shanghai station remain loyal and committed? Mao Cheng, while documenting the proceedings, expressed his concern over another matter. Boss, it appears that the details of this assassination attempt have been compromised. The informant, Shan Tao, has indicated a suspicion of an internal traitor within the Shanghai station. His voice was laden with gravity, recalling that they had recently dealt with another traitor. This latest betrayal had nearly thwarted their plans. Had it not been for Shan Tao's timely warning during the banquet, the two assassins would surely have been exposed. An internal traitor among the Japanese is simply implausible. Boss Dai mused, tapping his fingers thoughtfully on the table. After a moment's reflection, he reached a conclusion. Although the Shanghai station had reported the operation to headquarters prior, only he, Mao Cheng, and a select few in the cipher room were privy to the details. If the Japanese had managed to infiltrate the cipher room, they would not have been so easily compromised. The significance of one Fan Benxiani paled in comparison to vital military intelligence. Thus, the likelihood of a mole in the Shanghai station seemed more probable. Mao Cheng nodded in agreement, recognizing the heightened risk of betrayal from within the Shanghai station. This matter should be entrusted to Lin Dongsheng. He must identify and swiftly eliminate the traitor. Boss Dai continued, noting that higher authorities had recently decided to integrate the Intelligence Bureau with the Operations Department, forming a military command. This development meant an increase in his responsibilities, leaving him little time to assist in the search for the mole in Shanghai. Additionally, he acknowledged Shantao's commendable performance and ordered a discretionary reward for the Shanghai station. With that, he picked up a file and proceeded to his office on the upper floor. In May of the 27th year of the Republic, at the Shanghai Police Department, Dage, have you found out who the new police chief is? In the office, Sumu lounged with his legs crossed, casually munching on seeds as he inquired. Following the assassination incident at the Linhai Grand Hotel, the timid Lu Xiong had once again sought the counsel of Nakano Osamu, prompting a preemptive relocation from the police department. This had resulted in a vacancy for the position of police chief. I've gathered some information. It seems he is affiliated with the Qing gang, reported Dage, dutifully massaging Su Mu's legs while relaying the intel. Affiliated with the Qing gang? Upon hearing this, Su Mu's brow furrowed slightly. The military intelligence organization in the mountainous city has now been established. During this period, the operatives of military intelligence have conducted a series of purging operations within the Chinese community, thereby enhancing their reputation. In an effort to better capture military intelligence agents, the Japanese have elevated and re-employed certain members of the Green Gang. This time, a Green Gang member has been appointed as the police chief, which suggests that the police station will soon be quite busy. The 76th Special Agent Organization will require more than a year to be fully established. Currently, the Japanese lack sufficient lackeys. Brother Su, with the Japanese backing you, even the new chief will have to treat you with respect. Guzi flattered, and his willingness to be Su Mu's sycophant stemmed from Su Mu's connection with the Japanese. After all, they were the Japanese, far more reliable than any insignificant police chief. Listening to Guzi's exaggerated flattery, Su Mu did not find it too problematic. In this domain, the Japanese were indeed the sovereigns. Presently, he was assisting Nakano in handling pharmaceuticals. As long as there was profit to be made, Nakano would undoubtedly protect him. He was not involved in intelligence matters, so no one would trouble him. Brother Su, the chief has arrived. We need to gather in the hall immediately. While Sumu was enjoying his life, members of the action team hurriedly reported from outside. Upon hearing that the new police chief had come, Sumu slowly stood up. So soon, he was momentarily astonished, but did not dwell on it. Brother Su, the new chief has brought military police with him. However, the quiet reminder from his subordinate caused Sumu's expression to shift. What is going on? He brought military police? An intimidation tactic? No. How could a member of the Green Gang command the military police? There must be something amiss. Muttering to himself, Sumu tidied his appearance and hurriedly made his way to the hall with Guzi. After a while, in the police station's hall, Sumu surveyed the new chief before him, balding, portly, and clearly a leader of the Green Gang, a mere buffoon. Allow me to introduce myself. I am the newly appointed police chief. You may call me Master Zhang. His tone resonated with the arrogance of the Green Gang, causing the police personnel to frown in response. The head of the Green Gang in the Jiabei district had actually taken the role of police chief. Sumu felt perplexed, struggling to comprehend the Japanese's strategy. From today onwards, we shall serve the Imperial Army. I do not wish to see anyone engaging in underhanded dealings. As Master Zhang spoke, his gaze inadvertently fell upon Sumu. In that moment, under the scrutiny of the other's eyes, Sumu felt a flicker of surprise. What is this? Why is he staring at me? I have no desire to be the police chief. With confusion brewing within him, he quietly activated his ability to eavesdrop on thoughts. Inner voice. Is this fellow already queued up with Takumi Nakano? It seems I must be more wary of this brat in the future. Eavesdropping on the thoughts of others, Sumo found himself increasingly speechless. Takumi Nakano. Hiss. Could it be that guy, Nakano Osamu? Did he say something at the military police headquarters? While Sumo was still astonished and deep in thought, the subsequent inner voice of Zhang Sen made him suddenly apprehensive. Inner voice. But this kid is of no consequence. Inner voice. Once I gather my men and capture that group of military bureau agents in the Jiabei district, I'll firmly secure my position as the police chief. As the thoughts echoed in his mind, Sumu's expression shifted dramatically. It was only at that moment that he comprehended why this Zhang San had summoned the military police. The location of the military bureau agents in Jiabei district had been compromised. Chapter 36. The mission leaked before it even began. Damn it. These underlings of the Qing gang possess some real skills. With a smile plastered on his face as he approached Master Zhang, Sumu harbored a profound disdain for these Qing gang sycophants. Without their assistance, relying solely on the agents of the Special High Commission to locate individuals in the unfamiliar territory of Huajia would be an insurmountable challenge. He needed to devise a strategy to report back to the Shanghai station. The Military Intelligence Bureau had only recently been established, and many agents from the Shanghai station had been dispatched to Huajia to execute assassination missions. At this critical juncture, if the base in the Jiabei district were to be compromised, the repercussions for the Shanghai station's operations in Huajia would be significant. However, Su Mu's gaze flickered towards the members of the garrison standing behind Master Zhang, among whom were agents from the Special High Commission. Once Master Zhang announced the mission, should he attempt to leave unilaterally, it would result in failure, leading to suspicion cast upon him. After all he had endured, Su Mu held no illusions about the Special High Commission. They could afford countless missteps, yet for him, a single error or lapse could prove fatal. His inner voice echoed. This Su Mu has been too close to the Japanese. If he were to participate in this mission, it would inevitably draw attention from them. Just as Su Mu pondered reasons to decline involvement in the operation, Master Zhang's thoughts caught him off guard. Captain Su, I've heard you've been working tirelessly for Mr. Nakano. You must be exhausted. Please take a moment to rest at the office. Master Zhang said with a smile, his words carrying unmistakable implications. In an instant, Su Mu found himself beaming with joy at Master Zhang's remarks. What splendid assistance! Clearing his throat, he replied, Indeed, Director. I am rather fatigued. Suppressing his laughter, Su Mu decisively nodded in agreement. I need to visit the garrison shortly to discuss matters with Mr. Nakano, so I shall take my leave. Little did he realize that Master Zhang, concerned about Su Mu's potential for acclaim, had preemptively excused him from the mission. What a masterful maneuver! Now, without even being informed of the mission's details, he could depart. Should the operation fail, it would be of no concern to him. Observing Su Mu's willingness to comply, Master Zhang was somewhat taken aback. However, as he watched Su Mu's retreating figure, he quickly regained his composure. With Su Mu gone, it would facilitate Master Zhang's own opportunity for distinction. At the entrance, the leader of the Special High Commission's action group, He Chuan-gu, glanced at Su Mu but offered no hindrance, allowing him to leave unimpeded. Since Master Zhang had not disclosed the mission, Su Mu remained uninformed and free to depart. Had he been aware of the task, He Chuan-gu would not have permitted such an easy exit. Zhang sang, please act immediately. As Sugimo departed, He Chuan-gu, accompanied by the gendarmerie, approached Master Zhang San with urgency. Following the assassination incident at the dining establishment, the Special High Police, under the authority of the Mei Agency, conducted a thorough examination of the gendarmerie. This led to a significant reduction in the operational capacity of both the Special High Police and the gendarmerie, necessitating the involvement of the police department. Furthermore, the intelligence source originated from Master Zhang San, culminating in the current scenario. Otherwise, the Special High Police would have directly led the gendarmerie to assault the stronghold in the Jiabei district. Mr. He Chuan, I shall commence now. With Sugimo's departure, Master Zhang San announced the mission to the members of the police action team, instructing them to cooperate with the gendarmerie and the Special High Police to decisively eliminate the stronghold in the Jiabei district. Upon the mission's proclamation, the members of the action team grew increasingly apprehensive. They set off immediately. Despite their trepidation, the Imperial Army's command compelled them to hasten forward. Before long, a formidable contingent of the gendarmerie, accompanied by numerous members of the police action team, proceeded towards the Jiabei district, not far from the police department. Sugimo observed this scene and promptly took action by making an emergency call. His intention to wait until the action team departed before notifying the Shanghai station was to distance himself from any suspicion. At the Shanghai station in the French concession, Lin Dongsheng, feeling perturbed, gazed at the intelligence before him. Despite significant achievements over the past 2 months, they had yet to uncover the mole from the previous assassination mission. Station Chief, the adversary is likely aware and has gone silent, Rincon remarked, his expression grim, as he analyzed the situation for Lin Dongsheng. The suspect was undoubtedly cognizant that failure in the assassination at the Linhai Hotel would cast suspicion upon him, hence the high probability of his silence. After 2 months of scrutiny, although a few individuals had been identified, their identities remained uncertain. The higher-ups demanded that they expedite the search for the mole. Rubbing his forehead, Lin Dongsheng felt immense pressure. Without identifying the hidden mole, many operations at the Shanghai station would remain unfeasible. Even missions dispatched from headquarters had him concerned about potential leaks. What if we release some false intelligence to test the waters? Lin Dongsheng suggested, only to be met with a swift shake of Rinkang's head, who rejected the proposal outright. Station Chief, the individuals we've pinpointed are veterans from the Lixing Society era. Once they go silent, they are unlikely to fall for the same ruse again. The previous mole was lured out through bait. Employing the same tactic now would yield little hope, especially since we are dealing with seasoned professionals who have undergone specialized training. Cursing in frustration, Lin Dongsheng lamented that as long as the traitor remained undetected, he would find no peace, day or night. Knock, knock. As the two conversed, a series of urgent knocks echoed through the air, followed by the hasty entrance of Rin Kang's confidant, Anyo. Commander, Chief, we have received an urgent telegram from Shan Tuesday. The stronghold in the Jiaba district has been compromised. The Japanese are advancing toward Jiaba. Anyo's words instantly transformed the expressions of both Rin Kang and Lin Dongsheng. The stronghold in Jiaba has been compromised. How could this be possible? Damn it, we must immediately send someone to initiate a transfer. Realizing the stakes concerning the operational team in Jiaba, Lin Dongsheng spoke urgently. The operational team in Jiaba must not encounter any issues. Otherwise, our influence in the Huajie will be severely diminished. Meanwhile, as the police station, the special hire police, and the Shanghai station sprang into action. Sumu arrived at the entrance of the garrison headquarters, carrying a package of well-wrapped beverages. Mr. Nakano, I have brought you a small gift. Susan, my dear friend. Let us go in and have a chat. Chapter 37. The capture turns into a trap, the thunderous sound from the abandoned warehouse. Susan, my dear friend. It is truly a delightful encounter to see you. Within Nakano's office, he graciously accepted the gifts presented by Sumu, a smile illuminating his face. Not only had Sumu assisted him in securing the sulfanilamide business, but he also frequently bestowed upon him small tokens of appreciation. How could Nakano not cherish such a presence? Nakano-kun, the police station happens to be idle, so I thought to come here to discuss business matters. Suma spoke with a beaming smile, for his visit was, of course, to evade danger. That Zhang-san, accompanied by officers from the police station and a group of agents from the Special High Police, had ventured into the Jabe district to apprehend individuals. If they failed to capture anyone and he happened to be at the police station, he would inevitably draw attention to himself. By the way, Nakano-kun, it seems the Special High Police has been conducting strict investigations lately. Is Zhang Huqiang worried about our business? Transitioning to more serious matters, Sumu inquired. Ever since the incident at the Linghai Grand Hotel, the Special High Police had intensified their scrutiny over the Chinese territories. Zhang Huqiang was apprehensive that their sulfanilamide business would be targeted by the Special High Police. This is a matter for my gendarmerie. How dare the Special High Police interfere? With a cold reprimand, Nakano's expression turned frosty as he began to scold. Dismissing the Special High Police's authority and instructing Zhang Huqiang to continue procuring supplies without concern, Nakano waved his hand nonchalantly. He was not merely a minor advisor at the Shanghai Gendarmerie Command. The Nakano family's influence on the mainland was not something that Yamamoto Tsurin could afford to offend. Listening to Nakano's audacious remarks, Sumu gained a deeper understanding of Nakano's formidable background. Indeed, he was a figure of considerable clout, unperturbed even by the Shanghai Special High Police. This robust ally, Sumu resolved, he would cling to no matter what. Jabe District, abandoned warehouse, Sanyi, you have arrived. At this moment, outside the abandoned warehouse, a member of the Green Gang approached upon seeing Zhang San arrive with officers from the police station and the gendarmerie. Limatzi, have there been any movements? Are they still inside? Zhang San eagerly inquired, casting a glance at the old warehouse. Since the Japanese had supported the Green Gang, Zhang San had proactively aligned himself with them, mobilizing his gang's influence to investigate and search throughout the Chinese territories. Ultimately, they discovered this stronghold. Yoshi, Zhang San. Your men have accomplished a great feat this time. Hekawatani, the leader of the Special High Police Action Team trailing behind, praised Zhang San and Limatzi. Ever since the establishment of the military commission, various assassination operations had been underway in Shanghai, leaving many officials who had allied with the Japanese feeling apprehensive and unsettled. If they could capture personnel from the military commission Shanghai station, it might deal a significant blow to their operations. Immediately take your men and apprehend those inside. Hekawatani glanced at the abandoned warehouse and issued orders to the officers from the police station. However, upon hearing the command for the police to rush in, Zhang San hesitated slightly. Hechuan-jun, this group of military intelligence personnel is armed, while the police are nothing but inept buffoons. Look, the only reason his subordinates discovered this hideout is due to sheer coincidence. They found out that there were firearms present. These are military weapons. In today's Shanghai, apart from the Japanese, who else would dare to secretly stash such things here? Zhang San's thoughts were meticulous, yet he inwardly cursed the incompetence of those around him. They are deterred by the presence of firearms. The police are utterly useless, mere drunks and layabouts. Go, apprehend the individuals inside. Try to capture them alive. Hechuan-jun glanced at the dilapidated warehouse and instructed the soldiers behind him. He also commanded Zhang San to lead the police in cordoning off all exits to ensure that the military intelligence agents do not escape. Hearing that they need not risk their lives, Zhang San rallied the police action team to spread out in the vicinity. Action! With a single command from Hechuan-jun, he took the lead, stealthily advancing towards the decrepit warehouse with the elite agents. Inside were professionally trained operatives. They needed to approach with utmost caution to maximize the chances of capturing them alive. 6 elite agents moved forward silently, followed closely by a team of soldiers, all the while remaining vigilant to their surroundings. Zhang San, stationed outside, observed the Japanese actions with a mix of excitement and anticipation. If the Japanese successfully captured the military intelligence agents, his position as police chief would be secure. As the police chief, he could then profit immensely from smuggling operations in the Jabe district. This thought brought a smile to Zhang San's face. Sanyi, after this, are maritime operations. Li Matzi began to speak, but was promptly silenced by Zhang San's reprimand. Such matters of smuggling should never be discussed openly. If the elite agents overheard, it would undoubtedly lead to trouble. While Zhang San eagerly envisioned a prosperous future, Hechuan-jun, accompanied by the elite agents, had already stealthily entered the warehouse. Upon entry, He Chuan-jun furrowed his brow at the dimly lit space, sensing something amiss. It was eerily quiet. This was supposed to be a stronghold for military intelligence. Logically, it should not be this silent. He gestured to the soldiers behind him to proceed cautiously, remaining alert to all directions. However, as the soldiers advanced, instead of encountering anything, the foremost soldier suddenly turned and shouted, "Commander, there's no one here." The proclamation sent He Chuan-jun's face into a deep frown. No one? How could that be possible? Damn it! Search everywhere. There must be someone here. He Chuan-gu shouted loudly, believing firmly that this hard-won stronghold could not be deserted. He refused to trust the foolish Zhang Sanyi, who dared to deceive him with such false intelligence. Search, even if we have to dig 3 feet into the ground. We will uncover the truth. He Chuan-gu stepped out, surveying the desolate and empty warehouse, his impotent fury boiling over. The military intelligence agents must certainly. Before he could finish his words, He Chuan-gu furrowed his brow and sniffed the air, as if he had caught a whiff of something significant. In the next moment, his expression shifted dramatically, and he was suddenly jolted awake. Retreat, quickly retreat. With a thunderous shout, He Chuan-gu had no time to ponder, and he dashed frantically towards the rear. The agents from the Special Operations Unit, along with the military police, though bewildered, swiftly followed suit. Meanwhile, outside the dilapidated warehouse, Director Zhang Sanyi, with a smug smile, was reassuring his subordinates who had come to curry favor. His words were yet to finish when an earth-shattering explosion erupted from behind him. Boom. Chapter 38. The gendarmes suffer heavy casualties. The Special High Command seizes individuals. Boom. A thunderous sound erupted, and in an instant, those standing on the periphery, including Zhang Sand, witnessed flames bursting forth from the dilapidated warehouse. A thick cloud of smoke billowed into the air, and the individuals who had previously rushed inside, such as He Chuan-gu, lay sprawled on the ground in utter disarray. This shocking scene left Zhang Sanyi and the others dumbfounded. What is happening? His mind raced, and panic gripped Zhang Sanyi entirely. The bright future he had envisioned vanished into thin air with the resounding explosion. Quickly, we must go. After a brief moment of daze, Zhang Sanyi finally recalled the safety of He Chuan-gu and the others. In an instant, the members of the police action team swiftly approached the derelict warehouse. Meanwhile, on the 3rd floor of a nearby residence, a young man stood at the window, clenching his fists with excitement as he shouted, "Damn the Japanese. You will pay for this. Enough. What has happened to Old Sun and the others? How much gunpowder have they managed to transport?" Zhou Haichao, the leader of the 2nd Action Group from the Shanghai station, inquired with a furrowed brow, glancing at the young man before him. The explosion at the warehouse would undoubtedly prompt the Japanese to dispatch reinforcements immediately. They needed to evacuate this area swiftly. However, before their withdrawal, there remained a more pressing matter, the arrangement of munitions and gunpowder. Though they had received notification from the station, time was too tight. And Old Sun and his team had managed to transport only half of the supplies through the tunnels. The young man, Wu Bing, felt his smile fade somewhat. His eyes ablaze with fury and an intensified hatred for the Japanese. That represented half of their military explosives, now lost. Previously, when the Japanese occupied Shanghai, they had retreated to the French concession. Although they had withdrawn, they left behind munitions and arms for safekeeping within Chinese territory. This dilapidated warehouse was one of their 2 military strongholds. Now that it had been discovered by the Japanese, the portion they had failed to transport must be detonated to teach the Japanese a lesson. Half is half. Let Old Sun and his team safeguard what remains and withdraw for the time being. Zhou Haichao cast a glance at the distant commotion. The gendarmerie had been drawn to the sudden explosion. Remaining here posed an immense risk. Had it not been for the information relayed from the station, they would likely have faced complete annihilation. Withdraw. With a command, Zhou Haichao and the others swiftly departed. Shanghai Special High Command Chief. We have conducted internal investigations on several suspects and found no issues. At this moment, Kita Tsurugi presented the report of the suspects from the Lehigh Grand Hotel to Yamamoto Tsukuro. The recent assassination had dealt a significant blow to the reputation of their Special High Command in Shanghai. Although the matter eventually concluded, Yamamoto Tsukuro's scrutiny was far from over. No issues. Yamamoto Tsukuro frowned, realizing that the absence of problems was, in itself, the greatest concern. This indicates that the lurking mole within the military intelligence is exceedingly cunning and troublesome. Chief, the number of individuals privy to this information is quite limited, and we have scrutinized and monitored all those capable of alerting the military agents in advance. Kurita Tsurugi is quite vexed, based on the circumstances at the Lehigh Grand Hotel. They have conducted thorough analyses and investigations. The existence of someone capable of forewarning the military agents must imply prior knowledge. After identifying the suspects, they subjected these individuals to examinations and trials, yet yielded no results. In Kurita Tsurugi's view, continuing the scrutiny and testing has become futile. I am aware of this matter for now. Just as Yamamoto Tsukiro was speaking, the telephone rang abruptly. Initially indifferent, he answered the call. And in the next instant, his expression changed drastically. What? You have encountered an ambush with heavy casualties. Yamamoto Tsukiro exclaimed, his face filled with horror. Beside him, Kurita Tsurugi, still perplexed by the unfolding events, witnessed Yamamoto Tsukiro immediately issue orders. You must take Action Team 2 and head to the abandoned warehouse in the Jabe district. It is imperative to act swiftly. Upon receiving the command, Kurita Tsurugi understood the gravity of the situation, promptly turning to gather the action team and hastening towards Jabe district. Damn the military intelligence. Yamamoto Tsukiro cursed under his breath, unable to fathom that the mole had once again thwarted his plans, resulting in significant losses. Investigate. He vowed to uncover the truth behind this incident. Fury coursed through Yamamoto Tsukiro's veins as he clenched his fists, his countenance dark as stormy waters. In Shanghai. At the military police headquarters, Su sang, ensure that fellow increases the procurement of pharmaceuticals. Business is booming, and we cannot afford to miss this opportunity. Nakano Osamu conversed with Sumu regarding their business affairs. With the onset of war, sulfanilamide, a scarce commodity, has become exceedingly marketable. 5,000 taels worth of goods is simply insufficient. If possible, Nakano Osamu yearns to acquire more. After all, Shanghai has only recently fallen under occupation. Local tycoons will require time to establish their foothold. If he does not seize the opportunity to profit now, he may miss out once local magnates enter the fray. Nakano-kun. Rest assured, I will personally visit the concession with Zhang Huqiang to have a thorough discussion with Mr. John. When it comes to matters of profit, Sumu naturally aligned himself with Nakano Osamu's intentions. As long as the sulfanilamide trade persists, it would please Nakano Osamu, thereby ensuring his own safety within Shanghai and the Chinese territories. Indeed, Su sang you. Just as Nakano Osamu was reassuring Sumu, a cacophony of disarray erupted outside, causing Nakano Osamu's brow to furrow. This is the military police headquarters. How could there be such a tumultuous disturbance? Bang, bang, bang. Just as Nakano was about to rise and investigate, the door swung open, and two agents from the Special Higher Police, accompanied by military police, entered the room. Baka, who permitted your entry? Nakano exclaimed, voicing his outrage at the unexpected intruders. This was his office, and these individuals had audaciously barged in. Sir, we attempted to intervene, but the Special Higher Police insisted they were here to make an arrest. The military policeman, head bowed, dared not contest the authority of the intruders. Arrest? Upon hearing the mention of an arrest by the Special Higher Police, Nakano furrowed his brow. His gaze fell upon the two agents, who approached Sumo. You are Sumu from the police department, correct? Please come with us. The sudden apprehension rendered Sumu, seated on the sofa, momentarily speechless. What is happening? He thought, bewildered that agents from the Special Higher Police had come to arrest him. Chapter 39, Strict Investigation at the Police Station, Concerns from Shanghai, Jabe District. Abandoned warehouse. At this moment, the perimeter of the dilapidated warehouse is heavily guarded by a battalion of military police, forbidding any approach. Many local residents, witnessing the scene, are frightened and retreat into their homes, paralyzed by fear. What is the situation? Shortly thereafter, with the arrival of Yoshikawa Yuya and Yamamoto Tsutomu, Kurita Tsurugi, who had been overseeing the initial response, hurriedly joined them. Commander, the current report indicates 5 casualties and 7 injuries, Kurita Tsurugi stated, his voice trembling slightly as he lowered his head. Among the deceased, 4 were military police officers. Baka, useless fools. Upon hearing that 4 Imperial soldiers had perished on his watch, Yoshikawa Yuya erupted in anger. These were his own men, and to have lost 4 in a single operation was utterly unacceptable. Furthermore, several of the injured were also military police. Nearly an entire squad had been captured in the ambush. Is this the capability of your Special Higher Police, Yamamoto-kun? Yoshikawa Yuya glared at Yamamoto Tsutomu, his frustration mounting with each failure, casting serious doubt on the competence of the Special Higher Police. How much time had passed since the assassination of Kanemoto Kenichi? Now, in the Huaji area, the military police and Special Higher Police had suffered such grievous losses. Faced with Yoshikawa Yuya's wrath, Yamamoto Tsutomu found himself speechless. The sight of the fallen military police officers was particularly harrowing. He understood that, regardless of the outcome, he must provide an explanation to the military police headquarters. Otherwise, his capabilities would be called into question. If that group were to raise a ruckus back home, he would be left with no choice but to leave in disgrace. I expect your results on this matter, Yoshikawa Yuya warned, casting a stern glance at Yamamoto Tsutomu. He was determined to exert pressure on the homeland regarding this incident. Moreover, following this debacle, Yoshikawa Yuya resolved to expedite the establishment of his intelligence department. Relying on the Special Higher Police was simply unreliable. Watching Yoshikawa Yuya storm away in fury, Yamamoto Tsutomu's expression grew serious as he turned to Kurita Tsurugi. Confronted with pressure from the expeditionary forces, he knew he must swiftly provide an explanation. Chief, we have conducted a preliminary investigation. This appears to be a military stronghold for the Guomindang. Kurita Tsurugi wiped the sweat from his brow, having already conducted initial inquiries. The explosion occurred because this was an arms depot. And how did the Guomindang know? How were they able to set up an ambush in advance? Yamamoto Tsutomu's eyes glinted with intensity as he sought to uncover how this capture operation had gone awry. They had intended to apprehend Guomindang agents, yet found themselves ensnared instead. Chief, the Guomindang operatives escaped through a tunnel at the rear of the warehouse, Kurita Tsurugi replied, with his head wrapped in bandages. Chuangu lowered his gaze and recounted the events that had transpired. Had it not been for his keen sense of smell detecting the scent of gunpowder, he would not have alerted the others to flee in advance. It is likely that this time, the special high police operatives and the gendarmerie would have perished within. A cold smile played on Yamamoto Tsutomu's lips as he considered the irony of his capture mission being preemptively known by the military intelligence. Clearly, there was a mole in their midst. Chief, this operation was known only to the police department. The informant must be among them. Kamita Takuji's eyes lit up. According to his knowledge, very few were privy to this operation. After Zhang Sanyi disclosed the mission, only He Chuangu reported to the special high police. Thus, the police department emerged as the prime suspect. Arrest everyone from the police department, leaving no one behind, and conduct thorough interrogations. A chilling determination swept over Yamamoto Tsutomu. He was resolute in uncovering the mole who had betrayed them. This treacherous informant must face justice alongside the valiant warriors of the empire. In an instant, following Yamamoto's orders, the personnel from the police department were apprehended by the gendarmerie. Ichuan, I am innocent. I did nothing wrong. And I was the one who provided the intelligence. There's no way I could have leaked it. Zhang Sanyi, seeing that even he was being arrested, panicked and shouted desperately at Chuangu. It was he who had provided the location for this operation. How could they justify apprehending him as well? Humph, you provided the location, but who knows if you informed military intelligence beforehand? Chuangu retorted coldly, blood seeping through his bandaged head. His heart brimmed with resentment toward Zhang Sanyi. Were it not for this scoundrel, there would not have been such casualties. Moreover, this individual had clearly refused the proposal to storm the warehouse. Therefore, Yamamoto Tsutomu and Kamita Takuji had every reason to suspect that he might have played a double game, falsely pledging allegiance while secretly preparing the military intelligence for an ambush, leading to a devastating blow against the empire's warriors. I am innocent, truly innocent. Zhang Sanyi lamented as he was dragged away by the gendarmerie, tears welling in his eyes. He had never imagined that serving the Japanese would lead to his own capture. In Shanghai, within the French concession at the Shanghai station, the station master received the news that old Zhou and his team had successfully evacuated while inflicting significant casualties on the enemy. Ren Kong hurriedly arrived, delivering the latest intelligence to Lin Dongxing. Witnessing the safe withdrawal of old Zhou's team and the explosive demise of several gendarmes, Lin Dongxing's face lit up with excitement. Well done. Excellent work, he praised, tightly gripping the report, thoroughly satisfied with the handling of Zhou Haichao and his team. Initially, the plan was simply to ensure their retreat, but he had not anticipated such a grand uproar. Station Master, with such a significant disturbance caused by old Zhou's team, will there be trouble from Yamato? Unlike the elation of Lin Dongxiang, Ren Kong, an experienced intelligence officer, was consumed with concern for the safety of Shan Tuesday. The gendarmerie and the special high police had failed in their operation, resulting in numerous fatalities. If they were to pursue relentlessly, Shantu within the precinct could find himself in grave danger. At the mention of Shantu, Lin Dongxing momentarily regained his composure, his brow furrowed in contemplation. He too felt a sense of uncertainty. The Japanese had suffered a significant blow and would undoubtedly seek retribution, should a thorough investigation ensue. Shantu would indeed be at risk. He instructed that Lao Gui be dispatched to Huajie, ready to facilitate Shantu's evacuation at a moment's notice. After a brief hesitation, Lin Dongxing resolved to send Lao Gui to Huajie, ensuring that if Shantu required extraction, Lao Gui could assist him in retreating to the French concession. Such a loyal and accomplished subordinate deserved careful consideration. Meanwhile, at the gendarmerie headquarters, Sumu was paralyzed with shock as he faced the special high police agents sent to apprehend him. This was dire. The special high police had come for him. Had he been betrayed by those within his own ranks? Chapter 40, Police Station Leak. What does it have to do with me, Sumu? In Shanghai, at the gendarmerie headquarters, Inoue Kuin from the Special Investigation Section urgently required assistance for its establishment. Outside the gendarmerie headquarters, Yoshikawa Yuya engaged in conversation with the cunning Inoue. After the recent events, Yoshikawa had completely lost faith in the special high police, deeming them incompetent. A single capture operation had resulted in severe losses for the gendarmerie, a sight he found utterly unacceptable. Rest assured, General Yoshikawa, my Black Dragon Society will extend its utmost support. Inoue, with a knowing smile, nodded in agreement. He was quite intrigued by the position of the Special High Police Chief. For the sake of the greater Japanese Empire, he had remained undercover in Shanghai for many years. Establishing the Black Dragon Society, which had infiltrated various sectors, he held absolute confidence in dealing with the military intelligence. Inoue-kun, Yamamoto Tsutomu has proven to be profoundly disappointing. I hope you will not let me down. Yoshikawa regarded Inoue with a gaze filled with anticipation. If Inoue were to assist in forming a special investigation section within the gendarmerie capable of handling military intelligence agents, he would ensure that reports were sent to the army headquarters, applying pressure on the local command. No scrutiny could be permitted over their army. How could you Special High Police handle matters in such a manner? Just as Yoshikawa and Inoue entered the headquarters, a furious shout echoed from the corridor. Yoshikawa furrowed his brows, displeasure evident on his face. This was the gendarmerie headquarters. For someone to shout in such a manner was utterly disgraceful. Without uttering a word, he strode purposefully towards the other end of the corridor, while the indifferent Inoue followed, seemingly oblivious to the commotion. A while later, within Nakano's office, Commander Nakano. This is our chief's order. I hope you understand. Two agents from the Special High Police met Nakano's gaze without a hint of retreat. Although Nakano, a major, held a higher rank, the Special High Police possessed the authority to scrutinize and supervise the army, regarding them with disdain. Nakano-kun, please do not let this matter disturb our harmony. I merely wish to know why they want to apprehend me. At this moment, Sumu activated his ability to listen in on thoughts, eager to uncover the circumstances behind the Special High Police's interest in him. This was utterly perplexing. Could there be a traitor? Contemplating, Sumu cast a worried glance at Nakano. Clearly, Nakano understood Sumu's unspoken concern. He was inquiring whether their sulfanilamide dealings had come to the Special High Police's attention. If you Special High Police come here to apprehend individuals, especially my friends, you must provide me with a valid reason. Nakano retorted coldly, probing the two agents for answers. If it truly is the sulfa business, no matter what he says, he must protect Sumo at all costs. How outrageous. A profitable enterprise, and the Tako dares to apprehend people. Nakanoji does not hesitate to employ a bit of force. At that moment, the two newcomers exchanged glances, and one Tako agent boldly stated, the explosion at the abandoned warehouse in Jabe district has raised suspicions about the police station. We need to take him back for questioning. Their arrival, of course, was under the orders of Yamamoto Tsukuro. Everyone in the police station is to be scrutinized. As a serving officer, Sumu cannot escape this fate. What explosion in Jabe district? I have no idea. What has happened? Upon hearing the words and sentiments of the two Tako agents, Sumu's anxious heart finally settled. All is well. It was not an insider who betrayed him, so he is free from worry. However, that explosion in Jabe district. Oh dear. The agents from Shanghai are indeed ruthless. Listening to the Tako agent's account, Nakanoji quickly grasped the situation. Yet, when he heard Sumu's recounting, his expression darkened considerably, revealing his dismay. How absurd. Are the Tako agents completely incompetent? His thoughts. Sumu had no involvement in this matter, yet he is to be taken in for questioning. What utter incompetence. His thoughts. No. These Tako agents might be searching for trouble, aiming at our military police. His thoughts. Sumu is timid and averse to trouble. If he gets captured and reveals the sulfa business, it would spell disaster. Quietly eavesdropping on Nakanoji's inner thoughts, Sumu's heart was filled with ecstatic joy. Yes, indeed. He is timid and averse to trouble. If captured, he would undoubtedly spill the beans about the sulfa business. At that moment, the Tako would have a pretext to exert pressure on the military police. Sumu, in his heart, was wildly applauding Nakanoji. Sumu is my friend, and he had no role in this matter. Your Tako agents are clearly up to no good. Nakanoji's gaze turned frigid, for he believed Sumu's words. After all, in such a matter, should one dare to lie, Sumu would be prepared to perish in the interrogation room of the Tako. Nakanoji, if you have any doubts about our Tako's operations, you may. How grandiose the Tako truly is. Before the two Tako agents could finish their statement, a chilling voice resonated from behind, followed by the furious approach of Yoshikawa Yuya. Sir. Observing Yoshikawa, Nakanoji, Sumu, and the Tako agents all bowed respectfully. His thoughts. Damned Yamamoto Tsukuro, how dare he bring this to the military police headquarters? Who gave him such authority? His thoughts. Is this an apprehension? Or an attempt to drag the military police headquarters into this mess and lay the blame on them? Bowing respectfully, Sumu secretly stifled his laughter as he overheard Yoshikawa's thoughts. How amusing. The Special Higher Police has truly encountered a formidable challenge. Indeed, leaving the police station and immediately heading to the gendarmerie command was the wisest decision. Not only did it sever any ties, but it also ensured protection from individuals such as Nakano Osamu. As a mere insignificant figure, my presence holds little weight. However, if the Special Higher Police were to apprehend me at the gendarmerie command, it would be a blow to their dignity. Commander, this matter summoned Yamamoto Tsukuro to see me at once. Yoshikawa Yuya bellowed in anger. If news of today's events were to leak, Would the gendarmerie command not be humiliated by the special hire police? Inoue Kuin, I entrust this investigation to you. As he watched the two retreat in defeat, Yoshikawa Yuya directed a remark at the cunning Inoue. Though filled with fury, he understood that an investigation must be conducted. Listening to Yoshikawa Yuya's words, Inoue could not help but let out a sigh of relief. Investigate away, as long as it does not lead to the interrogation room of the special hire police. Feel free to scrutinize to your heart's content. I have no fear. Chapter 41. Su Sang is a friend of Nakano Osamu. He is certainly not a traitor. Shanghai. Huajie, old man, why is there no one at the police station? On the street outside the police station, the disguised Zhang Aming inquired of a vendor. He had been sent by Lin Dongsheng and others to gather information about the mountain rabbit. Simultaneously, he was prepared to assist in the mountain rabbit's retreat if necessary. Hush! Lower your voice. Are you seeking death? I heard the police station personnel have all been captured by the Japanese. The vendor, glancing around nervously, whispered in response. Captured? A jolt of anxiety surged through Zhang Aming. Could it be that the mountain rabbit's identity had been compromised due to the incident in the Jabei district? Old man, do you know? Enough. If you're not buying anything, you'd best be on your way. Before Zhang Aming could finish his question, the vendor, obviously frightened, hurried him along. The matter concerning the Japanese. He dared not speak further. Seeing this, Zhang Aming quietly departed, casting a worried glance towards the police station. As of now, he could only hope that the mountain rabbit had not been exposed. Otherwise, he would be forced to prepare for the worst. At the garrison command in Shanghai, General Yoshikawa, here are the findings. The individual named Su Mu poses no issues. In Yoshikawa Yuya's office, the cunning Inoue, with a smile, handed over his investigation report. His Black Dragon Society was pervasive throughout Shanghai, making the inquiry into Su Mu's whereabouts a trivial task. Humph, very well. Observing the report indicating that Su Mu had no knowledge of any missions and had proceeded directly to the garrison command after leaving the police station. Without heading to the Jabei district, Yoshikawa Yuya felt a surge of anger. Yamamoto Tsutomu had clearly used this insignificant figure to entangle the garrison command. Such treachery was unforgivable. While Yoshikawa Yuya seethed with rage, Inoue merely smiled in silence. His investigations revealed more than just this. He had even discovered that there seemed to be a connection between Su Mu and Nakano Osamu. However, such matters were evidently unrelated to the explosion case, and he would not disclose them. Meanwhile, outside the garrison command, fools, do you not investigate thoroughly before taking action? Yamamoto Tsutomu berated his subordinates, his anger palpable. He was astonished by their utter foolishness. Sumu was entirely oblivious to this situation. Just because of a word from Zhang San, they rushed to the garrison command to apprehend someone. Utterly ridiculous. Chief, I too was unaware of the close relationship between Su Mu and Nakano Osamu. There must be some hidden matters between them, Hekawa Taniguchi stammered, only to meet Yamamoto Tsutomu's murderous glare. In Hekawa's view, Su Mu was merely an ordinary individual. He held a position in the Special High Command of Shanghai. Capturing him was no big deal. Who could have known? Nakahara, that fellow, will certainly intervene. Even if the two are indeed connected, it bears no relevance to the current situation. Do you not comprehend this? Yamamoto Tsukuro felt an overwhelming fatigue at the foolishness of his subordinates. The apprehension operation has failed. Now, he has unnecessarily offended Yoshikawa Yuya. As the head of the Tako in Shanghai, he has come here personally to clean up their mess. This left Yamamoto Tsukuro quite displeased. Yoshikawa Yuya is deliberately exerting pressure on him. The army has long harbored disdain for the Tako. Chief, then about this Sumu. This Sumu is utterly unaware. He is definitely not an informant. Return to your post and investigate the remaining individuals. I must obtain results. With a sweeping gesture, Yamamoto Tsukuro interrupted Hekawa's words. He had already perused Sumu's investigative report. The individual not only lacked knowledge of the mission but also had not ventured to the Jabei district. How could he possibly be an informant? In Yamamoto Tsukuro's view, the traitor must be among the personnel at the police station. Dismissing the useless Hekawa, Yamamoto Tsukuro strode into the military police headquarters. Nakahara, do you think this time there will be any issues? I am concerned. In Nakahara's office, Sumu feigned worry as he observed the military police and Tako agents guarding the entrance. After eavesdropping on Yoshikawa Yuya's sentiments, Sumu felt no anxiety regarding the situation. However, given that Nakahara was present, he had to maintain a facade of timidity, otherwise, it would arouse suspicion. Do not worry, Sumu. This matter does not concern you. The Tako would not dare to harm you. Internally, Nakahara berated Sumu for his cowardice, though he outwardly consoled him. His thoughts, Sumu is exceedingly timid. Yet, this is advantageous, as it allows me to maintain control and avoid unexpected complications. Eavesdropping on Nakahara's inner thoughts, Sumu nodded in agreement and mentally praised Nakahara numerous times. Nakahara, I am not particularly worried about that. I fear the Tako might leverage that incident. Sumu leaned in closer. whispering with an expression of concern over the potential exposure of the sulfanilamide issue, which caused Nakahara's demeanor to grow serious. He, too, believed Sumu was uninvolved in the current matter. However, should the smuggling of sulfanilamide come to the attention of the Tako, it would indeed pose a significant problem. Sumu. Rest assured, the Tako will not focus on this matter. Nakahara, understanding Sumu's apprehension, offered a reassuring response. Furthermore, even if the Tako were to take notice, how substantial could the issue of smuggling contraband be? He could easily extricate Sumu when the time arises. Chief, just as the two were conversing, the Tako agent guarding Sumu greeted the arriving Yamamoto Tsukuro with a salute. Upon Yamamoto Tsukuro's arrival, Nakahara felt a surge of uncontainable anger rising within him. Suzanne is undoubtedly a friend of Nakano Osamu. He could never be an informant for the military intelligence. With a sharp rebuke, Nakano Osamu voiced his discontent loudly. Expressing his dissatisfaction, I advise some individuals to act within their means. Hearing Nakano Osamu's unequivocal words, Yamamoto Tsukuro realized he had struck a personal blow to himself, reminding himself not to offend the military police headquarters. Meanwhile, sitting on the sofa, Sumu listened to Nakano Osamu's words and watched as he stood up for him. Feeling overwhelmed with emotion, tears streamed down his face. He was profoundly moved. In that moment, Sumo found himself in a state of bewilderment. Could it be that he truly was not a military intelligence agent? Yes, indeed, he was a close friend of Nakano Osamu, not an agent of the military intelligence. Chapter 42. While others endure torture, you indulge in the pleasures of the concession. What have you truly been up to since you left? Within the interrogation room of the Special High Police, the sound of screams echoed as Chuangu wielded his whip with ferocity. The middle-aged man bound to the torture device was now a grotesque sight, his flesh torn and bloodied, utterly unrecognizable. Since being assigned back by Yamamoto Tsukuro, Chuangu unleashed his wrath upon the officers present at the police station. This operation involved a total of 27 officers. Yet only 2 had found excuses to depart during the mission. One was Huang Quan, the captain of the police action team, and the other was Wang Huayan, the man currently being mercilessly beaten. Even if you are tough, I shall pry you open today. Chuangu glared at the man before him, casting aside the torture instrument to an agent nearby before striding towards another interrogation room. The 2 who had absconded from the team were undoubtedly the focal point of this investigation. No matter what, he intended to extract confessions from them before Yamamoto Tsukuro arrived to interrogate. In Shanghai, at the military police headquarters, Yamamoto-kun. Should you require the assistance of my Black Dragon Society regarding this bombing incident, do not hesitate to ask. In the office of Yoshikawa Yuya, Yamamoto Tsukuro bowed his head, having just faced reprimand from Yoshikawa. Meanwhile, the cunning Inoue seized the opportunity to chuckle softly. Shanghai has already fallen under our control. To Inoue, this was a delectable slice of cake. If he could attain the position of head of the Special High Police, his status would undoubtedly soar. Inoue-kun. The Special High Police does not need a band of Ronin to assist. Yamamoto Tsukuro cast a sidelong glance at Inoue, outright rejecting his offer of help. The Special High Police was a domestic intelligence agency. It would be absurd to enlist a band of rogues for aid. Inoue's aspiration for the position of department head would not come easily. Yamamoto-kun, regarding this bombing incident, you must provide an explanation to the army. Yoshikawa Yuya was not one to mince words. The actions of the Special High Police in Shanghai had been nothing short of disappointing. First, the assassination of Iwamoto Kenichi. And now this bombing incident had claimed the lives of over 10 Imperial soldiers. All of this stemmed from the inefficacy of the Special High Police. Rest assured, I will provide you with an explanation. Yamamoto Tsukuro nodded, his resolve firm. He was determined to unearth the despicable mole within the police station. After a round of discussions, Yamamoto Tsukuro left with a displeased expression, heading towards the Special High Police station in Shanghai. Passing by Nakano Osamu's office, Yamamoto Tsukuro took away the Special High Police agent at the door, abandoning the interrogation of Sumu altogether. Those from the Special High Police are truly worthless. Nakano Osamu scoffed at the departing figure of Yamamoto Tsukuro, muttering in indignation. Sumu stood silently by, not daring to utter a word. Nakanasuk possesses a profound background and dares to criticize the Special High Police. Yet, as an inconspicuous figure, he must acquiesce. Su sang, all is well now, come. I shall escort you out. As he watched the personnel of the Special High Police depart, Nakanasuk patted Su Mu's shoulder, offering words of reassurance. Su sang, as long as you diligently earn money for me, there is no one in Shanghai who can threaten you. As they walked, Nakanasuk boasted with bravado. However, the opposing local family influence indeed warranted such confidence. By the way, Nakanasuk, during this recent scrutiny, did the entire police department fall under the clutches of the Special High Police? After experiencing this incident, Sumu recognized the significance of Nakanasuk. Having such a formidable ally, coupled with his own abilities, ensured his safety as long as he did not overtly engage with sensitive information. I suppose they must have been apprehended. Given the demeanor of the Special High Police, they are probably intent on uncovering the traitor behind the bombing. Nakanasuk furrowed his brow, casting a curious glance at Sumu. It piqued Sumu's interest. This was something he found rather opaque. Ahem, Nakanasuk, you misunderstand. I am not concerned about that. I merely heard that our police chief seems to be a prominent figure in the Green Gang, with a prosperous household. Sumu coughed lightly, leaning closer to Nakanasuk with a mischievous grin. He had no interest in the trivial matter of traitors, as long as he remained unscathed. The Special High Police's ability to find a traitor was a mere fantasy. However, the foolish Zhang San had indeed been captured by the Special High Police. This stirred an unusual thought within Sumu. Nakanasuk, who was fond of wealth, could find a lucrative opportunity in Zhang San, who had always looked down upon him. Su sang, you are going too far. The investigation by the Special High Police has not yet concluded. How can we engage in such activities? To Sumu's surprise, Nakanasuk resolutely refused. What is the meaning of this? In his mind, he mused. This police chief may indeed present an opportunity to eliminate him. Su sang is truly my good friend. Yet, he recognized the need for a plausible pretext. Otherwise, the municipal officials would undoubtedly exert pressure upon him. Listening to Nakanasuk's thoughts, Sumu's lips twitched slightly. It wasn't that he was not tempted, but rather that there was an absence of a reasonable justification. He feared that raiding Zhang San's residence would provoke the Green Gang and the affiliated municipal officials in Shanghai. Indeed, Nakanasuk is right. Understanding Nakanasuk's intentions, Sumu gradually leaned in closer. Rest assured, Nakanasuk, I will keep a vigilant eye on Zhang San while at the police department. Should he engage in any actions harmful to the Imperial Army, I shall promptly report to you. Observing that Sumu grasped his intentions, a smile broke across Nakanasuk's serious demeanor. Haha, Su sang, you are indeed my good friend. Laughing heartily, Nakanasuk patted Sumu's shoulder, embodying the essence of camaraderie. Excellent. The Imperial Army requires individuals like you. With Zhang San sent by Sumu, Nakano's spirits soared at this moment as he personally escorted Sumu out of the gendarmerie headquarters. Outside the gendarmerie, at the corner of an alley, Zhang Anming, who had painstakingly gathered information on Sumu's whereabouts, stood in disguise. Utterly dumbfounded by the scene unfolding at the entrance of the gendarmerie, he witnessed Sumu, arm in arm with a Japanese major, laughing and chatting, confidently striding out together. Their jovial conversation continued, and, astonishingly, at Sumu's invitation, the Japanese major chose not to return to the headquarters but headed towards the concession area instead. Ultimately, Zhang Anming, who had followed them to the vicinity of the concession's entrance, watched in disbelief as Sumu and the Japanese major entered a renowned establishment of pleasures within the concession. In that instant, old ghost Zhang Anming was left utterly speechless. How could this be? Wasn't the mountain hair exposed? How could he not only emerge unscathed from the gendarmerie, but also venture into the concession for revelry? Chapter 43. Has the mountain rabbit betrayed? Is there a mole in the police station? Shanghai, French concession, are you certain you did not misinterpret the situation? Lin Dongsheng was utterly bewildered as he listened to Zhang Anming's report. The mountain rabbit was not only unharmed, but had also ventured to the pleasure quarters of the Japanese concession with a Japanese major. This scenario appeared decidedly suspicious. While the taco was scrutinizing personnel within the police station, the mountain rabbit remained unscathed. Could it be that the mountain rabbit had allied with the Japanese? Ren Kong furrowed his brow and voiced his concern. Only the three of them at the Shanghai station were privy to the mountain rabbit's true identity. As a member of the police station, how could he possibly evade the rigorous examination by the taco, especially at such a critical juncture? It was implausible. If the mountain rabbit had indeed sided with the Japanese, he would not be so brazenly consorting with the Japanese major. Old ghost Zhang Anming shook his head. He had known the mountain rabbit for quite some time. The mountain rabbit had always been exceedingly cautious while operating within the Chinese sphere. He even altered his appearance for their clandestine meetings, illustrating his meticulous nature. If he had genuinely allied with the Japanese, his character would preclude any overt interactions. As they absorbed Zhang Anming's analysis, a profound silence enveloped the trio. Since you, old ghost, believe the mountain rabbit has not betrayed us, we must take the risk of arranging a rendezvous, Lin Dongsheng said, rubbing his temples in frustration. He, too, was unwilling to entertain the notion that the mountain rabbit would betray them. Moreover, the mountain rabbit had relayed crucial intelligence on multiple occasions. The ramifications for the Shanghai station would be dire if such an essential operative were to turn against them. Station chief, I am willing to take the risk to meet him, Zhang Anming affirmed. At this moment, the decision to proceed with the meeting was fraught with peril. Should the mountain rabbit have indeed allied with the Japanese, Zhang Anming would be placing himself in grave danger. Yet, fundamentally, trust was paramount in their relationship. Concerning the matter of Sumu, the three, Zhang Anming, Ren Kong, and Lin Dongsheng, had refrained from any external discussion, particularly since the mole within their ranks had yet to be identified. Should news of the mountain rabbit situation leak and reach the mole, the consequences would be catastrophic. The following day, at the police station Sugo, I nearly thought I would never see you again. Sumu emerged from the Japanese concession. his face weary as he entered the office. Upon his arrival, he was met by Erguzi, whose bruised visage was streaming with tears. Go away, go away. It's too early for such morbid talk. Sumu dismissed him with irritation. However, he soon observed Erguzi's understanding demeanor as he prepared tea for him. Only then did Sumu inquire about the events of the previous day. He was surprised to learn that Erguzi and the others had managed to emerge so swiftly from the taco's grasp. Sugu, don't even mention it. We were fortunate to have remained by each other's side yesterday. Otherwise, I fear you might not have seen me again. With a voice choked with emotion, Erguzi briefly recounted the events concerning the Special High Commission. Although they had been summoned by the commission, the majority of individuals had followed its agents closely after receiving their assignments, hence they were not subjected to significant hardship. After all, they had been shadowing the agents the entire time, leaving them no opportunity to alert others. However, despite their escape, Captain Huang and Old Wang had suffered greatly. Casting a glance around, Erguzi quietly shared the plight of the two. During a mission yesterday, Captain Huang, feeling unwell, had stepped away for a moment and subsequently endured severe torture at the hands of the Special High Commission. Old Wang's fate was even more tragic. He lost his life simply because he had taken a moment to relieve himself. Under the intense interrogation from the commission, Old Wang ultimately bore the brunt of the blame, confessing to being an agent of the Military Intelligence Bureau, which allowed the rest of them to be freed. Listening to Erguzi's words, Sumu was momentarily taken aback. Old Wang was an agent of the Military Intelligence Bureau? That seemed impossible. He had eavesdropped on the thoughts of the man and found no indication of any such affiliation. Confusion washed over him. Sumu, where were you yesterday? As Erguzi lamented in the office, Zhang San, the newly appointed police chief, appeared at the entrance. His face marked by injuries, his tone displeased. Recalling his own experiences from the previous day, Zhang San felt an exceptional anger towards Sumu. Initially, he had intended to pin the blame on Sumu for his own capture by the Special High Commission. However, the agents had not only failed to apprehend anyone, but had also given him a thorough beating. Had he not still held some value, he probably wouldn't have made it out alive. Chuckling, Sumu replied with a cold smile, "Oh, I merely enjoyed a bit of wine with Nakano-kun and took the opportunity to unwind in the Japanese concession. What's wrong, Chief? Are you so concerned about Nakano-kun's whereabouts?" He had gleaned from the thoughts of Yamamoto Tsurin that Zhang San intended to shift the blame onto him. Such a character would undoubtedly find himself at Sumu's mercy when the opportunity arose. Initially intending to confront Sumu, Zhang San found himself at a loss upon realizing the close relationship Sumu had with Major Nakano. He cast a malevolent glance before turning away. Meanwhile, within the office, the injured personnel regarded Sumu with mixed expressions. Why was it that they had failed the mission? Why had the entire police department suffered injuries while Sumu remained unscathed? Moreover, he had even ventured to the Japanese concession to enjoy life. The disparity was simply too great. Enough, Erguzi, treat the brothers to something nice to replenish their strength. After tossing aside a handful of coins, Sumu slowly rose to his feet, instructing Erguzi to procure some meat for the officers at the police station. Huang Quan was gravely injured and hospitalized. Presently, Sumu stood as the acting captain of the police station's action team. After giving a few directives, he gathered his belongings and made his way outside the police station. Old Wang from the police station confessed to being an agent of the military intelligence. This revelation left Sumu feeling rather perplexed. He needed to consult his superior. Could it be that he had inadvertently compromised his comrades while relaying information? However, upon reaching the corner of the alley, Sumu's expression turned slightly tense. He noticed a rendezvous mark on the mailbox at the corner. The sight of his superior's request for a meeting sent a jolt through him. What was happening? Why was his superior seeking him out at this moment? The bombing incident had yet to conclude, and the Special High Commissioner's office was conducting a thorough investigation in the Chinese district. His superior's request for a meeting aroused Sumu's suspicion. There was definitely something amiss. Chapter 44. The cost of Madam is too high. Can it be reimbursed at the station? In the Huajie district, near Jing'an Park, Sumu disguised himself as an elderly man scavenging for scraps, wandering aimlessly around the park's periphery, utilizing his skill to eavesdrop on the thoughts of those nearby. He listened intently to the murmurs of the crowd. This precarious situation called for caution as he awaited his contact. However, a nagging doubt lingered in his mind. To ensure his safety, he meticulously surveyed his surroundings. Furrowing his brow, he scrutinized the park and its visitors. After listening to the thoughts of everyone present, he found no trace of agents from the Special High Tax Bureau, nor were there many Japanese individuals in sight. This revelation dispelled his suspicion that his contact had been apprehended and had defected to the Japanese. It appeared he had been overly anxious. Muttering to himself, Sumu gradually made his way to the meeting point. Meanwhile, in another corner of the park, Zhang Anming anxiously surveyed his surroundings, feeling a sense of restlessness and unease. As a seasoned agent, he had faced numerous challenges and was not afraid of death. However, the prospect of betrayal from his subordinate was a source of great anger. He hoped that Shan too had not turned traitor, Otherwise, he would not hesitate to root out the betrayal himself, even at the cost of his own life. Just as Zhang Anming's thoughts spiraled, Su Mu, disguised as a homeless man, overheard Zhang Anming's inner turmoil and was taken aback. Had he truly betrayed his superior? Such a notion was absurd. As he approached, he called out in a pitiful tone, "Please, spare some change." Zhang Anming initially prepared to shoo away the approaching vagrant, but then recognized the urgency in the man's demeanor. What could have prompted such haste to find him? As Su Mu drew closer, his soft-spoken words clarified the situation for Zhang Anming. Shan Tu had come to meet him in disguise. Casting a wary glance at Shan Tu, Zhang Anming swept his gaze across the park once more. After confirming that no one else was present, he exhaled a sigh of relief. "Where were you yesterday?" he asked, scrutinizing Shan Tuesday. As his subordinate and the only person with whom Su Mu had contact, Zhang Anming felt he understood Su Mu well enough to doubt his betrayal. "I was at the gendarmerie headquarters, gathering information," Su Mu replied, recounting the events of the previous day. Upon hearing that Su Mu had indeed infiltrated the gendarmerie headquarters, Zhang Anming was momentarily stunned. In just a few months apart, his subordinate had gained such access. "What? Were you worried I had defected to the Japanese?" As Zhang Anming stood in a daze, Su Mu discerned his thoughts with remarkable clarity. Having eavesdropped on his inner voice, Su Mu comprehended everything. It was merely the Special High Command conducting an investigation into the police station, yet he, a military intelligence agent, found himself excluded from the proceedings. This was undeniably peculiar. Coupled with his recent departure from the military police headquarters, it was no wonder that the Shanghai station became apprehensive. If I had opted to ally with the Japanese, you would already be in the interrogation room of the Special High Command," he coldly remarked, feeling rather displeased. After risking his life for intelligence work, it was disheartening to face suspicion from his own compatriots. Cough, cough. As an elder, you should understand that in our line of work, such occurrences are inevitable. Zhang Anming, the seasoned veteran, offered a soothing response, not wishing for a moment of justified suspicion to sour the mood of the mountain hare. Acknowledging this, Su Mu responded affirmatively, yet inwardly, he was cursing not the military intelligence but the state of the world. In this harsh reality, countless undercover agents bore burdens for the victory of the Chinese land. "By the way, I need to confirm something with you. Is there someone named Wang Huayan at the police station? Is he one of us?" Having concluded his own matters, Su Mu voiced his concerns. The Special High Command claimed that Wang Huayan was an undercover agent for military intelligence, which left Su Mu anxious about whether his recent actions might have unintended consequences. "Wang Huayan? I shall inquire on your behalf," Zhang Anming pondered. He was unfamiliar with the name, but refrained from a decisive response. After all, the protocols of military intelligence dictated that aside from the station chief and headquarters, all other communications were conducted through a single line. Perhaps he was a subordinate developed by someone else, Zhang Anming mused. "You find out the result and inform me. As for him at the Special High Command, he is likely doomed," Su Mu remarked nonchalantly, merely desiring a conclusion. As for rescuing Wang Huayan, he could only express his regrets. If Wang truly was an undercover agent for military intelligence, Su Mu could only assert that for the victory of the Chinese land, sacrifices were unavoidable. Of course, the prerequisite was that the person sacrificed was not him, Su Mu. "I will report this matter and provide you with an answer," Zhang Anming, having grasped the situation from Su Mu, prepared to depart for the French concession. However, just as he moved, Su Mu tugged at the corner of his clothing. "Is there something else?" Zhang Anming furrowed his brow, somewhat perplexed. "Ahem, well, I visited a pleasure house with the Japanese yesterday, and that madam was exceedingly expensive." Su Mu coughed lightly, his eyes gleaming with anticipation as he rubbed his hands together while gazing at Zhang Anming. "Could you please inquire with the station chief if the expenses for the madam can be reimbursed?" Upon hearing Su Mu's words, Zhang Anming's lips twitched involuntarily. Even as a battle-hardened veteran, he found himself at a loss for words, gazing at Su Mu with incredulity. With a flick of his sleeve, Zhang Anming initially intended to decline, but, recalling the successful bombing incident where the mountain rabbit had made significant contributions, he ultimately relented, offering to make an inquiry. "Remember, if there are reimbursements, do ensure I receive a generous sum. Serving the nation is indeed an expensive endeavor," Su Mu quietly reminded him, causing Zhang Anming, who had just risen, to nearly slip and fall to the ground. Casting a glance at Su Mu, he found himself at a loss, feeling as if he could weep without tears. How had a subordinate become so reckless? Seeking reimbursement from the Shanghai station instead of consulting with Mama-san? Goodness. After all those years as a spy, this was a first for him. As Zhang Anming walked away, Su Mu listened intently to his thoughts, unable to suppress a smirk. What was the issue? His visits to the foreign concessions entertainment venues were solely to cultivate a relationship with Nakano Osamu, paving the way for future intelligence gathering. Was this expenditure not justified? Surely he could not exert effort without incurring costs. Chapter 45, The Bounty of the Mountain City and a Peculiar Encounter at the Tavern. Mountain City, Military Intelligence Headquarters. Did the mountain rabbit truly utter such words? In the office of Boss Dai, as he perused the report handed over by Mao Cheng, he found himself caught between laughter and tears. Since assuming control of the Lixing Society, it was the first time he had encountered such a request to spend in the decadent locales of the foreign concession. They were actually expected to foot the bill. Boss, should we issue a warning to the Shanghai station? This situation raises some suspicions regarding the mountain rabbit, Mao Cheng suggested. However, Boss Dai merely waved his hand dismissively, setting the document aside. Do you genuinely believe that someone like the mountain rabbit would transmit intelligence to the Shanghai station while fully aware of his exposure? Boss Dai looked at Mao Cheng with a knowing smile, responding with a rhetorical question. Although he did not possess extensive knowledge about the agent in question, the intelligence relayed from the Shanghai station indicated that the mountain rabbit was exceedingly cautious, one might even say, exceptionally valuing his own life. Such a person would never risk exposing himself to relay information to Shanghai. To reward the mountain rabbit for his contributions, Boss Dai wrote a sum of 1,000 yuan. He did not harbor doubts regarding the mountain rabbit. Rather, he chose to allocate the funds. As for the nomenclature, reimbursement was out of the question. Nevertheless, the mountain rabbit's critical intelligence was indeed deserving of a reward. Boss, is this? Mao Cheng hesitated, questioning whether such generosity was overly extravagant. In these precarious times, I am willing to lavishly reward anyone of value, Boss Dai replied with a grave demeanor. His decision to reward the mountain rabbit stemmed more from the current political climate. He needed to maintain stability among his subordinates to navigate the tumultuous situation. Standing beside him, Mao Cheng nodded, comprehending Boss Dai's intent. The mountain rabbit was indeed useful, thus they would turn a blind eye to his activities in the entertainment district. However, should the mountain rabbit prove to be of no utility and continue such behavior? The laws of military intelligence are not mere formalities. Boss Dai would not show mercy. In Shanghai, at the police station, today was a splendid day. Everything one wished for seemed to come to fruition. Humming a cheerful tune, Sumu reclined comfortably in his chair, indulging in a moment of tranquil repose. Since the Zhabai bombing incident, the police station in Shanghai had suffered significant morale damage. The loss of a single life was not a major concern. The real issue was that, following the recent events, the Japanese no longer regarded the police station with any seriousness. In the eyes of the Japanese, the personnel at the police station were akin to a bunch of useless mud. Relying on the police to deal with military intelligence agents was nothing short of a delusion. Consequently, the police station in Shanghai had become notably less busy. Aside from patrolling and apprehending a few anti-Japanese elements, their activities had largely shifted to a leisurely state. Particularly for Sumu, who, having aligned himself with Major Nakano, was deemed too untrustworthy even for the task of capturing anti-Japanese activists, which even Zhang Sanyi dared not assign to him. That evening, Brother Su was invited to join a gathering at the Fuyuan restaurant by Captain Huang, who wished for his presence to lend support. Guzi, assisting Sumu, quietly inquired about his thoughts on the matter. Upon hearing that the action team was hosting a feast at Fuyuan, Sumu hesitated momentarily, but ultimately nodded in agreement. Although the rewards for the Shanghai station had already been distributed, he saw no reason to decline the benefits offered by these sycophants. Utilizing his ability to eavesdrop on thoughts, Sumu discerned the true intentions of Guzi and his companions. A month had passed since the explosion incident. Yet the memories remained vividly etched in the minds of the police department, particularly for Huang Quan, who had only recently regained his composure after a month of recuperation. This invitation was a bid to ally with a powerful figure. Everyone in the police department was aware of the previous events, where only Sumu, with his connections to the Japanese, remained unscathed. Who wouldn't he want to align with such a strong ally? All right, inform Captain Huang that I shall arrive punctually this evening. He instructed Guzi, whose face lit up with joy as he hurried off to notify the action team. As night descended upon Fuyuan restaurant, a burly man in his 30s, with an alluring woman in tow, approached the entrance of a nightclub beside the restaurant, grinning mischievously. With one arm around her waist and the other brazenly exploring, he jested. Hey, Zhenggu, what delicacies do you have in store for me? The woman playfully protested, feigning annoyance. Oh, Zhenggu, you're being naughty, she cooed, her delicate hands fidgeting as she pretended to struggle. Haha, you'll find me even naughtier tonight. He boomed with laughter, leading her toward Fuyuan. Meanwhile, at the entrance of Fuyuan restaurant, Sumu had just arrived with her Guzi when Huang Quan, bearing some injuries, approached him with enthusiasm. Sugu, you finally made it. We've reserved a private room for you. Please, come inside. At that moment, Huang Quan bore no resemblance to a captain of the action team. Instead, he appeared as a sycophant, eagerly flattering Sumu. Having undergone a rigorous interrogation, Huang Quan seemed to have gained a profound understanding of his circumstances. You're too kind, Captain Huang. Let us go together. Sumu replied with a smile. Just as they were about to enter, a burly man, carelessly pushing through with a woman, collided with them. Who asked that? Can't they see? Never mind. Huang Quan, initially facing Sumu, was suddenly knocked aside, losing his composure and erupting in anger. If not for Sumu intervening, Huang Quan would have certainly retaliated on the spot. How dare they offend Zhongguo? They should know what he is capable of. Sumu, initially unbothered, noticed the woman in the burly man's embrace disdainfully sneering at them with a haughty remark. Such brazen words. This piqued Sumu's interest. Seizing the opportunity while the other party had not yet departed, he activated his ability to eavesdrop on their thoughts. The thought echoed, "Humph, a bunch of blind fools. Behind me stands a Japanese man." Another thought followed. "If it weren't for my urgent need to replenish for the night battle, I would make you aware of my prowess." Hearing the thoughts of the burly man, Sumu's brow arched slightly. A Japanese man. Is this fellow working for the Japanese? But he isn't speaking Japanese. Ugh. Another lackey of the Japanese. Cursing inwardly, Sumu signaled Huang Quan not to stir up trouble, and then he led his companions into the Fuyuan restaurant. Upon entering the private room, Sumu indulged in hearty drinks with Guzi, Huang Quan, and the others. During the feast, he graciously accepted a small token of appreciation. "Brother Su, please do us the honor of speaking well of us in front of the Japanese in the future." Outside the Fuyuan restaurant, after satisfying their appetites, everyone turned to Sumu with anticipation, revealing the purpose of their visit. "Rest assured, brothers, we are all working for the Imperial Army." Slightly intoxicated, Sumu replied with a light-hearted laugh. After bidding farewell to the group, he made his way back to his residence. However, after walking for a while, Sumu's steps came to an abrupt halt, as if a sudden realization struck him. Wait, working for the Imperial Army? There are only so many lackeys of the Japanese. Who is that man? At this moment, Sumu recognized that something was amiss. That fellow seemed neither to belong to the municipal office nor the police station. So, who is he? Chapter 46. The Betrayal of the Traitor, Team 2 captured. Am I being overly cautious? Outside the Fuyuan restaurant, Sumu enjoyed the gentle breeze. And after regaining his composure, he discarded the cigarette but by the roadside, furrowing his brow and murmuring to himself. He had deliberately returned to search for someone. However, that burly man had long since vanished without a trace. Reflecting on the multitude of traitorous figures in Shanghai who served the Japanese, Sumu shook his head, dismissing the thought. Perhaps the individual was merely a small fry. It could very well be that he had misjudged the situation, much like last time with Wang Huayan from the police station, who had received information from the military intelligence. That person was not one of their own. Merely a scapegoat summoned by the taco to appease higher authorities and preserve their own facade. The following day, in Huajia, Zhabei district, freshly baked steamed buns. Good sir, take a look at these fresh fruits. Rickshaw, come quickly, don't waste my time. On the bustling streets, pedestrians came and went, the clamorous calls of vendors resonating in the air. Striding lazily was a seemingly gaunt man, who ambled towards a nearby mailbox, as if to retrieve some letters. In no time, the man had tucked a newspaper under his arm and, seemingly indifferent, blended into the throng of people. Yet, unbeknownst to him, two figures silently trailed behind him as he departed. At a nearby tea house, is it confirmed? Is it really him? A man disguised as a Japanese ronin inquired of his companion while seated by the window of the tea house. Indeed, it is he. The burly man standing beside him glanced into the distance, hesitating momentarily before nodding in affirmation, contemplating the promises of wealth and glory from the Japanese. He ultimately made his choice. Rest assured, at the Inoue mansion, you shall not be treated poorly. Upon receiving the definitive news, a smile graced the face of the ronin captain, who then signaled to his subordinate, who promptly turned and departed. If Sumu were present, he would undoubtedly recognize the individual before him. In Shanghai, at the military police headquarters, Inoue-san, what brings you here today? In the office of Yoshikawa Yuya. The crafty Inoue responded with a smile to the inquiry. Yoshikawa-san, today I bring you excellent news. Oh, excellent news? Upon hearing of good tidings, Yoshikawa's expression turned serious, his eyes widening in surprise. He knew well that Inoue was a cautious schemer. He seldom spoke. When he did, it was always with purpose. Then let us await Inoue-san's good news, Yoshikawa said with a smile, exhibiting no urgency as he patiently awaited the crafty fox's revelation. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Before long, a knock resounded, followed by the entrance of a junior officer, who whispered something in Yoshikawa's ear. Haha, Inoue-kun, the Empire truly requires talents like you. With a hearty laugh, Yoshikawa Yuya gazed at the cunning Inoue and chuckled with delight. He had not anticipated that, within merely a month, the old fox Inoue would manage to locate the military intelligence agents. Yoshikawa-kun, now is not the time for celebration. Let us first ensnare them all before we rejoice. Rising slowly, aware that his subordinates had conveyed the information, Inoue's eyes glimmered with determination. At that moment, witnessing Inoue's resolve, Yoshikawa Yuya decisively mobilized the gendarmerie to accompany him in action. As the sun dipped below the horizon, at number 16, Zhabei district, have they been monitored? Surrounding the residential building, the old fox Inoue arrived with the soldiers of the gendarmerie, his gaze fixed upon the retainers of the ronin before him. The presence of the adversary had been confirmed. They were all inside the building. The Ronin of Inoue's residence approached respectfully, recounting the situation in detail. Their men had followed closely, witnessing the adversaries enter the rooms. Subsequently, the Ronin secured all exits, awaiting the arrival of the gendarmerie. Upon hearing that the target was secured, Inoue refrained from further words and turned to the gendarmerie captain beside him. Act swiftly and strive to capture them alive. Inoue instructed succinctly. In the next moment, the captain of the gendarmerie nodded, leading his men as they surged into the house ahead. Meanwhile, inside the dwelling, Xiao Wu, Lao Zhang, do you not sense something amiss? Ever since Lao Zheng returned with the message, Zhou Haichao felt an unsettling vibe. Since the conclusion of the previous explosion incident, Shanghai Station had kept them in hiding. Why? Then, had they suddenly opted to communicate via dead letterboxes? Captain, what is there to be concerned about? The Japanese have likely calmed down. It is the perfect opportunity to strike them hard. The youth Wu Bing spoke vehemently, harboring a deep-seated hatred for the Japanese, whose hands had taken the lives of his loved ones. Let us hope for the best. Zhou Haichao shook his head and slowly approached the window, casting a glance outside. In the next moment, his expression shifted dramatically. Not good, the Japanese. Withdraw quickly. Observing the sudden appearance of Japanese soldiers outside the building, Zhou Haichao shouted urgently. Bang, bang, bang. Following Zhou Haichao's discovery, gunfire erupted instantaneously. Quickly, charge in and capture them alive. The commanding gendarmerie captain, seeing that they had been detected, shouted for his troops to advance. Damn it, Captain, you must escape. At the staircase, Lao Zhang held the entrance, continuously firing at the Japanese. This unexpected raid left them with no means of a safe retreat. Bang, bang, bang. The cries echoed forth, and in the next moment, a relentless barrage of bullets rained down from below. The frail figure of Old Zhang was instantly drenched in blood. Old Zhang, witnessing his injured comrade. Wu Bing's eyes blazed with fury. Little devils, I shall annihilate you. Xiao Wu, flee. Aware of the captain's intent to leap from the window, Wu Bing understood that he must remain to cover their retreat. Otherwise, he shook his head at Zhou Haichao, and without a moment's hesitation, Wu Bing charged forward. Bang, bang, bang. The din of gunfire erupted, while the cunning old fox, Jing Shang, remained leisurely, awaiting the outcome. All possible escape routes had been thoroughly sealed. He couldn't believe that this military intelligence agent could sprout wings and fly away. Under the shroud of night, the Special High Command in Shanghai was in an uproar. What? The military police headquarters has captured a military intelligence agent involved in the Xiaobei bombing case. Chapter 47. Zhou Haichao confesses, Shanghai Station plunged into peril. Shanghai, Gendarmerie headquarters outside the interrogation room. Yamamoto Tsukuro glared ominously at the cunning Inoue. Yamamoto-kun, I entrust this interrogation to your Special High Police, Inoue remarked with a smile, entirely unfazed by Yamamoto's displeasure. The military intelligence personnel have already been captured. As for how to extract information from them, that falls to the Special High Police. Yamamoto-kun, do not let me down. Yoshikawa you glanced over, uttering a quiet remark before striding towards another room, awaiting the outcome of Yamamoto's interrogation. Were it not for the lackluster interrogation capabilities of the Black Dragon Society, Inoue and Yoshikawa would have conducted the questioning themselves, never allowing the Special High Police to intervene. Hirano-kun, pry their mouths open swiftly. Yamamoto Tsukuro exhaled deeply, directed at Hirano-jin, who stood beside the two military intelligence agents in the interrogation room. After turning, he joined Yoshikawa and the others in the adjacent room to await developments. A few minor military intelligence leaders hardly warranted his personal involvement. Were it not for their connection to the bombing case, he likely would not have been present at all. Hirano nodded, his face alight with excitement. Ever since the assassination incident at the Linhai Grand Hotel, he had been held accountable. After all, he was responsible for the hotel's security. Not only had he lost his position as the leader of Action Team 2, but he had also narrowly escaped being sent back to the homeland for punishment. Were it not for Yamamoto Tsukuro's timely intervention, he would probably be back home by now. Now, having been given another chance, Hirano cherished it immensely. He glanced at the Special High Police agents beside him before striding confidently into the interrogation room. Before long, the vast interrogation room echoed with the agonizing cries of Zhou Haichao and Wu Bing, who were enduring relentless torment under Hirano's questioning. Shanghai, French concession recently. The Special High Police had been increasingly active in the French concession. Lin Dongxing rubbed his temples, speaking wearily. The military intelligence operations had been far from smooth lately. The Japanese were consistently probing in the French concession, applying pressure on the French. If this continued, Lin Dongxing believed it was only a matter of time before the Japanese breached the French concession. By the way, how's the situation with the second action team? Sipping his strong coffee, Lin Dongxing inquired of Rincong before him. Since the conclusion of the last bombing in the Xiaobei district, he had instructed the members of the second action team to remain silent. The Japanese were conducting extensive searches in Xiaobei. Remaining silent was imperative. Now that the storm had somewhat subsided, Lin Dongxing was prepared to deploy the second action team to resume their assassination operations against the Japanese. Is it the second action group? They should still be silent in Huajie. Ren Kong pondered for a moment, not giving the second action group much thought. With the establishment of the military intelligence, his intelligence section, aside from executing assassination missions assigned by the headquarters, devoted more time and effort to military intelligence. After all, military intelligence was of paramount importance to the Shanghai station. Recently, they had sent people to make contact, and the pressure from headquarters was considerable. Lin Dongxing was under immense strain. The tasks assigned by headquarters would not allow the Shanghai station to remain silent due to a single explosion incident. In his position, he had to take action. Moreover, an additional source of distress for Lin Dongxing was the presence of a mole within the Shanghai station. Their side had also remained silent, making it impossible to identify the traitor. Only when the Shanghai station was operational would the mole reveal themselves. After conferring with Ren Kong, Lin Dongxing ultimately dispatched the old ghost Zhang Aming to Huajie to reconnect with Shan Tu, urging him to seek information about the mole within the Shanghai station. After all, it was Shan Tu who first discovered the presence of the mole. Perhaps they could unearth some useful intelligence. The next day, the commander of the garrison headquarters received intelligence relayed by military intelligence agents. At that moment, Hirano Jin wore a weary expression. Yet his eyes sparkled with intensity as he handed the interrogated intelligence to Yoshikawa Yuya and Yamamoto Tsutomu. Well done, Yoshikawa remarked, a smile gracing his face as he glanced over the information. The captured Wu Bing had withstood the interrogation by the Taco but ultimately succumbed to torture and died, while Zhou Haichao could not withstand the pressure and ultimately opted to divulge intelligence. Hirano-kun, you performed admirably this time. From today onward, you shall continue to serve as the leader of the second action group. Yamamoto Tsutomu reinstated Hirano Jin's position after reviewing the intelligence. Upon hearing of his reinstatement, Hirano Jin sighed in relief. He had exerted every effort throughout the night to pry information from the lips of those two military intelligence agents. Yamamoto-kun and Oe-kun, with this intelligence, I believe you can deliver a significant blow to the military intelligence Shanghai station. Handing the intelligence to Yamamoto Tsutomu, Yoshikawa Yuya surveyed the two. With the information obtained from the military intelligence Shanghai station, they could indeed follow the trail. If they could dismantle the military intelligence presence in the French concession, they would no longer face any threats in Shanghai. Although Yoshikawa Yuya desired the authority of the Taco, he yearned for stability in Shanghai even more. Only then could he secure his position. Rest assured, Commander Yoshikawa, this time the Shanghai station will definitely not escape. Yamamoto Tsutomu glanced at the content of the intelligence. If the setup was appropriate, he could easily ensnare the military intelligence personnel one by one, ultimately launching a decisive strike against the Shanghai station and the French concession. The cunning old fox, Inoue, remained silent, yet his icy gaze conveyed his thoughts unmistakably. Haha, splendid. This time, we must ensure utmost confidentiality. Pleased with the response, Yoshikawa Yuya chuckled lightly, patting Inoue on the shoulder before departing with satisfaction. Observing the retreating figure of Yoshikawa Yuya, Yamamoto Tsuguro clutched the intelligence tightly, his inner resolve ignited. This time, his special high command would surely inflict a severe blow to the Shanghai station. Let us go, he exclaimed sharply, then hurriedly turned to prepare a trap plan for the special high command. Nearby, at the Huajie, near the Fuyuan restaurant, Su Good. The streets over there are rife with opportunities. There is not much to be found here, murmured Ergu as he trailed behind Sumu on their patrol. Enough of your nonsense. Just follow, Sumu retorted sharply while surveying the surroundings. His reason for patrolling this area stemmed from an unsettling feeling within, hoping for a stroke of luck to encounter that mysterious individual from the previous day. Little did Sumu know that a looming danger, one that threatened to engulf the military intelligence in Shanghai, was steadily approaching. Chapter 48, The Trap Plan of the Special High Command. The head of the Shanghai Special High Command, Yamamoto Tsutomu, received the carefully devised trap plan from the intelligence officer, Kamaida Tsurugi. According to information acquired from Zhou Haichao, their entire operational team comprised 6 members, aside from the 2 who had been killed and Zhang Hai, who had defected to their side. 2 others remained behind to guard a temporary arms depot and were not present with them. Nevertheless, Zhou Haichao had provided the code and method for contacting the other 2 operatives. Moreover, a crucial aspect of the operation was the means of establishing contact with the Shanghai station of the military commission. As Yamamoto meticulously examined the details of Kamaida's plan, his demeanor grew grave, ensuring that every facet was foolproof. This time, the objective was to apprehend all members of the second operational group. Once accomplished, they could attempt to connect with the Shanghai station in the French concession. If successful, they would have the opportunity to eliminate it entirely. First, they would capture the 2 guards of the temporary arms depot. Setting the plan aside, a glimmer of determination shone in Yamamoto's eyes. With Zhou Haichao and his associates already detained, failing to establish contact with the 2 remaining members would likely raise their suspicions. Hence, Yamamoto's strategy was to secure these 2, dismantle the entire third operational group, and only after ensuring complete success would they shift their focus to the Shanghai station. Understood. I will arrange for the covert capture of these two individuals, Commander Tsurugi responded excitedly, already contemplating how to deliver a significant blow to the military commissioned Shanghai station. Remember, the details of this trap plan must remain confidential, Yamamoto Tsutomu sternly commanded, recalling the previous leaks concerning the Linhai Grand Hotel and the Xiaobei district bombing. Although Wang Huan had ultimately taken the fall, Yamamoto was not naive enough to ignore the existence of an insider, acknowledging Yamamoto's warning with a serious nod. Commander Tsurugi proceeded to discuss the finer points of the operation with him before heading towards the Special High Command's action group. In Shanghai, at the Inoue Mansion. Zhang, you have performed admirably this time. Within the Inoue Mansion, the cunning Inoue warmly welcomed the burly man before him. Zhang Hai, a member of the second operational group of the military commission in Shanghai, had separated from Zhou Haichao and his team after the Xiaobei district bombing. Unfortunately, during the retreat, his movements were exposed, leading to his discovery by Inoue's Black Dragon Society. Tempted by the allure of power, Zhang chose to align himself with the Japanese. The location of the dead letterbox for this capture operation was also information he had disclosed to the Japanese. Thank you, Inoue-kun. Your praise means much to me. Everything is for the emperor. At this moment, Zhang Hai was acutely aware that by ingratiating himself with the Japanese, he could secure his own safety, even at the cost of betraying his comrades. Haha, well said. Everything for the emperor. With a hearty laugh, the cunning old fox Inoue raised his wine glass and drank it down in one gulp alongside Zhang Hai. After a brief moment of reassurance, Inoue arranged for someone to escort Zhang Hai to rest. Until the Special High Command successfully apprehended their target, Zhang Hai would remain at Inoue's mansion, awaiting the completion of their mission. Boss, this task was primarily our effort. Why should it be handed over to the Special High Command? Protested one of the Ronin beside Inoue, unable to conceal his dissatisfaction. This operation had relied heavily on their contributions, while the Special High Command merely reaped the benefits. Never mind, the Special Operations section should be our focal point, Inoue mused, though he too felt a pang of frustration. Yet, in matters of choice, compromises must be made. If he aspired to lead the Special Operations section of the military police headquarters, he would have to engage in negotiations. Although the military police headquarters had received certain authorizations, the first special section still operated under the jurisdiction of the Special High Command. Inoue was keen to avoid offending Yamamoto Tsuker too severely. He did not wish to become a pawn in YG Kikua's game. Remember, keep a close watch on Zhang Hai. If he must venture out, ensure someone follows him. No one is to make contact with him, Inoue instructed, casting a glance towards the direction Zhang Hai had departed. As long as the Shanghai station of the military bureau had not been compromised, Zhang Hai still held value. Thus, Inoue was reluctant to confine him too strictly. As long as he maintained distance from others, there would remain opportunities for intelligence transmission. 3 days later, at the Fuyuan restaurant, Sumu reflected that perhaps he had overthought the situation. After 3 days of patrolling the vicinity of the restaurant, he had yet to encounter the robust man again. Noticing that the hour was getting late, Sumu decided to tidy up and head home early. Oh, what is that? Just as he was about to leave, he spotted a somewhat familiar figure emerging from the bustling crowd nearby. A mere glance was sufficient for Sumu to recognize the woman who had been with the robust man previously. His intention to depart was momentarily halted. Activating his ability to eavesdrop on thoughts, Sumu stealthily approached. Thought, that scoundrel Zhang Hai promised to take care of me. Yet he vanished for 3 days without a trace. Thought, I swear, if I see him again, I'll make him regret it deeply. As he drew closer, Sumu overheard her bitter curses. Silently, he noted down the name Zhang Hai, resolving to inquire at the Shanghai station about his whereabouts. Sumu recalled that there was still an informant within the station who had yet to be uncovered. Proceeding discreetly, Sumu gathered his thoughts and made his way to Jing'an Park, where he disseminated inquiries regarding Zhang Hai's information. 2 days later, at the Shanghai station in the French concession, a sense of urgency prevailed. What is the status of Action Team 2? Have they made contact yet? Lin Dongsheng glanced at the report from his subordinate, his impatience evident as he uttered a remark. He had dispatched someone to contact the second action group. Yet he had received no word back to this day. The commander noted that there were Japanese forces stationed between the French concession and the Chinese district, making it impossible to cross over at night, which likely caused the delay. Rincon, nonchalant, commented on the inefficiency of communication without a radio. Acknowledging that it indeed hindered their operations, Lin Dongxing rubbed his forehead, choosing not to dwell on the matter further. At that moment, he recalled the situation concerning the infiltration within the 3rd Security Brigade. Just as he was about to inquire, the old ghost, Zhang Yaming, returned with intelligence from the Mountain Hare. Upon hearing it was information from the Mountain Hare, Lin Dongxing casually picked it up to glance at it. However, merely one look was enough to cause his coffee cup to clatter to the ground. Quick, immediately send someone. Chapter 49, The Drug-Induced Confession. The position of the military intelligence station in Shanghai exposed. In the interrogation room of the Special High Commission stationed in Shanghai, the question was posed, "Where is your stronghold?" Hirano Jin, wielding a bamboo skewer, meticulously inserted it beneath the fingernail of the middle-aged man before him. Overwhelmed by excruciating pain, the man, however, gritted his teeth and stubbornly endured. Spitting out bloodied saliva, Hirano Jin's fury surged. "Baka!" He cursed, and in the next moment, the skewer plunged deeper into the nail bed, causing the man to lose consciousness from the sheer agony. In a nearby room, Yamamoto Tsukuro and Okamoto Jin observed the scene with furrowed brows. Yamamoto-kun, if this continues, he is unlikely to confess. As one responsible for the operations of the Mei Agency, Okamoto Jin understood very well the formidable willpower of those who were professionally trained. Some individuals, like Zheng Hai and Zhou Haichao, could be coerced into revealing information through torture. Yet, others required more subtle tactics. "We have captured him alone. If he dies, our subsequent operations will be severely hindered." Yamamoto Tsukuro hesitated momentarily before voicing a reminder. The individual before them was not a member of the second operational team of the Shanghai station. He was an operative sent from the French concession of Shanghai for a rendezvous. After secretly apprehending all members of the second operational team, the Special High Commission had posted a rendezvous notice in the Chinese sector, leading to the capture of this military intelligence operative. It could be said that this man was the key to uncovering the location of the military intelligence station in Shanghai. If they were to employ a special drug that rendered him a fool, this entire plan would be irrevocably thwarted. Yamamoto-kun, how much time do you believe you have to slowly extract the information from him? Okamoto Jin cast a glance at the progress within the interrogation room. At the current pace, even if they managed to pry the information from him, it would require several days, if not longer. Their opponent was the military intelligence station of Shanghai, a group comprised of seasoned operatives. The absence of communication from the rendezvous operative for several days would undoubtedly raise alarms on the other side. Yamamoto Tsukuro recognized that time was of the essence. If delays persisted, the Shanghai station would inevitably become suspicious. After a moment's hesitation, he resolved to take a risk. As long as they could extract the location of the military intelligence station, he could arrange for his subordinates to covertly proceed with the apprehension. With his decision made, Yamamoto Tsukuro nodded to Okamoto Jin's subordinate, who promptly entered the interrogation room with determination. As the special drug was injected into the man's body, it was not long before his physique began to convulse involuntarily. His previously resolute expression became increasingly disoriented as the effects of the drug took hold. The operatives of the Mei Agency waited patiently until the drug's potency fully manifested before signaling to Hirano Jin. "Where is your stronghold located in the French concession?" With a gentle approach, Hiranori's tone softened considerably. "Xia, Xiafei Road." The middle-aged man's words stumbled from his mouth, clouded by confusion. Upon hearing Xiafei Road, Hiranori's eyes sparkled with intensity. "What number on Xiafei Road?" he eagerly inquired, his gaze piercing as he yearned to uncover the location of the military intelligence station in Shanghai. If only he could ascertain the whereabouts. 10, 18. Delicious. The tremulous words spilled forth, and just as the number 18 escaped his lips, the middle-aged man's consciousness seemed to shatter completely. The previously struggling and dazed expression morphed into one of utter vacuity, his mouth drooling as if he were chewing on something in the air. 18. Xiafei Road 18. Observing that his adversary could not withstand the effects of the drug, Hiranori disregarded the man's fate and excitedly relayed the information to Yamamoto Tsutomu behind him. "Excellent." Upon hearing the address of Xiafei Road 18, both Yamamoto Tsutomu and Okamoto Jin broke into smiles. They had obtained the location of the military intelligence station in Shanghai, and their agents could spring into action immediately. "Hiranori-kun, promptly coordinate with Hekawa-kun and mobilize your subordinates. Prepare to depart." Yamamoto Tsutomu issued the command, and Hiranori and his companions busied themselves once more. After a brief interval, at the entrance of the Dakoka division, Hiranori quietly asked Yamamoto Tsutomu, "Should we report this to Commander Yoshikawa?" They had mobilized 2 action teams from the Dakoka division, and now that they had achieved results, it would seem inappropriate not to inform Yoshikawa Yuya, as the initial intelligence had been provided by his military police headquarters. "No need. Capturing military intelligence agents is the responsibility of our Mei Agency and the Dakoka division." Okamoto Jin interjected firmly. "Arresting military intelligence agents is our duty. Moreover, the Shanghai station is in the French concession, and the French will not permit military police to enter." With Okamoto Jin's support, Yamamoto Tsutomu nodded in agreement. The Shanghai Dakoka division inherently possessed the authority to act independently. "Let us depart immediately." With a decisive command, Yamamoto Tsutomu assigned Kamida Tsurugi to lead the team to the French concession to apprehend the military intelligence agents. As for himself, he would remain at the Dakoka division alongside Okamoto Jin, awaiting the good news. Following Yamamoto Tsutomu's orders, the agents of the Dakoka division marched resolutely toward the French concession. "Okamoto-san, let us enter and await their news. I have collected quite a selection of fine tea, just waiting for you to savor. Yamamoto Tsutomu warmly invited Okamoto into his office for tea, watching the departing agents. Haha, Yamamoto-kun, I shall not hold back. In high spirits, the two shared hearty laughter as they entered the Dakoka division together. In the French concession, at number 18 Chafei Road. Old Yang has been away at Huajia for several days now. I wonder why he hasn't returned yet. He is likely on a mission. It's best not to inquire further. At this moment, within the confines of the room, several agents from the intelligence department of the military commission were engaged in hushed discussions regarding recent events. The Japanese are conducting a large-scale search at Huajia. This has complicated their intelligence operations significantly. All right, you all stay here. I will. Suddenly, the telephone rang. The agent assigned to monitor the phone quickly answered, saying, "Hello." Just as he uttered the words, his expression transformed drastically, filled with horror. Quickly retreat. Chapter 50. Raid on the French Concession Intelligence Department. Hurry. Send someone immediately to the Chinese area. Do not make contact with Action Team 2. Lin Dongxing bellowed within the confines of the military intelligence stronghold in the French concession, eager to deploy personnel to retrieve those previously dispatched to the Chinese sector. Beside him, Ren Kong and Zhang Anming exchanged bewildered glances at Lin Dongxing's uncharacteristic outburst. Just a fleeting glance. As the head of the intelligence department, Ren Kang's expression shifted dramatically. Could it be that Zhang Hai had betrayed them to the Japanese? Ren Kong gasped, nearly in disbelief, questioning the accuracy of his own perception. Being the chief of the intelligence section at the Shanghai station, he was acutely aware of the roster of operatives. Zhang Hai, after all, was a member of Action Team 2. Connecting the dots regarding the peculiar circumstances surrounding Action Team 2 in recent times, even Ren Kong, though not the sharpest, swiftly grasped the gravity of the situation. Station Chief, Section Chief, is Zhang Hai one of ours? The military's covert operatives and action personnel maintained a strictly linear communication line. Zhang Anming was oblivious to Zhang Hai's true identity. Yet, witnessing the profound shock on both Ren Kong and Lin Dongxing's faces, he too began to piece together a disturbing conclusion. Zhang Hai was indeed one of theirs, but had turned traitor. A traitor. That scoundrel is a traitor. Lin Dongxing spat vehemently, harboring a deep-seated loathing for betrayal. Since Shantao had asserted that the individual was serving the Japanese, Lin Dongxing understood implicitly that the operatives from Action Team 2, currently embedded in the Chinese area, were likely facing dire peril. Not good, Station Chief. Just as Lin Dongxing contemplated sending someone to intercept the rendezvous, Ren Kong abruptly realized, the personnel involved are my subordinates. The agents meeting are from our intelligence section. If they are captured, they might divulge the location of our stronghold. A sharp intake of breath rippled through the room as the gravity of Ren Kang's words sunk in. The intelligence stronghold in the French concession must not be compromised. Losing an action team was within Lin Dongxing's capacity to bear. But if the intelligence base were to be breached, the implications of losing their radio equipment and classified documents would be catastrophic. Furthermore, the intelligence personnel held knowledge of numerous contact methods for the Shanghai station. Quickly, notify them to withdraw. Lin Dongxing commanded, his gaze fixed intently on Ren Kong. Secure all confidential documents that can be salvaged. If any cannot be retrieved, burn them. Ensure the radio is taken. At that moment, Lin Dongxing dared not gamble any longer. He was uncertain of the fate of the operatives sent to the Chinese area but resolved to prepare for the worst. The intelligence department could not afford any mishaps. The previous betrayal by a minor operative from the second intelligence group had already caused significant trouble. If anything were to occur within the first group, the repercussions would be unfathomable. Receiving the order, Ren Kong promptly seized the telephone, disregarding the potential risk of exposure, and began issuing directives to the other end of the line. Indeed, if the materials cannot be taken away, they must be entirely destroyed. Dispatch someone to deliver the radio to the alternative base immediately. Ren Kong expressed anxiously, understanding that within the Shanghai station, the intelligence department's various documents and the radio are of utmost importance. One relates to intelligence itself, while the other serves as a crucial means of communication. The number of radios in the entire Shanghai station is exceedingly limited. As the head of the intelligence department, Ren Kong cannot afford to leave the radio behind. Whether they can escape now rests upon fate. After hanging up the phone, Ren Kong slumped helplessly into his chair. Although he had issued the notification, their escape depended on whether the Japanese had arrived. He dared not gamble on whether his subordinates had divulged the location of their hideout. Lin Dongxing was equally cautious and promptly instructed that they should proceed to the secondary backup location. Glancing at the phone, Ren Kong realized that after this call, he could no longer remain at this base. After giving his orders, the entire hideout became a flurry of activity. In the French concession, at 18, Chefei Road, quick. Take the radio away and evacuate immediately. The members of the intelligence team sprang into action upon receiving the news. Particularly, the radio was swiftly escorted by designated personnel, who led the way out through the back door. The remaining four worked diligently to manage the documents that were still on site. Take these documents. We must take them all. One called out. No, there are too many. We lack sufficient time. In Rin Kang's absence, Zhao Jie, now acting head of Team 1, gazed gravely at the mountain of files, his expression marked by seriousness. The sheer volume of classified documents made it impossible to transport them all at once. You all take some away. I will stay behind to burn these files. Chen Xiaoming, a proactive member of Team 1, stepped forward. In such a situation, someone had to take a stand. Team leader, you all go first. I will remain to assist him. Another member also volunteered to stay behind to help destroy the documents. Team leader, hurry. We've spotted the enemy approaching on the street. Just as Zhao Jie hesitated, a lookout from the street corner rushed in, drenched in sweat, calling out loudly. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhao Jie led a portion of the team out through the back door. Chen Xiaoming, who remained, began tossing documents into the fire pit, one after another. Old Chen, I'll go outside to buy you some time. A fellow member glanced out the window before quickly descending the stairs to create a diversion for Chen Xiaoming. As the papers burned, gunfire erupted from the street below. There was no time left. Chen Xiaoming surveyed his surroundings, fully aware that his comrades could not hold out much longer. In that moment, he lifted the fire pit and let it crash down upon the pile of documents. Set the place ablaze, let the entire building burn. Coughing and choking, he pressed on. Coughing violently, Chen Xiaoming opened the window, yet he chose not to retreat. Instead, he ignited the surrounding flames, gradually intensifying the inferno. Hurry, he is incinerating the documents. Rush inside. Outside, the leader Kurita Tsurugi, observing the thick smoke billowing from the window, immediately sensed the intentions of the military intelligence. They are setting fire to destroy evidence. This stronghold must harbor crucial intelligence. Quick, rush in. Kurita Tsurugi shouted loudly as the arriving Special Hire Police and Mei Agency agents surged into the room. In the next moment, the gunfire from the staircase repelled the Japanese soldiers. Sir, there are guards upstairs. We cannot advance. Sir, the flames are spreading. The upper floor is engulfed in fire. The agents returned, covered in soot and dirt, exchanging bewildered glances. They had not anticipated that even amidst the flames, someone remained on the staircase. Baka! Kurita Tsurugi exclaimed in frustration, yet as he watched the raging fire, he felt utterly powerless. They had missed their previous opportunity. There would be no second chance. Madmen, these people are nothing but lunatics. Chapter 51. The intelligence team struck hard. Is there a mole in the Special High Command? At a street corner in the French concession, listening to the distant gunfire and the billowing smoke, Zhao Jie and his fleeing companions were consumed by rage. Their eyes bloodshot and veins bulging. Damn the Special High Command. I will fight them to the end. In the face of the inferno, they knew without a doubt that their comrades had perished. Fueled by a deep-seated vendetta, one of Zhao Jie's team members yearned for vengeance, but was firmly restrained. Retreat. Despite the seething fury within, Zhao Jie could not squander the precious time gained by Chen Xiaoming and the others. With a resolute command, the group swiftly disappeared into the alley, clutching their vital documents. Meanwhile, in front of a burning building, Dammit, extinguish the fire. Kurita Tsurugi gazed at the engulfed room. Realizing that his sole option was to order his subordinates to douse the flames in hopes of salvaging any intelligence. Sir, the French concession police are arriving. Just as Kurita lamented the dire situation, an agent from the Mei Bureau rushed to report. Their Special High Command had opened fire and committed murder in the French concession, an act sure to incite conflict with the local authorities. Dammit, retreat. Reluctantly casting one last glance at the building, Kurita knew he had no choice but to withdraw. Being captured by the French would spell disaster. With a chilling command, the agents of the Special High Command and the Mei Bureau hastily departed. Under the night sky in the French concession, at a backup base, Lin Dongxing reclined wearily in a chair, anxiously inquiring of Ren Kong about the situation. He was desperate to ascertain the severity of their losses. The Special High Command has found the hideout of the 1st Intelligence Team, Ren Kong replied, his face a mask of despair. Zhouang fought valiantly, but was tragically shot and killed on the spot. Chen Xiaoming stayed behind to cover our retreat, incinerating the documents and ultimately perishing in the flames. Even having witnessed numerous such scenes, Ren Kong was seething with rage. This time, the intelligence team had suffered grievously. They were heroes of the nation. After a moment of silence, Lin Dongxing took a deep drag from his cigarette, responding heavily. The mountain city will take good care of their families. A brief silence enveloped the room before Ren Kong, still shaken, confessed. If it weren't for the message from the mountain rabbit about Zhang Hai defecting to the Japanese, our 1st Intelligence Team would surely have been annihilated. In that case, the entire Shanghai station of the military unification would have faced a catastrophic blow. Indeed, the mountain rabbit, Lin Dongxing murmured, increasingly valuing this undercover informant who had provided crucial intelligence on multiple occasions, especially this time. However, had the mountain hare been able to relay the intelligence sooner, perhaps we would not find ourselves in such a passive predicament. Contemplating the information in his hands, Ren Kong reflected on Zhang Anming's journey to the Huajia for intelligence acquisition. followed by the return process, and could not help but lament. Zhang Yaming's round trip consumed a significant portion of the day. If they had just half a day's time, their team could have retreated in peace. Alas, there are no such possibilities. Rin Kong remained silent. As an intelligence officer, the mountain hare lacked a radio and could not constantly make urgent calls. This singular line of communication inherently results in a slow transmission speed. Sigh. Let us report the intelligence to headquarters. With a heavy sigh, Lin Dongsheng gradually rose to his feet. This loss must be reported to headquarters. As for the outcome, it was beyond his ability to foresee. In Shanghai, at the Special High Office's conference room, Yamamoto Tsukuro and Okamoto Jin seethed with anger towards Kamita Tsurugi, Hiranishin, and Suzuki Taro from the Mei Agency. The trio had failed to apprehend the military intelligence agents in the French concession. This was utterly disgraceful. Chief, this mission failed due to a leak. After enduring Yamamoto Tsukuro and Okamoto Jin's fury, Kamita Tsurugi finally mustered the courage to step forward. What? A leak? Upon hearing the term, Yamamoto Tsukuro and Okamoto Jin's expressions darkened ominously. Indeed, it was a leak. Our personnel hadn't even arrived, and the military intelligence agents at the stronghold had already evacuated. Kamita Tsurugi disclosed everything he knew. They had just reached number 18, Zaifi Road, when they encountered resistance from the military intelligence agents. Moreover, moments later, the second floor ignited in a fierce blaze. If one were to claim that the military intelligence personnel were unaware of their arrival, Kamita Tsurugi would never believe it. Furthermore, I dispatched someone to the French concession, and just before our engagement, a call was made to the stronghold. Kamita Tsurugi produced another piece of evidence and presented it to Yamamoto Tsukuro and Okamoto Jin. Additionally, according to our post-operation investigation, someone hastily departed from the back alley before our action. Chief, this is not a leak. I absolutely refuse to believe it. The mission failed. I, Kamita Tsurugi, can bear the consequences. However, I will not accept that this was a blatant leak that led to the mission's failure. In that moment, as Kamita Tsurugi presented the documentation, Okamoto Jin's gaze shifted towards Suzuki Taro among the crowd. I concur with Kamita-kun's assessment. There must have been a leak regarding this operation. Suzuki Taro, gritting his teeth, stepped forward on behalf of the Mei Agency. Otherwise, we would never have allowed the military intelligence personnel to escape. Observing the sentiments of his subordinates, Yamamoto Tsukuro and Okamoto Susumu were both engulfed in profound rage. A breach of confidentiality. Once again, the mission had been compromised. The previous apprehension operation had also fallen victim to a leak, resulting in the catastrophic explosion in the Jiabe district. Now, yet another breach had occurred. Yamamoto, I entrust you with the investigation of this matter, Okamoto declared, casting a glance at Yamamoto Tsukuro, granting him full authority to probe into the current leak. Rest assured, General Okamoto, I shall unearth this mole. Yamamoto Tsukuro replied fiercely, having already gathered some clues regarding the lurking traitor. In light of the previous explosion and the recent leak, he believed he could pinpoint the mole's location. If his suspicions were correct, the traitor must be within their special high command. Yamamoto Tsukuro's gaze was intense, filled with unwavering confidence in his conjecture. Meanwhile, at the military intelligence headquarters in Yamashiro, Boss Dai seethed with fury upon witnessing the repercussions of Zheng Hai's betrayal. His piercing gaze fell upon Mao Cheng. Notify Shantu. I demand that this traitor be apprehended. The military intelligence shall enforce the family law. Chapter 52. The traitor Zheng Hai. Eavesdropping at his abode. The distant mountains beckon me, a path traversed countless times. Having concluded a day's work at the police station, Sumu hummed a cheerful tune, relishing the journey homeward. Recently, due to the fervent activities of the Special High Command, the police station's tasks had considerably diminished. Apart from idling at the station, Sumu occasionally managed to earn some money and foster good relations with his colleagues. As he ambled along, absorbed in his melody, he passed by a street mailbox and noticed a signal indicating a rendezvous. Sumu's smile faltered momentarily. Nonchalantly continuing on, his mind began to churn with thoughts. Was the Shanghai station seeking him out for another assignment? Wait, could it be that the individual named Zheng Hai was the issue? In an instant, Sumu recalled the information he had relayed a few days prior. However, despite his musings, he would have to wait until tomorrow to meet his superior, Old Ghost. For the specifics, in Huajie, Jing'an Park. Sir, could I borrow a light? Apologies, I did not bring any today. On a bench in the park. Sumu, now in disguise, exchanged words with Old Ghost before turning to Zhang Aming with a query. So, what is the situation? Has there been any trouble concerning Zheng Hai? After posing the question softly, he observed Zhang Aming nod gravely. Zheng Hai has betrayed Action Team 2. The entire team has been annihilated, and the intelligence division nearly faced a similar fate. Zhang Aming recounted the dire circumstances. Upon hearing that the traitor Zheng Hai had sold out the action group, leading to the total destruction of the military intelligence Action Team 2, and the loss of 2 members from the intelligence division, Su Mu fell silent, momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated such calamity in just a few days. The Special High Command was alarmingly swift in their operations. Sigh. If only I had conveyed the information sooner, perhaps. Though accustomed to death, Sumu could not help but feel a pang of regret. Had his intelligence reached them earlier, those two operatives might have survived. You have done exceptionally well, Zhang Yaming remarked, casting a glance at Sumu. The intelligence division was immensely grateful for the information regarding the mountain hare. Without Sumu's inquiry, they, along with the Shanghai station, could have faced severe repercussions. Speak, what must I do? Regaining his composure, Sumu understood that Old Ghost had summoned him for more than mere discussion. The boss is furious. We must uncover the whereabouts of the traitor Zhang Hai. The military intelligence intends to administer justice. With words laced with anger, it was clear that for a traitor like Zhang Hai, a blood price must be exacted. Listening to Old Ghost and Yamashiro's orders, Sumu felt a surge of righteous fury within him. Though he had survived through cunning, as a patriot, he harbored an unwavering contempt for such traitors. At this moment, I shall swiftly gather information and relay it to you. Firmly responding, Sumu resolved to unearth the traitor Zhang Hai. The fallen brothers must not have died in vain. After a brief exchange, Zhang Anming adjusted his attire and gradually made his way outside. Take care. Upon hearing Sumu's words, Zhang Anming felt a warmth in his heart. Meanwhile, Sumu, watching Zhang Anming's departing figure, felt a twinge of worry. He urged the other to take care, solely because if Zhang Anming were captured, he too would face dire consequences. The peril at the military intelligence station in Shanghai was far more formidable than he had anticipated. Clearly, he could no longer linger at the police station. Sumu murmured to himself. This incident had served as a wake-up call. Despite possessing the ability to eavesdrop on thoughts, remaining in a place like the police station would limit the intelligence he could acquire. He must frequent the gendarmerie headquarters more often. There was no doubt that military intelligence from the gendarmerie headquarters was invaluable. However, before that, he needed to locate the traitor Zhang Hai. Sumu had begun to form a plan. In Honko district, at the Inoue mansion, the incompetence of the Taco was infuriating. Old Fox Inoue, upon receiving news of the Taco's failed capture, could not help but curse in anger. Despite apprehending a military intelligence task force, they had still managed to leak information, leading to their failure. What a disgrace. Let's head to the gendarmerie headquarters. Inoue felt it imperative to have a serious discussion with Yoshikawa Yuya. If the Taco continued in their ineptitude, the Empire's security in Shanghai would be at risk. Mr. Inoue, may I leave from here? Just as Inoue exited the mansion, Zhang Hai hurriedly approached, inquiring. These past few days at the Inoue mansion had left him utterly bored. Zhang, you are free to move about. With the mission having failed, Inoue had little regard for Zhang Hai's fate. After uttering a brief remark to Zhang Hai, Inoue hastily rushed toward the gendarmerie headquarters. Freed. Zhang Hai's face illuminated with a radiant smile. No longer confined, he could resume his carefree life outside. The reason he had allied with the Japanese was to indulge in wealth and enjoy life. Ah, Xiaohong, here I come. With a triumphant grin, Zhang Hai displayed a lascivious smile. Under the night sky, at the Grand World Dance Hall. Brother Zhang, you finally arrived. I've missed you so much these past few days. At this moment, outside the Grand World Dance Hall, Zhang Hai approached the dancer Xiaohong with a beaming smile, wrapping his arms around her slender waist. Haha. How could I not come? Tonight, I intend to keep you company. With a gentle kiss, Zhang Hai was preparing to step into the dance hall. Kind sir, could you spare some change? At that moment, a beggar nearby approached, seeking a bit of alms. Get away. Zhang Hai swiftly kicked the beggar, sending him sprawling to the ground. Brother Zhang, don't stoop to his level. Where are we heading tonight? Ah, that is a secret. Wrapping his arm around his companion's slender waist, Zhang Hai's hands began to wander once more. In his heart, he mused, you little vixen, tonight at Hongfu Hotel. I shall ensure you enjoy yourself thoroughly. Meanwhile, the fallen beggar, Sumu, overheard Zhang Hai's thoughts and a cold smirk crept across his lips. TSK. I initially thought I would have to wait several days, yet I did not anticipate Zhang Hai's insatiable lust. Hongfu Hotel, is it? You desire pleasure, do you? The military discipline will ensure you get your fill. Gradually rising, Sumu slipped into an alley, changed his appearance, and arrived at a nearby phone booth. Hello, Second Aunt. Second Uncle is at Hongfu Hotel tonight. Chapter 53, The Hotel's Purge, the traitor Zhang Hai meets his end. Shanghai, French concession. The station master received intelligence from the informant, Mountain Rabbit, confirming the location of the traitor Zhang Hai. Ren Kong hurriedly approached, his face alight with joy, and handed the information to the frowning Lin Dongxing. Found him? So soon? Lin Dongxing exclaimed, his excitement palpable as he glanced at the details of Zhang Hai's whereabouts. A glint of cold determination ignited in his eyes. Immediately arranged for personnel to proceed. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Dongxing issued the command to eliminate the traitor. Zhang Hai must pay for his blood debts. Station master. The passageways are closed at this hour. Should we alert the action team to initiate their operation? Ren Kong noted the encroaching night. The entrances to the French concession and the Chinese sector had been sealed by the Japanese forces. Mobilizing personnel from the French concession would take until tomorrow morning at the earliest. By then, Zheng Hai might have escaped. Use emergency contacts to reach the action team. Zheng Hai must die tonight. Lin Dongshan's icy words underscored his resolve, decisively activating the action team. Since the establishment of the military intelligence station in Shanghai, Zheng Hai's betrayal had inflicted severe losses. Allowing a traitor like him to live even a moment longer would be a profound disrespect to their fallen comrades. With the order received, Rincong swiftly departed to notify the members of the action team in the Chinese sector. Shanghai, Chinese sector knock, knock, knock. Who is it? The late-night knocking roused the alertness of the action team members within the room. It's me, Uncle Zhang. Uncle Zhang had a bit too much to drink. So I'm here to find you. Upon hearing the secret code, the action team members opened the door. Old Zhang, what brings you here? The sudden arrival of the liaison left the team members astonished, but realization quickly dawned upon them. Is there an urgent mission from the station? Li Zicheng, the leader of the action team, inquired gravely. The late-night visit indicated a critical directive from headquarters. Indeed, the station has located the whereabouts of the traitor Zheng Hai. You are to act tonight. The excited liaison, Old Zhang, conveyed the urgent task. Upon hearing that they were to eliminate Zheng Hai that very night, the action team members were filled with righteous indignation. Good. We found that bastard Zheng Hai so quickly. Li Zicheng cursed. Fully aware of the devastation brought upon Action Team 2, the internal command to eliminate the traitor had long been issued, and now, with a confirmed location, Li Zicheng and his team were eager to act. This is the address. We must strike before dawn. After handing over the intelligence, Old Zhang hastily departed. The leader of Action Team 1, Li Zicheng, cast a glance at the location, committing it to memory, and then proceeded to incinerate it. Xiaozhou, Lao Qian. The two of you are coming with me. With a sweeping gaze, Li Zicheng decisively called forth two capable members from the team. This time, they were set to confront the elders of the Lixing Society. Li Zicheng would never underestimate the enemy simply because they had turned traitor. They checked their equipment and prepared to depart at once. Glancing at the time, they realized they still had ample opportunity. By nightfall, they would reach the Hongfu Inn and eliminate Zheng Hai on the spot. Later that night, at the Hongfu Inn, Zheng Gu, let us have another drink. With a hearty laugh, the playful spirit of Zheng Hai was evident as he engaged in vigorous activity on the second floor. Meanwhile, downstairs, Lao Qian from Action Team 1, having disguised himself, stealthily approached. He had gathered intelligence, discovering that the traitor Zheng Hai resided in room 208. In a hushed tone, Lao Qian shared the room number, having employed certain special means to acquire it. Good, let us move immediately. With the room number in hand, Li Zicheng and his team sprang into action. One member stationed himself in the back alley while Li Zicheng, accompanied by Lao Qian and another, made their way towards room 208. As they neared, they could hear the sounds of vigorous activity emanating from within. Humph, Zheng Hai certainly has a flair for the indulgent. With a cold snort, Li Zicheng exchanged a knowing glance with Lao Qian, and they quietly opened the door. Little vixen, watch me. Suddenly, as Zheng Hai was caught in the midst of his exertion, a powerful hand swiftly struck from behind, a chilling glint slicing through the air towards his neck. In the dim light of the room, it became apparent that Li Zicheng and his companion had stealthily positioned themselves behind him. You too. Clutching his neck, the moment Zheng Hai laid eyes on the two, realization dawned upon him. Military intelligence assassins. Damn it, I've been betrayed. The boss has instructed us to carry out the family law. The frigid words fell from Li Zicheng's lips as he exchanged a glance with Lao Qian, who instantly understood and sprang into action. Blood flowed as the grim task unfolded. Even at this moment, Zheng Hai could hardly believe that it had been less than a month since he had become a traitor, only to be eradicated by the very laws of military intelligence. Retreat. Under the cover of darkness, having completed their mission, Li Zicheng and Lao Qian swiftly departed through the back alley, vanishing into the night. The following day, at the police station. Quick, everyone assemble. We are heading to the Hongfu Inn. Early in the morning, as Sumu enjoyed a sip of tea, the police chief, Zhang San, personally led the charge, summoning everyone towards the Hongfu Inn. As the deputy leader of the action team, Sumu naturally joined the ranks. Within moments, they arrived. Chief, you've come. Huang Quan, stationed here in advance, observed the arrival of Zhang San Yi and others, and briefly recounted the situation within the Hongfu Inn. The two deceased were discovered earlier this morning, their bodies already cold. Sumu noted that, aside from Zheng Hai, another dancer had also perished within the inn. He had some understanding of the military intelligence agents. However, this was not surprising. The military intelligence had never been a paragon of righteousness. Leaving behind a dancer who could identify them was not an act of foolishness or mercy on their part. Director, this does not appear to be a vendetta. It is highly likely that, as the captain of the action team, Wang Quan had some insight. Judging by the manner of the victims, he suspected that the military intelligence agents were indeed responsible. However, before he could finish his sentence, A group of Japanese officers from the Special Higher Police in the Inoue mansion hurriedly approached from a distance. Baka, are you police officers utterly useless? How could a distinguished servant of the Empire meet such an untimely end? Chapter 54. Urgent dispatch from the Mountain City. Vital military intelligence. Fools, you are nothing but a bunch of incompetents. The leader of the Special Higher Police Action Team, Hino Jin, berated the police officers, including Zhang Sanyi, as he gazed upon the cold corpse of Zheng Hai. This was the Chinese territory. Zheng Hai, who had allied himself with them, had been assassinated. How could Hino Jin not be enraged? What compounded his fury was the previous failure of the operation against the French concession in Shanghai. Following an internal review, the Special Higher Police suspected that the source of the leak was none other than Zheng Hai. And now, at such a critical juncture, Zheng Hai was dead. Moritaka-kun. This is a blunder on your part at the Inoue mansion. After venting his anger, Hino Jin directed his gaze toward the Ronin, Moritaka-yu. It was their negligence that had allowed Zheng Hai to be released, ultimately leading to his demise. Hino-kun, this has nothing to do with us. The security of Shanghai falls squarely under your Special Higher Police's jurisdiction, Moritaka-yu scoffed, dismissing the incompetence of the Special Higher Police. They had failed even to apprehend the military intelligence personnel in Shanghai after receiving the information. Such simplicity in execution, and yet they managed to botch it. What else could one call them but fools? Internally, he thought. Fools, these people from the Inoue mansion are utterly arrogant. The leak of the plan to capture in the French concession must surely involve them. Amidst the crowd, Sumu quietly listened to the thoughts of those present. When he heard the Special Higher Police directing their suspicions toward the Inoue mansion and Zheng Hai, a chill ran down his spine. Though the Japanese were detestable, they were certainly not imbeciles. How quickly they had reacted. Unfortunately, the traitor Zheng Hai was already dead. Casting a glance at Zheng Hai's lifeless form, Sumu realized that even if the Special Higher Police wished to investigate, it was now a futile endeavor. As he observed the infighting between the Special Higher Police and the Inoue mansion, Sumu silently gathered information. It was not until much later that the Special Higher Police took Zheng Hai's body away, while all relevant personnel from the inn were also taken for interrogation. As for the police officers, apart from Zhang Sanyi, who made a futile attempt to ingratiate himself with the Japanese, the rest merely watched the spectacle unfold. Whether Zheng Hai lived or died, and who would investigate the matter, was of no concern to them. What are you all dawdling for? Withdraw. After facing the Japanese's disdain, Zhang Sanyi unleashed his frustration upon the group. Their relationship with the Special Higher Police had been relatively cordial, but since the last bombing incident, he had clearly been sidelined. Sumu regarded Zhang Sanyi's figure, contemplating how to eliminate him. However, before that, he needed to report the intelligence from the Inoue mansion. The betrayal of Zheng Hai did not originate from the Special Higher Police but from the Inoue mansion, in conjunction with the previous informant within the intelligence department. The Jingshang mansion appears to be far more formidable than Sumu had anticipated. In the French concession of Shanghai, this time, the operation team, led by Shan Tu, executed their mission flawlessly. Lin Dongxing, upon receiving the news of Zheng Hai's demise, could not suppress a satisfied smile. This was the only piece of good news following the recent setbacks faced by the military intelligence Shanghai station. He instructed Rin Kong to report the results of the anti-espionage operations to headquarters. Lin Dongxing set aside the intelligence documents and reminded Rin Kong to secure a bonus for Shan Tuesday. In just a few days, the traitor Zheng Hai had met his fate. The remarkable efficiency of the Shanghai station was solely attributed to Shan Tu's intelligence. As the head of the Shanghai Military Intelligence Station, Lin Dongxing felt he had lost the right to request rewards from Boss Dai. However, he believed that Shan Tu's request would likely yield some compensation from headquarters. Shan Tu was commendable in many respects, though his expenditure was rather extravagant. Reflecting on the previous reimbursement request for the madam's expenses, Rin Kong could not help but chuckle. Shan Tu was undoubtedly a master of intelligence gathering, but his financial demands were unparalleled among agents. Alas, without seeking assistance from headquarters, their resources were dwindling. Lin Dongsheng raised his hands in resignation. The military intelligence Shanghai station had numerous personnel to support, and with the recent operational team's demise, he needed to recruit anew, leading to significant expenses. Thus, they had no choice but to proceed as they were. Meanwhile, at the military intelligence headquarters, it was noted that the Shanghai station had performed commendably. Within a mere few days, they had dealt with the traitor Zheng Hai. Boss Dai scrutinized the reports from the Shanghai station with evident satisfaction. Is Shan Tu embedded within the police department? He mused, taking a sip of tea while glancing at Mao Cheng beside him. Observing Shan Tu's contributions, Boss Dai's interest in this intelligence officer grew. Indeed, he is within the Shanghai Police Department, Mao Cheng replied with a light chuckle. Also surprised that such a small precinct could yield such a wealth of intelligence for the Shanghai station. It could only be said that Shan Tu was indeed a skilled intelligence operative. Bonuses would be dispersed as usual, and directives would be sent to elevate Shan Tu's security clearance. A talent such as this was rare and highly valued. Given the previous leak incidents at the Shanghai station and the undetected mole, Boss Dai was keen to avoid a repeat of past troubles. Rest assured, I will alert the Shanghai station, Mao Cheng responded, preparing to depart when suddenly, personnel from the secretariat rushed in, delivering a document to him. Upon hearing their report, Mao Cheng's expression shifted dramatically. Boss, we have a situation. Just as they had received good news, Boss Dai's countenance fell at Mao Cheng's words. Receiving the intelligence from Mao Cheng, Boss Dai's expression morphed into one of grave concern. Damn it, how is the Hangqing station operating? In a fit of rage, Boss Dai slammed the documents onto the table. Such a crucial matter was mishandled by the personnel at Hangqing station, which undoubtedly infuriated him. Boss, we should now discuss how to remedy this situation. Mao Cheng, frowning deeply beside him, could hardly believe that Hangqing station had failed even in this minor task. If no remedy is enacted, it would inevitably fall into the hands of the Japanese. Immediately, send an urgent telegram to the Shanghai station to commence the rescue operation. Suppressing his anger, Boss Dai issued orders to Mao Cheng. Given the current circumstances, the only option is to rely on the Shanghai station for assistance. Although the risks are considerable, it is imperative to proceed in this manner. In Shanghai, within the French concession, at the Shanghai station base, the station master received a telegram from headquarters. Just as Lin Dongsheng had finally settled down, he watched Ren Kong rush in and hastily opened the intelligence report. With just a glance, Lin Dongsheng's pupils dilated in shock. Has Hangqing Station acquired military intelligence? Chapter 55. Military intelligence arriving in Shanghai. Actions from all sides. In Shanghai. At the military police command, Yoshikawa Yu looked at the investigation report presented by the taco section and couldn't help but curse under his breath. Ever since the failed operation in the French concession, the taco section had yet to unearth the mole. The once confident Yamamoto Jiro now refrained from making any guarantees. Alarmingly, the latest investigation report had even shifted suspicion onto the deceased Zheng Hai, a notion that was utterly ludicrous. Sir, the mole is likely within the taco section. They simply do not wish for us to know, Colonel Nakano remarked with a cold smirk, well aware of the incompetence of the taco personnel. This blame-shifting behavior was not new to them. Moreover, if it were confirmed that the mole resided within the taco, Yamamoto Jiro would find himself in considerable trouble. Humph. It is only a matter of time before the taco's authority falls into our hands. Yoshikawa Yu harbored grand ambitions. Believing that the army was the true sovereign in the region, dismissing the taco's attempts to oversee them as mere folly. Suddenly, the telephone on the desk rang, interrupting the conversation between Yoshikawa Yu and Colonel Nakano. Upon answering, Yoshikawa Yu's expression changed dramatically after only a brief moment of listening. Baka, how could you handle such a significant matter and report it only now? He shouted angrily into the phone. Observing Yoshikawa Yu's sudden outburst, Colonel Nakano furrowed his brows in confusion, uncertain of the situation's gravity. Immediately summoned Nakano Osamu. Without a moment's hesitation, Yoshikawa Yu instructed Colonel Nakano to bring Nakano Osamu. Though puzzled, Colonel Nakano understood that something serious had transpired. In Shanghai, at the station taco section, Kamida Tsurugi's brow was furrowed. His expression grim as he reported to Yamamoto Jiro, Chief, Zheng Hai is dead, and all leads have been severed. Since the operation's failure, Kamida had scrutinized the team members, including Hironaka and Akikawa, yet the results showed that everyone was in the clear. None had departed during the mission, eliminating the possibility of issues within the taco or the Mei organization. Thus, the only remaining suspect was that something had gone awry with Zheng Hai. However, Zheng Hai's demise did not signify an absolute cessation of leads. Rather, it confirmed their initial hypothesis. Yamamoto Jiro tossed the investigation report onto the table, his eyes gleaming with intensity as he recognized the slip-up revealed by their adversary. The military intelligence had indeed acted swiftly this time. Yet their haste had inadvertently exposed their internal traitor. Yamamoto Tsukuro murmured thoughtfully, then glanced at Pinji Rin and Hekawagu, who were still grappling with the situation, his brow furrowing in dissatisfaction. Tell me, how did the military intelligence learn of Zheng Hai's treachery? His rhetorical question instantly illuminated Kuei Tian Haijiro's mind, leading to a sudden realization. Chief, I understand now. The military intelligence must have killed Zheng Hai, indicating they were aware of his betrayal. Kuei Tian exclaimed excitedly, having previously been troubled by the loss of leads following Zheng Hai's demise. However, thanks to Yamamoto's prompt, he had a sudden epiphany. Throughout this ordeal, they had never disclosed Zheng Hai's whereabouts. Logically speaking, the military intelligence should have had no inkling of Zheng Hai's survival unless, of course, there was a spy in his midst. Considering the prior failed capture in the French concession, Kuei Tian swiftly pieced together the clues leading to the mole. This failure would certainly put the blame on the cunning old fox Inoue. Zheng Hai had been under Inoue's watch. And now that the military intelligence had acquired information about him, it could only imply that there was indeed a traitor close to Inoue. Through the analyses of Kuei Tian and Yamamoto, Pinji Rin and Hekawagu standing nearby also experienced a moment of clarity. Chief, should we immediately report this to Commander Yoshikawa? Koitian inquired, turning his gaze towards Yamamoto, now aware of the mole's trail. Presently, Inoue's residence was held in high regard by both the military police and the consulate. If they were to investigate the Black Dragon Society without prior notice, a conflict was inevitable. No need. Our Special High Command possesses the authority to conduct investigations in Shanghai, Yamamoto asserted confidently. The Special High Command inherently had the right to scrutinize Japanese nationals in China. A mere establishment like Inoue's residence did not require external permission for Yamamoto to investigate. At that moment, as Yamamoto was instructing Koitian to covertly investigate the Black Dragon Society, the phone on the table rang. What? Military intelligence has been compromised, Yamamoto exclaimed, hastily hanging up the phone while urging Koitian, Pinji Rin, and the others to mobilize the Special High Command's action team towards the train station. Meanwhile, in the French concession of Shanghai, Ren Kong spoke to Lin Dongxing. The headquarters has transmitted the contact personnel and code phrases. This operation was personally overseen by Ren, ensuring nothing went awry. He was acutely aware that there was still an informant at large on their side. The upcoming rescue mission would surely attract the enemy's attention. Lin Dongxing wore a grave expression. This mission was far more complicated than they had anticipated. The Hangzhou station personnel had obtained intelligence, but it was discovered by the enemy, forcing them to flee to Shanghai. Lin Dongxing understood all too well that such intelligence would inevitably reach the enemy. Now, they had to act faster than the adversary. Has the first action team set off? The station master has already proceeded to the train station. Upon hearing that the first action group has departed, Lin Dongxing did not relax. Rather, he became increasingly anxious. The headquarters has issued a dire command. Military intelligence must be secured. This is a matter of life and death for thousands of soldiers. Inform the action team that, regardless of casualties, the intelligence must be obtained. Gritting his teeth as he issued the command, Lin Dongxing understood that at such a moment, he must not show any weakness. Nearby, Ren Kong, upon hearing this command, resolutely nodded in agreement. He then swiftly turned and left, heading outside. Meanwhile, on the train to Shanghai, a middle-aged man wearing a black hat anxiously surveyed his surroundings, occasionally glancing at the package clutched in his arms. Despite the fatigue etched on his face, he dared not allow himself a moment's rest. Almost there, just a little longer. I cannot afford to falter now. Chapter 56. The Ambush at Hongkou Station. Nakano-kun, we can retrieve the goods this month. In the garrison headquarters, Sumu spoke to Nakano Haru before him. Aware of the previous demise of Task Force 2, Sumu intensified his efforts to curry favor with Nakano Haru. There was no other choice. Without frequent visits to the garrison headquarters to ingratiate himself with Nakano Haru, he would be deprived of any valuable information. Moreover, the affairs in Shanghai were ultimately dictated by the Japanese. It was imperative to cultivate a good relationship with the deeply connected Major Nakano Haru. Furthermore, Nakano Haru currently held the position of chief of the Special Operations Section at the garrison headquarters. In critical moments, he could potentially save Sumu's life. Yoshi, Susan, you truly instill confidence. Observing Sumu's dedication to the sulfanilamide trade, Nakano Haru felt quite pleased. Just as he was about to elaborate on the details of the sulfanilamide business, a sudden knock on the door interrupted him. A garrison officer hurriedly entered, whispering something in Nakano Haru's ear. Susan, please wait for me here. Nakano Haru instructed Sumu before swiftly departing. The abrupt exit of Nakano Haru stirred Sumu's senses. Something was amiss. With his heart racing, Sumu settled into the sofa, quietly tuning into the whispers of the surroundings. The garrison headquarters was unlike any other place. It was a veritable hub of intelligence. Sumu was determined not to miss any opportunity. Meanwhile, in the office, you must immediately lead Special Task Force 1 and the garrison troops to Hongkou Railway Station. Upon Nakano Haru's arrival, Yoshikawa Yuya decisively tossed a hastily prepared document to him. The document contained urgent intelligence sent from Hangzhou. What is this? Nakano Haru was stunned as he glanced at the document. It appeared that an important piece of military intelligence had been lost in Hangzhou, and now it had fallen into the hands of the Military Intelligence Bureau. Commander, shouldn't this matter be handled by the Special High Police? Nakano Haru was perplexed. Such a loss of military intelligence should have been addressed by the Mei Bureau and the Special High Police. Why was he required to lead Special Task Force 1 and the garrison troops? Humph, the Special High Police. Yoshikawa Yuya scoffed. His disappointment in the Special High Police in Shanghai palpable. Moreover, the crux of the matter was that this military intelligence had been misplaced by their own forces. If they had retrieved it themselves, this incident would not have transpired. However, if it were in the hands of the Special High Police, they would undoubtedly leverage it to exert pressure on the army. Remember, this operation must retrieve the military intelligence before the Special High Police do. Yoshikawa Yuya's gaze fixed intently on Nakano Haru. Unlike others, he placed greater trust in the personnel of the garrison headquarters. These were the true subordinates of Yoshikawa Yuya. And that was precisely why, this time, even the cunning Inoue was not arranged for the task. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Nakano nodded and swiftly turned to leave. After a while, in Nakano's office, Nakano-kun, you're back. Su-san, please attend to business matters for the time being. Upon seeing Nakano's return, Sumu quickly donned a smile and approached him, but the latter was evidently preoccupied with pressing matters and had no time to spare for business affairs. In his thoughts, damn it, military intelligence has been lost in Hangzhou, and now I am tasked with retrieving it. That old coot Yoshikawa is leveraging favors from others, making me run errands. Such troublesome matters are hindering my profits. Listening to Nakano's inner musings, Sumu was struck by the news of the lost military intelligence in Hangzhou. Hiss. The loss of military intelligence. This is of utmost importance. However, from Nakano's thoughts, Sumu gleaned a considerable amount of information. Firstly, the lost military intelligence in Hangzhou was related to the Military Commission's Hangzhou station. Secondly, the military personnel carrying the intelligence were on the verge of arriving at Honko railway station. Yoshikawa had dispatched Nakano, accompanied by the special first section of the gendarmerie, to apprehend them. Damn it. Cursing inwardly, Sumu began to fervently contemplate his countermeasures. Watching Nakano depart, Sumu realized that he still had some time left for himself. However, to ensure the successful acquisition of the military intelligence, he would have to take risks. After a moment of hesitation, Sumu gritted his teeth and hurried toward the gendarmerie headquarters. Shanghai, Honko Railway Station. Hirano-kun, we have stationed people to monitor all entrances and exits of the station. At this moment, the leader of the Special High Police's second action team, Akagawa Tani, stood beside Hirano-jin, whispering to him. Once they received the news, they rushed to the railway station and set up defenses around the area. This time, they not only aimed to capture the military commission's agents arriving in Shanghai, but also to apprehend the entire group from the military commission's Shanghai station. If the military commission's personnel dare to come this time, we will apprehend them all together. Hirano-jin, dressed in plain clothes, surveyed the surroundings intermittently, searching for any traces of the military commission's agents. Meanwhile, at the periphery of Honko railway station, the gendarmerie blocked off various routes. The remaining action team, follow me inside. Upon arrival, Nakano observed the conspicuous gendarmerie soldiers and instructed them to guard the entrances around the railway station. After all, the gendarmerie was too noticeable. Entering the vicinity of Honko railway station would undoubtedly alert the targets. Nakano, not being a fool apart from his desire for profit, gave a brief command. He then led over a dozen members of the Special Action Section, dressed in plain clothes, gradually approaching Honko railway station. The dispersed action personnel pretended to be ordinary citizens waiting for passengers, blending seamlessly into the crowd. In the grand hall, Nakano-suk, the one in charge, sat leisurely with a newspaper in hand, quietly awaiting the passage of time. As moments ticked away, anxiety filled the air near Honko railway station, where personnel from the Special High Police, Military Police, and Action Group awaited with bated breath. Suddenly, the mournful wail of a train whistle pierced the stillness. As a smoke-belching locomotive gradually pulled into the station, the agents from the Special High Police, along with Nakano-suk and his team from the Special Operations Division, instinctively turned their gazes toward the approaching train. Rising from his seat in the hall, Nakano-suk moved deliberately toward the exit, having received word from Hangzhou that the military intelligence agents would soon disembark. Once they emerged, his division would spring into action to apprehend them. The train had arrived. With the conductor's call echoing through the air, figures began to descend from the train, converging toward the exit. Watching the disembarking individuals, Hiranori and Nakano-suk felt the tension mounting within them. They were here. Chapter 57. The exposure of the action group. The gunshot at Lexington. Kamida-kun. The train is almost at the station. At this moment, Hiranori had approached Kamida Tsurugi, whispering softly. Although the Special High Command had not acquired intelligence from the military police headquarters, they had received information from the Mei Agency. A military intelligence group at Shancheng Station had been dismantled, and through rigorous interrogation, they had obtained the urgent rendezvous method. Stay vigilant here. I shall take charge of the meeting, Kamida Tsurugi declared, donning a nearby black hat and clutching a declaration newspaper as he proceeded towards the train station's exit. According to the intelligence provided by the Mei Agency, the urgent rendezvous method for military agents arriving from Shancheng Station involved wearing a black hat and holding a declaration newspaper. To apprehend the target in one fell swoop, Kamida had no choice but to take the risk personally. As Kamida entered, Hiranori and Aikawa exchanged a glance. Their vigilance heightened in the surrounding area. Meanwhile, within the station's reception hall, Old Chien, the time is drawing near. A member of the Shanghai Station's military action group glanced at the clock, reminding Old Chien beside him. They too had received a mission from the Shanghai Station, with no alternative but to assist their comrades. The military intelligence held by the opposing side was crucial to the military operations in Shancheng. I will handle the rendezvous. Old Chien, you take care of the support. As the group leader, Li Zicheng surveyed the environment, anxiety gnawing at him. The Shanghai Station had already warned them of the likelihood of a Japanese ambush at the train station. Yet, despite the foreboding, they had to proceed. This military intelligence was vital to the lives of many. If they did not act, the information could fall into Japanese hands, rendering the sacrifices of the intelligence group at Hangsheng Station in vain. Thus, despite the peril, Li Zicheng and his team were compelled to take the risk. Just as Li Zicheng was organizing tasks, the sound of a whistle pierced the air, and a smoke-billowing train slowly approached, coming to a halt at the platform. "It's here." Observing the disembarking train, Li Zicheng retrieved the black hat and declaration from his bag, cautiously making his way towards the exit without putting on the hat. As he drew closer, he meticulously scanned his surroundings. Simultaneously, on the train, "We've arrived." Zhang Jiahao, tightly gripping the intelligence package, murmured as he watched the train come to a standstill. His journey had been to safeguard the intelligence and ensure its safe delivery to the military station in Shanghai. Letting out a deep breath, Zhang Jiahao gradually rose, blending into the throng of passengers as he moved towards the exit, all the while surveying his surroundings in the bustling station. He must confirm the identity of his contact through the military intelligence meeting method. Meanwhile, at the exit, Tsurugi observed the continuous flow of departing passengers, deliberately placing his declaration form in a conspicuous location. His gaze constantly scanned those approaching him, aware that anyone nearing might very well be a military intelligence agent. Something feels amiss. Just as Tsurugi was focused on his task, Hironori quietly approached from behind and whispered a warning. "What?" Upon hearing Hironori's words, Kita's gaze shifted to the opposite direction. There, at the exit, a familiar figure was lurking, poised to intercept. Seeing the familiar silhouette ignited a surge of anger within Kita. "Damn it, what is the military police command doing here?" Recognizing Nakano Osamu, Kita's immediate concern was that his operation could be thwarted. If he failed to make contact before the military police acted, his rendezvous would be utterly compromised. For the Tako, capturing military intelligence personnel was secondary. The primary objective was to ensure that military secrets did not fall into their hands. With this thought, Kita felt an impulse to confront the situation, but just as he was about to move, Zhang Jiahua spotted Kita's black bowler hat. "Zhang." He began to call out, but quickly silenced himself, realizing that Kita had approached someone else, leaving him bewildered. What did it mean to seek another contact during their meeting? Just then, amidst the crowd, another individual donned a black hat and waved a declaration high in the air. "Mr. Zhang." The shouted code name snapped Jiahua back to reality, prompting him to draw closer. At that moment, both Tsurugi and Nakano Osamu noticed the presence of Li Zicheng. "Baka, a military intelligence agent." Kita cursed, preparing to instruct his subordinates to apprehend him, only to find Nakano firmly restraining his hand. "Nakano, what are you doing?" Kita exclaimed, confused by Nakano's obstruction. "Fool. If we act now, how can we capture all the military intelligence agents in one fell swoop?" Nakano's eyes narrowed at Kita, revealing his intention not only to retrieve military secrets, but also to ensnare the entire military intelligence operation team. If the two successfully made contact, the surrounding military intelligence personnel would inevitably be exposed. If they were to capture, it must be done thoroughly. Hearing Nakano's rationale, Kita fell silent. Indeed, the military intelligence personnel were already in sight. Their rendezvous plan has indeed become unnecessary. Merely observing the military intelligence personnel in the black hat and their associates reveals who possesses the intelligence, it is evident. Conversely, attempting to apprehend military intelligence operatives at this moment would merely serve to alarm them. With the black hat removed, Kamita Takuji has chosen to lie low at this instant. In this fleeting moment, Kamita Takuji and Nakano Osamu fixated their gaze intently on Li Zicheng, who donned the black hat. Once the identity of the liaison is confirmed, they can act swiftly to capture him. As Zhang Jiahao drew nearer, a glimmer of excitement ignited in the eyes of Kamita Takuji and Nakano Osamu. At this juncture, only 5 individuals remained close to Li Zicheng. They needed merely to wait a little longer to discern the outcome. "Prepare to act," Nakano Osamu exclaimed with fervor, while Kamita Takuji's impatience was palpable. Yet, in the next heartbeat, a sudden gunshot reverberated through the air like thunder. Bang! Chapter 58, Escape from the Train Station. There's a traitor in the Gendarmerie Command. In Shanghai, at Hongkou train station, what should be done? Should action be taken? Outside the Hongkou train station, the military intelligence agent Zhou Qingye, responsible for the perimeter support, anxiously gazed at the note in his hand. The note had mysteriously appeared in his possession after a shoe shiner had collided with him moments ago. It contained the secret communication code from the Shanghai station. Most crucially, the note instructed him to immediately open fire and then retreat towards the southeast. Zhou Qingye scrutinized the note with palpable tension, instinctively trusting its contents. It was evident that the entire Hongkou train station was likely ambushed by the enemy. However, his team leader and others were still inside for a rendezvous. If he were to fire, what would happen if his team leader and the others failed to receive the information? Without further deliberation, Zhou Qingye hastily crammed the note into his mouth, then advanced towards the direction of the Hongkou train station, raising his firearm without hesitation. Meanwhile, at the exit, Nakano Osamu observed the dwindling number of individuals wearing black hats, his eyes glinting with anticipation. Once the two parties made contact, they would immediately apprehend their targets. Bang! Suddenly, the unmistakable sound of gunfire erupted from outside, echoing through the station. In an instant, the commotion sent the pedestrians at Honko train station into a frenzy. Gunfire! Run for your lives! Ah, someone is shooting, the enemy is coming. Damn it, everyone, hurry and flee. In an instant, a multitude of civilians surged towards the exit. Their first instinct in such chaotic times being to escape at all costs. Li Zicheng, responsible for the meeting, sensed something was amiss the moment the gunfire rang out. Just as he prepared to leave, he spotted Zhang Jiahao rushing towards him. Mr. Zhang, my uncle from the hometown sent me to find you. Upon hearing the code, Li Zicheng's expression brightened. Let us go. With a swift motion, he placed the black hat upon the head of the nearby man, and, alongside Zhang Jiahao, they dashed towards the exit. Baka, who fired the gun? In the midst of the chaos, Kamita Tsurugi's frustration boiled over as he shouted in anger. The sudden gunfire had completely disrupted their plans. Arrest them. Immediately apprehend them. He glanced towards the direction of the man with the black hat, who was now fleeing amidst the crowd, growing increasingly distant. In this tumultuous situation, Kamita Tsurugi could no longer concern himself with the risk of exposure. He shouted for the special high police to take action and apprehend the suspects. Everyone down. Bang. Nakanasuk drew his firearm and fired a shot into the air, bellowing for the fleeing citizens to crouch down. Those who remained standing and attempted to escape were to be apprehended. Unlike Kamita Tsurugi, who fixated on the man in the black hat, Nakanasuk issued a direct command for the special operations team to capture all those who continued to flee. In his estimation, the military intelligence agents would undoubtedly attempt to escape. They would never simply wait to be scrutinized. Thus, anyone choosing to run in the wake of his gunfire was deemed suspicious. Kamita Tsurugi was taken aback, not expecting Nakanasuk, a man driven by greed, to display such audacity. Observing over a dozen individuals still making their escape, Tsurugi promptly ordered the special high police to apprehend them. Damn it, leader, retreat. Old Qian, stationed at the exit, witnessed the special high police and military police opening fire and retaliated with his own weapon. As seasoned agents, Old Qian and his companions understood well that choosing to remain would inevitably lead to discovery by the Japanese forces. Baka pursue them. The moment Old Qian returned fire, the whereabouts of Li Zicheng and his companions were fully revealed. A glimmer of determination flashed in Nakanasuk's eyes as he commanded his action team to chase after Li Zicheng and the others. Although the adversaries had temporarily escaped the train station, the perimeter was secured by the military police, and Nakanasuk was confident that this group could not elude the approaching forces. Captain, head southeast. Zhou Qingye, who was providing cover from the periphery, rushed forward. Noting that Old Qian and Zhang Jiahao had been shot, he quickly positioned himself in front of them, urging Li Zicheng and the others to escape in the southeast direction. At that moment, he could only place his trust in the informant who had relayed information to him. Retreat. Though puzzled by Zhou Qingye's choice of the southeast route, Li Zicheng and his companions hesitated not and swiftly retreated toward the alley in that direction. Gunfire erupted as they withdrew, but the military police converging from the periphery found nothing but air. Baka, why aren't you pursuing them? Nakanasuk, emerging from the train station and observing the unguarded alleyway to the southeast, roared in frustration, directing his subordinates to chase after the escapees. Meanwhile, he pondered the peculiarities of the situation. This operation at the train station felt amiss. Something was wrong. Why would the military intelligence agents fire a shot in plain view? It was as if they had foreseen the absence of military police in the southeast and had made their hasty escape accordingly. Nakanasuk, why have you stopped pursuing? Kamita Tsurugi, arriving from behind, questioned him with a hint of confusion. Humph, they have all escaped. What is there left to pursue? Casting a glance towards the alley in the southeast, he realized that the military intelligence operatives had already fled. Even if the military police pursued them, it was highly likely that they would return empty-handed. Damn it! From where did that gunshot originate? Kamita Takuji cursed in frustration upon witnessing the escape of the military intelligence agents. This operation had initially been exceedingly smooth, but that single gunshot had completely disrupted their plans. Furrowing his brow as he observed the direction in which the military intelligence operatives had fled, Kamita Takuji soon regained his composure. No, this gunshot must have been fired by the military intelligence agents. But how did they know there was an ambush? In that instant, as he calmed himself, Kamita Takuji's gaze inadvertently shifted towards the members of the military police. If they were aware of this operation and cognizant of the military police's deployment, then Nakano-kun, it is evident that there is a traitor within your military police headquarters. The chilling words echoed, and Nakano Osamu's expression turned icy. Kamita-kun, the failure of this mission falls under the jurisdiction of your special high command. If you wish to shift the blame, you should have your section chief Yamamoto report directly to Commander Yoshikawa. With a stern retort, Nakano Osamu too found himself engulfed in suspicion. His doubts mirrored those of Kamita Takuji. If there truly was a traitor, it was likely within the military police headquarters. Yet, the military police headquarters consisted solely of their own people, unless in an instant, the figure of Sumu surfaced in Nakano Osamu's mind. Could it be? Chapter 59, Reporting Military Intelligence. Doubts of the Special High Command Captain, there is no tale behind us. At this moment, within a humble dwelling in Huajie, Zhou Qingye confirmed that he had eluded his pursuers, allowing a deep sigh of relief to escape his lips. Amidst the vigorous search conducted by the military police, their familiarity with the terrain had spared them from calamity. Old Qian, how are you? With the threat behind them neutralized, Li Ziqing finally turned to his companions. Old Qian and Zhang Jiahao. I'm fine, but... Old Qian glanced at Zhang Jiahao, who had sustained a gunshot wound to the abdomen during the recent skirmish, while he himself bore a mere shoulder injury. Cough, cough. The intelligence. It needs to be dispatched immediately. Despite his pallor from the abdominal wound, Zhang Jiahao retrieved the crucial documents from his grasp and handed them to Li Ziqing and the others. Witnessing Zhang Jiahao's dire condition, Li Ziqing gently touched his forehead, his expression turning grave. Look at you. The bullet must be removed at once. Quickly, don't mind me. The intelligence must reach its destination tonight. Bloodied and weakened, Zhang Jiahao vehemently rejected Li Ziqing's suggestion, forcefully pressing the documents into Li's hands. This intelligence had been procured at a steep price by the Hangzhou station and was vital for the lives of thousands of soldiers stationed nearby. If it did not reach them in time, it would spell doom for countless lives. Zhang Jiahao could not allow such a tragedy to unfold. Hurry, or it will all be too late. Coughing violently, fresh blood seeped from his wound, and his strength waned further. Old Zhang, you must deliver this intelligence to the Shanghai station. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Li Ziqing decisively turned to Old Zhang. In their current predicament, although they had temporarily shaken off their pursuers, Zhang Jiahao's severe injuries necessitated immediate surgical intervention. Thus, Old Zhang was dispatched to convey the intelligence to Shanghai, while Li Ziqing, Zhou Qingye, and Old Qian would escort Zhang Jiahao to the operational base. Withdraw. At that moment, Li Ziqing hoisted the nearly unconscious Zhang Jiahao onto his back and swiftly retreated towards the alleyway. French concession, the Shun Hotel uncertain of their success. Sumu lay contemplatively upon the hotel bed. Ever since receiving word about Nakano Osamu and others ambushing at the train station, he had rushed there without hesitation. The shoeshiner Zhou Qingye had encountered was, in fact, Sumu in disguise, while the Special High Command and Nakano Osamu awaited the train's arrival. Sumu had already transformed his appearance and utilized his abilities to scan the entire train station. Otherwise, how could he have ensured that the intelligence reached Zhou Qingye in a timely manner? How else would he have discerned that there were no military police stationed at the southeastern corner? However, the extent of Sumu's contributions was limited to these efforts. As for personally participating in the operation, Sumu would not be so foolish. The gendarmerie is stationed on the periphery. If he were to remain, it would be likely that he would be unable to escape when the time comes. Once inspected by the Taco, his disguise would be utterly inadequate for evasion. Therefore, after relaying the intelligence, Sumu swiftly departed the train station, heading directly towards the French concession. This operation was undeniably perilous. Lying in bed, he contemplated the safety of the action team and reflected on the mission. The task had failed. Nakano Haru and the Taco would undoubtedly realize that the information had been compromised. The Japanese are not foolish. Such evident gunfire, with just a moment's thought, would surely lead them to the conclusion. With the leak of the operation, both the Taco and the gendarmerie would initiate searches. Anyone privy to the information would undergo scrutiny. Sumu believed that since he was unaware of the specifics, he should not be included in the list for investigation. Furrowing his brow in contemplation, Sumu murmured with a sense of uncertainty. His lack of confidence stemmed from a simple truth, coupled with the previous gendarmerie operation. He had already appeared at the gendarmerie headquarters twice. Furthermore, as he was not one of the Japanese, the gendarmerie and the Taco would indeed have reasons to suspect him. Coincidence? Bad luck? Such notions do not hold weight before the Taco. The more he thought about it, the less secure Sumu felt. Damn it, he must remain cautious. He could not afford to be so reckless next time. After internally chastising himself, Sumu resolved to maintain a low profile for a while. He was uncertain how the Taco and the gendarmerie would proceed. For the sake of his own life, he had no choice but to lie low for the time being. Under the cover of night, at the gendarmerie headquarters, incompetence. With such detailed information, you allowed the military intelligence to escape. Yoshikawa Ya berated Nakano Haru, Kamita Tsurugi, and the arriving Yamamoto Tsukuro, his anger palpable. This was a disgrace to their army in Shanghai. General Yoshikawa, I suspect that your gendarmerie has an informant within the military intelligence. In the face of Yoshikawa's fury, Yamamoto Tsukuro spoke without restraint. This mission, the gunfire at the train station's periphery, is the most evident proof. The military intelligence operatives were aware of their ambush at the train station, thus signaling the enemy. Throughout the operation, the Tako agents were monitored in pairs. If there were an informant, it could only be from the gendarmerie headquarters. Humph. Only General Yoshikawa and I were privy to this mission. Colonel Nakano shot a glance at Yamamoto Tsukuro, retorting coldly, "What, do you suspect me?" In this mission, only Colonel Nakano, Yoshikawa Yuya, and Nakano Haru's action team were informed. The members of the action team and the gendarmerie could mutually verify themselves. Thus, only Colonel Nakano remained. Haha, Colonel Nakano is undoubtedly a distinguished elite of the Empire. Although Yamamoto Tsukuro faced criticism, he could only submit in the presence of Colonel Nakano. The latter's connections run deep, even more so than those of Yoshikawa Yu, whom one must not offend. However, with a shift in tone, Yamamoto Tsukuro directed his gaze towards the operations officer Nakano Osamu, a sly smirk gracing his lips. "I have heard that during a mission, there was someone named Sumu in the office." His words were softly spoken, yet a glint of coldness flickered in Yamamoto Tsukuro's eyes. If my memory serves me right, during the last failed capture operation by the military police, this Sumu was also present. As Yamamoto Tsukuro spoke, Colonel Nakano and Yoshikawa Yu furrowed their brows in concern. Sumu? Baka, Sumu must be an infiltrator within the military intelligence. Chapter 60, The Cunning Old Fox Inoue. Su Sang is certainly not an undercover agent. Nonsense. Sumu must be the traitor, an outsider appearing at the military police headquarters not once, but twice. Moreover, on both occasions, the missions ended in failure. This undoubtedly gave Chief Yoshikawa a valid reason to harbor suspicions about the other party. Chief Yoshikawa, Su Sang could absolutely not be a traitor. Upon hearing the Special High Police's remarks, Nakano Osamu rose abruptly, his gaze fiercely directed at Yamamoto Tsukuro, displaying no trace of fear or hesitation. His intention was not to shield Sumu, but rather to ensure that no harm befell him. If Sumu were to encounter any misfortune, Nakano's dealings in sulfanilamide would be irrevocably compromised. Although Su Sang is my friend, I have never disclosed a single word regarding our missions to him. He could not possibly be aware of this matter. Nakano's reasoning was straightforward. He had never shared any task-related information with Sumu. Under such circumstances, how could Sumu know of the military police's operations? Nakano-kun, perhaps you have not spoken of it, but that does not preclude the possibility that he may have overheard your conversations from other sources. Yamamoto Tsukuro retorted coldly, dismissing Nakano's assertions. Although Nakano might not have divulged anything, who could guarantee that Sumu had not eavesdropped during Nakano's discussions with others? Just a fragment of information could enable the military intelligence agents to deduce a plethora of details. Nakano was left speechless. He truly could not ascertain whether Sumu had indeed overheard his discussions with his subordinates. Chief Yoshikawa, I have never discussed any mission-related matters in Su Sang's presence. Unable to convince Yamamoto Tsukuro, Nakano's gaze shifted toward Yoshikawa Yuya. If Sumu were to be implicated, it would inevitably expose Nakano himself. Thus, he could not allow Sumu to be interrogated by the Special High Police, as the latter were timid and would not withstand the rigors of their interrogation methods. Nakano Major, what are you so worried about? Are you afraid of something? Yamamoto Tsukuro's icy voice revealed his growing suspicion. Nakano's excessive defense of a Chinese individual raised doubts. He found it hard to believe there were no underlying issues at play. Have someone fetch Sumu. Yoshikawa Yuya glanced at the two men, sensing that there was something he did not know amidst Nakano's demeanor. There must be matters obscured from him. After contemplating for a moment, Yoshikawa Yuya continued with his instructions. Additionally, send someone to the Inoue residence. Interrogations are not our forte at the military police headquarters, but apart from the Special High Police in Shanghai, there are others. The cunning old fox Inoue might possess some valuable insights regarding these subtle clues. Observing Yoshikawa Yuya's arrangements, Yamamoto Tsukuro felt displeased internally, but refrained from expressing his discontent. The consequences of this failed operation amounted to a breach of military intelligence. The blame for this offense weighed heavily indeed. The failure of the military intelligence operation in Shanghai pales in comparison to the gravity of this situation. Yamamoto Tsutomu's suspicions have now been directed towards Sumu, precisely because the Tako cannot bear the blame for this debacle. Yamamoto himself cannot shoulder the responsibility either, lest his competence be called into question. As the others awaited developments, Major Nakano took it upon himself to pull Nakano Osamu aside for a conversation. Upon his return, Major Nakano unequivocally aligned himself with Nakano Osamu's perspective. After a moment, Inoue-kun, you have arrived. Yoshikawa Yu and others greeted the cunning Inoue with smiles, exchanging pleasantries before recounting the current situation. Upon hearing that Yamamoto of the Tako harbored suspicions about an entirely uninformed individual, Inoue could not suppress his laughter. Yamamoto, your Tako's capabilities are in dire need of enhancement. Inoue remarked with a hint of sarcasm, to which Yamamoto responded indifferently. If Sumu were to appear at your Inoue residence on 2 occasions, perhaps you would be even more sensitive than I. Yamamoto's words caused Inoue to furrow his brow. Indeed, Sumu, a mere clerk from the police department, had shown up in places he ought not to have been, coinciding with 2 failed operations. If Sumo were an enemy agent, everything would make sense. Alas, he is not. Sir, just as Inoue was deep in thought, examining the operational report, a military policeman returned and addressed Yoshikawa. What? Sumu is not in the Chinese sector. Yoshikawa's brow furrowed tightly, a flicker of anger igniting in his eyes. The fact that Sumu was absent from the Chinese sector, combined with the taco's suspicions, inevitably led Yoshikawa to doubt the situation. Indeed, sir, he used a pass to venture into the French concession. This is corroborated by the entry logs provided at the checkpoint. The military policeman handed over the registration details obtained at the French concession entrance before exiting the room. Major Nakano, this is your dear friend. You must take full responsibility for this mission. Upon hearing that Sumu had traversed to the French concession, Yamamoto erupted with rage. The failure of this mission had resulted in crucial military intelligence falling into the hands of enemy agents. The military police headquarters must take the blame. Impossible. How could Sumu possibly know of this? How could he be a spy for the enemy? Nakano Osamu was utterly stunned, unable to fathom that the cowardly, greedy individual he knew could be an undercover agent. This was simply inconceivable. Furthermore, he had never shared any intelligence with him. Nakano-kun, you have greatly disappointed me. Yoshikawa Yu exclaimed coldly, feeling a twinge of disappointment at Nakano Osamu's actions. To be outsmarted by an enemy agent was a profound disgrace to the imperial forces. Yoshikawa-kun, I firmly believe that Sumu is not an undercover agent at all. At the moment when a conclusion seemed inevitable, the cunning old fox Inoue stood up with a smile, directly denying the accusation, exclaiming, what? Not an undercover agent? His fervent declaration left Yoshikawa Yuya, Nakano Osamu, Yamamoto Tsutomu, and others momentarily speechless. Impossible. He is not an undercover agent. What could he possibly be doing in the French concession? Yamamoto Tsutomu questioned in confusion, as all clues pointed towards Sumu. The latter had even fled in fear to the French concession. Was that not sufficient to elucidate the matter? Inoue, seemingly aware of something, glanced at Nakano Osamu, then turned his resolute gaze towards Yoshikawa Yuya. However, according to this registration form and the action report, it is evident that Sumu had no connection whatsoever to this mission. Inoue's assertive words compelled everyone's attention to the documents laid out before them. What did these items signify? Chapter 61. Cleansing the suspicion, eavesdropping in the French concession. What do these elements signify? Yoshikawa Yuya picked up the report on the table, casting a puzzled glance at the cunning Inoue. Such matters of espionage were indeed beyond his expertise compared to seasoned operatives like Inoue. According to Nakano-kun's operational report, they arrived at Honko railway station at 3:21 p.m. and the train arrived at 4:10 p.m., at which point gunfire erupted. Inoue, with his characteristic eloquence, produced another report detailing the entry logs for the French concession. This log indicated that Sumu had already proceeded to the concession by 4:05 p.m. As these words were spoken, Yamamoto Tsutomu furrowed his brow. This does not conclusively imply anything. Perhaps Sumu received the information in advance and informed them to prepare. Kamita Katsuji, standing behind Yamamoto, ventured a differing opinion. Yet before he could complete his thought, he fell silent. If the military intelligence had prior knowledge, why would they fire a warning shot and expose their position? Inoue chuckled lightly, glancing at Kamita and shaking his head. The special hire police are filled with such fools. It is no wonder their attempts to apprehend military intelligence operatives have repeatedly failed. One final question. Why would a normal individual entering the French concession require registration? Yet Sumu's log appears here? Yamamoto's gaze shifted towards Inoue, gesturing towards the registration record on the table. After the Japanese occupation of the Chinese territories, although checkpoints were established at the entry to the French concession, for the majority, a simple search sufficed for entry. Registration was unnecessary except during specific periods. This Sumu, an ordinary employee from a police station, entering the French concession and leaving a record behind, compelled Yamamoto to suspect that this was intentional. Indeed, normal individuals do not require registration. However, if Sumu possessed a special pass and wished to avoid scrutiny, registration would be unavoidable. Inoue remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Nakano, who immediately grasped the implication. A special pass. So it is. This moment, Nakano recalled Sumu's earlier visit concerning urgent matters. General Yoshikawa, I facilitated Sumu's special pass. His mission to the French concession is of great importance. In this instant, Nakano recognized Sumu's exoneration and resolutely stood up. They must not allow the special hire police to continue their investigation. If they persist, Nakano's sulfanilamide business would be laid bare. In that moment, the spacious room fell silent as Nakano's words echoed. Kamita and Yamamoto exchanged glances, both aware that there were issues between Nakano and Sumu. Nevertheless, following Inoue's analysis, they were compelled to concede. The suspect, Sumu, bears no guilt. In fact, a crucial point remains. The escape of the military intelligence was facilitated by their awareness of the garrison's deployment. The cunning Inoue cast a glance at those present and opened the action report from Nakano and others, his finger resting on the summary of the failed mission. The military intelligence operatives exhibited no hesitation, making a swift exit from the alleyway at the southeast corner without a trace of concern. On the opposite side of the alley, the garrison was stationed. Such certainty only indicates one thing. The informant among them was well acquainted with the temporary positioning of the garrison. This could not possibly be orchestrated by a mere sumu, unless this sumu possesses a searching ability akin to that of a scanning eye. Nonetheless, Inoue remained utterly unconvinced. In that moment, after Inoue's analysis, Yamamoto Tsutomu, Kichikawa Yu, and Colonel Nakano furrowed their brows in contemplation, initially suspecting Sumu as the traitor. The situation had now grown increasingly intricate. Commander Kichikawa, this matter, let it rest here. Subsequent investigations will be conducted internally by our garrison's Special First Section. Casting a glance at Colonel Nakano, Kichikawa ultimately resisted the pressure from the Special High Section, opting to allow Nakano to conduct the internal review. Observing Kichikawa's decision, Yamamoto Tsutomu felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. If Inoue's analysis proved correct, then the traitor was likely among the garrison's captains. Yet, faced with the authority of Kichikawa, Yamamoto could only acquiesce for the time being. The following day, in the French concession, Sumu emerged from the inn with a sneeze. Having spent the previous night ruminating over the events at the train station, his restlessness leading to insomnia, he resolved to devise a method to gain the trust of the Japanese. Contemplating his precarious situation, Sumu realized that as a mere low-level employee at the police station, one misstep could lead to dire consequences. Therefore, it was imperative to cultivate a favorable relationship with the influential Lieutenant Nakano. Sulfanilamide was essential, and he needed to find a way to procure more of it. With this thought in mind, Sumu strode purposefully towards the Far Ocean Trading Company. He was determined to urge Zhang Huqiang to secure a larger supply of sulfanilamide for their dealings. After a while, he arrived early. Glancing at the time, he noted that Zhang Huqiang had yet to arrive, prompting Sumu to settle into a nearby CAF to await his companion's arrival. The sulfanilamide venture relied on the other party's connections, with Sumu responsible for the finances while they handled the negotiations, a precautionary measure indeed. Following sulfanilamide, penicillin would be next. That was the true prize. Sipping his coffee, Sumu pondered the path ahead, lost in thought. Bang! As Sumu was deep in thought, a waiter collided with a burly man nearby. In that instant, upon hearing their exchanged words, Sumu couldn't help but turn his gaze in their direction. He observed a fair-skinned Western man clad in a suit, who cursed and then prepared to move towards another table. Initially, Sumu paid little attention, but the next moment, the man's inner thoughts caused the coffee in Sumu's hand to tremble slightly. A sharp intake of breath followed, and Sumu forcibly steadied his mind. He then discreetly surveyed his surroundings before selecting a table 5 meters away from the man, where he quietly took a seat. At that moment, his ability to eavesdrop on thoughts was heightened to its fullest extent. After a brief wait, he saw a figure settle behind the Western man, and the thoughts of the two individuals fell clearly into Sumu's ears. Gasp! Who were these two? Chapter 62. Suspicions without evidence. Sumiko must raise the stakes. In Shanghai, at the gendarmerie headquarters, Nakano Haru expressed his gratitude to Inoue, the cunning old fox, for his assistance in the recent matters, while others may have been oblivious. Nakano was acutely aware that Inoue was undoubtedly cognizant of his clandestine dealings in sulfanilamide. Please, Nakano-kun, it is all for the empire, Inoue replied with a light chuckle. He intended to secure his influence in Shanghai, and individuals like Nakano could not be antagonized. His residence, the Inoue mansion, and the Black Dragon Society were not tasked with investigating the corruption of the dispatched troops. Thus, he deemed it unnecessary to concern himself with such trifles. Ah, Inoue-kun, we must seize the opportunity to indulge in a drink together sometime. Nakano responded with a hearty laugh, appreciating Inoue's goodwill. Although he was avaricious, he was not foolish. He recognized that Inoue's assistance came with expectations. Nevertheless, the mutual aid between them was advantageous for Nakano. Humph, Nakano-kun. I believe it is best to limit the presence of unrelated personnel in such a crucial establishment as the gendarmerie headquarters. As they exited the premises, Yamamoto Tsutomu, already in a foul mood, admonished them sharply upon seeing the camaraderie between Nakano and Inoue. He had long harbored disdain for the Army-S officials. Were it not for his inferior rank compared to Yoshikawa, he would have long sought to scrutinize the gendarmerie personnel. The individual named Sumiku might not be a spy for the military intelligence, yet he certainly had unsavory dealings with Nakano. Yamamoto Kacho. There is no need for you to concern yourself with the affairs of the gendarmerie headquarters, retorted Nakano, visibly displeased as he warned Yamamoto. Asserting the strength of the Nakano family. Faced with Nakano's authoritative demeanor, Yamamoto refrained from further threats, his expression turning stern as he departed alongside Kamida Tsurugi. He was determined to report this matter to General Okamoto, seeking authorization to investigate potential spies within the gendarmerie headquarters. Nakano-kun, I shall take my leave now. Let us share a drink on another occasion. Inoue, glancing at the inept Yamamoto, mused that it was truly a disgrace for such a dullard to hold the position of chief of the special hire police. After bidding farewell to Nakano and his companions, Inoue turned to depart. In Shanghai, at Huajia, Brother Su, the goods are secured. You will be responsible for liaising with Major Nakano. Rest assured. I will inform Nakano-kun promptly. At this moment, in a location within Huajia, as sulfanilamide was transferred from the French concession, Su Mu's expression grew grave as he watched Zhang Huqiang depart. With Zhang's exit, Su's gaze instinctively shifted towards the gendarmerie headquarters. In comparison to the sulfanilamide, he was now. Yet, there was another matter that required contemplation. Should it be reported to the Shanghai station? Deep in thought, Su Mu found himself in a moment of hesitation, uncertain of the right course of action. Regardless, he resolved to first address the matter concerning sulfanilamide. After a brief period of reflection, unable to reach a definitive conclusion, Su Mu decided to report the sulfanilamide issue to Nakano. This sulfanilamide business was crucial for his standing with Nakano. With a decision made, Su Mu strode purposefully towards the gendarmerie headquarters. After a while, at the gendarmerie headquarters, he said, "Excuse me, I am looking for Major Nakano. Is it not permissible to enter directly? I will relay your message. You may wait here," came the reply. Having visited the gendarmerie headquarters numerous times, Su Mu had cultivated a decent rapport with the guards. However, this time, he found himself unable to gain entry. Something was amiss. There was an issue at the gendarmerie headquarters. With his ability to eavesdrop on thoughts activated, Su Mu quietly awaited developments, curious about what was transpiring within the gendarmerie headquarters. "Su-san, you have returned." Before long, Nakano emerged with a broad smile, greeting Su Mu warmly. "The headquarters is currently under martial law. I appreciate your patience." Inner thoughts. Those fools from the special hire police. Su-san clearly has no knowledge of the operational plans, yet they dare to cast suspicion upon him. Inner thoughts. Although the suspicion has been lifted, Su-san cannot roam freely within the gendarmerie headquarters, which severely hampers my financial endeavors. Initially, Su Mu paid no heed to Nakano's words, but upon hearing them, his heart raced with alarm. What on earth? Those from the special hire police actually suspected me? What is the meaning of this? In an instant, Su Mu's heart was shaken, yet he maintained a facade of amiability, responding to Nakano with an ingratiating smile. "You are too kind, Nakano-kun. I have come regarding business matters, which I have already resolved. Shall we proceed inside?" "Ah, Su-san, let us discuss this over there." Nakano coughed lightly, outright refusing to allow Su Mu entry into the gendarmerie headquarters. Eavesdropping on Nakano's thoughts, Su Mu inhaled sharply, beginning to piece together the troubling situation. His repeated appearances at the gendarmerie headquarters, coupled with the recent failure of his task, had undoubtedly drawn the attention of the special hire police. Damn it, he silently cursed, realizing he had underestimated the special hire police. The Japanese were ruthless, especially these intelligence agencies. Oftentimes, concrete evidence was unnecessary. A mere suspicion could result in one's demise. Were it not for his current involvement with Nakano in the sulfanilamide trade, Su Mu surmised he might already be cold in death. In that moment, contemplating his precarious position, Su Mu resolved to act with greater caution. Shortly thereafter, at a tea house on the outskirts of the gendarmerie headquarters, he heard Nakano say, "Well done, Su-san. You handled this matter excellently." Upon hearing that Su Mu had not only successfully brought back sulfanilamide, but had also agreed to increase its quantity for the next shipment, Nakano was immensely pleased and patted Su Mu on the shoulder. As long as there was money involved, Su Mu would undoubtedly be considered Nakano's good friend. "Nakano-kun, there's something else I'm uncertain whether I should share with you." Seizing the moment of Nakano's delight, Su Mu hesitated, casting a furtive glance. "Haha, Su Mu. You are my dear friend, so feel free to speak your mind. I have even managed to shield you from the scrutiny of the special hire police." What other matters could Nakano possibly shy away from? As long as it contributed to his profits, everything else was trivial. Observing Nakano's grandiose demeanor as he waved his hand, Su Mu appeared rather timid and apprehensive. He cautiously leaned in, surveyed the surroundings, and whispered something into Nakano's ear. The expression of pride that had adorned Nakano's face transformed dramatically upon hearing Su Mu's revelation. "What? Su Mu, are you certain that what you're saying is true?" Chapter 63. The Empire requires loyal individuals like Susan. In Shanghai, at the gendarmerie headquarters, Major Nakano expressed concern over the involvement of individuals like Su Mu in critical intelligence matters, emphasizing that such irrelevant personnel must never reappear. Although this time, Yoshikawa Yuya had leveraged his authority to temporarily suppress the taco section. His views on minor characters like Su Mu aligned closely with those of the taco. The gendarmerie dealt with various vital intelligence. Even the slightest eavesdropping or leaks could lead to significant troubles. Rest assured, this will not happen again. Major Nakano firmly responded, having already cautioned Nakano Osamu. He vowed that no unrelated personnel would be allowed in the gendarmerie headquarters. Very well, I do not wish for any instability during my tenure, Yoshikawa Yuya replied with satisfaction. Nodding at Major Nakano, he was indifferent to material wealth. What he valued was power, the imperial authority in Shanghai. To attain this power, he needed to secure the appointment authority of the taco section. There could be no more issues at the gendarmerie during this period. Suddenly, a series of knocks interrupted their conversation. The unexpected sound caused Yoshikawa Yuya to frown, displeasure etched on his face. Come in, he commanded. Moments later, Nakano Osamu entered hastily, bringing Sumu with him. Baka. Upon seeing Nakano Osamu disregard his earlier warning by bringing Sumu into Yoshikawa Yuya's office, even Major Nakano, who typically supported him, could not help but express his anger. Commander Yoshikawa, Sumu has crucial intelligence to report. Before any reprimanding could be voiced, Nakano Osamu anxiously addressed Yoshikawa Yuya. Crucial intelligence? The simplicity of the phrase made both Yoshikawa Yuya and Major Nakano's expressions tense. Recognizing that Nakano Osamu's audacity to ignore warnings indicated a serious situation had arisen. What intelligence? Yoshikawa Yuya inquired, resuming his seat and directing his gaze toward the timid Sumu, standing behind Nakano Osamu, his brow furrowing. Such a cowardly individual could hardly possess significant intelligence. Sumu, report to General Yoshikawa everything you saw and heard in the French concession without omission, Nakano Osamu urged, pushing Sumu forward. Under usual circumstances, Nakano Osamu would not act so recklessly. The intelligence Sumu brought was simply too astonishing. General Yoshikawa, I was working in the French concession yesterday, and then... Get to the point. Yoshikawa Yuya's displeased interjection prompted Sumu to timidly skip ahead in his account. Internally, Sumu thought, such a timid person could never be a military intelligence operative. Heartfelt voice. The group from the Special High Command, using such an individual as a scapegoat, is utterly pathetic. Listening to the inner thoughts of Yoshikawa Yuya, Sumu couldn't help but exhale deeply. However, Sumu understood that having evaded the initial scrutiny does not guarantee safety from future consequences. Possessing the ability to eavesdrop on thoughts inevitably draws him closer to the gendarmerie headquarters and such sensitive locations as the Special High Command. If he were to lose his worth, he might very well find himself as the next scapegoat. General Yoshikawa, this morning at the CAF in the French concession, I observed an imperial citizen seemingly meeting with a foreigner. Sumu whispered softly. Instantly, upon hearing of the meeting between the imperial citizen and the foreigner, both Yoshikawa Yuya and Colonel Nakano's expressions shifted dramatically. Aware of the gazes directed towards him, Sumu realized he must divulge significant information. He had overheard the details of their exchange clearly, yet he could not reveal everything at once. I understand a bit of English, so I unintentionally overheard terms like Far East and gold. At the mere mention of Far East, the previously composed Yoshikawa Yuya's countenance turned pale with alarm. Relate to me the situation in detail, Yoshikawa Yuya commanded, his voice laced with anger, urging Sumu to recount every nuance of the encounter. He needed to discern whether it was indeed a meeting or merely a misunderstanding. Yet, as Sumu recounted the events, Yoshikawa Yuya's heart sank to the depths of despair. Two individuals had exchanged words while seated back to back. How could this be anything other than a clandestine meeting? Baka! He cursed vehemently, a storm of fury raging in his eyes. If Sumu's claims held any truth, the implications of intelligence regarding the empire leaking from the Far East would be catastrophic. Sumu, what else did you overhear? What is the name of that imperial traitor? A barrage of questions erupted, and in that moment, Yoshikawa Yuya's demeanor towards Sumu shifted positively. Such critical intelligence, if exposed, would yield consequences far beyond the mere elimination of a few military agents. The fact that Sumu could provide such information signified his utmost loyalty to the empire. General Yoshikawa. I dared not get too close, so I didn't hear much. Sumu, aware of the eager gazes upon him, knew the name but felt paralyzed to reveal it. He considered himself a timid individual, merely fortunate enough to overhear fragments. If he were to divulge too much detail, would Yoshikawa Yuya and the others suspect him of possessing some extraordinary eavesdropping ability? If doubts were cast upon him, the repercussions concerning the gendarmerie headquarters could be dire. Damn it! Yoshikawa Yuya slammed his fist onto the table in frustration, unable to contain his discontent. It has come to light that there is a traitor within the empire selling information, yet the identity of this individual remains elusive, complicating any pursuit of justice. Su Sang, is there not a single clue to guide us? Nakano Osamu anxiously inquired, as this matter pertains to the entire Shanghai dispatch army. The intelligence from the Far East holds immense significance. Grasped firmly by Nakano's shoulders, Sumu furrowed his brow in contemplation for a considerable time. Finally, as if a revelation had struck him, he exclaimed, "Ah yes, I remember now. They seem to have arranged to meet again tomorrow. Though I did not catch the specific time. What a twist." Just when despair seemed inevitable, the revelation of the traitor's scheduled rendezvous sparked joy among Yoshikawa Yuya, Colonel Nakano, and others. The absence of a precise time? No matter. Such a lead is already more than sufficient. In that moment, Yoshikawa Yuya cast an approving glance at Su Mu, increasingly appreciative of his presence. The information he provided has already affirmed his loyalty to the Empire. At this juncture, the Empire is in dire need of such devoted individuals. Su sang, you have performed admirably. Henceforth, you will be under the management of the Special Gendarmerie Unit. The Empire requires loyal souls like you. Chapter 64. I, Samuki, am willing to sacrifice my life for the Empire. This is impossible, utterly impossible. At this moment within the Gendarmerie headquarters, Yamamoto Tsukuro stared in astonishment at the report before him, scarcely able to believe his eyes. An Imperial soldier had betrayed the Empire and colluded with the Westerners. Yamamoto, this is a dereliction of duty on your Special High Command's part. Yoshikawa Yuya remarked with a mocking smile, emphasizing that should this matter be substantiated, it would indeed signify a grave oversight by the Special High Command. An Imperial soldier had turned traitor, and yet the Special High Command remained utterly oblivious. Such an internal inspection agency speaks volumes of its incompetence. Commander Yoshikawa, I assure you, I will unearth the traitors within the Empire. Yamamoto Tsukuro's expression hardened as he solemnly vowed. As the head of the Special High Command, should he fail to apprehend the military intelligence operatives, it could be somewhat justified, considering the external investigations and captures were primarily shielded by the Mei Agency. However, the betrayal of internal military personnel going unnoticed by the Special High Command constitutes a severe dereliction of duty. If this leads to the leakage of critical intelligence regarding the Empire's strategies in the Far East, his tenure as the head of the Special High Command would come to an abrupt end. I have already dispatched Nakano and Su to lead the Special First Section to the French concession. Observing Yamamoto's submission, Yoshikawa Yuya's tone softened somewhat. Such a betrayal by internal military personnel, if scrutinized stringently, falls beyond the investigative authority of his Gendarmerie's Special First Section. Otherwise, why would Yoshikawa have disclosed this matter to Yamamoto? Nonetheless, if Yamamoto wished to involve himself in this affair, he would have to yield to Yoshikawa. The control of the Special High Command in Shanghai must remain firmly within Yoshikawa's grasp. Su? That low-ranking officer from the police department, Samuki? Indeed. This intelligence was provided by Su. Yamamoto Tsukuro furrowed his brow, maintaining a sense of vigilance towards Samuki. Even though in no way the old fox had helped him evade suspicion, Yamamoto still contemplated finding an opportunity to subject the individual to interrogation by the Special High Command. Whether or not he was a military intelligence operative or involved in investigating Nakano Osamu, Samuki could not escape the scrutiny of the Special High Command. Yamamoto, I understand your lingering doubts regarding Su, but this information sufficiently demonstrates his unwavering loyalty to the Empire. Yoshikawa Yuya offered a pointed glance at Yamamoto, gently reminding him. Furthermore, consider the influence of the Nakano family. Weigh it carefully. Yoshikawa was well aware of the Special High Command's suspicions regarding Nakano Osamu's dealings. However, this matter must be shielded under Yoshikawa's aegis. This warning served as a reminder to Yamamoto that the investigation into Nakano Osamu was off-limits for the Special High Command. Rest assured, Commander Yoshikawa, I have taken note of this matter. Although Yamamoto Tsukuro felt reluctant, consecutive failures in his missions had already tarnished his reputation in the eyes of his superiors. If he were to offend the Nakano family, the local Special High Command would likely consider a replacement. However, Commander, ultimately, Su Mu is an outsider. Is it appropriate to involve him in this matter, which pertains to confidential information? Although Su Mu has provided intelligence sufficient to prove he is not affiliated with the military intelligence, if he were indeed one of them, such information would undoubtedly have been reported to the military. How could he possibly divulge it to them? Nevertheless, Yamamoto Tsuranabu remains reluctant to allow an outsider to partake in this affair. After all, it concerns critical intelligence of the Empire. A single leak could spell disaster. Do you understand who the soldiers of the Empire are? Have you ever encountered the countenance of those Westerners? Casting an irritable glance at Yamamoto Tsuranabu, Kachikawa looked at him as if he were a fool. Did he not comprehend the gravity of the Empire's secrets? Yet, their personnel are generally not proficient in English. They would be unable to surveil in the French concession without knowing anyone. Without Su Mu, they would struggle to locate anyone by tomorrow. Furthermore, Kachikawa had another significant matter yet to disclose. According to the information he had received, there is an intention from above to collaborate with those agents who have defected to the Empire, aiming to establish a new espionage agency to counteract the infiltration and assassination efforts of military intelligence, central intelligence, and the underground party. Although this news is still in the discussion phase, Kachikawa is confident that it will eventually be solidified. After all, the Special Higher Police has been exceedingly disappointing. Therefore, in pursuit of future power in Shanghai, Kachikawa has already begun to lay his plans in silence. Su Mu serves as a pawn in this experiment. You must take your team and proceed discreetly to the French concession. This time, failure is not an option. He handed an address to Yamamoto Tsuranabu, emphasizing that if this mission fails again, they might as well prepare to return to their homeland. Kichikawa, you would not hesitate to attribute the military leak and the betrayal of Empire soldiers entirely to the Special Higher Police. With a grave expression, Yamamoto Tsuranobu nodded solemnly, then turned and departed with the intelligence address. He understood that another failure could indeed lead him back to his homeland. Shanghai, French concession. Station Chief. We have received word from headquarters that after the National Defense Second Bureau received the intelligence, they have successfully arranged for the troops near Hangzhou to retreat. Rin Kong from the intelligence section approached, his face alight with joy, presenting the commendation from the military intelligence headquarters to Lin Dongsheng before him. The timely transmission of military intelligence allowed the troops near Hangzhou to escape the encirclement of the Japanese forces just in time. Otherwise, the lives of thousands of soldiers in the vicinity would have been irretrievably lost. Good. Excitedly setting down his teacup upon hearing the news of the Japanese failure to encircle Hangzhou, Lin Dongsheng laughed heartily, his face alight with joy. This was undoubtedly the best news he had heard in quite some time. Additionally, Station Chief, there is another matter that I believe warrants investigation. Rin Kong glanced around before decisively shutting the door, then handed over the report from Action Team 1. At the train station, they had received crucial information that enabled their timely escape. My conjecture is that this informant is likely the Mountain Rabbit. Rin Kong passed a piece of intelligence to Lin Dongsheng, who opened it and immediately furrowed his brows. The Mountain Rabbit had gone to the train station to relay information. This is inconceivable. How could the Mountain Rabbit possibly know the members of Action Team 1? The military maintains a strictly one-line communication. There is no way the Mountain Rabbit could be aware of others. Frowning at the intelligence, Lin Dongsheng pondered deeply, feeling uncertain. Where is the Mountain Rabbit now? In Huajia? Meanwhile, in the French concession, near the Ocean Trading Company, Su sang, it is now your turn to bear the burden. Inside a nearby inn, Nakano Osamu patted Su Mu's shoulder, his expression filled with anticipation. The success of this mission hinges entirely on Su Mu. Facing the gazes of Nakano and Kamida Tsurugi, Su Mu appeared resolute, ready to sacrifice everything for the Empire, his fists clenched tightly in a display of determination. Do not worry, Nakano-kun, Kamida-kun. Even if it means giving my life for the Empire, I will undoubtedly uncover that traitor. Chapter 65, The Arrest in the French Concession. Is the traitor one of the consulate staff? In the French concession of Shanghai, Su Mu leisurely sipped his coffee in a dimly lit CAF, occasionally casting furtive glances around him. He noted the presence of special agents lurking in the distance, yet he felt no overwhelming sense of anxiety. The intelligence he had overheard the previous day regarding the rendezvous time of two individuals was crystal clear. His current waiting game was merely a fade. The only lament was that this time, Su Mu could not relay the intelligence to the Shanghai station. The Japanese had already become aware of the information leak. Should he report it, he would undoubtedly be signing his own death warrant. After 2 appearances at the military police headquarters without any incriminating evidence, the special agents were intent on eliminating him. The potential fallout of such sensitive information becoming public was too grim for Su Mu to contemplate. Survival was paramount. Only by living longer could he gather more intelligence and provide greater value. Half a day later, within the building opposite the CAF, doubt began to creep into the mind of Koetian Heji. Could Su Mu possibly be offering false intelligence? As the time passed without a sign from Su Mu, Koetian's brow furrowed in suspicion. After all, Su Mu was not one of his own. Koetian had no trust in him. Zhang Yeji, with an expression of incredulity, glanced at Koetian. To suggest that Su Mu would attempt to deceive them was absurd, unless he wished for his own demise. Such a gamble was far beyond what Su Mu could bear. In Zhang Ye's eyes, Su Mu was a coward, fearful of trouble, enamored by beauty and wealth, yet fiercely loyal to the Empire. How could he possibly betray Zhang Ye? Koetian was taken aback by Zhang Ye's unexpected trust in Su Mu, left speechless. He chose to remain silent. Chief, there's movement. At that moment, a member of the military police special unit whispered, breaking the tension. Upon hearing this, both Zhang Ye and Koetian swiftly turned their attention to the CAF across the street. They observed that the fedora, previously resting on Su Mu's left, had now been transferred to his right. The signal had been given. Inform everyone to prepare immediately. Zhang Ye commanded, his eyes alight with intensity. The placement of the hat indicated that Su Mu had spotted the contact. Koetian's gaze began to scan the CAF interior. His eyes settled on a Caucasian man in the corner, who clutched a heavy leather bag. Is this the one? Koetian murmured, signaling to his subordinate. Meanwhile, within the CAF, Thompson cursed the exorbitant demands of the Japanese, glancing at the time and feeling a surge of frustration. As an operative of the British intelligence agency, his mission was to devise a means to acquire intelligence from the Japanese in the Far East. However, after considerable effort, he managed to recruit a Japanese informant, only to be confronted with an exorbitant price that would provoke anyone's ire. Were it not for the necessity of the information, Thompson would never consider parting with his funds so easily. Sitting beside Thompson, Sumu eavesdropped on his thoughts and learned of his true identity, an agent of British intelligence. It became apparent why the British were so eager to gather intelligence. With the Japanese fully invading the lands of China, cities like Beijing and Tianjin had fallen one after another, leading to a gradual erosion of British influence in the region, particularly in places like the British concession in Tianjin. Continuously pressured by the Japanese, coupled with the German military's maneuvers, the British were likely still preoccupied with their interests in the Far East. Sipping his coffee, Sumu, possessing a modicum of historical knowledge, recognized that the British were still clinging to their delusions. Once the Germans stabilized their situation, the British would find themselves in dire straits. As Sumu pondered, the sound of footsteps drew his attention, and he instinctively looked up. There he was. It was the Japanese individual he had observed the previous day, now donning a low-brimmed hat. Yet, under the influence of his mental acuity, Sumu easily identified him. Words like baka, chickish, and shitai were unmistakable. It was this very ability that had enabled him to swiftly identify the Japanese at Honko Station. Observing the Japanese man taking a seat behind Thompson, Sumu wasted no time. He snatched the hat from the table and placed it upon his own head. Rising slowly, he made his way toward the CAF's entrance. Almost simultaneously, as Sumu donned the hat, the eyes of Nakano Osamu, Kamita Tsurugi, and others across the street gleamed with anticipation. This indicated that Sumu had confirmed the presence of both contact personnel. Everyone was in position. Arrest them. Immediate apprehension. Without a moment's hesitation, Nakano issued a cold command, prompting agents from the Special First Section and the Special Higher Police to surge into the CAF. Dammit, move quickly. Don't let anyone escape. Thompson, witnessing the sudden intrusion of armed individuals, cursed under his breath and darted towards the exit. However, just as he made his move, figures outside swiftly subdued him. You scoundrels! I am a representative of the British consulate. You have no authority to detain me. Thompson shouted, but Nakano and Kamita offered no response. Meanwhile, the Japanese informant attempted to flee, only to find Sumu's gun pressed firmly against his forehead. Sumu, well done. Withdraw. Casting a glance at the surrounding chaos, it became evident that this was indeed the French concession, and among those apprehended, there was an Englishman, one who could not remain here for long. Uttering a brief remark, Nakano Osamu and Kamita Tsurugi swiftly led the two individuals towards the Chinese district. Meanwhile, in Shanghai, at the military police headquarters, Yoshikawa Yuya, Yamamoto Tsukuro, and Colonel Nakano sat anxiously in their office, awaiting updates on the arrest operation. The location of the apprehension lay within the French concession, rendering them unable to deploy the military police. They had no choice but to send agents from the Special First Section and the Special High Section. Consequently, even Yoshikawa Yuya found himself in a position of waiting for news. Suddenly, the phone rang, prompting Yoshikawa Yuya to answer it promptly. Ah, Nakano-kun, you have done well. Upon hearing Yoshikawa's words of praise, Colonel Nakano and Yamamoto Tsukuro breathed a sigh of relief, indicating that the operation had unfolded without incident. However, in the next moment, Yoshikawa's expression transformed dramatically. What? That traitor is a member of the consulate in Shanghai. Chapter 66. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs leak and an inside traitor. Beneath the cloak of night, the military police headquarters shone brightly with illumination. Although the hour was late, the atmosphere within the headquarters had turned markedly tense, with sentinels standing guard with heightened vigilance. As Sumu followed Nakano Osamu back, he felt a pang of anxiety at the sight of such fortification. What are the Japanese up to? The military police headquarters is under strict lockdown. Although his mind was filled with questions, Sumu dared not utter a single word. Ever since the successful capture of Thompson and his contact, Morita Isamu, Sumu, a mere foot soldier, had remained silent throughout the ordeal. What could he say? The rest were all Japanese, and he was the only outsider among them. Moreover, this incident pertained to a leak from the consulate in Shanghai, a matter far beyond his realm to question. Nonetheless, while he refrained from asking, Sumu's keen ability to eavesdrop remained active. He was fully aware of Morita Isamu's thoughts and intentions. Nakano-kun, Kamita-kun, you have returned. Upon reaching the entrance of the military police headquarters, he was greeted by the solemn face of Hekawa Tani, who welcomed Nakano Osamu and Kamita Tsurugi. Hekawa then leaned in to converse quietly with them. What? Generals Okamoto and Akamatsu are here. This leak incident must involve something of great magnitude. Listening intently to the murmurs between Nakano Osamu and Kamita Tsurugi, Sumu felt his heart race. No wonder the military police headquarters was on high alert. Several influential figures from Shanghai were present. With the capture of Nakano-kun, Sumu considered withdrawing, believing his mission was accomplished. However, before he could voice his thoughts, the look from Hekawa Tani made it clear that escape was not an option. Am I not allowed to enter the military police headquarters? After a moment's hesitation, Sumu received a subtle cue from Hekawa Tani, and Nakano Osamu grasped Sumu's predicament. Sumu, please rest here for a while, he instructed, signaling to a nearby soldier. Immediately, 3 military police officers escorted Sumu toward a designated rest area. As he observed the armed soldiers, Sumu's mind seethed with expletives, yet he maintained a facade of amiable compliance. "If Nakano-kun has any orders, please do not hesitate to call upon me," he declared, dutifully following the officers to the so-called resting area. There was little choice but to comply. To tread carelessly within the military police headquarters could lead to dire consequences. "Please rest here for the time being," one of the officers stated coldly upon reaching the room, while 2 others stationed themselves outside like sentinels. Such a scene made it abundantly clear to Sumu that he was not merely resting, he was being detained. Within his heart, he cursed vehemently. Yet Sumu's countenance betrayed no emotion, maintaining the demeanor of a sycophant as he sat quietly in the lounge, awaiting his fate. Though detained, Sumu was acutely aware that he would not meet his demise. Otherwise, there would be no need for such confinement. He would have been dealt with in secrecy. In the late hours of the night, at the Gendarmerie Command Headquarters conference room, a wave of anger surged through him. That wretched Morita Yu had dared to betray the Empire's intelligence. In the conference room, under the scrutiny of the Tako Division, Morita Yu ultimately succumbed, divulging his circumstances. Thompson required intelligence regarding the Empire's interests in the Far East, and the only entity capable of procuring such information in Shanghai was the consulate. "Akatsumoto, I suspect this leak is more intricate than it appears." Although Morita Yu had confessed, Yamamoto Tsukuro sensed something amiss as he scrutinized the witness's testimony. Morita Yu was merely a lowly third secretary at the Shanghai consulate. It was impossible for him to be involved in such critical intelligence, unless someone within the consulate had been providing him information. "Yamamoto, are you suggesting there are accomplices of Morita Yu within the consulate?" Okamoto Jin, who controlled the Mei Agency, furrowed his brow, recognizing the gravity of the situation. The confidentiality level of the Shanghai consulate was unparalleled, far surpassing that of the Gendarmerie headquarters. Should any issues arise within the consulate, the ramifications of any leaked intelligence would be catastrophic. "Baka, this cannot be." General Akatsumoto slammed his hand on the table in fury, adamantly refusing to believe that a traitor could exist within the Shanghai consulate. It was the consulate, after all, with intelligence sourced directly from the Japanese Ministry of Foreign Affairs. The existence of a traitor could spell disaster, as any leaked information would be beyond the capacity of Shanghai's intelligence agencies to manage. General Akatsumoto, based on Morita Yu's intelligence, he should have no knowledge of this Far East intelligence. In the face of General Akatsumoto's ire, Yamamoto Tsukuro gritted his teeth, but chose to stand firm. Internal investigations were the responsibility of the Tako Division. If they failed to apprehend the traitor within the consulate, and intelligence were to leak, he, Yamamoto Tsukuro, would be the first to bear the brunt of the consequences. "Akatsumoto, since Yamamoto believes that Morita Yu still has a handler, let the Tako Division continue their inquiry." Observing the tense atmosphere, Okamoto Jin stepped forward to support Yamamoto Tsukuro. A problem within the Shanghai consulate was indeed no trivial matter. "Yamamoto, Morita Yu is a traitor from our consulate. Tomorrow morning, I shall bring him back for interrogation." General Akatsumoto cast an irked glance at Yamamoto Tsukuro, resolutely asserting his position. Even the esteemed General Okamoto of the Mei Agency would receive no leniency from Akatsumoto. The Japanese Ministry of Foreign Affairs was the true authority in the realm of intelligence. Upon the conclusion of his words, Akamatsu made a decisive gesture with his hand, his expression turning icy as he strode towards the exit. The mere thought of the situation, having transpired in just one night, ignited a profound frustration within Yamamoto Tsukuro, who felt an urge to vent his anger. Yet, he found himself utterly powerless against the might of the Foreign Ministry's consulate. It was futile for him, a mere officer from the Special High Command in Shanghai, to challenge such authority. Even if a high-ranking official from the General Staff were to arrive, they would not dare to adopt such a defiant stance. "Yamamoto-kun, time is of the essence. You have but one night. Perhaps it would be wise to contemplate how to extract the truth from the traitor Morita Isamu," Okamoto Jin remarked as he gradually rose, addressing Yamamoto Tsukuro with a gentle tone. The Foreign Ministry scandal was something Akamatsu was keen to keep under wraps, let alone subjected to the scrutiny of the Special High Command. In this moment, Yamamoto Tsukuro's gaze shifted towards the sideline, where Yoshikawa Yuya sat, seemingly enjoying the unfolding drama. After a prolonged silence in the lounge, "Nakano-kun, has the matter concluded?" After waiting half the night, Sumu's face lit up with joy upon seeing Nakano Osamu's arrival. Finally, it seemed to be over. However, the very next moment, Hachiko Itani, who stood beside Nakano, spoke coldly, "Sumu-san, we need you to accompany us to the interrogation room." Chapter 67, The Whip Torture and the Coercion of Morita Isamu. Special Higher Police, Interrogation Room. "Yamamoto-kun, do you truly believe your method will yield results?" Yoshikawa, filled with skepticism, cast a doubtful glance at Yamamoto Tsutomu, harboring little hope for the latter's proposed strategy. What does interrogation by the Special Higher Police entail? It transcends the limits of human endurance, manifesting as unimaginable torture. That Morita Isamu is somehow enduring it speaks volumes of his resolve. How could he be deceived by such trivial ruses? Commissioner Yoshikawa, do we have any alternative approaches? Yamamoto Tsutomu shrugged indifferently, acknowledging that his method might possess a slim chance of success. Yet, beyond this, he found himself at a loss for other options. In light of Yamamoto Tsutomu's remarks, Yoshikawa waved his hand dismissively, choosing to disengage from the matter. Shortly thereafter, Nakano Osamu and Kawatani returned, with Sumika trailing behind them. Embodying the demeanor of a subservient lackey, honorable commanders, Sumiku saluted Yoshikawa, Yamamoto Tsutomu, and others, his eavesdropping abilities pushed to their limits. Being abruptly summoned to the interrogation room instilled a sense of trepidation within him. He was certain he had not exposed himself in any way. Being brought forth by the Japanese was surely a harbinger of ill fate. Sumiku, it is time for you to serve the Empire. Yamamoto Tsutomu regarded Sumiku with a bemused smile. Inwardly, he reflected, what a timid individual. I truly cannot fathom why Commissioner Yoshikawa and that scoundrel Nakano Osamu place such trust in him. Alas, knowing too much can sometimes prove detrimental. As he absorbed Yamamoto Tsutomu's words and tuned into his thoughts, Sumiku's heart sank once more. What does Yamamoto Tsutomu intend to do with him? The implications seemed to suggest he may wish to silence him. Surely not. He had only gleaned the surface of matters. Sumiku, Yamamoto-kun requires your cooperation with the Special Higher Police to stage a ruse. Yoshikawa glanced at Sumiku, whose cowardice did not concern him in the slightest. Rest assured, your life is not in jeopardy. Inwardly, he mused, merely a small insect, of some value to retain, if we cannot capture the mole within the consulate. And if a leak occurs in the future, this Sumiku would serve as the perfect scapegoat. He silently reminded Yamamoto Tsutomu that Sumiku could not simply be disposed of. Just moments ago, he had exhaled in relief due to Yoshikawa's words. Now, listening to the thoughts of the others, Sumiku mentally sent greetings to their entire families. Good heavens! So they intend to keep him around for future scapegoating? At this moment, Sumika grasped the depths of the malice harbored by these Japanese. How sinister. Yet, at least it seemed he was spared from death. After a brief interlude, within the interrogation room, Morita Isamu was bound to a chair, bloodied and battered. Having endured the tortures of the Special Higher Police, he had long since lost his former self. Nevertheless, his determination persevered. He absolutely could not betray those who stood behind him. Otherwise, his family, his children, are doomed. Thus, he has taken on the burden alone until now. Hekawa-kun, I have reported Mori to you, but beyond that, I truly know nothing. Huh, you claim ignorance? I sense your honesty is lacking. Just as Morita believed he would endure the interrogation, he witnessed the figure of Sumu being brought in by Hekawa, bound to a wooden frame. It's him. Recognizing Sumu, Morita instantly identified the individual, the one who had captured him outside that CAF. His unfortunate fate is entirely due to this person, Morita-kun. This is the one who betrayed you. Hekawa glanced at Morita and pointed at Sumu with a light chuckle, declaring that neither of them would obtain the intelligence this time. It matters not if you remain silent. However, I am curious if this traitor possesses the same tenacity as you. As he spoke, Hekawa picked up a nearby whip, his gaze fixed menacingly on the bound Sumu. How dare you deceive us? Crack. Cursing aloud, Hekawa lashed out with the whip. Intense pain surged through Sumu's body, and he could not help but cry out in agony. Reveal the identity of your backer. Hekawa incessantly pressed, showing no mercy with his actions. Meanwhile, in the adjacent interrogation room, Mikano Osamu furrowed his brow, feeling a pang of compassion. Though he knew the Tako was merely performing, this was excessively cruel. Susan has been beaten to death. Who shall aid him now? Yamamoto-kun, Susan has served the Empire. He cannot die. You must exercise restraint. Before Nakano could speak, Yoshikawa took the initiative, stating that if this continued, Sumu would surely perish. If intelligence leaks occur at the consulate next, who shall take the blame? Suma, the scapegoat, still holds some value. Rest assured, Chief Yoshikawa. Yamamoto Tsuru frowned slightly, feeling reluctant, and addressed a nearby Tako agent, who hurriedly departed to converse with Hekawa. In the interrogation room, Hekawa-kun, I swear, I will tell you everything. Enduring the relentless whipping, Sumu shouted desperately. If this continued, he feared it would lead to more than mere bloodshed. His life might be at stake. Morita-kun, it appears this individual is not of the same resolute nature as you. Following Yamamoto Tsuru's orders, Hekawa decided to capitalize on the situation, continuing his verbal assault on Morita. I wonder, once your backer is captured, will you still retain such confidence? Hekawa persistently provoked Morita, whose eyes reflected a flicker of turmoil. If Sumu truly confessed, then the one behind him would undoubtedly face peril. What would happen to his family, his children then? Take him away. Let him confess properly. The agents nearby swiftly untied Sumu from the wooden stake. After enduring a brutal flogging, Sumu's body was already drenched in blood. In his heart, he lamented, damn it, if he confesses, what will happen to my child and my family? Supported by two agents from the Special High-Tech Department, Sumu, at that moment, overheard Morita-yu's thoughts, and his mind shifted. Child, family. It turned out that this was his point of leverage, despite his exhausted body. Sumu cast a glance at the personnel from the special high-tech department and decided to make one last stand. If he did not establish some merit, these agents would eventually ensure his demise. Hekawa-kun, I need you to agree to one condition first. Originally, the mission was supposed to conclude here. But Sumu's sudden voice caught Hekawa's attention, leaving him momentarily stunned. I can confess, but you must guarantee that my family and my child will not come to harm. Sumu's unexpected deviation from the predetermined approach caused a change in Hekawa's expression, and he was about to reprimand him when Yamamoto Tsukuro noticed the shift in Morita-yu's demeanor. Fine, you too, whoever confesses first. I will ensure the safety of his family and child. Before Hekawa could react, Yamamoto Tsukuro personally approached Sumu and Morita-yu, proclaiming this arrangement. Observing Yamamoto Tsukuro's demeanor, Sumu glanced at Morita-yu and smiled. Morita-kun, I'm sorry, but I think I will confess everything. It was Consul Watanabe. Just as Sumu's triumphant words were about to finish, Morita-yu suddenly erupted with an unimaginable vitality. It was the instinct to protect and yearn for his family. Damn it, Morita-kun, how could you? Sumu shouted in desperation, and the next moment, a hearty laughter echoed from outside the interrogation room. Haha, Susan. You have done a great job. There's no need for pretense anymore. Chapter 68. Gaining the trust of Yoshikawa Yuya. Has the mountain hare been captured? Ah, Yoshi, Susan. You have once again achieved remarkable success. Outside the interrogation room, Yoshikawa Yuya, Okamoto Susumu, Nakano Osamu, and others entered, their faces radiant as they praised Sumu. This time, the entrapment was clear to both Yoshikawa and Okamoto. Sumu not only endured physical suffering, but also played a crucial role at a pivotal moment. Without Sumu's impromptu lines, it is likely that Morita Isamu's psychological defenses could not have been breached. Commander Yoshikawa was serious. Everything was for the glory of the Empire. Despite his body aching all over, Sumu still mustered the strength to raise his arm, embodying the spirit of loyalty and filial piety to the great Japanese Empire. His demeanor elicited frequent nods of approval from Okamoto. Baka, you bastard, I will kill you. Seeing Sumu and Yoshikawa Yuya converse, Morita Isamu could hardly comprehend that he had been deceived. Cursed be it. He had initially believed that Sumu, like him, was under the command of Consul Watanabe, both having received the consul's assurance that as long as they did not betray each other, their families would be cared for. It was precisely for this reason that Sumu's declaration to protect his family had unsettled him, leading him to assume they shared a common cause. Yet, this was merely a trap. Section Chief, this is my oversight. The documents did not indicate he had children in the homeland, so I. Akawawea, seeing Yoshikawa Yuya and the others arrive, hastily admitted his fault. Simultaneously, he felt a surge of envy towards Sumu. This should have been his achievement. Had he known about Sumu's children, he could have easily breached Morita's psychological defenses. Humph. With a cold snort, Yamamoto Tsutomu had no time to concern himself with Akawawea. Such a trivial mistake cast serious doubt on this individual's interrogation capabilities. Morita Isamu, the previous promise remains valid, as long as you disclose all matters pertaining to Consul Watanabe. Commander Yoshikawa and Commander Okamoto will consider your situation. Yamamoto Tsutomu glanced at Yoshikawa Yuya and Okamoto Susumu, indicating that behind him were those of true authority. Very well. I hope you can. Just as Morita Isamu began to speak, Sumu unexpectedly coughed lightly, a pained expression crossing his face. Esteemed commanders, might it be possible for me to recuperate at the military police headquarters? Sumu pleaded with a look of anguish directed at Yoshikawa Yuya. Naturally, Sumu's injuries were not severe to such an extent. However, after this incident, he resolved to refrain from participating in matters beyond his station. Such affairs of the foreign ministry were not meant for someone of his humble standing. Yet, Sumu dared not leave the military police headquarters. After all, there was still Consul Watanabe to apprehend. If he were to leave, any issues arising from subsequent capture operations will lead to his swift demise. Sumu resolved to survive at all costs. Su Sang had rendered remarkable service to the Empire in this instance. Nakano-kun, please ensure that Su Sang recuperates well at the gendarmerie headquarters, and additionally, procure the finest doctors from the army hospital for his treatment. Upon hearing Sumu's words, Yoshikawa Yuya found himself increasingly pleased. Not only was he somewhat clever, but he also possessed the discernment to understand what to heed and what to disregard. With a beaming smile, he issued instructions to Nakano, who then escorted Sumu outside. Sumu's perceptiveness indeed shifted the attitudes of Yamamoto Tsukuro and Okamoto Jin significantly. In a temporary room within the gendarmerie headquarters, Sumu lay in bed, his wounds bandaged by the doctors from the Shanghai Army Hospital. Nakano-kun, I am truly grateful to you this time, he expressed, raising his aching arm in thanks, his face radiating appreciation. Yet, internally, Sumu had already sent his regards to the ancestors of these little devils. Truly, they were ruthless. Su Sang, Focus on your recovery, Nakano said, satisfied with Su-mu's gratitude, seeing it as a sign of loyalty to their empire. After comforting Su-mu, Nakano turned to leave. Fortunately, there were no gendarmes stationed inside or outside the room. Clearly, after this incident, he had gained the trust of Yoshikawa Yuya and others. With a hiss, Su-mu slowly sat up, feeling the pain coursing through his body, and inhaled sharply. The methods employed by the Tako were indeed brutal. Had he not overheard Morita Isamu's true thoughts, Yamamoto Tsukuro would have undoubtedly sought an opportunity to eliminate him. At that moment, Su-mu couldn't help but scoff at the melodramatic spy dramas of his past life. Why was it that they could uncover the secrets of the little devils and remain unscathed, while he nearly met his end in the interrogation room? No, he must survive. Henceforth, any intelligence he could see or hear would be disregarded, with only information obtained through stealth being deemed safe. Resolutely, Su-mu recorded new rules in his survival notebook. Never act recklessly. It was his reckless rendezvous at the train station that had led to this series of unfortunate events. Sighing, he pondered his injuries and resigned himself to continue lying in the gendarmerie headquarters. In the French concession of Shanghai, the action team urgently needed to expand its ranks. As the headquarters could not provide sufficient personnel, Lin Dongxing glanced at the list of action team members for the Shanghai station, feeling a wave of headache wash over him. During the previous train station mission, although no one had died in Team 1, there were serious injuries that rendered some members temporarily unable to participate. Consequently, the personnel at his disposal were becoming increasingly scarce. Station Master, we have a situation. Just as Lin Dongxing pondered whether he should recruit more personnel from Shanghai, the old ghost Zhang Aming rushed in. What is the situation? Lin Dongxing inquired, noting that Zhang Aming was the superior of the Mountain Rabbit, which filled him with a sense of foreboding. The Mountain Rabbit is missing. The word struck Lin Dongxing like a thunderbolt, causing him to rise abruptly from his seat. The Mountain Rabbit is missing. How is that possible? He had just successfully completed a military intelligence mission. A sudden thought crossed his mind. Could it be that the Mountain Rabbit had been captured? Chapter 69. The voice of the puppet army at the military police headquarters in Shanghai. At the military police headquarters, Colonel Akamatsu, acting on the information relayed by Morita Isamu, insisted that Watanabe Yasuda must be apprehended immediately. Within the confines of the headquarters, buoyed by Morita's testimony, the consul from the consulate, Watanabe Yasuda, had emerged as a significant figure. Yamamoto Tsutomu's intention was to capture Watanabe Yasuda and subsequently interrogate him to ascertain his motives. However, the ideal scenario was far removed from reality. Capturing the consul required authorization from Akamatsu. The involvement of officials from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs complicated matters immensely. Even Okamoto Jin hesitated to make a move. Chief Yamamoto, I am already aware of this matter. Watanabe is one of our consulate officials, and we will conduct an internal apprehension and interrogation, Akamatsu stated, casting a glance at Yamamoto Tsutomu. He was resolute in refusing to hand over Watanabe Yasuda. This was a matter of significant import for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. If the Special High Police were to intervene, it would be a severe blow to the ministry's reputation. Chief Akamatsu, it is our duty in the Special High Police to investigate internal personnel. Yamamoto Tsutomu retorted angrily. The evidence was irrefutable, yet they were being denied the opportunity to act. The Empire's current plight was due to such incompetent individuals. After interrogating Morita Isamu yesterday, the Special High Police should have moved to apprehend suspects. Yet, to this day, they had not even laid eyes on Watanabe Yasuda. Yamamoto-kun. Watanabe is an official of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. The Special High Police in Shanghai have no authority to investigate the ministry. Please clarify your stance. Is this how you address your superiors? Akamatsu admonished sharply, rising to his feet and locking eyes fiercely with Yamamoto Tsutomu. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs was the true sovereign here. What were the Special High Police, the Meiji Bureau, or the army compared to them? They were mere bystanders. Suddenly, as tensions escalated, a knock echoed through the room, and a figure hurriedly entered, delivering alarming news to Akamatsu. Chief, Watanabe Yasuda was struck by a car on his way home and died on the spot. In that instant, the news of Watanabe Yasuda's demise caused Yamamoto Tsutomu, Okamoto Jin, and Yoshikawa Yuya to furrow their brows. How dare they kill an imperial official? The perpetrator must be brought to justice. Akamatsu exclaimed in fury, while Yamamoto Tsutomu couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity of the situation. What nonsense about a car accident? This was clearly a calculated elimination by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Such a wretched parasite. How disgraceful for the ministry's reputation to be sullied in this manner. Yamamoto Tsutomu, the chief of the Special High Police, felt utterly powerless. Let us go, he finally muttered after much hesitation. The individuals present held positions of authority far superior to his own, and he could not afford to offend them. With a disgruntled remark, Yamamoto Tsutomu led his team out of the military police headquarters. After a brief pause, the officer at the gendarmerie headquarters questioned, is this matter to be left unresolved? Tsurugi Kimita clenched his fists in frustration. The individual they had painstakingly interrogated had been killed in a collision. The consulate's audacity was intolerable. This incident would certainly be reported to the homeland. Casting a glance back at General Akamatsu, Yamamoto Tsukuro also expressed his unwavering intent. Such utter disregard for the empire's interests. He was determined to escalate the matter to the homeland and compel the Special High Command to exert pressure. Within the office of Yoshikawa Yuya at the gendarmerie headquarters, the recent incident had notably diminished the responsibility for the failure of military intelligence operations. Yoshikawa appeared somewhat relaxed, showing little concern for how the Ministry of Foreign Affairs would handle Consul Watanabe. This was not the gendarmerie's responsibility. Internal investigations fell under the purview of the Special High Command. Let them bicker it out. In any case, Yoshikawa Yuya had successfully identified the traitor within the consulate, which would serve as a satisfactory report to the general staff. Yoshikawa-san, how shall we handle that traitor? With no outsiders present. Colonel Nakano redirected the conversation to matters concerning the gendarmerie. Although they had apprehended the internal spy, they had also inadvertently welcomed an outsider. Nakano-kun, that Su is a talent. The Empire is in need of such individuals, Yoshikawa remarked, sharing his thoughts with Colonel Nakano. Moreover, I believe you are already aware. The Empire currently intends to establish a separate department to deal with the Chinese agents who have defected. As the commander of the Shanghai Gendarmerie, Yoshikawa was well informed of such developments. More and more Chinese agents were defecting to the Empire. These individuals were to be integrated into efforts against military intelligence, the Central Intelligence, and the Underground Party. I see, Colonel Nakano nodded. He was aware of this preliminary information but had not anticipated that Yoshikawa had already begun to strategize. It was no wonder the outsider Su had been integrated into the special unit of the gendarmerie. How are you feeling, Su? After recuperating at the gendarmerie for a few days, Su had significantly improved. At least his wounds had begun to heal. Thank you for your concern, Nakano-kun. I feel much better and should be fully recovered in about half a month. Su responded courteously, maintaining his role as a loyal subordinate. As long as you have orders, I am ready to act at any time. Su, take some time to rest. Once you're fully healed, I will assign you a task. Nakano was quite satisfied with Su's attitude. Individuals like him were particularly easy to work with. Eavesdropping on Nakano's thoughts, Su breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing the approval. The past few days at the gendarmerie had indeed been nerve-wracking. Come, Su, let me take you to familiarize yourself with the gendarmerie headquarters. After soothing Su-mu and observing his significantly improved condition, Nakano Haru also rose to take Su-mu on a familiarization tour of the military police headquarters. He had received orders from Yoshikawa Yuya, and now Su-mu had successfully integrated into his special first section. Their future office would indeed be located at the military police headquarters. A lack of familiarity with this place could lead to complications down the line, and that would be troublesome for Nakano-kun. Expressing his gratitude to the latter, the two proceeded to step outside the room. As Su-mu basked in the warmth of the sunlight, he felt an extraordinary sense of ease. Suddenly, a loud, furious voice pierced the air, causing both of their gazes to shift in that direction. In the next moment, they beheld a figure clad in the garb of the puppet army, incessantly offering apologies. Initially, Su-mu paid little attention, but in the next instant, a sudden realization struck him. Who is this person? Chapter 70. The traitor among the puppet army. Awaken the assassin. Ah, who is this fellow? As he eavesdropped on the thoughts of others, Su-mu felt a subtle stir within his heart. He had never anticipated encountering such a situation at the military police headquarters. Baka, you useless lot. Is this how you execute the plan? The echoes of an enraged shout reverberated as a major berated a subordinate, who bowed his head in shame, continuously admitting his faults. Nakano-kun, what is the meaning of this? Observing the scene unfold, Su-mu sought an explanation, glancing at Nakano Osamu beside him with feigned astonishment. Su-san, this is Major Makura from the headquarters, Nakano Osamu introduced. Casting a glance at the reprimanding major, similar to Nakano Osamu, who was responsible for the Special Operations Unit. The current Major Makura was in charge of military intelligence operations in Shanghai, such as those involving the Shanghai Security Corps and the Imperial Collaboration Army. As for the man being scolded, he was presumably a staff officer of the puppet army, as inferred from his attire. Nakano-kun. After finishing his tirade, Major Makura's gaze fell upon Nakano Osamu and Su-mu, taking a moment to appraise Su-mu. Who is this? Oh, this is our newcomer from the Special Operations Unit. Su-mu. Nakano Osamu replied with a warm smile, giving Su-mu a friendly pat on the shoulder. Greetings, Major Makura. Despite his injuries, Su-mu maintained a respectful demeanor and bowed. The Japanese place great emphasis on military rank and etiquette, and Su-mu wished to avoid inciting any disdain. I have heard of Su-san's name. Indeed, the Empire requires talents like you. Major Makura expressed his satisfaction with Su-mu's demeanor. Su-mu's name had gained recognition within the military police headquarters, especially as he was a specially approved talent by General Yoshikawa Yuya. It was impossible for him to remain inconspicuous. Thank you for your kind words, Major Makura. Responding respectfully, Sumu quickly grew more familiar with Major Makura, aided by Nakano Osamu's introductions. After all, Nakano Osamu possessed considerable influence, and everyone within the military police headquarters afforded him a measure of respect. As the favored subordinate of Nakano Osamu, Sumu was not someone others would dare to offend without reason. While Sumu, Nakano Osamu, and Major Makura engaged in conversation, Song Guofeng observed with a mix of disbelief and complexity. Looking at the three before him, he found it hard to comprehend how this individual named Sumu, despite being one of the same ilk, could converse on equal terms with the Japanese. What? Is there still something to discuss? Noticing that Song Guofeng had not yet left, Major Makura furrowed his brow and snapped at him. To perform so poorly in the operation, how dare you linger here? The chief of the three warehouses. Regarding the forthcoming operational plan, are you unaware? Despite facing criticism, Song Guofeng remained resolute in his mission. His visit this time, aside from enduring reprimands, was to procure the upcoming action plan from the Gendarmerie Command. The execution of operations had been so dismal, how dare you lot demand anything? Sanzo Ikki scoffed in disbelief. The Gendarmerie Command had painstakingly gathered intelligence and formulated a strategy, only to have it executed poorly by these imperial collaborators. They allowed the National Army to escape and still had the audacity to inquire about future arrangements. Return and await your fate, he curtly remarked to Song Guofeng, who immediately took on a crestfallen expression. This scene had been anticipated by him long ago. Sanzo, please calm down. The subordinates have faltered. But I believe my special 1st Division can still be of assistance, right, Susumu? After listening for a while, Nakano Osamu discerned the situation and playfully addressed Susumu beside him. Indeed, Nakano-kun is correct. Sanzo-kun, should you require any assistance, our special 1st Division will undoubtedly rise to the occasion. As Nakano's subordinate, Susumu boldly stepped forward, casting a glance at Song Guofeng, who felt the scrutiny and twitched slightly at the corners of his mouth. Sanzo Ikki observed the two but chose not to speak further, instead dismissing Song Guofeng. It was only after the latter departed from the Gendarmerie Command that Sanzo Ikki turned his attention to Nakano Osamu. Nakano-kun, I shall report this matter to Chief Yoshikawa. It will not be long before you have your hands full. He teased lightly, not bothering to engage further, and departed with a smile. Meanwhile, Susumu, having overheard their thoughts, wore a slightly troubled expression. The imperial collaborators have failed in their operations. The Gendarmerie Command suspects a leak. Susumu's gaze shifted towards the departing Song Guofeng. Alas, this fellow is in for a rough time. In Shanghai? At the Special High Command, Hekawa-kun, you have greatly disappointed me. Yamamoto Tsutomu reprimanded the bowed Hekawatani with a serious demeanor. He had initially intended to use the interrogation as a pretext to rationally eliminate the outsider, Susumu. However, the task had not been accomplished. Chief, it was my oversight. Hekawatani admitted his fault without hesitation, having not anticipated that Yoshikawa and the others would intervene, leaving him no opportunity to act. Chief, now we must deal with this. Humph, fool, there is no chance left. Yamamoto Tsutomu snapped coldly. Although he had begun to view Susumu differently, he remained deeply entrenched in the imperial discipline that dictated the utmost secrecy must be maintained from outsiders. Yet, despite his desire to eliminate Susumu, he found himself unable to act, especially after his confrontation with Akamatsu. Should we eliminate Sumu now, it would only serve to further offend Yoshikawa Yuya. Such a scenario is one that Yamamoto Tsukuro wishes to avoid. Otherwise, he would not have taken advantage of the interrogation assistance to covertly manipulate Eikawa Valley. For the time being, this matter must be set aside. Yamamoto Tsukuro rubbed his temples and then retrieved a document from his drawer, handing it to Eikawa Valley before him. Investigate this leak thoroughly. Eikawa Valley accepted the document, his expression growing somber as he scrutinized its contents. Remember, I do not wish to witness failure this time. Rest assured. Section Chief. Eikawa Valley responded resolutely, swiftly turning to depart with the document in hand. As Eikawa Valley exited, Yamamoto Tsukuro cast a glance out the window, hesitated for a moment, and ultimately resolved to take action. He picked up the telephone on his desk and dialed the intelligence unit. Kamita-kun, dispatch someone to contact Sashimi. It is time to awaken him. Chapter 71. Investigation of the Puppet Army. No reporting of consulate affairs. In Shanghai, at the Gendarmerie headquarters, Commander Yoshikawa pondered the recent failure of the 5th Division of the Imperial Collaboration Army, which allowed the National Salvation Army to escape nearby. He felt an investigation was imperative. In the conference room, Yoshikawa listened quietly to his subordinate, Mitsukura Kazuhiro, as he delivered his report, nodding thoughtfully. His gaze then shifted to Nakano Osamu below. Nakano, I entrust this matter to your Special First Section. Typically, such matters would fall under the jurisdiction of the Special High Section. However, Yoshikawa's insatiable desire for authority compelled him to desire control over everything in Shanghai. To him, the Special High Section appeared utterly incompetent. In this situation, it was preferable to assign the task to his special first section. Rest assured, I will accomplish the mission. Nakano Osamu rose decisively to accept the responsibility of investigating whether there were traitors within the 5th Division of the Imperial Collaboration Army. This was indeed the duty of the special first section. As for the level of this meeting, a mere pawn like Sumu had no right to even attend. In Shanghai, at Jing'an Park, Zhang Anming sat anxiously on a bench, scrutinizing his surroundings. After the recent disappearance of Shan Tu, he had been waiting for days for the rendezvous. Yet, despite sending the signal repeatedly, no one had arrived. Sir, would you like a shoe shine? Just $1. Just as Zhang Anming was beginning to despair of returning empty-handed once more, a familiar rendezvous signal reached his ears, and he saw Sumu, now disguised, appear before him. He quickly responded and took out a newspaper to shield his face. What has happened? He whispered, nervously scanning the area. A covert agent has suddenly gone missing. This is a serious issue. He thought to himself, could Shantu have been captured by the special high section? Reading Zhang Anming's thoughts, Sumu was left speechless. He had nearly lost his life at the gendarmerie headquarters and had no time to meet them in the park. At that moment, his injuries had yet to fully heal. Had he not escaped the gendarmerie headquarters, Sumu would not have been able to be present at all. It's nothing. Just caught a bit of a chill recently and have been recuperating. He hesitated to share the full situation but ultimately chose to conceal it. There was no choice. It pertained to the leak of information from the Japanese Foreign Ministry. If reported, the headquarters would undoubtedly inquire why he hadn't reported it sooner. Moreover, with a lurking mole still unexposed in the Shanghai station, Sumu was even less inclined to divulge this intelligence. If the leaked information reached the mole, the first person the Japanese would target would be Sumu himself. Zhang Anming hesitated. He found it difficult to trust Sumu's words. Yet, observing the other's silence, he refrained from pressing further. He thought to himself, something feels amiss with Shan Tuesday. Is there something being concealed? He continued to ponder. This response seems rather dismissive. How am I to report to the station chief? Listening to Zhang Anming's inner thoughts, Sumu was indifferent to how the information would be relayed. Regardless, he was indeed unwell, and even under duress, he would never divulge matters concerning the Foreign Affairs Department. His own life depended on him alone. Was there anything else? Recently, it seemed the enemy was poised to make significant moves. Casting a glance at Zhang Anming, Sumu, having spent time at the military police headquarters, had gleaned valuable insights, particularly from the thoughts of figures like Yoshikawa Yuya and Colonel Nakano. He learned that the establishment of the 76th Special Agent Headquarters was imminent. Once established, the danger level in the Hua realm would escalate dramatically. The current espionage protocols of the Military Commission were unequivocally clear regarding the traitors at the 76th headquarters. Following the trail, it was likely that the Shanghai station would suffer severe blows once more. What news do you have? Upon hearing of impending significant actions, Zhang Anming's heart raced. The Shanghai station had yet to recover, and if the enemy initiated another major operation, they would likely retreat into hiding again. Once I ascertain the details, I will convey the information, Sumu said, polishing his shoes and preparing to rise. Then he recalled the presence of Song Guofeng. By the way, please inquire with the headquarters about this individual, Sumu uttered, handing a note to Zhang Anming before quietly standing up, taking the money offered, and gradually vanishing into the park. Shanghai, beneath the night sky, in the Jiabei district. Knock, 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 as a rhythmic knocking echoed. The door of a house at the end of an alley swung open, and a figure swiftly stepped inside. Old son, what is the situation? An elderly man entered, and the two figures inside hurriedly inquired. Lai Shao has relayed intelligence. The enemy has already become wary. The elder informed them, producing a piece of paper. Upon examining the contents of the note, the two individuals in the room furrowed their brows in concern. Damn it, has the enemy reacted so quickly? One exclaimed, while the middle-aged man beside him maintained a composed demeanor. Cease all actions. Lai Shao has entered a state of silence, the middle-aged man declared, and old son nodded in agreement. The enemy's vigilance indicated a high likelihood of investigation. To act now would only expose them to risk. Moreover, Lai Shao mentioned someone for us to investigate, old son recalled, noting a name to hand over to the two in the room. After glancing at the time, he chose not to linger and promptly turned to leave, disappearing into the shadows of the night. Within the confines of the room, the two individuals exchanged a glance, their brows furrowing in a mixture of astonishment and disbelief. Since when did the little devils become so amicable with the second-rate devils? In Shanghai, within the French concession, did Shan Tu truly respond in such a manner? Lin Dongsheng, upon reviewing the report from Zhang Anming, found his brow tightly knotted in frustration. An infection from the cold? Such a ludicrous excuse, who would ever believe it? A displeased expression crossed his face. This was the first time he had encountered such an individual. Previously, the madam had sought reimbursement. Now, an infection from the cold had led to a complete disappearance for half a month. Absurd, it was utterly outrageous. Station chief, I suspect that Shan Tu's behavior indicates a concern regarding a mole within the station. Rincon from the intelligence department interjected at that moment. He had not forgotten the lingering presence of an internal traitor. Lin Dongxing massaged his temples, still unable to identify the mole, a source of both anger and helplessness. A traitor, a despicable betrayer. Chapter 72. The Review of the Imperial Alliance Army, targeting the Mountain Rabbit. With a triumphant grin, I strolled leisurely towards the garrison headquarters. Humming a cheerful tune, my face radiant with delight as I occasionally patted my yellow leather coat. In stark contrast to the tiger-striped attire I wore at the police station. This military uniform exuded true authority. Yet, this yellow coat also bore its own risks. One never knows when a patriotic youth might take a shot at me. Good morning. Nantangu, Bayakon, care for a smoke? Upon my return to the garrison headquarters, I greeted the soldiers around me with familiar warmth. Despite their seemingly lowly positions, one could never tell when their utility might prove invaluable. It was imperative to cultivate good relations with everyone. As a member of the second-rate forces, while connections might be expendable, they were certainly not to be neglected. Social niceties must be upheld to the fullest extent. Nakano-kun, this is a gift I specially selected for you from the French concession. I hadn't the chance to bring it sooner. As I entered the garrison headquarters, I promptly reported to my direct superior, Nakano Osamu, presenting him with the carefully chosen exquisite gift box. A smile spread across Nakano's face as he accepted it. Haha. Susan, you are indeed a true friend. He chuckled, placing the gift box into his drawer and warmly patting my shoulder. He was particularly pleased with the sycophant who not only helped him accumulate wealth but also occasionally brought him gifts that perfectly aligned with his tastes. Nakano-kun, I must express my gratitude for your assistance in the interrogation room. I feigned a deeply appreciative demeanor, continuing, tonight. I have arranged a delightful evening for you at the Seiwa restaurant in the Japanese concession. However, before I could finish, Nakano interrupted me with a light cough. Susan, today is not feasible. We have a mission with the Imperial Alliance Army. His earnest words momentarily caught me off guard. Yet, in the next instant, I heard his whispered assurance. Once the mission concludes, we shall indulge ourselves. Hearing this, my heart eased with relief. Ah, splendid. Nakano was still the same man I knew, with no change in disposition. Hiki. Haha. In that moment, we exchanged knowing smiles, erupting into a fit of joyous laughter. The passing junior soldiers outside Nakano's office. Upon hearing the unusual sounds of mirth from within, couldn't he help but shudder slightly. After a brief interlude, within the garrison headquarters, Nakano-kun. Here's the report on the previous action plan. At this moment, in the Special Operations Office of the garrison headquarters, Mitsukura Iki laid the report document regarding the planned operation against the National Salvation Army before Nakano and the others. The plan to encircle and annihilate the National Salvation Army was underway. According to the intelligence gathered by their gendarmerie headquarters, the Imperial Army should have successfully completed the encirclement. However, the outcome was that the troops of the National Salvation Army managed to escape the siege. To claim there were no issues would be utterly incredulous. Consequently, this investigation will scrutinize anyone within the Imperial Army who had prior access to this military operation, apart from a select few. Sakamoto Ichihui also revealed the mission details of the Special 1st Division. Listening to Sakamoto's words, Sumu felt a jolt within his heart. The 5th Division of the Imperial Army. Aside from the divisional leaders, all remaining staff, including advisors and regimental commanders, are subject to scrutiny. Such overreach. It is indeed excessively tyrannical. Nevertheless, this is to be expected. It is the prerogative of the gendarmerie headquarters in Shanghai. Although the regimental commanders of the Imperial Army appear to hold significant positions, they are merely pawns of the Japanese. Were it not for the necessity of stabilizing the troops with divisional leaders, it is likely that even the division commanders would be investigated. Sakamoto, await my good news. With the authorization of Yoshikawa Yuya, Nakano Osamu felt an overwhelming sense of confidence at this moment. Deriving results from such intelligence would not be an arduous task. Special 1st Division, let us depart. He addressed Sumu and his companions, and then the group set off, leaving the gendarmerie headquarters in a grand procession. Meanwhile, within the Special High Division, Yamamoto Tsukuro, upon receiving the news of the Special 1st Division's mobilization, erupted in anger. Investigating the traitorous army's leaks was indeed the responsibility of the Special High Division. How dare that damned Yoshikawa Yuya extend his reach here? Chief, the Special 1st Division has intervened, so we must investigate as well. Yamamoto's eyes blazed with fury, wishing he could devour Yoshikawa Yuya whole. He had not anticipated that Yoshikawa's thirst for power was so insatiable. Even before securing his position within the Shanghai Special High Division, he was eager to encroach upon their authority. Although he had offended Akamatsu, Yamamoto could not simply concede. If he were to yield, would the Special 1st Division not replace his Special High Division in the future? That would be utter chaos. Rest assured, Chief, I will personally attend to this. Hekawatani took his orders and swiftly departed, preparing to oversee the investigation at the 5th Division. Sighing as he watched Hekawa leave, Yamamoto rubbed his forehead, feeling an immense pressure. After multiple failures, compounded by his offense against Akamatsu, if he could not produce any results soon, he would be forced to resign. The Special High Division would not fall. However, Yamamoto Tsukuro would certainly be the one to perish. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Kamida Kakuji found himself anxiously glancing at the time on his watch, before exhaling deeply and stepping into a nearby building. Since the moment Yamamoto Tsuger had issued the command, he had remained in the French concession, preparing to awaken the sleeper agent, a covert operative they had painstakingly sent forth. After a prolonged silence, the time had finally come for the talk to activate their asset. With measured steps, Kamida entered the designated room, his gaze sweeping over the dim surroundings, causing him to furrow his brow in discontent. He felt a twinge of dissatisfaction with this chosen rendezvous point. Yet, considering Yamamoto's instructions, he had no choice but to proceed. Moments later, within the obscured confines of the room, he was urged to speak. Recently, the Shanghai station has been under heightened scrutiny. We must avoid contact as much as possible. The section chief requires you to investigate a certain individual. Whom? Kamida inquired. In the shadows, he extended a slip of paper to the figure opposite him. Upon glancing at its contents, the man's expression shifted to one of surprise. Yamato? Indeed, it is Yamato. Chapter 73, Joining the Imperial Collaboration Army, Song Guofeng panicked. In Shanghai, within the headquarters of the Imperial Collaboration Army's 5th Division, a tense atmosphere enveloped the room. Nakano, with a serious expression, directed a piercing gaze towards the Vice Commander Qian Wenjin, his face marked by a hint of indignation. Meanwhile, Sumu stood respectfully behind, playing the role of a subordinate. Commander Nakano, the investigation materials have been prepared and are here for your perusal, Qian Wenjin stated. Fully aware of the gravity of the situation, as a vice commander of the puppet army, he was acutely cautious about offending the man before him. Despite Nakano being merely a major from the military police command, his brother held the rank of Colonel Nakano, making him someone not to be trifled with. Su sang. Nakano called out, bypassing Qian Wenjin's request. Sumu stepped forward to accept the intelligence documents being offered. Very well, arrange a place for us. Please refrain from disturbing us unless absolutely necessary. Nakano commanded with a sweeping gesture, rising abruptly and casting a stern glance at Qian Wenjin before striding out of the room. Qian Wenjin, taken aback by Nakano's sudden departure, found himself in a state of confusion. He couldn't grasp why Nakano had chosen to leave so abruptly. Coughing softly, Sumu, possessing the ability to eavesdrop on thoughts, understood Nakano's intentions clearly. Commander Qian, this investigation has required considerable effort from our superiors, and it is imperative that you comprehend the situation, he said, leaning closer and offering a knowing glance that conveyed unspoken implications. Upon this subtle reminder, Qian Wenjin quickly grasped the underlying message. In his mind, he cursed the Japanese invaders for their audacity in demanding benefits for their inquiries. Yet, he maintained a facade of congeniality, replying, kindly inform Commander Nakano that the remuneration will certainly be adequate. Realizing the necessity of appeasing Nakano, Qian Wenjin begrudgingly complied. Having achieved his desired outcome, Sumu nodded in satisfaction and swiftly followed Nakano's lead. Confounded sycophant, Qian Wenjin muttered under his breath, watching Sumu depart. Moments later, at the puppet army headquarters, Nakano expressed his approval. Well done, Su sang, as he listened to Sumu's quiet report. Indeed, with Sumu integrated into the Special Operations Unit, many matters became significantly more manageable without Nakano needing to intervene personally. Su sang, come, let us go next door for a drink. Nakano exclaimed. Ah, Commander Nakano, what about the documents? Sumu faltered, surprised that Nakano wished to celebrate when they had come for an investigation. These materials shall be entrusted to you, Nakano replied with assurance. Nakahara Haru took the document and handed it directly to the action team leader, Kobe Gongping, who received it with a respectful bow. Rest assured, Commander, I shall complete the task. Observing the office bustling with activity, Nakahara Haru pulled Sumu along and proceeded to the adjacent room. Meanwhile, Kobe Gongping, clutching the document, was filled with envy. Alas, he lacked any influential background and had only reached his current position through sheer diligence. He knew he had to work tirelessly to secure his place within the military police headquarters. Listening to Nakahara's voice from next door, Kobe Gongping gathered the remaining team members and began to scrutinize the files concerning the traitorous soldiers. This investigation necessitated a thorough familiarity with the documents at hand. Damn it, those bastards at the military police headquarters. At the Imperial Army Command, upon learning that Nakahara was drinking instead of conducting the investigation himself, Hekawa Valley erupted in anger. Such a critical matter. The military police headquarters had completely neglected their duties. It was a disgrace to the Empire. Commander, should we intervene? Inquired an agent from the Special Higher Police. They had the authority to scrutinize Imperial soldiers, and Nakahara's negligence was utterly unacceptable. No, we must swiftly identify the mole within the traitorous ranks. Although Hekawa Valley was furious, he knew he could not confront Nakahara due to his formidable connections and status. For now, they had to rely on the special hire police to clarify this leaking incident promptly. Esteemed officers, your efforts are commendable. Here's a small token of our appreciation from the headquarters, said Song Guofeng as he entered the temporary office with a small gift in hand. Just as Hekawa Valley was seething with rage. Is this how the Imperial Army operates? Hekawa Valley snapped, his anger boiling over at the sight of the Imperial Army attempting to bribe them. Song Guofeng was immediately subjected to a torrent of insults. Get out. Leave this instant. Yes, of course. Song Guofeng, resembling a chastised child, dared not utter a word as he was ushered out. His presence was a directive from Deputy Commander Qian, who, after Sumu's suggestion, had prepared gifts for the special hire police. Song Guofeng was anxious about his identity being exposed, so he took it upon himself to handle the task. Hoping to gauge the progress of the special hire police's investigation. Captain, it seems that the person delivering the gifts is also on the list of those being scrutinized. Just as Song Guofeng was about to leave after being berated by Hekawa Valley, he overheard a subordinate's remark. Upon learning that Song Guofeng was among the scrutinized individuals, Hekawa Valley's interest was piqued, and he cast a scrutinizing gaze at him. Yet, Song Guofeng, looking like a frightened child, wasted no time in exiting the temporary office. Watching the departing figure, He Chuangu furrowed his brow. Continue the investigation, he muttered, as he silently examined the documents pertaining to Song Guofeng. Meanwhile, Song Guofeng, having left the temporary office of the Special High Command, felt an immediate shift in his expression, turning exceedingly grim. What should he do? It seemed that these young Japanese were quite serious. Deep within, Song Guofeng understood that if they truly conducted a thorough investigation, it was likely they would trace back to him. Realizing this, his demeanor hardened, becoming noticeably more solemn. If it truly came to that point, he would have no choice but to take a perilous gamble. Resolute in his determination, his gaze inadvertently turned towards the office of the military police's special first section. The military police, indeed. He hoped it would not come to that. Chapter 74. 3 suspects. Has someone confessed? 3 days later, at the headquarters of the Imperial Army. Kobe-kun. How is the data review progressing? After a brief respite with Sumu, Nakano Osamu found himself increasingly concerned about the mission at hand. After all, he was the head of the special first section, and it was imperative to see this task through successfully to provide a satisfactory report upon return. Commander, we have completed the review of the materials over the past few days and have also questioned several individuals from the Puppet Army's command. Here is the list of those under suspicion, Kobe Gohei responded, handing over the preliminary investigation report along with the list of suspects. Sumu stood beside Nakano, his gaze sweeping across the list. A fleeting glance was enough to instill doubt within him. That fellow Song Guofeng was conspicuously absent from this list. Only 3 individuals remained. Well done. Observing that only 3 suspects had survived the scrutiny, Nakano nodded in satisfaction. This would undoubtedly ease their subsequent tasks considerably. Su sang, Kobe-kun. You two will lead separate teams to interrogate these individuals, Nakano instructed, passing along 2 of the reports to Kobe and Sumu. In pursuit of an expedited resolution, Nakano directed both to conduct separate interrogations of the suspects. Rest assured, Commander, we will accomplish the mission. Sumu and Kobe exchanged a determined glance, their expressions resolute as they responded respectfully. Though Sumu and Nakano often shared light moments, professionalism was paramount during their duties. With Nakano's orders, Sumu and Kobe promptly gathered their teams from the special first section, setting their plans into motion. Meanwhile, at the Imperial Army headquarters. Damn it. These young devils are moving fast. Song Guofeng observed anxiously as the special high section commenced their interrogations. Although he had successfully navigated the data review, he felt no sense of relief. He knew all too well that if one of the 3 captured individuals confessed, his fate would be sealed. What to do? Song Guofeng sat in a darkened mood, uncertain whether one of them would betray him. Nonetheless, he understood the necessity of preparing for all eventualities. Secretary Bai, before Operation 6. Consider your position carefully. In a secluded room, Takatsuya from the special high section fixed his gaze firmly on Secretary Bai. The individual before him was the secretary to the commander of the 5th Division, privy to a wealth of classified information. Aware of the operation to suppress the National Salvation Army, Bai was also among those under intense scrutiny following the special high section's investigation. In the presence of Commander Hechuan, I have made my position exceedingly clear. On the night of the 6th, I was soundly asleep at the headquarters. Despite appearing to be merely in my 20s, Bai Xiaoyi firmly asserts his alibi at the command post. I am well aware of the formidable prowess of your special high command. Rest assured, I shan't invite unnecessary suffering upon myself. The calm demeanor of the opposing party caused Hechuan Valley to furrow his brow, leaving him uncertain about the next steps in the interrogation process. With the rhythm of the questioning now under the control of the other party, it would be challenging to proceed effectively. Perhaps we should let our special section 1 handle this, suggested Nakano Osamu. who had just arrived. Observing Hechuan Valley's predicament with a slight chuckle. Such interrogation methods are rather juvenile. It is no wonder that Su Sang was able to seize the opportunity within the military police's interrogation room. Nakano-kun, there is no need for your concern regarding the Special High Command's investigation. Hechuan shot back with an irritated glare, holding the connections of Nakano in disdain. With a sharp retort, he dismissed the suggestion and resumed his inquiries. Meanwhile, in a secret chamber, Sumu addressed the vice commander of the 5th Regiment of the Imperial Collaboration Forces. Commander Lee, feel free to ask any questions. I assure you I will speak candidly. At that moment, Sumu, unhurried, leisurely poured a cup of tea and offered it to the vice commander. Among the 3 individuals under scrutiny, the vice commander was also a suspect. However, through his keen observations, Sumu was well aware of the vice commander's extramarital affairs. Rest assured, Commander Lee, we will not wrong any deserving individuals, Sumu reassured him, fully aware that the vice commander posed no real threat. Thus, he merely followed protocol for the interrogation and allowed the vice commander to depart unimpeded. Can I truly leave now? The vice commander inquired, incredulous. Of course. Sumu affirmed with a decisive nod. The vice commander posed no issues. Sumu had no reason to fabricate any. Moreover, the presence of 2 agents from Special Section 1 behind him made it clear that he could have pursued a more rigorous interrogation if he wished. Thank you, Commander. Thank you. Commander Lee expressed profound gratitude, swiftly turning to leave, relieved to escape the clutches of the adversaries. Humph, is this how Special Section 1 conducts their investigations? At that moment, as Commander Lee exited, Hechuan Valley emerged from the adjoining room, directing a sharp reprimand towards this side. The 3 suspects revealed through this investigation had all been treated with the utmost respect, unlike Su Mu's casual approach, which resulted in the immediate release of 1 suspect. To Hechuan Valley, this not only reflected incompetence, but also a flagrant disregard for duty. Commander Hechuan, I acted in accordance with the orders of Commander Nakano from Special Section 1. You may verify this with him. With a respectful bow, Sumu responded with a smile. Yet his words bore no trace of concession. He was an underling of Nakano Osamu, while his counterpart hailed from the Tako Special Higher Police. He could not afford to diminish the authority of the military police headquarters. Humph. With a cold snort, he dismissed the sycophant, showing no interest in engaging further. After all, that Captain Lee was the least suspect among the trio. Otherwise, why would Su Mu have the opportunity to conduct the interrogation alone? Su Sang, you have performed admirably. Following his moment of frustration, Nakano Osamu emerged, offering praise to Su Mu with a smile. Observing Su Mu's resolute response, Nakano Osamu felt a sense of satisfaction. Under the leadership of General Yoshikawa, their military police headquarters was a formidable force in Shanghai, meant to overshadow the Tako and never show weakness. Nakano-kun, your special first section is quiet. Just as he was about to express his ire toward Ichuan-gu, the personnel from the Tako swiftly exited another interrogation room, engaging in rapid conversation. At the same time, the hurried arrival of Kobe Gongping from the special first section caught everyone's attention. Upon hearing that there were issues with the interrogation subject, a smile spread across Nakano Osamu's face. All right, let us go and conduct the interrogation. Chapter 75, The Illegal Arms Trade and the Misguided Interrogation Commander. There are issues with Advisor Son. At this moment, agents from the Special High Command arrived. Addressing Hechuan-gu with a brief statement before succinctly recounting the circumstances surrounding the ongoing interrogation. Humph, how dare they deceive us? Upon hearing that one of their own had been misleading them, Hechuan-gu coldly exclaimed, hastily leading the Special High Command personnel towards the adjacent interrogation room. Commander, what about Secretary Bai? One of the agents inquired. Shall we continue his interrogation? Forget about him. Come with me to the other side. Hechuan-gu disregarded Secretary Bai entirely, focused solely on reaching Nakano Osamu before he could extract information first. After previously failing at the military police headquarters, he was eager to reclaim his standing. Follow me. With his icy command issued, the group proceeded toward the interrogation room. After a brief interval, Hiki, Advisor Son, I hear you have been concealing information from us. Inside the interrogation room, Nakano Osamu and Hechuan-gu, alongside others, faced Sun Advisor with cold smirks. To withhold information from the Imperial Army while attempting to evade responsibility was a fool's errand, leading one straight to their demise. Standing behind Nakano Osamu, Sumu felt a knot tighten in his chest. He was taken aback by the unfolding scene. He had initially expected suspicion to fall upon Song Guofeng. Yet it appeared that Song was not among the list of suspects. Sumu thought perhaps Song had narrowly escaped danger, but the current situation suggested otherwise. Although he had not yet overheard any valuable information, Sumu suspected a significant connection between the individual before him and Song Guofeng. Oh, great lord, how could I dare? I truly have not deceived the Imperial Army. Sun Advisor fell to his knees, tears welling in his eyes. Had it not been for Nakano Osamu and Hechuan-gu receiving intelligence beforehand, they might have believed his words. Hee hee. It seems you won't shed tears until you see the coffin. He Chuan-gu chuckled at the absurdity of playing such tricks before the Special High Command. He exchanged a knowing glance with two nearby agents, who promptly lifted Sun Advisor and bound him to a wooden bench. Oh great lord, I am wronged. I have done nothing. Sun Advisor continued to wail, but He Chuan-gu wasted no time on further dialogue. He issued commands to the Special High Command agents, who then retrieved the interrogation instruments. Within moments, anguished cries reverberated throughout the interrogation room. Sumu watched the scene unfold with a heavy heart. Before the apparatus of the Special High Command, few could endure the torment. What to do? At this rate, it seemed unlikely that the individual could withstand much longer. Within the depths of Sumu's mind, he pondered that, following this line of interrogation, the opposing party would likely confess within 2 hours. Contemplating Song Guofeng's status, Sumu hesitated, debating whether he should offer a warning. No, he quickly dismissed that thought. In the interrogation room, Nakano Osamu and the Special High Police were present. If he were to leave recklessly, Song Guofeng might escape, and he would undoubtedly be suspected by the Special High Police. He had painstakingly earned Yoshikawa Yuya's trust. He could not let it all go to waste now. He would rather endure the situation than jeopardize his own position. At that moment, Sumu could only pray that Song Guofeng would be astute enough to sense something amiss and make an early escape. At the Puppet Army Command, whispers circulated. Have you heard? Chief of Staff's son is currently being interrogated. It's dreadful. Shoo, lower your voice. If the Special High Police catch wind of this, you won't escape either. Meanwhile, Song Guofeng, listening to the hushed murmurs around him, felt a spark of determination ignite within his eyes. He could no longer afford to remain passive. If he continued to wait, it wouldn't be long before he was completely exposed. Where are you going? Chief of Staff Song questioned those around him, puzzled by his sudden rise. Oh, I have a document that needs General Qian's signature, he replied, having already devised a plausible excuse. With that, the others resumed their tasks without suspicion. Casting a glance around, Song Guofeng quietly took the document and exited the office. Damn it, Chief of Staff's son, your resolve is indeed commendable, remarked He Chuan-gu, observing Sun endure the physical torment while gritting his teeth. He snatched a tool from a nearby agent and took matters into his own hands. I wonder if you can withstand what comes next. As he spoke, a tool resembling a pair of pliers clamped down on Sun's fingernail. With a brutal yank, the nail was forcibly extracted, unleashing a wave of excruciating agony that engulfed Sun's entire being. Don't be anxious, it's the insertion that truly connects heart and soul. He Chuan-gu taunted as a bamboo skewer was gradually driven into Sun's flesh. In that moment, the intense suffering shattered Sun's spirit. I'll talk, he gasped, and smiles crept across the faces of Nakano Osamu and He Chuan-gu. Meanwhile, Sumu, standing in the background, sighed inwardly. Indeed, he couldn't hold out any longer. His inner voice lamented, damn those little devils. I merely trafficked a small amount of ammunition, and they are torturing me so mercilessly. I can't take it anymore. Let me die? Even death would be preferable to this torment. As he eavesdropped on Sun's inner turmoil, Sumu's heart, which had been previously suspended in anxiety, suddenly faltered. What was happening? Trafficking in ammunition? Was it not a disclosure of the operational plan? For a moment, Sumu was taken aback. The content of the heartfelt words left him somewhat bewildered. This was not what he had anticipated. Pray tell, what exactly did you do on the 6th? On the 6th? I sold a batch of ammunition on the black market. With trembling words, at that moment, Advisor Sun recounted everything that transpired on that fateful day. Trafficking in counterfeit military arms was undoubtedly a death sentence. This was precisely why he had been desperately holding on until now. Damn it. I do not care about your arms dealings. I want to know if you leaked military operations. In a fit of rage, Heshanga struck the table, his fury erupting as he listened to the account. While trafficking arms was indeed a grave offense, it was not the task he had come to investigate. My lord, I truly do not know. Upon hearing the inquiry about the military leak, Advisor Sun broke down in tears. He genuinely had no knowledge of that. My lord, I have disclosed all that I am aware of. I truly do not know. His lament echoed through the interrogation room, and the expressions of Heshangu and Nakanoji, who had just been smiling moments ago, darkened. If the other party had not leaked anything, then it implied. Quickly, immediately summon. Commander. This is not good. Chapter 76. The Death of Bai Xiaoyi and the Unforeseen Revelation of Intelligence. Commander, it's terrible. The words of the special high-level department agent sent a shiver down the spines of Nakano Osamu, Hekawatani, and others within the expansive interrogation room. At that moment, the grim news enveloped them like a looming storm cloud. Speak swiftly. Bai Secretary is dead, despite having mentally prepared himself. Hekawatani still gasped in shock at the news of Bai Secretary's demise. Bai Xiaoyi was dead, and at such a critical juncture. Without a doubt, Hekawatani realized that this was connected to the leak. The regrets surged within him as he recalled that he had been the one to let Bai Xiaoyi go. Let us move. Casting a glance at Nakano Osamu, He understood that he had to address this matter expeditiously. Otherwise, he would be the one bearing the brunt of failure in this mission. After a moment, he erupted in fury. You fools! I could be assassinated within the headquarters. And you behave like imbeciles. As he gazed upon Bai Xiao's cold corpse, Hekawatani seethed with rage. The existence of one of the suspects had been eliminated in such a secure location as the headquarters. This was utterly unfathomable. Was the command center so riddled with vulnerabilities? Bai Xiao had barely left the interrogation room before becoming a lifeless body. Hekawadano, I did not know what has transpired. Money Officer Qian, who was in charge of the matter, stammered as he attempted to explain himself to Hekawatani. Regarding Bai Xiao's death, Qian's singular thought was clear. He was oblivious. He had no connection to the incident. As for who had committed the murder, that was beyond the purview of their forces to ponder. Fools! Could Bai Xiao's death within the command center possibly be a suicide? Hekawatani roared in indignation, his ire directed at the evasive Qian. Bai Xiao had just been interrogated, and now he was gone. Even the dimmest of minds could perceive this as a deliberate silencing. The perpetrator must have known the identity of the individual behind the leak. Nakano-kun, how does your Special First Division intend to handle this? After venting his frustration, Hekawatani turned his gaze to Nakano Osamu. The latter, seemingly unfazed, observed the unfolding drama with an amused smile. Hekawa-kun, it was your special high-level department that released Bai Xiao, Nakano Osamu remarked, casting a look of incredulity at Hekawatani. Now that the individual was deceased and the trail had gone cold, he sought answers from the Special First Division. He recalled all too well Hekawatani's arrogance during the previous interrogation, forbidding the First Division from intervening. Now that calamity had struck, he wished to drag Nakano down with him. You. Hekawatani pointed an accusatory finger at Nakano Osamu, but found himself powerless in that moment. Su sang. Report this information to General Yoshikawa. Nakano Osamu said, relishing the sight of the special high-level department's misfortune. The situation before him was all too evident. Bai Xiao must surely be privy to the intricacies of the leaked information. Within the ranks of the Puppet Army's command, a lurking infiltrator, in a bid to conceal their existence, took preemptive action to eliminate Bai Xiao. The trail has now gone cold. It is utterly implausible for them to probe into the leak in hopes of uncovering the adversary. Only by investigating the assassination of Bai Xiao can they hope to unearth the puppeteer behind the scenes. Under these circumstances, Nakano Osamu must report to Yoshikawa Yuya, allowing the latter to make a decisive judgment. In Shanghai, at the gendarmerie headquarters, Su Sang exclaimed, What? The secretary of the Imperial Collaboration Army has been assassinated at the command center? Upon receiving the report from Sumu, Yoshikawa Yuya's countenance grew noticeably grave. What initially seemed to be a mere investigation into a case has escalated with Bai Xiao's demise. The assassination within the Imperial Collaboration Army's headquarters is a clear indication that a mole lurks within the Puppet Army's command. Su Sang. Inform Nakano-kun that it is imperative to uncover the mole within the Puppet Army's command. Rest assured, Chief Yoshikawa, the Special Operations Unit will exhaust every effort. After hanging up, Sumu's heart was burdened with a heavy weight as he cast a sidelong glance towards the command center, shaking his head in disbelief. He had not anticipated the resoluteness of the Zhangtong members. Indeed, Song Guofeng is one of them. Previously, within the gendarmerie headquarters, he had overheard the identity of the individual in question. However, now that this person is killed by Xiao, the situation has intensified. Whether Song Guofeng can continue to remain in hiding is now uncertain. The Japanese will undoubtedly spare no effort in thoroughly investigating the 5th Division of the Imperial Collaboration Army. Should I request his assistance at this critical juncture? As Sumu made his way towards the command center, he contemplated various strategies. Given the current circumstances, it is highly probable that Song Guofeng will not escape. Rather than allowing the Japanese to apprehend him, it would be more prudent to have him assist in securing merit for myself. Furthermore, he is affiliated with Zhongtong, which places me, as a member of the military commission, at odds with him. While pondering this, Sumo found himself torn. After all, he is a comrade in the fight against the Japanese, should an opportunity arise. He would not mind extending a helping hand. However, if no such opportunity presents itself, he would have no choice but to enlist Song's aid. At the Shanghai Special High Police, Hekawa-kun, you have thoroughly disappointed me. Upon receiving the report from Hekawatani, Yamamoto Tsukage's voice was frigid. He had not anticipated that such a straightforward task of investigating the leak could be so disastrously mishandled by Hekawatani. After venting his frustration, Yamamoto composed himself. Chief, might I request assistance from the Special High Police for the investigation of the Puppet Army's command? Incompetent fool. On the other end of the line. As Hekawatani sought further assistance, he was met with Yamamoto's furious tirade. Just as he had regained his composure, Yamamoto found it utterly unacceptable that such a trivial matter had been bungled, yet Hekawa had the audacity to request additional support. Yamamoto Tsukuro felt an overwhelming sense of exhaustion. What kind of useless subordinates had he nurtured in the Special High Command? Section Chief, we have received news from the Shanghai station regarding the sashimi, Kamuta Tsurugi, who had just entered, began to speak but was abruptly cut off by Yamamoto's stern reprimand. Agatsuma, you must capture the mole, no matter what. Otherwise, do not bother returning. Yamamoto furiously slammed down the phone after addressing Agatsuma from the other end. His patience with Agatsuma's incompetence had reached its limit. Meanwhile, in the command headquarters, Agatsuma let out a heavy sigh. He had initially intended to request a few experts from the section, but unexpectedly, he had been scolded by Yamamoto. Yet, despite the rebuke, Agatsuma found himself pondering the message conveyed in that last phone call. Did the sashimi bring news? Is the section chief planning to take action against the Shanghai station? Damn it, here I am, trapped in this place, missing out on this opportunity to achieve merit. Agatsuma mused internally. At that moment, Sumaku, who had just returned, felt a jolt upon hearing Agatsuma's thoughts. Sashimi, military intelligence, Shanghai station. This is bad. The Japanese are planning to take action against the Shanghai station. Chapter 77. The Flaw of Song Guofeng. Su Sang takes action. In this moment, as Nakano converses with Su Mu in an unassuming manner, they are acutely aware of the imperative to uncover the mole lurking within the puppet army's command. With General Yoshikawa's permission to continue the investigation, a spark of determination ignites in Nakano's eyes. A traitor has infiltrated the puppet army's headquarters. As the investigation unfolds, Nakano envisions the subsequent scenes with a sense of anticipation. Meanwhile, Sumu discreetly glances at Ichuan-gu, gleaning little useful information from his thoughts. He merely learns that there is an undercover traitor within the military commission's Shanghai station, codenamed Sashimi. Furthermore, it seems that Sashimi has relayed intelligence suggesting that the Special High Command is preparing to target the military commission's Shanghai station. What to do? This predicament weighs heavily on Sumu's mind. Within the military commission's Shanghai station, at least 3 individuals are aware of his true identity, his superior, the old ghost Zhang Aming, the head of the intelligence department, and Lin Dongxing, the station chief. The capture of any one of these 3 would prove to be a catastrophic blow for Sumu. Yet, he finds himself ensnared within the puppet army's command, incapable of relaying crucial information back to the Shanghai station. Su Sang, you and your team must interrogate everyone within the puppet army's command. As Sumu contemplates his next move, Nakano's command arrives. During the time of Bai Xiaoyi's demise, it is essential to discern who acted independently. Rest assured, Chief Nakano, I shall attend to it at once. Regaining his composure, Sumu affirms his commitment to Nakano before embarking on his inquiry with 2 agents from the Special First Division. Simultaneously, under the guidance of Ichuan-gu, the Special High Command also begins their questioning of the personnel within the headquarters. With Bai Xiaoyi deceased, a thorough investigation into the time frame of his death will reveal who acted alone, thereby identifying the culprit. After a while, the commander of the puppet army receives a report. Sir, here is the list of individuals who acted independently during this period. Ichuan-gu examines the list, noting that due to the Special High Command's scrutiny, most personnel remained within their designated workspaces. Ultimately, only 2 individuals had acted alone during this time frame. Only 2? Ichuan-gu furrows his brow, instead of feeling relieved. His expression darkens. This cunning military commission assassin recognizes the necessity of silencing witnesses. Surely, he anticipates their thorough investigation of the command. In such circumstances, would he so easily expose himself? Indeed, sir, the others have already been interrogated, and there are witnesses to corroborate their whereabouts during this time. The rhetoric of the Special High Command agents momentarily instilled a sense of self-doubt in Ichuan-gu. Could it be that the military intelligence assassins were merely acting in haste, thus exposing such glaring flaws? Consequently, he decided to hand one of the suspects over to the first special section for interrogation. Having learned from the incident involving Bai Xiaoyi, Ichuan-gu resolved that he would not shoulder the blame alone this time. If the military police headquarters sought involvement, then he would ensure their participation. Moments later, in the interrogation room of the first special section, Chief Nakano was presented with the suspect by the Special High Command. Gongping from Kobe handed over the documents detailing the suspect's profile to Nakano. Wu Ming, 36 years old, served as the deputy commander of the security battalion within the puppet army's command. At the time of Bai Xiaoyi's incident, he had been in the archive room on the southern side of the command, organizing materials. As Nakano perused the information, a slight furrow appeared on his brow. Commander, I am innocent. I did not kill Secretary Bai, Wu Ming exclaimed, collapsing to his knees, wailing in despair. I was completely unaware of the incident when it occurred. Despite his protestations, Nakano simply waved his hand, prompting Gongping to have Wu Ming forcibly restrained to a chair. The harrowing cries echoed through the room as Nakano continued to examine the documents, awaiting Gongping's findings from the interrogation. Meanwhile, Su Mu, standing by, listened intently and discerned that Wu Ming was not involved in the matter at all. Most importantly, Su Mu was devising a plan to escape, while simultaneously cautioning the Shanghai Military Intelligence Station to be vigilant. In the puppet army headquarters, whispers circulated about Wu's capture. "I hear Commander Wu and his men have been detained." "The Japanese interrogations," one remarked. "Silence. Are you seeking death? This is not something we can discuss." With a series of misfortunes unfolding, the atmosphere in the puppet army headquarters grew tense. The personnel rendered mute, hesitant to act or speak freely, especially with Wu Ming and others undergoing interrogation. "Humph, Japanese scoundrels, investigate all you want," smirked Song Guofeng, seated at his desk, unperturbed as he observed the special high command agents outside. He held no fear that they would uncover his involvement. As long as Bai Xiaoyi was dead, the agents would flounder like headless flies. Once the scrutiny passed, he would make his escape. Song Guofeng was confident in his methods, knowing it would be no simple task for the Japanese to unravel his schemes in a short time. Within the interrogation room, Wu Ming's anguished cries filled the air. "This truly has nothing to do with me," he lamented, his body battered and bruised from torment, yet he continued to plead his innocence. "I merely delivered some files. Who would have guessed I would be suspected? I am not a military intelligence agent." "Humph," still defiant. "It seems you are not yet sufficiently honest." The interrogator, Gongping of Kobe, seized a nearby branding iron and coldly admonished Wu Ming, "Wait a moment." However, just as Gongping was about to take action, Su Mu, who had remained silent in the background, suddenly interjected, raising his voice. This unexpected outburst drew the attention of everyone in the interrogation room, their gazes instinctively shifting towards him. Nakano Osamu and Gongping, among others, appeared somewhat astonished and perplexed. Meeting their inquisitive looks, Su Mu let out a deep sigh of relief. The unspoken concerns of Hechuan Valley weighed heavily on him. If the interrogation proceeded at the pace dictated by the Special High Command and the 1st Division, it was likely that the military intelligence station in Shanghai would encounter troubles, leaving him unable to escape this puppet military headquarters. Thus, Su Mu had no choice but to take the risk and step forward. Drawing a deep breath, he glanced at Wu Ming and respectfully addressed Nakano Osamu, "Commander Nakano, I sense that something is amiss." Chapter 78. Has Song Guofeng been exposed? Su sang, "What is amiss?" In the interrogation room, Nakano Osamu's gaze turned towards Su Mu, laced with perplexity and disbelief. According to their analysis, they had already ascertained the approximate time of Bai Xiaoyi's demise. Based on this timeline, by scrutinizing the individuals who acted independently, they should have been able to apprehend the perpetrator. Director Nakano, it is evident that the adversary is a trained operative. How could he possibly be oblivious to our methods of pursuit? Su Mu maintained eye contact with Nakano Osamu, speaking with a composed demeanor. Since the opponent is aware, it signifies that he harbors no concern regarding our strategies to uncover him. Although Su Mu remained unaware of the precise methods employed by Song Guofeng to eliminate Bai Xiaoyi, it was indisputable that the Zhongtong agents within the puppet military command were indeed linked to Song Guofeng. Initially, Su Mu had intended to remain passive. Yet with movements from the Special High Command, he could no longer afford to linger idly. Dead Zhongtong, yet the military command persists. Moreover, the Zhongtong operatives had engaged in clandestine operations against the military command. To ensure the safety of the Shanghai station, Su Mu had no choice but to take the initiative. However, if the adversary is cognizant, then the time of Bai Xiaoyi's death should not be falsified, correct? Kobe Gongping set down his tools, casting a bewildered glance at Su Mu. Despite Su Mu's astute analysis, the approximate time of Bai Xiaoyi's death could still be confirmed through examination and interrogation. "Kobe, do not be hasty. Let Su Sang continue," Nakano Osamu interjected, his anticipation for Su Mu growing. Perhaps he had perceived elements beyond their comprehension. "Kobe, you are aware that I was once part of the police department?" Su Mu smiled, meeting the gaze of Kobe Gongping. There are numerous methods of murder that can create the illusion of the perpetrator's absence at the time of the victim's death. For instance, poisoning. Having watched countless episodes of Conan in his previous life, Su Mu, through his analysis, had already formed a rough hypothesis regarding Bai Xiaoyi's cause of death. In an instant, upon hearing the term poisoning, both Nakano Osamu and Kobe Gongping's expressions shifted. Previously, Bai Xiaoyi's body had been entrusted to the experts of the Special High Command for analysis, and they had not considered the possibility of poisoning. Now, prompted by Su Mu's insight, Nakano Osamu reacted with realization. "Ah, indeed. If poisoning is the case, then our investigative timeline has been erroneous." A smile spread across Nakano's face as he patted Su Mu on the shoulder. Even without Su Mu's reminder, once the autopsy report from the Special High Command was released, they would have eventually contemplated this avenue. However, the time wasted in the interim could potentially allow the lurking assassin the opportunity to escape. "Director, if this is the case, many individuals within the puppet military command will fall under suspicion." Kobe Gongping's brow furrowed, recognizing that this development would place numerous individuals on the suspect list. "With merely our small group, it is far from sufficient." "Indeed, The personnel of the Special First Section are far too few to thoroughly investigate the numerous individuals within the Puppet Army headquarters. Even if the Special High Section were to collaborate, it would still be insufficient. Commander Nakano, I have a strategy that could swiftly expose the mole, though it comes with certain risks. Observing that Nakano Haru and Hekawatani accepted his perspective, Suma seized the moment to elaborate further. Susan, you were the one who discovered the clue. Please, speak freely. Nakano Haru was quite pleased with Sumu, surprised that the skills he had displayed at the police station were now proving beneficial. Rather than searching individually, which would surely waste time, it would be more effective to disseminate information directly. A gleam of insight sparkled in Sumu's eyes as he leaned in to whisper his plan to Nakano Haru. Upon hearing Sumu's proposal, a smile crept onto Nakano Haru's face. Oh, Susan, you truly are delightfully cunning. With a broad smile, he patted Sumu on the shoulder, feeling an exhilarating sense of relief at this moment. Kobe-kun, you must immediately arrange for personnel. As he spoke, Nakano Haru issued orders for the Special First Section to commence their actions. Meanwhile, in the interrogation room of the Special High Section, Hekawatani was still questioning the suspect before him, who, despite being beaten and bruised, continued to protest his innocence. Hekawatani possessed ample patience to engage with these infiltrators, especially after the incident involving Bai Xiaoyi. He had grown increasingly skeptical of their claims. Sir, this has been sent over by the Special First Section. Just as Hekawatani was in the midst of his interrogation, operatives from the Special First Section arrived to relay Nakano Haru's plan. Upon learning that Bai Xiaoyi had likely died from poisoning, which had skewed the timeline of the investigation, Hekawatani's brow furrowed with concern. Poisoning, a cunning assassin's tactic. After a brief analysis, Hekawatani grasped the critical point. The adversary was playing with a time differential against them. He had nearly fallen into their trap. Sir, what shall we do next? Such credit cannot be solely attributed to the Special First Section. With a sharp retort, Hekawatani outright rejected Nakano Haru's suggestion for the Special High Section to secure the eastern exit. What a preposterous notion. When had the Special High Section ever needed to follow the directives of the Special First Section? Moreover, following Bai Xiaoyi's death, he had already faced reprimand from Yamamoto Tsukuro. He needed to redeem himself. Gather everyone at once. I intend to catch this cunning fox, Hekawatani commanded, rallying the operatives of the Special High Section to follow him into action. Now that they had a direction, the lurking assassin could not evade capture. After a brief pause, within the Puppet Army headquarters, a rumor circulated. Have you heard? The Special High Section has released Commander Wu and the others. What? Released them? Indeed. It has come to light that the true perpetrator may be someone else, and that Secretary Bai met his demise through poisoning. An investigation is currently underway to uncover the culprit. Initially, within the confines of the office, Song Guofeng remained composed, convinced he could evade peril. However, upon hearing such discussions, he was suddenly thrown into disarray. Cursed be it. How could the enemy react so swiftly? It is said that this lead was uncovered by that traitorous individual from the Special Investigation Unit, who is now actively apprehending suspects and conducting renewed interrogations. How despicable. As the words echoed around him, the figure of Su Mu loomed in Song Guofeng's mind, igniting a blaze of fury within his eyes. In that moment, panic engulfed him. That detestable sycophant. If this continues, I shall surely be exposed. Just as Song Guofeng's anxiety escalated, soldiers of the Puppet Army approached. Chief of Staff Song. The Imperial Army requests your presence in the interrogation room. Chapter 79, The Deliberately Left Exit, Song Guofeng's Escape. In Shanghai, at the Puppet Army headquarters, what should be done? At this moment, Song Guofeng furrowed his brow, gazing at the personnel from the Special First Section outside, his heart racing with panic. The Japanese had now realized that there was something amiss regarding Bai Xiaoyi's death. If they conducted thorough interrogations, he would undoubtedly find himself on the list of suspects. The thought of the Special High Command's interrogation filled him with dread. Yet, if he attempted to flee now, he would be surrounded by the Special First Section and the Special High Command. How could he possibly escape? Cursed be it. With a silent curse in his heart, Song Guofeng gritted his teeth and continued onward. He was gambling, hoping that the Japanese would not discover his involvement just yet. If he could withstand the initial wave, he would seek an opportunity to flee. Though such a plan was exceedingly perilous, he had no other path available to him. After a while, within the office of the Puppet Army headquarters, gentlemen, please relax. We are merely conducting inquiries. Nakano Osamu, Sumu, and others were present in the room, observing the arrival of Song Guofeng and his companions. Sumu, with a friendly demeanor, sought to reassure them while inwardly cursing, damn sycophants, selling out their country. You are the one who has put me in this predicament. While he listened to Song Guofeng's internal cursing, Sumu maintained an impassive expression and quietly whispered to Nakano Osamu. Surely you all know that there are others responsible for Bai Xiaoyi's murder. So let us discuss what you have been doing during this time. Nakano Osamu inquired leisurely. Sumu's plan was straightforward. Conducting individual inquiries was far too time-consuming. They only needed to put on a FAAD and disseminate the information. Consequently, the lurking assassin would undoubtedly become anxious and, in a bid to save themselves, would reveal their own flaws. I have been in the office the entire time. Captain Zhang can vouch for me. I went to seek General Qian's signature. General Qian can also attest to my alibi. One by one, the five spoke, while Sumu diligently recorded their statements. Although it was merely a charade, it needed to be plausible. All right, you may leave. Nakano Osamu waved his hand dismissively after a brief inquiry, allowing the five to depart. He did not expect to uncover any flaws through such simple questioning. Those who dared to act would not be so foolish. What Nakano Osamu desired was for the adversary to act out of desperation and reveal themselves. Observing Nakano Osamu's nonchalant demeanor, Song Guofeng felt an increasing sense of gravity rather than relief. The Japanese's attitude indicated that they were well prepared. He was akin to a turtle trapped in a jar, being slowly cornered. Cursed be it. This could not continue. The Special High Command would certainly not be so lenient. Cursing inwardly, Song Guofeng was acutely aware that the Special High Command would be even more difficult to deceive. Once they consolidated all the testimonies, one cannot help but feel a sense of suspicion. What to do? As he stepped outside, Song Guofeng found himself utterly at a loss. At that very moment, Sumu, within the confines of the room, seemingly either intentionally or inadvertently, directed a comment towards Director Nakano. Director Nakano, the personnel from the Special High Command are not monitoring the exit to the east. Should we not send some puppet soldiers to guard it? At these words, Song Guofeng's body involuntarily shuddered. The eastern exit of the puppet army headquarters. A flicker of realization sparked within him, and a faint smile crept upon his lips. To himself, he mused, "Ah, this sycophant has inadvertently aided me." Observing Song Guofeng's departing figure and his inner thoughts, Su Mu's expression grew markedly more complex. In light of their shared struggle against the Japanese, he resolved to leave a gap for Song Guofeng. The military police headquarters and the Special High Command were at odds. His plan was to have the Special High Command secure the eastern exit, thereby directly sidelining them. The proud Kanagawa Valley would surely be reluctant to take on this task. Thus, the eastern exit became Song Guofeng's sole avenue of escape. As for the possibility that the Special High Command might indeed guard the eastern exit, that would simply be a matter of unfortunate luck for Song Guofeng. Damn the Special High Command. Su sang. Instruct Lord Kobe to send a contingent of puppet soldiers to defend it. Their personnel are insufficient. Under these circumstances, they can only mobilize some puppet soldiers. The Special High Command's deviation from their planned actions greatly displeased Director Nakano. Receiving the orders, Su Mu turned and made his way towards Lord Kobe Gongping. To the east, opportunity presented itself but once. At this moment, Song Guofeng stealthily approached the eastern exit, observing the puppet soldiers stationed there, and found himself musing in quiet contemplation. He had entertained doubts about whether this was a trap laid by the Japanese. However, given the current circumstances, taking a risk might yield a path to escape. To refrain from taking such a risk would only invite capture. Song Guofeng felt a pang of regret. Had he foreseen this situation, he would have dealt with Bai Shaoi sooner. It's now or never, he resolutely declared inwardly. In the next moment, he boldly advanced towards the puppet soldiers' outpost. Chief Song, what brings you here? General Qian has a military document that must be delivered immediately to the military police headquarters. He barked sternly at the sentinel puppet soldier. He understood the nature of these soldiers. He needed to assert himself forcefully to evade disaster. This, Chief Song, the Imperial Army has stated that no one is allowed to. With a swift motion, he interrupted, delivering a resounding slap. This is a matter of military urgency. Can you bear the responsibility if it is delayed? His commanding presence cowed the puppet soldier into silence. They could not afford to offend the Imperial Army. One cannot afford to offend Song Guofeng and Commander Qian. Let him pass. The captain, having been slapped, could only helplessly issue the order to allow Song Guofeng to proceed. This checkpoint was merely a temporary setup, lacking any means of communication to inquire with the Imperial Army. At that moment, there was no choice but to permit Song Guofeng to advance. Having successfully navigated the checkpoint, a sense of secret delight surged within him. However, the next instant, an enraged shout erupted from behind him. Baka, who allowed him to escape. As the invective of the Japanese soldier rang out, before Song Guofeng could react, gunfire erupted from behind him. Bang, bang, bang. Bullets whizzed past, prompting Song Guofeng to hastily mount a nearby motorcycle and flee swiftly into the distance. Baka, pursue him. At this moment, Gongping from Kobe, accompanied by the 1st Special Unit, furiously commanded the puppet soldiers to chase after the fleeing Song Guofeng. After a brief interval, what? Song Guofeng escaped through the eastern exit? Damn the taco. Everyone, pursue him immediately. Chapter 80. Accountability of the Special High Police. The situation is turned dire. How absurd. The personnel of the Special High Police are nothing but fools. At the Gendarmerie Command, Yoshikawa Yiya erupted in a fit of rage upon receiving a report from Nakano Osamu. He had never anticipated that a meticulously planned operation would be thwarted by the incompetence of the Special High Police, allowing the mole to escape. Nakano, return with the Special High Police immediately. Yoshikawa commanded sternly over the phone before abruptly hanging up. Yoshikawa, what has transpired? Colonel Nakano, seated nearby, inquired with a hint of surprise. Concern for his brother, Nakano Osamu, weighed heavily on him. The personnel of the Special High Police were utterly inept. Yoshikawa calmed his anger and recounted the events surrounding the false army command. When Colonel Nakano learned that the operation to ensnare the mole had failed due to the negligence of the Special High Police, his expression darkened. This matter must be addressed with accountability. Colonel Nakano declared gravely, the Special High Police show an utter lack of respect for our army. If this continues, our military's authority will be undermined. It is crucial to hold them accountable. Observing Colonel Nakano's resolute stance, Yoshikawa affirmed his commitment. With the Nakano family's influence at home, Yoshikawa felt confident he could decisively deal with Yamamoto Tsutomu, that foolish man. The authority over the Special High Police in Shanghai would rest firmly in his hands. In Shanghai, the Special High Police, are the intelligence reports for the operation ready? Yamamoto Tsutomu asked Kamida Tsurugi before him. This operation was to be spearheaded by the Special High Police, with a detailed plan devised to target the mole known as Mountain Rabbit. If all went well, they would surely uncover the infiltrated agents. Chief, the data is prepared. Once the Mountain Rabbit is aware, it will undoubtedly reveal itself. Kamida Tsurugi said with a proud smile, with the Special High Police acting as their inside source. Any hint of movement from the Mountain Rabbit would allow them to trace the clues back to its origin. Excellent. This operation must suddenly. The ringing of the phone interrupted Yamamoto Tsutomu's instructions. With a raised eyebrow, he answered the call, but within moments, his expression turned ashen with fury. Baka! He shouted angrily before slamming down the receiver. Chief, what has happened? Kamida Tsurugi asked, bewildered by Yamamoto's sudden outburst. What could possibly have occurred to provoke such intense anger from the chief? The army's group of imbeciles should be sent to a military tribunal. Yamamoto Jiro cursed, then calmed his fury and turned to Kamida Tsurugi. Kamida-kun, I will visit the military police headquarters for a while. Please organize the details of our actions in the meantime. With that, Yamamoto Jiro, still simmering with anger, headed outside. Watching him leave, Kamida Tsurugi, who had intended to prepare for action, found himself waiting instead. In Shanghai. At the military police headquarters, General Akamatsu from the Foreign Ministry's consulate sat at his desk, sternly addressing Okamoto Jin. This incident is a grave dereliction of duty by the Special High Police. Because of their blunder, we have allowed an infiltrator to escape from within the puppet army's headquarters. This situation is precisely what Akamatsu did not wish to witness. The previous consulate incident had already left Yamamoto Jiro with a score to settle. However, Akamatsu-kun, the matter has yet to be thoroughly investigated. Let us wait for Yamamoto-kun to arrive before making any conclusions, Okamoto Jin replied with a wry smile. Taken aback by the Special High Police's outrageous negligence. To seek personal glory at such a cost. Okamoto-kun, if this matter is not properly handled, it will have to be reported to the General Staff. Yoshikawa Yuya interjected coolly, his tone measured. Upon hearing General Staff, Okamoto Jin hesitated, choosing his words carefully. Although he wielded considerable power, the special agency was subordinate to the General Staff, and if Yoshikawa Yuya reported the matter, it would undoubtedly implicate him. Commander. Yamamoto Commander has arrived. Just as Okamoto Jin felt cornered, Yamamoto Jiro stepped through the door. Immediately, all eyes turned to him. As the head of the Special High Police, he was expected to bear responsibility for the situation. The death of a puppet army secretary and the escape of a Shancheng agent, though not monumental, placed Yamamoto Jiro in a position where he had no choice but to face accountability. Chief. In the gathering, Akiga Watani lowered his head and addressed Yamamoto Jiro, surprised that the military police headquarters had shifted the blame entirely onto him. What on earth had transpired? With a frosty gaze directed at his incompetent subordinates, Yamamoto Jiro felt an overwhelming weariness. He had been tirelessly working to dismantle the military control in Shanghai, yet his subordinates had managed to botch even the investigation into the leak. Yamamoto catch, let us discuss this matter from the perspective of our special first section. Yoshikawa Yuya remarked with interest, fully aware that this accountability was orchestrated by him, with the intention of gaining authority over the Special High Police. Either Yamamoto Jiro must heed my guidance, or Susan, please elaborate on this operation plan, Yoshikawa Yuya concluded. Yukikawa Yuya addressed Samuki, who had been standing behind him like a mere subordinate, and upon hearing his instructions, Samuki stepped forward. In truth, Samuki had chosen to decline participation in such a meeting. The more he knew, the greater his peril. Moreover, possessing the ability to eavesdrop on thoughts rendered the need for auditory listening unnecessary. Yet, how could he refuse when Nakano had ardently recommended him? Yukikawa was wielding him as a tool. Was it appropriate for him to be involved in our discourse? Observing the poised Samuki, Yamamoto Tsukuro barked sharply, a flicker of anger crossing his face. What did Yukikawa mean by allowing a Chinese individual to hold the special high police accountable? Was it a show of power or a slight against them? This plan had been meticulously crafted by Su-san. At that moment, Major Nakano, seated below, interjected, asserting that had it not been for the mistakes of the special high police, the Yamashiro spies would have already been apprehended. Su-san, remember, you represent the face of the Shanghai garrison headquarters. Hearing Major Nakano's endorsement, Samuki's expression transformed instantly. With his head held high and chest out, he met Yamamoto's gaze. Yamamoto, for this incident, the special high police must bear full responsibility. His stern words left Yamamoto Tsukuro utterly dumbfounded. A mere foreigner was here to hold him accountable as the head of the special high police? Was the world turning upside down? Chapter 81. Eavesdropping on Yamamoto Tsukuro, targeting the intelligence section chief. Yamamoto, regarding the current operation plan. Our Special First Section initially intended to create a diversion, allowing personnel from both Special First Section and Special High Section to lay an ambush around the pseudo-military headquarters. By gradually closing in on the headquarters, the agents in Yamashiro would inevitably feel cornered and reveal themselves. At this moment, Sumu, representing the military police command, exuded an air of false authority as he pressed closer to Yamamoto. According to this plan, the Special High Section merely needed to secure the eastern exit to ensnare the target effortlessly. Sumu articulated his strategy while casting a sidelong glance at Hekawa Valley. Regrettably, Hekawa disregarded orders and conducted an inspection at the pseudo-military headquarters, allowing the agent from Yamashiro to escape. Consequently, the failure of this operation would rest solely on the shoulders of the Special High Section. Upon Sumu concluding his exposition of the plan, both Yoshikawa and Akamatsu nodded in satisfaction. Sumu's strategy, under the constraints of limited manpower, was undoubtedly the most effective approach. Rather than inspecting individuals one by one and affording the enemy an opportunity to flee, it was far more prudent to fortify the perimeter and compel the adversary into a trap. Even Okamoto, who typically scrutinized every detail, found no fault with this plan. Were he in charge of the Mei Agency, he would likely adopt a similar tactic. Standing amidst the gathering, Yamamoto Tsukuro cast a glance at Hekawa Valley. Astonished by the incompetence of his subordinate, the Special First Section's plan was already meticulously refined, yet his Special High Section had failed to execute it properly. Infuriated, he berated Hekawa Valley, exclaiming, "What a fool! How can one be so inept in their duties?" As Hekawa attempted to mention the matter of sashimi, Yamamoto erupted with rage. Internally he ceded, "You imbecile! The matter of sashimi pertains to the capture of personnel from the military intelligence Shanghai station. How dare you bring it up in this context?" He resolved that such a prime idiot must be expelled from the Special High Section. Meanwhile, Sumo's heart raced as he fixed his gaze intently on Yamamoto. Military Intelligence, Shanghai Station. Damn it, this young fool managed to acquire personnel from the intelligence section. It was crucial to note that the Military Intelligence Shanghai Station was the most significant department, housing not only the intelligence section chief who was aware of their identities but also the vital cipher codebook. Should the enemy obtain such a document, it would spell disaster. Cursing under his breath, Sumu was frustrated that Yamamoto had ceased his tirade and failed to elaborate on the matter of sashimi. With the opportunity to gather intelligence slipping away, he resolved that he needed to take a decisive risk. Director Yamamoto, what did Kanagawa just mean by assassination? Playing coy, Sumu once again pressed Yamamoto for answers. Seizing the opportunity to represent the military police headquarters, Sumu felt compelled to further confront Yamamoto. "Su-san, this matter is beyond your comprehension." Yamamoto's icy gaze met Sumu's, his heart brimming with indignation. Thoughts raced. Damn that Yoshikawa Yuya for sending a lackey to hold me accountable. The secret capture operation was crucial for the impending clandestine mission. What right did this subordinate have to inquire? Listening to the inner turmoil of his counterpart, Sumu was struck by the revelation of the secret capture operation. Secret capture? Damn, who's tracking whom? As an undercover agent, Sumu understood well the fine line between capture and secret capture. Though merely a word apart, they were worlds apart. The complexity of a secret capture was undeniable. One must first ascertain the target's whereabouts to succeed. Yoshikawa-san, this? Sumu's heart trembled, but he maintained a fade of difficulty, turning to Yoshikawa Yuya for guidance. Sensing the tension, Yoshikawa's brow furrowed, yet before he could speak, Yamamoto leaned in to whisper to Okamoto Shin. Thoughts swirled. What? This involves the capture of the military intelligence station in Shanghai, and we could even obtain the cipher book? In an instant, Okamoto's expression shifted dramatically. Yoshikawa-kun, allow Su-san to leave. Okamoto spoke, and Yoshikawa Yuya sensed the gravity of the situation. Nakano-kun, please escort Su-san out. He instructed Nakano Osamu, signaling that Sumu was no longer privy to the forthcoming conversation. Cursing inwardly, Sumu outwardly maintained a respectful demeanor as he followed Nakano Osamu out. He had just overheard a crucial segment. To be dismissed like this was undeniably disheartening. From this meeting, He had gleaned that the special hire police intended to target the intelligence personnel, yet the specifics eluded him. In this predicament, lacking detailed knowledge rendered him too fearful to report anything. "Susan, let us head to the office for a moment," Nakano Osamu said, draping an arm around Sumu's shoulders in a show of camaraderie, to which Sumu responded with a warm smile. However, Sumu was acutely aware that Yoshikawa Yuya had sent Nakano Osamu to keep him under surveillance. Knowing a fragment of the truth was no excuse to divulge it recklessly. In the conference room, Yoshikawa Yuya, having learned of Yamamoto's plans, could not contain his fury. "Yamamoto-kun, how could you not report such a critical operation? If this mission succeeds, it could dismantle the Shanghai military intelligence station entirely. Director Kichikawa, this matter is one that our Special High Command can undoubtedly manage independently." Yamamoto Tsukuro glanced at Kichikawa Yuya, his countenance resolute as he spoke, and furthermore, "We have yet to uncover the agent codenamed Mountain Rabbit, who is lurking within the military intelligence." Upon the utterance of Mountain Rabbit, a profound silence enveloped the vast room, as everyone momentarily fell into contemplation. They were already privy to the existence of the agent codenamed Mountain Rabbit within military intelligence. However, their whereabouts and the department to which they belonged remained a mystery. After being reprimanded by Yamamoto Tsukuro, Kichikawa Yuya's expression darkened considerably, especially in light of the Special High Command's current operation. Okamoto Jin also stepped forward to defend the Special High Command, thus temporarily postponing Kichikawa Yuya's accountability. At the entrance of the Military Police Command, as the meeting concluded, Kichikawa, Okamoto, and Akamatsu found themselves once again mingling at the door. Samuki and Nakano were present, with Samuki arriving primarily for intelligence purposes. "Samuki, please see Yamamoto Section Chief off," Kichikawa Yuya said coldly, his tone laced with displeasure. "There is no need for your concern, Director Kichikawa," Yamamoto Tsukuro replied, before striding out alongside Iwakawa Valley. Inwardly, Kichikawa seethed, thinking, "Damn it, Yamamoto Tsukuro. How can he maintain such an attitude when we have yet to apprehend the chief of the Shanghai Station's intelligence section?" He continued to fume internally. "If he manages to capture him, how will I maintain control over the Special High Command?" Meanwhile, Samuki's heart raced upon hearing this. What? The target of the Special High Command is the intelligence section chief. Chapter 82, The Hangover Day in the Concession, Conveying Intelligence. Damn it. The target of the enemy is actually the head of the intelligence department. Sumu's gaze was fixed on Yamamoto Tsukuro, and he could not help but curse inwardly. The other members of the intelligence department had been captured, but Sumu would not have worried so much. After all, ever since the establishment of the Military Intelligence Agency, especially following the recent raid in the French concession, the Shanghai station had implemented a single-line communication system for all liaison officers. Even the intelligence department was no exception. If they were to face another raid like before, the Shanghai station would certainly be able to respond. However, the head of the intelligence department was different. If he were captured, it would directly expose Sumu, that despicable traitor. Cursing inwardly, Sumu grew increasingly vigilant towards the infiltrator lurking within the Shanghai station. This traitor had been hidden for so long and now, with a single move, had targeted the head of the intelligence department. If he were to be captured, not only would Sumu be exposed, but the Shanghai station's codebook would likely fall into the enemy's hands as well. No. I must find a moment to report to the Military Intelligence Agency in Shanghai. After a brief moment of contemplation, Sumu made up his mind. He had to contact the Shanghai station. Although he was still unaware of the enemy's plans, there was no doubt that their target was the head of the intelligence department. Moreover, this time, aside from Yoshikawa Yuya and Colonel Nakano, no one else in the entire military police command was aware of the situation, even if he reported it. Should there be a leak, it would not trace back to him. Sumu was pondering how to convey the intelligence, while Nakano Haru feigned regret and sighed melancholically. Upon hearing such lamentation, Sumu couldn't help but eavesdrop on his thoughts. Thoughts, such a sorrowful hint. Surely Sumu understands my meaning, right? Thoughts. Only the mama-san of the Shimizu restaurant in the concession can soothe my wounded heart. In an instant, as Nakano's thoughts were overheard, a sycophantic smile crept onto Sumu's face. "Nakano-kun, you were right. In times of sorrow, we should go to the Shimizu restaurant for a drink to comfort the wounded women of the empire." Sumu responded with a face full of flattery, his squinted eyes meeting Nakano's gaze. Their eyes locked in a moment of suffocating silence. Both shared a smile. "Sumu, you truly understand me, my friend." "Nakano-kun. Let's go now." With a chuckle, Nakano instructed, before embracing Sumu, and together they burst into strange laughter as they made their way towards the military police command. Nakano sought solace in the Shimizu restaurant, while Sumu needed a valid reason to leave the command to find an opportunity to connect with his superior, Old Gue. There was no choice. This time, due to the sashimi incident, Sumu even hesitated to make an emergency call. The little devils have managed to track down the chief of the intelligence section. Who knows the emergency number for the intelligence section? Has it been eavesdropped on by an insider? In Shanghai, to the Special High Commissioner, Ah Chuan, you have truly let me down. Yamamoto Tsutomu gazed at the figure before him, a Chuan, and felt utterly disheartened by this incident. Such a straightforward capture operation, and yet they allowed the traitor to escape. Chief, we in the Special High Commissioner's office oversee the puppet army. When did it become the prerogative of the military police headquarters to issue commands? A Chuan, although aware of his mistakes, remained indignant. They were the Special High Commissioner, possessing the authority for internal scrutiny. Yet, that Kachikawa Yuya, who established that special first section, had the audacity to dictate terms to them? Enough, Yamamoto Tsutomu exclaimed in frustration, although he was disappointed in A Chuan. The latter's assertions were indeed the source of his ire. The Special High Commissioner had the jurisdiction over all Japanese individuals in China, yet here in Shanghai, they found themselves overshadowed by Kachikawa Yuya. It was only natural to feel a sense of injustice. However, Yamamoto Tsutomu understood well that this predicament stemmed from their repeated failures and missions, leading to a shift in perception from the homeland regarding his capabilities as chief in the office in Shanghai. Otherwise, such a department as the Special First Section would never have come into existence. Step outside and reflect. Upon seeing Kamida Tsurugi knocking at the door, Yamamoto Tsutomu decided he no longer wished to reprimand the inept A Chuan. With a wave of his hand, he dismissed him. Yes, A Chuan nodded respectfully, realizing he had been excluded from the inner circle. The failures of several missions had cost him Yamamoto Tsutomu's trust. Chief, everything is ready. This time we will undoubtedly lure out the mountain hare and capture the chief of the military intelligence section in Shanghai. Kamida Tsurugi presented the operation report to Yamamoto Tsutomu, his face aglow with anticipation. Based on intel from the Sashimi side, as soon as they commenced action, Sashimi could acquire crucial information. Good, the bait is prepared. We shall relay the news to Sashimi tomorrow. A glimmer of determination sparkled in Yamamoto Tsutomu's eyes. Under the current circumstances, he had to rely on Sashimi to deliver a devastating blow to the military intelligence in Shanghai, thereby proving his capabilities. Otherwise, under the pressure exerted by Kachikawa Yuya, he would either have to return to the homeland or obey the latter's commands. This was not the outcome Yamamoto Tsutomu desired. In the French concession, at the Shimizu restaurant, Su sang, "Let us continue drinking. Nakano-kun, Mama-san has made arrangements for you." "Yoshi," Su sang, "you are truly my good friend." In a state of inebriation, Su-mu, with a broad smile, meticulously arranged everything for Nakano. After giving a few instructions to the responsible Mama-san, he seized the opportunity to slip away. The night breeze caressed him, dissipating some of the intoxication from his face. Casting a glance towards the direction of the Japanese concession, Su-mu was acutely aware that he had to act with utmost urgency. After a while, in a secluded corner of Jing'an Park, Su-mu, having undergone a transformation, discreetly deposited the intelligence he needed to relay into the park's dead letterbox, then vanished quietly into the darkness. At the street corner, he glanced back at the dead letterbox, feeling a twinge of helplessness. He hoped he wasn't too late. With emergency calls off limits, he had no choice but to resort to this dead letterbox to contact his superior. The following day, in Jing'an Park, Zhang Anming, clad in simple attire, had also undergone a transformation before arriving at the park. He casually glanced towards the dead letterbox, and his brow furrowed slightly. Approaching it discreetly, he soon held the intelligence from within the box in his hands. A mere glance at the information sent a shiver through him, and cold sweat began to beat on his forehead. This was dire. The station master was in danger. Chapter 83, Brothers with Nakano Osamu. The Special High Police take action. Under the cover of night, in the French concession, a solitary figure stood outside a Western-style house, smoking contemplatively as the moonlight illuminated the scene. "Oh, this life is truly unbearable," he lamented inwardly. After glancing at the time, he extinguished the cigarette but underfoot and slowly made his way toward a nearby corner. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the Japanese concession, "Baka, do you dare to stop me after seeing this document?" Su-mu flung the military police commander's credentials, striking the face of the station soldier. As a member of the Special Operations Division, he possessed ample arrogance in the presence of these ordinary soldiers. "Hey, officer." With just a cursory glance at the document, the soldier promptly ordered him to pass, allowing Su-mu to smooth his way through the checkpoint. The Japanese concession was patrolled by military police at night, and even someone of Su-mu's status required scrutiny before passage. Watching the soldier record his passage, Su-mu felt a wave of helplessness and gravity wash over him. There was no alternative. This mission directly involved the intelligence chief. Su-mu could not relay an urgent message to the Shanghai station. He had to take the risk of transmitting intelligence himself. Delaying until the next day left the uncertain prospect of whether the military intelligence in Shanghai would receive the information in time. Missing the window for the intelligence transfer meant a full day's delay. Su-mu could not gamble on that. Thus, he had to shoulder the risk himself. Fortunately, he had already devised a backup plan, confident that the Japanese would not suspect him given his ignorance of the critical information. After a while, at the Qingshui restaurant, "Mama-san, I have brought the money. You must arrange the finest girl for Nakano-kun." Su-mu, slightly inebriated, returned to the Qingshui restaurant. placing the specially brought money and a small fish before Mama-san. "Oh, Sukuin, you are too generous, making such a trip." Mama-san, in charge of the restaurant, responded with a bright smile, unhesitatingly accepting the money. "Remember, Nakano-kun is my good friend. From now on, all his expenses are on me." Sumu feigned a tipsy demeanor, speaking loudly to Mama-san. Even before leaving the military police headquarters for the Qingshui restaurant, Sumu had prepared his alibi. Money for Nakano. This avaricious Mama-san was the perfect pawn for Sumu's scheme. After a few more drunken exchanges, Sumu requested Mama-san to arrange a room for him, then pretended to drift into a deep slumber. The next day, in the Japanese concession, Yoshi. "Su-san, from today onward, your affairs are my affairs, Nakano Osamu." After a night of revelry, Nakano Osamu, upon hearing from Mama-san about Sumu's actions, immediately adopted the demeanor of a close confidant. In his heart, he mused, "Su-san is truly considerate. Such a sycophant must be well protected." Observing Nakano's demeanor, which suggested a camaraderie, Sumu clandestinely listened to his thoughts, causing a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. "Curse that insolent little brat. I'd be a fool to trust you. Nakano-kun, you are too kind. You are indeed my good friend, and such is the nature of friendship." Internally cursing, Sumu outwardly wore a mask of feigned emotion, greeting him with a cheerful smile. "Indeed, Su-sang is a dear friend of mine." Nakano, witnessing Sumu's display, felt a surge of satisfaction as he clapped Sumu on the shoulder, bursting into hearty laughter. Nakano's inner thoughts. "This sycophant is easy to deceive. I must ensure his protection." Sumu's mind. "Damn it, you little brat, just wait." Though each harbored their own thoughts, they presented a facade of joviality, resembling intimate friends, evoking envy in those who beheld them. "Su-sang, my good friend, let us depart." "Nakano-kun, onward we go." Amidst their laughter, the two made their way towards the gendarmerie headquarters. In the special high police office in Shanghai, Yamamoto Tsukiro was consumed by unease as he addressed Hironakazu. "Has there been any news from Kamita-kun?" "Chief, Kamita-kun shouldn't be reporting back so soon." Hironakazu replied in a hushed tone. This operation fell to him due to the expulsion of that incompetent Kawakoa. "Should Kamita-kun have any updates, inform me immediately." The stakes of this operation were high, concerning the military intelligence office in Shanghai and Yamamoto's position within the special high police. Another failure would not require intervention from Yoshikawa. Disappointment from the homeland would likely lead to his reassignment. Therefore, this operation, under any circumstances, could not falter. In the French concession of Shanghai, within a dimly lit basement, Kamita Tsurugi surveyed the figure before him, his previously deployed agent, Shin. Unexpectedly, the special high police now held high hopes for this individual. "I bring you intelligence." He handed over the documents, refraining from probing further, as Shin had already briefed them on his operational plans. This mission was not solely directed at the Mountain Rabbit. It also targeted the intelligence department of the military in Shanghai. Moreover, this undertaking must not fail. As Shin prepared to depart, Kamita called out a reminder. "This operation bears immense pressure on us in the special high police. Should we fail, we will face dual repercussions from the gendarmerie headquarters and the foreign ministry's consulate in Shanghai." Hearing Kamita's words, Shin paused momentarily, fatigue evident as he turned towards Kamita. "Kamita-kun, I will do my utmost. However, I hope you will fulfill the promises made to me." With that, he turned and vanished into the shadows. Kuwaitian Hajio observed the situation before him, gradually rising to his feet and making his way outside. The intelligence had been relayed to the other party. Now, it was merely a matter of adhering to the meticulously crafted action plan. In the French concession, the personnel expansion of the Shanghai Station's action group had been successfully completed. Consequently, your intelligence team also required a similar augmentation. At this moment, Lin Dongxing exhaled with relief upon witnessing the completion of the action group's personnel expansion. Since the last setback inflicted by the taco, the action group had only just begun to fully recuperate. As for the intelligence team, I have already reported to headquarters, and they should be responding, Station Chief. There is a situation. Just as Rin Kong began to report, a trusted aide, Nyo, hurriedly approached, handing over the intelligence he held to Lin Dongxing. Upon glancing at it, Lin Dongxing's expression shifted dramatically. He immediately instructed for Lao Gui and Shan Tu to establish contact. Chapter 84. An inside trader in the intelligence unit? Immediately contact Old Gui and Shan Tu. Lin Dongxing's expression darkened as he perused the intelligence in his hand, his demeanor shifting dramatically. He instructed on Yo, Rin Kang's confidant, without a moment's hesitation. The information delivered by Shan Tu was utterly shocking. Station Chief, what has transpired? Rin Kong, observing Lin Dongxing's sudden change in countenance, couldn't help but raise an eyebrow, a sense of unease creeping into his heart. Take a look for yourself. Lin Dongxing handed the intelligence to the person before him, sipping a cup of tea to steady his nerves. Rin Kang's heart raced as he read the contents of the intelligence, leaving him momentarily speechless. The Special High Command had actually set their sights on him. At this moment, Rincon found it hard to believe. Impossible. Since the last incident. Only a few people know of my whereabouts. Although shocked, he was also skeptical. It wasn't that he doubted Shantu's intelligence, rather. He couldn't fathom how the enemy could track him down. Being the head of the intelligence section of the Military Commission's Shanghai station and a veteran of the Lixing Society, he believed his movements were well concealed. Only Lin Dongsheng, his trusted aide on Yo, and old Gui Zhang Anming were privy to his whereabouts. Even Lin Dongshen's confidants were unaware of his location. How could the enemy possibly know? As for the notion that one of the three might be a traitor, it was utterly inconceivable. If any of them were compromised, the Shanghai station would be finished. Shantu's intelligence could not be false. Lin Dongsheng rubbed his temples, understanding Rin Kang's astonishment. However, the fact that Shantu conveyed such intelligence was undoubtedly credible. The Special High Command's interest in Rin Kang was a foregone conclusion. Yet, he remained unaware of the enemy's methods. If those few who knew his whereabouts were not compromised, then there was only one possibility. Rin Kang's brow furrowed as he contemplated a potential scenario. Indeed, only 3 individuals were aware of his location. However, as the head of the intelligence section, he oversaw 2 subordinate intelligence units. If critical intelligence needed reporting from either unit, he would inevitably have to meet with them. Are you suggesting that the enemy has an insider within both intelligence units? Lin Dongsheng's brow furrowed deeply, his expression growing increasingly grave at the mention of the intelligence unit members. How many suspects from the last investigation were in the intelligence unit? 3. Lin Dongshen's face darkened further upon hearing there were 3 individuals within the intelligence unit. The Shanghai station had already endured a betrayal incident once before. The defection of Li Quishan had nearly destroyed Intelligence Unit 2 and even implicated the Military Commission's Shanghai station. Moreover, there was the recent apprehension operation in the French concession. Lin Dongsheng resolutely decided to allow each group at the Shanghai station to operate independently, maintaining contact through designated liaisons. Even Ran Kang's 2 intelligence teams were subjected to this arrangement, all to prevent the enemy from eliminating them in one fell swoop. If the adversaries had indeed infiltrated the intelligence groups, their lack of action might well be a strategy to ascertain the location of the Shanghai station or to acquire the cipher book. Ren Kong furrowed his brow. If the enemy's target truly was him, then their range for identifying moles had undoubtedly narrowed. The previous instances of leaks, coupled with the presence of the enemy within the intelligence group, left only 3 individuals who fit the criteria. Their prolonged inaction suggested a strategy of patience, intending to ensnare him or perhaps capture Lin Dongsheng, the station chief. Such ambition on the part of the mole was audacious. Lin Dongsheng spoke, then withdrew Ren Kang's investigative report. Upon examining the details of the 3 individuals affiliated with the intelligence group, he could not help but frown. These 3 were veterans from the Lixing Society era, particularly after the incidents involving Li Quishan. He found it hard to believe that a traitor could be among them. Station chief, let us first wait for the intelligence from Shantu, Ren Kang said, shaking his head in concern. If any of these 3 were indeed compromised, Shanghai station would face serious trouble. Meanwhile, at Jing'an Park in Shanghai, the elder Zhang Aming sat on a bench, awaiting Shantu for a clandestine meeting. He needed to ascertain the enemy's intentions and identify the mole. Otherwise, the entire military intelligence station in Shanghai would likely be in turmoil. With the intelligence section chief Ren Kang captured, he was acutely aware of everyone's information and whereabouts. Thus, the military intelligence station in Shanghai issued a strict directive to clarify the situation. Sir, would you care for a smoke? May I borrow a light? After a brief wait, a familiar voice broke the silence, revealing a disguised Su Mu approaching and requesting a light. After exchanging the secret signal, Zhang Anming anxiously inquired about the situation. What has transpired? Who is the mole in the Tokubetsu K.T. Kisatsu? Listening to the barrage of questions, Su Mu frowned and shook his head. I have only learned that the Tokubetsu K.T. Kisatsu has focused its attention on the intelligence section chief. As for the mole, I do not yet know. Su Mu truly had no knowledge of the mole's identity. Otherwise, he would have already informed the Shanghai station. Hearing that Shantu was equally in the dark left Zhang Aming dumbfounded. In such a precarious situation, Ren Kang could not afford to make a single mistake. Otherwise, neither he nor Shantu would escape unscathed. Did the Shanghai station not have any suspects? Observing Zhang Anming's demeanor, Su Mu recognized the gravity of the situation. With Ren Kang captured, he was certain he would be implicated. As for the matter of Ren Kang's unwillingness to confess, Su Mu was not inclined to leave his fate in the hands of others. The station chief had suspects, yet their identities remained uncertain. Zhang Anming, the old ghost, expressed his helplessness. Having been reassigned to Lin Dongshen's side, he possessed slightly more clarity. The station had already identified several individuals, but confirmation was still lacking. With a furrowed brow, Zhang Anming found himself at a loss regarding how to proceed. In contrast, upon hearing Zhang Anming's words, a glimmer of insight flashed across Su Mu's mind. Having identified potential suspects made things considerably easier. Murmuring to himself, Sumu's previously grave expression relaxed somewhat. Zhang Yaming, listening to these remarks, looked over in bewilderment. What did this mean? In the French concession, at the Shanghai Military Intelligence Station. What? Did Shantu truly say such a thing? Chapter 85, The three suspects are not the assassins. Where lies the traitor? French concession. Shanghai Military Intelligence Station. Did Shantu truly say that? At this moment, Lin Dongxing furrowed his brow, his gaze gravely fixed upon the returning Zhang Yaming. The news he brought back left him in a state of uncertainty. What Shantu intended to pursue, in accordance with the regulations of the military intelligence, was decidedly irregular. Were it any other intelligence officer, Lin Dongxing would have resolutely declined. However, this was Shantu. Station Chief, the current situation at our station is unstable, and the Special High Command is preparing to act. If we cannot swiftly identify the traitor, we will have no choice but to recall all three individuals to headquarters. At this juncture, Li Mo, the head of the intelligence division, also spoke up. The individuals under suspicion were crucial to the stability of the Shanghai station. Should they be summoned back for interrogation, the station would need to seek new personnel. This back and forth would not only squander time, but, more critically, if the Shanghai station fails to unearth the traitor, it would leave headquarters with the impression of incompetence regarding Boss Dai. Station Chief. Shantu has provided vital intelligence on multiple occasions. He cannot be the problem. Old Ghost Zhang Yanming, out of trust for Shantu, added his voice. He had interacted with Shantu the most and believed him to be an exceedingly cautious individual. Since he dared to act this way, it must be with assurance. Very well. Lin Dongxing gritted his teeth, ultimately resolving to place his trust in Shantu this once. You will immediately contact these three individuals through urgent means, instructing them to follow Shantu's plan and proceed to the designated location to retrieve the intelligence. Furthermore, once that is communicated, we must promptly relocate from here. Casting a glance around the environment, Lin Dongxing felt that this stronghold was not necessarily secure anymore, especially once the emergency phone here was used to notify them. Who could tell whether the traitor among the three would follow suit? Station Chief, understood. I will arrange it right away. Ren Kong nodded. With Shantu's cooperation, they were determined to uncover the traitor within their ranks. Otherwise, who could predict what schemes the traitor might concoct with the Special High Command? Ren Kong was resolute in not falling into their hands. With Lin Dongxing's decision made, the Shanghai Station's stronghold swiftly began to relocate. In the French concession, Intelligence Group 2. What is the situation? I must personally retrieve the intelligence? Han Shan, the head of Intelligence Group 2, furrowed his brow slightly. He had received word that a crucial piece of intelligence had been delivered to a dead letter drop in the French concession, with a direct request for him to collect it. Typically, such matters were handled by the liaison officer, Old Qian. Han Shan muttered to himself but did not dwell on it further. Since the order came from above, perhaps this intelligence was indeed of great importance. Or perhaps Old Qian had pressing matters that precluded him from attending. Stay here and keep watch. I will step out for a moment. Turning to the figure beside him, he uttered a remark, to which the other nodded in compliance, diligently perusing the pages of a book. However, as Han Shan took his leave, the figure engrossed in reading couldn't help but glance once more at his departing silhouette. In the French concession on Zafei Road, the Rongfa Trading Company proclaimed, newspapers for sale. Step right up. Meanwhile, a voice called out, shall I shine your shoes, sir? Outside the trading company, numerous vendors filled the streets, hawking their wares to passers-by. The inhabitants of the lower echelons of the French concession were resigned to such backbreaking labor to earn a meager living. Would you like a newspaper, sir? No, thank you. A figure approached, frowning as he declined the newspaper seller's offer, before making his way towards a nearby alley beside the trading company. Casting a glance at the mailbox situated at the alley's entrance, he extracted a letter from his possession and deposited it within. He then discreetly felt the back of the mailbox. Strange, nothing? The figure pondered, having found no trace of information, his expression turning serious as he scanned his surroundings with heightened vigilance. After a thorough inspection, he confirmed there was no cause for alarm and hastily departed. Not this one. In the cool shade not far from the mailbox sat Su Mu, having altered his appearance and set up a shoe-shining stall, quietly reflecting on his mission. Indeed, his purpose was to personally scrutinize three suspects. With the ability to hear thoughts, discerning the traitor among them posed little challenge. The sole obstacle lay in eliciting the desired thoughts from the traitor's mind. Achieving this was rather simple. It merely required a basic psychological suggestion. The principle was akin to placing dark ink at the bottom of a box. An innocent individual would naturally touch the ink, while one burdened by guilt would keep their hands suspended, avoiding contact. However, this experiment could prove futile against those with strong mental fortitude, who might outwardly display no change. Yet, under Su Mu's ability to eavesdrop on thoughts, even a FA of calm would falter if the box yielded no information. At such a critical juncture, where the higher-ups demanded intelligence, the absence of data would surely incite self-doubt in the traitor. This behavior is termed black box psychological suggestion in psychology. Su Mu was confident that through his talent for hearing thoughts, he could unveil the identity of the traitor among the three suspects. After a moment, he wondered, what is going on? Has the information been taken? With another individual departing cautiously, Su Mu's brow furrowed slightly. Two of the three suspects had already been examined, yet neither displayed any signs of treachery. That left the third individual. With the previous two ruled out, Su Mu's gaze sharpened with determination. Two suspects had been eliminated. It was only a matter of time before the truth emerged. The final individual, a traitor lurking within the Shanghai military intelligence station. Stealing a glance at the time, Su Mu continued to wait patiently. After a brief moment, the moment had arrived. Han Shan, at this juncture, held an envelope, inserting it into the mailbox, and then proceeded to probe the back of the mailbox with his hand. However, after a thorough search, Han Shan's heart raced, and his expression shifted dramatically. It must be you. Sitting cross-legged nearby, Su Mu was eavesdropping on Han Shan's thoughts, realizing that without any intelligence, the traitor would undoubtedly suspect that he had been scrutinized by the military intelligence in Shanghai. Yet, as he listened in on these inner musings, Su Mu's previously excited demeanor faltered. In just a short span of time, Han Shan, having acquired no intelligence, turned warily and vanished into the throng of people. As Su Mu observed Han Shan's departing figure, his expression darkened to an alarming degree. What is going on? Are these three not traitors? Chapter 86. The bait of the Special High Command in Ren Kang's misguided analysis half a day ago, in the French concession. At that moment, an elderly news vendor, upon glancing at the content posted on a newspaper, could not help but raise his brow, then discreetly made his way towards a nearby alley. News for sale. 3 cents a copy. The old man called out, gradually edging closer to the alley's entrance. Before long, he settled himself atop a stone pedestal at the alley's mouth, subtly stowing away a piece of intelligence into his sleeve through a narrow gap below. After resting there for a while, he slowly rose and ambled off into the distance. News for sale, echoed his increasingly distant cries, prompting several figures behind him to hasten their pace. Across the alley, within a tailor shop, Kamita Kakuji watched the departing old man's silhouette with a look of excitement on his face. This informant has actually managed to secure a dead letter box. It's no wonder a piece of intelligence serves as bait, Kamita murmured, compelled to admire the informant's cunning plan. Though this informant was somewhat avaricious, his intellect remained sharp. Captain, we have already dispatched personnel to follow the target. Upon hearing the report from the Special High Command's agent, a cold glint flashed in Kamita's eyes. Remember, do not alarm the enemy. This piece of intelligence is beyond the old man's comprehension. He will undoubtedly report it. Kamita cautioned the tracking team. This old man was merely a contact for the military intelligence Shanghai station. Capturing him might not necessarily lead to the uncovering of his superiors. Hence, the informant requested a piece of sufficiently significant intelligence to be placed within this dead letter box, aiming to draw out the head of the intelligence section at the military intelligence Shanghai station. Such critical information could only be accessed by the intelligence section chief and the station head. When the time comes, once we capture both the intelligence chief and the Shanghai station head, the identity of the mountain rabbit will surely be within our grasp. Hirano, prepare your action team. Kamita directed, casting a glance at Hirano-jin. That inept Akagawa had now been sidelined and was awaiting orders from the Special High Command. This capture operation would have to be entrusted to Hirano-jin. Rest assured, Kamita-kun, this time, success is guaranteed, Hirano vowed, asserting that the operation would involve only the elite of the Special High Command and that utmost secrecy would be maintained. From the moment the operation was known until their infiltration of the French concession, all operatives remained silent and vigilant, with no one leaving their posts. There was no possibility of information leakage. Very well, the bait has been cast. We now await the catch, Kamita expressed with fervor, equally determined to achieve success in this endeavor. After a while, at a residential house on Zifi Road, this intelligence, holding the document in his hands, Qian Yushan felt his heart race. Such vital information must be reported to the intelligence section and the station head immediately. Report at once. As a liaison officer, Qian Yushan was acutely aware of the significance of this intelligence. Without a moment's hesitation, he knew he had to report it immediately. This was crucial news regarding the arrival of a Japanese envoy in Shanghai. In the French concession of Shanghai, how was the situation at the temporary stronghold? Were all the documents brought along? The station chief lamented that they had left in such haste that Ainyo and the others were still managing the aftermath. At this moment, Ren Kong was also drenched in sweat. Their hurried evacuation necessitated the transport of many items. Otherwise, if their previous position was compromised, the consequences would be dire. They needed to hasten Ainyo and his team. Lin Dongxing felt a pang of anxiety. The unknown danger was often the most lethal. Had there been any updates from Shantou? Not yet, but I have provided him with alternative contact information, Ren Kong replied, shaking his head. He had not received any news from Shantou as of now. Once any information was available, it would be relayed immediately. Regarding Shantau's scrutiny of the 3 suspects at the Shanghai station, Rin Kong felt uncertain. Yet, given Shan Tao's stature, there must be a valid reason for his inquiries. Now, they could only hope that Shan Tao would uncover the truth. Lin Dongsheng was troubled. If Shan Tao could not find the answers, he would have no choice but to report to headquarters. Although this would result in a loss of face for the Shanghai station and potential accountability for him, he was willing to make sacrifices to confront the Japanese, even if it meant dismissing the 3 individuals. Chief, we have news. Just as Lin Dongsheng anxiously awaited updates, Ainyo hurried in, bringing new information. News. From Shan Tao? Seeing Ainyo's excitement, Lin Dongsheng turned to Rin Kong, who also wore a look of confusion. Had Ainyo used the emergency contacts from their previous stronghold? What is the news? Rin Kang's brow furrowed as Ainyo relayed the information he had received from Qian Yushan. What? Someone utilized a dead letterbox to convey the arrival of the Japanese envoy in Shanghai. As Ainyo recounted the details, both Lin Dongsheng and Ran Kang's expression shifted dramatically. At any other time, they would have felt exhilarated by such revelations, for this pertained to a significant figure among the Japanese. However, in this moment, they were chilled to the bone. This was not a piece of good news, it was essentially a death warrant issued by the Japanese. The Japanese had orchestrated a grand scheme, combining the information from Shan Tao with the sudden transmission of crucial intelligence at this juncture. Lin Dongsheng and Rin Kong had nearly deduced the Japanese's intentions. If all went as anticipated, Qian would undoubtedly report this intelligence to you. Lin Dongsheng's gaze fixed on Rin Kong. This vital information required Rin Kang's attention. Once you receive intelligence from the past, your demise is inevitable. Rin Kang's back is already drenched. Had it not been for the mountain hare's physique, Rin Kong would undoubtedly have failed to sense the impending danger. Instead, he would have cheerfully approached to gather intelligence. Station Chief, the Japanese this time have truly blundered. They are oblivious to the fact that we are already aware of their plans. Rin Kong managed a bitter smile, then regained his composure. A glint of cold light flashing in his eyes as he picked up the intelligence report delivered by Ainyo. At this moment, whoever delivered the intelligence must be a spy from the Tokubetsu-kei Kisatsu. As Rin Kong unfolded the report on reinforcements, Lin Dongsheng's gaze sharpened, his expression darkening with dismay. The leader of Intelligence Group 2, Han Shan. The traitor is actually him. Chapter 87. The plan is unmasked, and the assassin finally reveals himself. Damn it, it truly is this fellow. Upon discovering the source of the intelligence, which was sent by Han Shan via a dead letterbox, Lin Dongsheng's expression darkened ominously. Han Shan is a veteran of the Power Action Society and currently serves as the leader of the Intelligence Division 2. To think such a significant figure could be bribed by the Special High Command. Station Chief, something feels amiss. How could Han Shan possibly be a spy for the enemy? Rin Kong, observing the source of the intelligence, was equally astonished. Although Han Shan was among the 3 suspects they had in their Shanghai station, it was only because he had knowledge of several operational details, coupled with his position in the intelligence group. Acting on a principle of suspicion towards all, Rin Kong had included him in their inquiries. However, in Rin Kang's mind, the likelihood of Han Shan being a traitor was nearly non-existent. As the head of the intelligence department, he had reviewed Han Shan's background. Both his parents and siblings had been brutally murdered by the enemy, with only one brother surviving. The 2 had subsequently joined the Power Action Society to avenge their family. How could someone with such a deep-seated vendetta against the enemy possibly be an insider? I am aware of Han Shan's circumstances, yet how can we explain this intelligence? Lin Dongsheng glanced at the intelligence records on the table, which were submitted by Qian Yushan. These records could not be fabricated. The information had indeed come from Han Shan, and Qian Yushan would never falsify such documents. Station Chief, this doesn't add up. Han Shan received our orders today to conduct an examination of the mountain hare. Under these circumstances, how could he possibly relay any information to us? Rin Kong furrowed his brow in contemplation for a moment before shaking his head resolutely, considering the timing of this intelligence and the schedule for Han Shan's assigned tasks. If he were indeed a traitor, there would only be one plausible scenario. He must have deposited the intelligence in the dead letterbox earlier in the morning, and subsequently received their task at noon, heading to the designated location for the mountain hare identification. If this were the case, Han Shan would have essentially exposed himself, as he did not mention any critical intelligence when they issued their orders. This is illogical. Are you suggesting that someone exploited Han Shan's identity to transmit this intelligence? Lin Dongsheng was not obtuse. Through this analysis, he too recognized the anomaly. If Han Shan were a traitor, then the moment he received the orders without reporting, he would have already revealed his position. He couldn't possibly be that foolish, unless Han Shan was entirely unaware of the existence of this intelligence. Who else knows about this dead letterbox? Lin Dongsheng's gaze turned towards Rin Kong. Besides Han Shan, who else could be privy to this dead letterbox? Station Chief. The question we must now deliberate is whether we should inform old Qian to retreat. Rin Kong was equally baffled. This dead letterbox was known only to a handful of people within the military intelligence station. It was likely that only Han Shan in the entire Intelligence Division 2 was aware of it. However, none of this was the immediate priority. The current predicament is that the information has been leaked by the enemy. Their contact, Old Qian, is undoubtedly under surveillance. The pressing issue now is how to withdraw Old Qian. Anio, use the code immediately to signal Old Qian to retreat and refrain from coming here for the time being. Let him remain silent on his own. Lin Dongxing felt a headache coming on. Without having identified the mole, their liaison is now exposed to the enemy. This could end badly. Old Qian is at imminent risk of capture. Station Chief, the enemy will not apprehend Old Qian until they have seen me. Rincong spoke soothingly, then furrowed his brow as he looked at the intelligence records on the table. It is not Han Shan. So who could it be? At this moment, Rincong began to feel a sense of unease. This lurking traitor is exceedingly cunning. Could it be that none of the three suspects they had locked onto were actually moles? Previously, Rincong had deemed such a possibility improbable. But now it seemed entirely plausible. Unconsciously, he began to worry about Shan Tuesday. In the French concession, at the Rongfa commercial firm, what nonsense is this? Is the military intelligence Shanghai station so incompetent? They managed to identify a suspect, and yet got it completely wrong. Absurd, utterly preposterous. At this moment, Su Mu, seated at the booth, was cursing internally. He had painstakingly devised an excuse to infiltrate the French concession, assisting the military intelligence Shanghai station in scrutinizing for moles. This was fraught with danger. And yet, none of the three suspects identified by the military intelligence station were actually moles. This infuriated Su Mu to no end. No. I must reconsider. Have I overlooked some detail? Sitting at the booth, Su Mu frowned in contemplation. He firmly believed that his psychological probing would yield results. Not to mention the mole from the Special High Command. Even agents with high psychological resilience would surely reveal flaws under such scrutiny unless the adversary was aware from the outset that they were being eavesdropped upon. But how could that be possible? After much careful thought, Su Mu shook his head. He was certain the reactions of Han Shan and the others had been entirely normal. The only questions were why the intelligence was missing, whether it had been taken, if it was erroneous, or if they had fallen into an ambush by the enemy. There was no indication that he himself had been compromised or exposed in any way. Alas, there was no choice now. With a sigh of resignation, Su Mu prepared to leave. This round of identification had yielded no results. He was increasingly convinced that it was the military intelligence Shanghai station that had erred. The mole was certainly not among these three individuals. Inner thoughts. This seems to be the place. Inner thoughts. Is it behind the mailbox? A new dead letter drop, perhaps? Let me see what tricks are afoot. Just as Su Mu was about to depart, a sudden thought crossed his mind, causing him to halt momentarily and sit back down, maintaining his composure. A fleeting glance revealed a young man in his 20s, leisurely approaching the vicinity of the mailbox. How could this be? Eavesdropping on the thoughts of the other. Su Mu was momentarily taken aback. This stronghold should have been known only to a select few. How could there be another visitor? His thoughts raced. Lacking intelligence. Has he come to retrieve information? What a pity he arrived a step too late. Otherwise, he could have garnered merit from the Japanese side. Nevertheless, it matters not. Once we capture Rincong and his cohorts, we shall dismantle the Shanghai station, and the intelligence here will inevitably come to light. As Su Mu listened intently to the stranger's musings, a sudden jolt of realization surged through him. Meanwhile, the young figure, having failed to acquire the information, ambled away slowly, retreating into the distance. Watching the departing silhouette, with his head bowed low, Su Mu couldn't help but smile. What a cunning individual. So he was hiding here all along. Chapter 88. The mantis and the yellow bird swap positions, the traitor confirmed. In Shanghai, within the French concession, the phone rang just as Lin Dongxing and Rincong were anxiously awaiting news. Second uncle, there is someone suspicious lurking next to Brother Han in our hometown. Andy urges you to be cautious. As Lin Dongxing listened to the familiar voice of Su Mu on the other end, his brow furrowed in concern. The Brother Han referred to could only be Han Shan, and someone was indeed beside Han Shan. In that instant, Lin Dongxing realized who the traitor was. Han Shan was not the mole. Rather, it was the person accompanying him. At a telephone booth in the French concession, the disguised Su Mu hung up the phone and swiftly turned to leave. His mission was accomplished, with the traitor identified. There was no longer a reason for him to remain. Meanwhile, at the military intelligence station in Shanghai, Rincong was astounded by the revelation. The traitor is him. Upon receiving information from Shantu, disbelief washed over his face. He never anticipated that the betrayer would be this individual. Cursing the despicable traitor, Lin Dongxing felt a surge of anger rising within him. Notify the action team to eliminate the traitor. The military has a zero-tolerance policy for betrayal. This scoundrel has sold out our country and allied with the enemy. He must not be allowed to live. Station Chief, this is a message from Old Qian. Just as Lin Dongxing prepared to execute the plan, Arnaud hurried back with news from Old Qian. Upon hearing Old Qian's name, Lin Dongxing raised an eyebrow. Hadn't he instructed Old Qian to retreat? Station Chief, you should see for yourself. Arnaud's expression was complex. After a moment's hesitation, he handed over the recorded details of the actions to Lin Dongxing and Rincong. Both men were momentarily taken aback by the content. Ren Kong hesitated, and even Lin Dongxing was momentarily stunned. If they proceeded as Old Qian suggested, the rewards could be immense. However, the risks he faced were equally daunting. Station Chief. Old Qian is unwilling to withdraw. Seeing the hesitation in Lin Dongxing and Ren Kong, Anyo added, I have already urged him to retreat, but he refuses to leave. With a sigh, a cold glint flashed in Lin Dongxing's eyes, and he made a resolute decision. Notify the action team to act immediately. As the head of the military intelligence station in Shanghai, Lin Dongxing displayed his authority and courage. They were the elite agents of the nation. In a residential area of the French concession, Hida Takuji wondered, strange, this old fellow hasn't he moved yet? He was observing the house across the street, attentively monitoring the situation within. To his surprise, the old man did not immediately dispatch the crucial intelligence he had obtained. This left Kamida Katsuji puzzled, for this was vital information pertaining to the military affairs of the Imperial Army's special envoy. Such significant intelligence could not possibly be withheld from the chief of the intelligence department or the head of the military control in Shanghai. Leader, he's on the move. The old man has emerged. Just as Kamida was engulfed in confusion, a special high police agent approached him and whispered this news. Upon hearing that the old man had finally taken action, Kamida's eyes sparkled with determination. He promptly set off, keenly observing the target. Without a moment's hesitation, he commanded his elite subordinates to keep a close watch on the individual. This time, he would allow no opportunity for escape. Once he located the enemy's stronghold, he would act swiftly to apprehend them. He could not fathom any unforeseen complications arising under such circumstances. On the streets, Qian Yushan strolled nonchalantly among the bustling crowd, gradually making his way towards a cluster of dense residential buildings. The special high police agents trailing him maintained a steady pace, occasionally switching personnel to continue their surveillance. Clearly, they had locked on to Qian Yushan and were merely waiting for him to reveal his position before executing their capture. Before long, Qian Yushan turned into an alley and stealthily approached the door of a residence. He knocked rhythmically. The door creaked open, and a figure peered out, cautiously surveying the surroundings. Observing the military intelligence personnel's vigilance, the special high police agents dared not draw closer. Old Qian, you've arrived. Come, let us enter. They exchanged a brief glance and a few words before stepping inside the dwelling. Meanwhile, across the alley, Kamida Katsuji's subordinate reported, Leader, we have located the stronghold. Excellent work. Kamida exclaimed, his excitement palpable upon discovering the military intelligence Shanghai station's base after such a prolonged standoff. Hirano, this operation must be swift. His gaze turned to Hirano Jin, whose action team was the backbone of this mission. Rest assured, Kamida-kun, the warriors of the Empire will not let you down. Hirano smiled confidently, knowing that with the location secured, his team could certainly capture the military intelligence agents. After all, while the agents were formidable, they were ultimately few in number. In Shanghai, we reign supreme. Action! Without a moment of hesitation, Hirano commanded, and the entire special high police action team swiftly surrounded the residential house. This time, to ensure absolute success, Hirano brought along the entire special high police team. This was indeed the French concession. He must act swiftly, as Hirano Jin's elite agents drew ever closer. The roads surrounding the residential area were entirely sealed off. Gazing upon the imminent stronghold of Shanghai Station, a surge of exhilaration coursed through Hirano Jin's heart. This was an immense achievement. That fool Hechuan Gu actually squandered such an opportunity. Reflecting on this, Hirano Jin took the lead, rallying his team of agents. Move in. As they approached the door, Hirano Jin gestured, and two agents swiftly advanced, kicking the door open. Capture them alive. Hirano Jin bellowed. But before he could finish his command, a wave of searing heat surged forth. In the next moment, a blaze of fiery light erupted from within the room. Boom. Chapter 89. The Military Intelligence Corps sets a trap. The Special High Command suffers heavy losses. In Shanghai, Yamamoto Tsutomu sat in his chair, exuding an air of indifference as he perused the intelligence reports in his hands. Before him, Heko Watani bowed his head, embodying a figure awaiting reprimand. Ever since the previous debacle, Hekowa had faced severe scrutiny. Although he had not been sent back to his homeland, his position as the leader of the operational group had been revoked. Commander, Yamamoto Tsutomu scoffed, his gaze casting a disdainful glance at Heko Watani, whose incompetence had left him utterly disillusioned. Were it not for the current personnel shortages within the Special High Command, he would have long since banished such a useless subordinate back to Japan. Hekowa, you must understand that had it been anyone else, you would have already returned home by now. With that, Yamamoto Tsutomu coldly declared the end of Hekowa's usefulness, relegating him to obscurity. Though he would not be sent back to his homeland, it was clear he would not be reinstated either. After all, why was Hekowa still present in the Special High Command for this covert operation? With a heavy sigh, Hekowa bowed respectfully before turning to leave. As he observed Hekowa's retreating figure, Yamamoto Tsutomu's gaze shifted towards the French concession, calculating that the time for the capture operation there was drawing near. In the French concession on Zifi Road, capture them alive. Heano Jean exclaimed with glee as he watched the door of a residence swing open. He was about to advance when suddenly, a wave of scorching air surged towards him. Boom. A deafening explosion rang in his ears as he witnessed two agents who had charged in first being violently thrown back. Blood sprang through the air. Before Heano could comprehend the situation, the intense heat enveloped him, causing him to spit blood and crash heavily against the ground. In an instant, this unexpected turn of events rendered the Special High Command agents present utterly dumbfounded. The commander stationed at the rear, Kamida Tsurugi, watched in a daze, scarcely able to believe his eyes. What had just transpired? Why had everything exploded so suddenly? Attack! Almost simultaneously with the agent's astonishment, a commanding shout erupted from the second floor of the adjacent buildings, unleashing a hail of bullets towards the outside. Bang! 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 The rapid-fire bullets forced the Special High Command agents to swiftly take cover. Yet, despite their efforts, 3 agents fell victim to the onslaught, lying motionless in the street. Their anguished cries echoed briefly before they were silenced forever. An ambush. As the leader of this operation, Kamida Takuji, despite his disbelief, comprehended the precarious situation he and his comrades faced. This was no clandestine capture. It was unequivocally a trap. They were ambushed by the military intelligence. Counterattack. Charge forth. Kamida Takuji bellowed, urging the agents of the Special High Command to retaliate. However, as 2 figures emerged, they were immediately struck by military intelligence operatives lying in wait on either side. One was shot dead, collapsing into a pool of blood, while the other was gravely wounded. Lying on the ground, teetering on the brink of life and death. Damn it, those military intelligence bastards. Witnessing his comrades fall victim to injury and death, Kamida Takuji felt his heart bleed. If this continued, not only would the operation fail, but the elite of the Special High Command would suffer catastrophic losses here. Meanwhile, within the second-floor residence, retreat. Withdraw immediately with Old Chien. Without a moment's hesitation, the ambushed operatives swiftly retreated towards the alley's mouth, evading the small Japanese forces. It appeared as though they were putting the enemy to flight, but in reality, they were at a disadvantage. Lacking heavy weaponry and having exhausted their 2 grenades, their mission had been hastily executed with insufficient manpower. Once the small Japanese forces regained their wits, retreating would become exceedingly difficult. Commander, they are retreating. Damn it, pursue them. Kamida Takuji seethed with fury as he ordered the Special High Command agents to chase after the retreating military intelligence personnel. With this operation's failure and the heavy casualties sustained, if he failed to capture even one individual, he would have no explanation to offer Yamamoto Tsuranori. In that moment, Kamida Takuji cursed his ancestors and their lineage a dozen times over. It was promised that merely tracking the liaison would lead them to the military intelligence base in Shanghai. Yet they were met with the explosion of 2 grenades. 2 agents had perished on the spot, and Hirano Koen's fate remained uncertain. Under such circumstances, even at a great cost, he was determined to capture at least one of the military intelligence operatives. In Shanghai, at the garrison headquarters, Nakano Koen remarked, by my calculations, the Special High Command's group should be wrapping up their operations in the French concession. At that moment, Yoshikawa Yuya glanced at the time with displeasure and addressed Colonel Nakano. He was far from pleased with the Special High Command's recent endeavor. After all his efforts to suppress the Special High Command and Yamamoto Tsuranori, here they were, executing a plan that could annihilate the military intelligence in Shanghai. Should the Special High Command achieve such a feat, it would undoubtedly garner local support. At that point, his ambition to reign over Shanghai and wield power there would be irrevocably dashed. Yoshikawa Koen, Yamamoto Koen possesses some cunning. It seems this time it will not be easy to suppress him. Colonel Nakano was acutely aware of Yoshikawa Yuya's underlying motives. However, this is indeed splendid news for Colonel Nakano. Yoshikawa Yuya has seized power in Shanghai. Consequently, his position as chief of staff is bound to rise correspondingly. What could possibly deter his enthusiasm? It appears a long-term strategy must be considered. Yoshikawa Yuya sighed helplessly, and at that moment, the phone in front of him rang. With a puzzled glance, he promptly answered it. Inoue Koen, what brings you to call today? He greeted leisurely, but before he could finish his sentence, Yoshikawa Yuya rose abruptly, his expression one of sheer shock. Inoue Koen, are you truly saying all of this? He inquired of the cunning fox on the other end of the line. In the next instant, veins bulged on Yoshikawa Yuya's forehead, his face contorted with rage. Baka! Useless taco! He exclaimed, angrily hanging up the phone. Yoshikawa Yuya then turned his gaze toward Colonel Nakano. Nakano Koen, immediately inform Okamoto Koen and Akamatsu Koen. That incompetent Yamamoto Jiro has botched the situation. Chapter 90. The involvement of the Inoue Mansion and the failed capture of the assassin in Shanghai, in the Honko district. At the Inoue Mansion, Inoue the cunning fox hung up the telephone after delivering the report to Kichikawa. Then cast a cold smirk in the direction of the Special Higher Police, leisurely perusing the declaration in hand. Boss, will Chief Kichikawa capture Yamamoto Jiro? Inquired the Ronin leader. Akiyama Koichiro beside him. They were the Black Dragon operatives. Although they held a certain significance in Shanghai and were highly regarded by the consulate and the Mei Agency, ultimately, they were merely a band of Ronin organizations. In comparison to institutions like the Special Higher Police and the Mei Agency, they were utterly incomparable, even falling short of the Special First Division. Thus, in no way the cunning fox had repeatedly aspired to seize the position of the head of the Special Higher Police. Kichikawa Yuya, driven by his lust for power, would not let this significant blunder by the Special Higher Police slip through his fingers. Inoue recognized Kichikawa's nature all too well. A man so consumed by ambition would surely seize this opportunity. Once Yamamoto Jiro was brought down, Kichikawa would leverage his connections within the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to vie for the position of head of the Special Higher Police. As for the military intelligence, the Central Intelligence, and the Underground Party, to Inoue, they were merely insignificant pawns to be captured at any moment. He refrained from taking action against them solely to convey to Kichikawa and Akamatsu of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs that only he, Inoue, was the one with true power. In the French concession, at the military intelligence station in Shanghai, Lin Dongxing, stationed at the backup base in the French concession, was radiating joy as he listened to Old Qian's report. This time, Old Qian had acted as bait, not only fooling the Japanese Special Higher Police but also seizing the opportunity to annihilate and severely damage their operational team. This victory marked the greatest achievement since the establishment of the Shanghai Military Intelligence Station. For too long, the Shanghai military intelligence had been suppressed by the Japanese, collecting intelligence in the Chinese realm while fearing arrest by the Japanese military police. Assassinations often required the sacrifice of agents' lives, where one life traded for another was a grim reality, sometimes needing the loss of several to claim just one. Yet, in a single ambush within the French concession, they had successfully eliminated so many Special Higher Police agents, an extraordinary feat indeed. Although the action team had suffered injuries during the pursuit, the price paid was well worth it. Station Chief, this time, we owe it all to the intelligence from the Mountain Rabbit, Rin Kong said with a smile. Thanks to the timely information from the Mountain Rabbit, we were able to respond swiftly. Otherwise, relying solely on the intelligence sent by the Japanese would have led us to fall into their trap. After all, who could resist information concerning a Japanese special envoy? Rin Kong reflected on the potential consequences of being captured. The military intelligence station in Shanghai would have faced devastating repercussions. Should we report to headquarters immediately? Rin Kong, filled with excitement over such a significant victory, inquired of Lin Dongxing. The necessity to notify headquarters was paramount. Whether to convey the news or to commend the actions of Shan Tuesday, this report was indeed imperative. Not yet. Let us await news from the anti-treachery team. Lin Dongxing replied, waving his hand, his smile diminishing slightly. With the intelligence obtained from Shan Tu, not only had they outsmarted the enemy's Special High Command, but Lin Dongxing also aimed to eradicate the traitors within the military intelligence. Only through such decisive actions could the Shanghai Office of Military Intelligence avoid major blunders in their forthcoming endeavors. The presence of internal traitors left Lin Dongxing anxious about his own exposure. Currently, the situation with Old Qian had become clear. He merely had to await updates from the anti-treachery team. Once the traitor Shirshin was neutralized, Lin Dongxing would be at ease. Standing beside him, Rin Kong nodded in agreement. He shared Lin Dongxing's sentiments. Until the traitors were dealt with, they would remain uneasy. In a residential area of the French concession, Han Shan lay in contemplation regarding the intelligence report. Where is the information? Could it be a mistake from above? Pondering the lack of intelligence, he found himself perplexed as to why he was summoned. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed at the door. Startled, Han Shan approached cautiously. Who is it? He inquired as he opened the door, only to be met with the dark muzzle of a gun. Xiao Zhu, what are you doing? Han Shan furrowed his brow at the sight of Zhu Ming, bewildered by the unfolding events. Just then, two more figures rushed in, searching the room. Who are you? What is happening? Han Shan's heart raced as he grew increasingly wary of the situation. Numerous thoughts raced through his mind. Could Zhu Ming have betrayed me? Is he here with the enemy to capture me? No, Zhu Ming is a telegrapher. He possesses too much intelligence for them to target a mere team leader like myself. What is going on? Team leader, I am merely following orders, Zhu Ming replied, gun aimed at Han Shan, a hint of helplessness in his voice. He had received orders from above to carry out the anti-treachery mission, which had been delegated to the intelligence team as the action squad was redirected to Old Qian. Orders? Whose orders? Han Shan scrutinized the surroundings, observing the two newcomers searching for someone, and an unsettling premonition crept into his mind. The only entities capable of directing Wu Ming to execute a mission were the Shanghai Office of Military Intelligence or the headquarters itself. Either scenario indicated a problem on his end. The fact that Zhu Ming and his associates had not apprehended him suggested he was not the target. In that moment, uncertainty loomed large. In Han Shan's mind, another figure inadvertently surfaced. Damn it, it cannot be. After a considerable pause, He wondered why there was still no news from Zhao Jie and the others at the Shanghai Military Intelligence Station. Lin Dongsheng frowned as he glanced at the time. By all accounts, they should have completed their task by now. Yet, until this moment, no word had arrived. Station Chief, let us wait a little longer. This operation is one that Han Shi will undoubtedly remain oblivious to. The eradication of traitors will surely be foolproof. Ren Kong expressed great confidence in this mission. Their operation was virtually impervious to leaks. Indeed, the individuals executing the task had been meticulously vetted by the Mountain Rabbit. It was absolutely foolproof. I cannot find peace until the traitor is dead, Lin Dongsheng murmured softly, preparing to speak further when, at that very moment, the phone rang with perfect timing. He answered the call with excitement, only for his expression to darken immediately. What? You let the traitor escape? Search for him. That traitor must die. Chapter 91. Encountering Han Shi at the gendarmerie headquarters, identity revealed. How infuriating that this traitor managed to escape. Lin Dongsheng hung up the phone, his face a mask of indignation. He had not anticipated that the traitor he had so painstakingly tracked down would slip through his fingers. This undoubtedly left him feeling somewhat unsettled. Station Chief, Han Shi has escaped? Ren Kong stood before him, utterly stunned. He could hardly fathom that the operation to apprehend the internal spy had ended in failure. How could this be? Was it possible? A thought crossed Ren Kang's mind. What if someone had tipped him off in advance? Lin Dongsheng's expression turned icy as he surveyed the individuals before him. Ren Kong, Zhang Yaming, and the others were undoubtedly innocent. Otherwise, they would be in the interrogation room of the Special High Command by now. That left only those who had participated in this operation. However, all of them had been vetted by Shan too, and there were no issues whatsoever. Station Chief. Perhaps Han Shi is now in the hands of the Japanese, Ren Kong contemplated for a moment, dismissing the idea that someone had leaked information. From the moment they received news from Shan Tu to the formulation of their plan and the dispatch of personnel to capture him. Even if someone had learned of the operation, they would not have had time to inform Han Shi. Ren Kong increasingly believed that Han Shi might have sought refuge with the Japanese. After all, from Han Shi's perspective, he had achieved a significant victory with the downfall of the military intelligence Shanghai station, and there was no longer any need for him to return to his former residence. Let us hope that is the case. Lin Dongsheng nodded, equally unwilling to believe that there were any moles within their ranks. Glancing at the intelligence prepared on the table, he instructed Ren Kong to report to headquarters. Although they had failed to capture the traitor Han Shi, they had dealt a heavy blow to the Special High Command's operational team and unearthed the internal spy within their station, which was no small feat. Station Chief. There is another matter. How should we handle Han Shan? Ren Kong picked up the intelligence dossier, hesitated momentarily, then posed the question to Lin Dongsheng. Han Shan was the leader of his intelligence team, and his capabilities were beyond reproach. His loyalty was also unquestionable. The only fault in this incident lay in his misplaced trust in his brother, revealing information that should have remained confidential. Humph, in our line of work. One must remember that even a biological brother, let alone a father, can betray you, Lin Dongsheng exclaimed coldly, his anger at Han Shan's actions palpable. Had it not been for Han Shan's inadvertent leak of sensitive information, how could Han Shi have become privy to such matters? This incident would be reported to the higher-ups, who would decide the course of action. Lin Dongsheng had contemplated recalling Han Shan to headquarters, but, after some reflection, decided to consider Ren Kang's perspective and leave the matter for headquarters to determine. Whether he stayed or left would hinge on the opinions from above. With this resolution, Ren Kong nodded in silence, refraining from further comment. In the mountainous city, at the headquarters of the military intelligence, the news from the Shanghai station stirred excitement within Mao Cheng. He eagerly handed over the latest intelligence to the esteemed Director Dai. Upon hearing it pertained to the Shanghai station, Dai's brow arched in intrigue as he proceeded to peruse the document. Excellent. The Shanghai station has achieved a significant victory, Dai exclaimed, unable to suppress his enthusiasm. Mao Cheng, slightly taken aback by Dai's fervor, pondered the extent of the triumph. Although the Shanghai station had indeed dealt a heavy blow to the operations of the Special High Command, it seemed an exaggerated response. You do not comprehend. The crux of the intelligence lies in the arrival of the Japanese envoy, Dai remarked, casting a glance at Mao Cheng while gesturing to the crucial information in the report. The victory at the Shanghai station was indeed worthy of celebration, yet it was the details surrounding the envoy that truly captured Dai's interest. The arrival of the Japanese envoy in Shanghai is a matter of great significance. Disseminate this information to all departments, instructing them to gather relevant intelligence, Dai directed Mao Cheng, simultaneously deciding on rewards for the Shanghai station and financial incentives for the team. As for the handling of Han Shan, Dai entrusted that decision to Lin Dongsheng. Meanwhile, at the military police command, Sumu walked with a sense of satisfaction, humming a cheerful tune as he made his way to the commander's office. Following yesterday's events, where he had unmasked the mole within the Shanghai station, Sumu felt a wave of exhilaration. Good morning, De Banjun. He greeted a passing Japanese officer. his demeanor light and carefree as he approached the office of the first special section. Shinbu-kun, I brought breakfast for you. Upon entering, he presented the meal to the ever-respectful Shinbu Gongping, who was already seated. In the realm of the first special section, one must navigate the intricacies of human relations. Besides winning favor with Nakano Osamu, Sumu was determined not to overlook the team leader, Shinbu Gongping. Thank you, Susan. Shinbu Gongping expressed his gratitude. Accustomed to such gestures from Sumu, this routine had become a habit, allowing Sumu to save a little money to send home, much to Shinbu Gongping's delight. You're too kind, Shinbu-kun. Sumu replied with a grin, nonchalantly downplaying the gesture. A small sum spent on goodwill could yield invaluable information in times of need. After a brief chat with the Japanese officers of the first special section, Sumu prepared to head to Nakano Osamu's office for his daily check-in, simultaneously eager to eavesdrop on the repercussions of the Special High Command's operational failure and how the Military Police Command would hold them accountable. Before even arriving, I noticed Nakano Haru enter with a hearty laugh. Good morning, Commander Nakano. Upon his arrival, Sumu, ever the sycophant, hurried to greet him. Haha, Susan. You have come at just the right moment. Allow me to introduce you to a new friend. As Nakano spoke with mirth, Sumu's brow arched slightly at the mention of a new acquaintance. In the next moment, a figure emerged from behind Nakano. Just one glance, and Sumu's heart jolted. Hiss, how could it be this person? Susan, let me introduce you. This is Han-san, Nakano said to Sumu, and upon hearing the name, a tempest raged within Sumu's heart. Han-shur, the traitor. Why is he still alive? Instead, he has appeared in the Special First Division. Just as Sumu was engulfed in confusion, Han-shur approached with a broad smile, extending a warm greeting. Susan, I feel as though we are kindred spirits. Have we met before? Chapter 92. The traitor Han-shur, find an opportunity to eliminate him. Have we met before? Han-shur greeted with a smile. Yet Sumu felt a sudden pang in his heart, though he returned the smile with equal warmth. Brother Han is jesting. Perhaps it is merely a matter of serendipity between us. As he approached with a cheerful demeanor, Sumu's mind was consumed by doubt. Impossible. There is no way this fellow could recognize me. During the previous identification operation in the former concession, he had not only altered his appearance but had also padded his shoes to change his physique. Han-shur had not scrutinized him closely. So how could he possibly identify him? In his mind, Sumu mused, this guy is nothing more than a loyal sycophant of the Little Devils. His talent for flattery is indeed remarkable. He thought to himself, I cannot allow this individual to remain. My work in the Special Operations Unit will undoubtedly become more challenging with him around. Listening to his inner thoughts and observing Han-shur's demeanor showed no signs of recognition. Sumu gradually felt a sense of relief. His concerns had been genuine. Fortunately, he had taken precautions during the identification process. Otherwise, a mere encounter could have spelled disaster for him. Damn the military intelligence station in Shanghai. They even managed to fail at capturing a traitor. Sumu's thoughts turned scathing towards Lin Dongsheng of the military intelligence station. Incompetent fools. Such a straightforward capture mission, and yet they allowed the traitor to escape. Moreover, he even made it to the gendarmerie headquarters, nearly exposing my cover. Be cautious. I must think things through more thoroughly and exercise greater vigilance in the future. Reminding himself, Sumu resolved to approach his work with heightened consideration and care. As a covert operative, agencies like the Special High Command and Mei's Bureau could afford to fail numerous times, but he could not afford a single misstep. Haha, Su sang. It is rare to witness such camaraderie between you two. For the time being, I shall leave Han Sang in your capable hands, Nakano Osamu remarked, giving Sumu a knowing glance. Understanding the implication behind Nakano's look, Sumu nodded in acknowledgement. Though it was termed hospitality, it was merely a guise for surveillance. Meanwhile, in the conference room of the gendarmerie headquarters, Chief Yamamoto, you must take responsibility for this failed operation. Following the unsuccessful capture led by Yamamoto Tsutomu, Akamatsu-do, from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, held him accountable. This time, the Special High Command not only failed in their mission but was also ambushed by military intelligence, resulting in severe losses. Of the entire operational team, 7 were killed, and the team leader, Hirano Jin, was critically injured and hospitalized. The number of injured exceeded 11. In Akamatsu's view, the losses incurred by the Special High Command were even more catastrophic than those from the previous explosion incident in the Xiaobei district. Such casualties warranted not only Yamamoto's resignation but also his ritual suicide, as he had dishonored the emperor. Akamatsu-kun, the failure of the operation stemmed from multiple factors. Okamoto Jin hesitantly interjected, attempting to provide an explanation for Yamamoto's shortcomings. This operation has ended in failure. The blame cannot be placed solely on the Special High Command. The military intelligence Shanghai station had prior preparations. This caught the Special High Command completely off guard. Otherwise, how could their agents have fallen into an ambush? Being ambushed reflects the incompetence and foolishness of the Special High Command. Akamatsu-do coldly remarked, casting a glance at Yamamoto Tsuranobu, and continued with his icy critique, stating that this operation was entirely orchestrated by the Special High Command, now that the Military Intelligence Shanghai Station has obtained information in advance. Where do you suggest the leak originated? Upon finishing his statement, the entire assembly fell into a profound silence. This operation was known only to the Special High Command and a select few. Now, with the Military Intelligence Shanghai Station having received advance intelligence, they cleverly set a trap for the Special High Command's operational team, delivering a significant blow to them. This leaves no possibility other than an internal leak within the Special High Command. It is inconceivable. The Special High Command absolutely cannot have a mole. Should the blame for this failure fall upon him, Yamamoto Tsuranobu is well aware he cannot escape the consequences. However, to suggest that there is a traitor within the Special High Command is something he would vehemently refuse to accept. The details of this mission were known only to him, Kamida Kurohito, and Hirano Jin, who is gravely injured and unconscious in the hospital. Yamamoto Tsuranobu does not believe that Kamida Kurohito or Hirano Jin could be moles. Yamamoto-kun. Whether there is a mole can be revealed through an investigation. Jeered Inoue, the cunning old fox, who had also been invited to the gathering. Such a top-secret operation being known in advance by military intelligence, and they even managed to set an ambush, is a testament to the utter incompetence of the Special High Command. As Inoue spoke, Yamamoto Tsuranobu found himself at a loss for words. The failure of this mission was clear to him, and he knew his fate would not be favorable. There is a high probability that he would lose his position as the head of the Special High Command. If there were indeed a mole within the Special High Command, he might very well be facing seppuku. As the head of the Special High Command, having a traitor beneath his very nose is not merely a dereliction of duty. It is sheer, irremediable folly. Contemplating this, Yamamoto Tsuranobu's gaze turned towards the silently observing Yoshikawa Yuya. Gritting his teeth, he chose to take a risk. Yoshikawa-kun, I possess highly confidential intelligence that I wish to discuss with you privately. Upon expressing these words, Yoshikawa Yuya, seated in his position, revealed a smile. The two exchanged glances before striding towards a small room nearby. Witnessing this scene, Inoue, the old fox, could not shake off a sense of foreboding. After a moment, Yoshikawa Yuya returned, cleared his throat, and with a face of sternness, reprimanded Yamamoto Tsuranobu. Yamamoto-kun, you have gravely neglected your duties this time. Return and prepare a report, which I shall personally submit to the General Staff Headquarters. Upon hearing the words of Yoshikawa Yuya, Akamatsu-do was momentarily taken aback. What could this mean? This fellow Yoshikawa actually intends to protect Yamamoto Tsutomu. The other party is from the Special Higher Police, reporting to the General Staff Headquarters? Is this an attempt to cover things up? While the prominent figures debated within the conference room, on the other side at the Military Police Headquarters, Brother Han. This is the archives of the Military Police Headquarters, a place that should not be approached lightly. Sumu enthusiastically introduced the situation within the Military Police Headquarters to Han Sure. Yet internally, he could hardly contain his desire to strangle Han Sure. This fellow's mere existence is a nuisance, having witnessed his own disguise and impersonation. What if one day he recognizes the true self behind that fade? That would spell disaster. Rest assured, Brother Sumu, I understand completely. Han Sure replied with a smile. Displaying a keen awareness, I will not cause any trouble for the gentleman. After all, I shall serve the Emperor in the future. Listening to Han Sure's sycophantic remarks, Sumu made a resolute decision within his heart, eliminate him, seize the opportunity, and immediately dispose of this traitor. Chapter 93, The Special High Command Bows Down. Yoshikawa Yuya's confidential mission. In Shanghai, at the Military Police Headquarters, upon encountering Commander Inoue, who stormed out in a fit of rage, Sumu was leading Han Sure through the premises. Inoue merely cast a disdainful glance at Han Sure before coldly barking a command and departing in his vehicle. Listening to the inner thoughts of Inoue, Sumu was momentarily taken aback. The old fox had just unleashed a torrent of curses upon Yoshikawa Yuya's ancestors. It was quite a spectacle. However, from eavesdropping on Inoue's musings, Sumu gleaned an unsettling piece of news. It appeared that Yamamoto Tsukiro had capitulated to Yoshikawa Yuya. This development signified that both the Special High Command and the First Section would now devote their efforts to dismantling the military and intelligence networks of the Underground Party. In Yoshikawa Yuya's office, he gazed at Yamamoto Tsukiro with a broad smile. For your sake, I shall expend considerable effort this time. He had chosen to offend Akamatsu Toru and cover up the situation precisely because Yamamoto had opted to submit to him. This meant that the intelligence division of the Special High Command in Shanghai would now fall under Yoshikawa Yuya's control. Rest assured, Commander Yoshikawa. I shall report any intelligence and tasks from the Special High Command moving forward, Yamamoto Tsukiro assured, a sigh escaping his lips. He did not wish to reach this juncture. For bowing to Yoshikawa meant relinquishing his authority over the Special High Command. During internal investigations, should he encounter the Army's scrutiny without Yoshikawa's authorization, capturing suspects would become an insurmountable challenge. Yet, for the benefit of the Empire, Yamamoto Tsukuro found himself compelled to make this sacrifice. Otherwise, he would be forced to return to the homeland in disgrace. Do not worry, Yamamoto. I will persuade Akamatsu and Okamoto to support us. With Yamamoto's assurance, Yoshikawa Yuya nodded in satisfaction. His ongoing suppression of the Special High Command was all about wielding power. No one wished to have a sword of scrutiny hanging over their head. Now that the threat was diminished, Yoshikawa viewed Yamamoto Tsukuro with newfound favor. After all, the loss of a mere 10 or so agents was a trivial matter. In their eyes, the lives of Imperial agents were of little value. The goal was not to annihilate the military Shanghai station in one fell swoop, but to continue the pursuit. However, Yamamoto, should this operation fail, the Special High Command will indeed require an internal review. After calming Yamamoto Tsukuro, Yoshikawa Yuya's expression turned grave. The mission's failure could be concealed through connections, but a breach of confidentiality necessitated an explanation from Yamamoto. The leakage of highly classified intelligence executed solely by the Special High Command had allowed the military's operatives to gain prior knowledge. If the mole could not be identified, Yukikawa Yuya could hardly fathom the forthcoming developments within the Special High Command. Director Yukikawa, only Kiteda and Hiranabu are privy to this mission, and currently, Hiranabu is gravely injured and unconscious, while Kiteda is in control of the mechanical and electrical room. An insider? Did Yamamoto Jira not contemplate this possibility? Yet, he racked his brain and could not identify who the traitor might be. The information known to the action team below is severely limited. Even if they wished to report, it would be impossible. As for Kiteda Tsurujuru, he holds the most critical mechanical and electrical room of the Special High Command. If he were indeed an insider, then the entirety of the Special High Command would be traitors. Is there truly no one else aware of this matter? Yukikawa Yuya furrowed his brow. Acutely aware of the significance of the mechanical and electrical room, one individual lies gravely injured and in a state of uncertainty regarding life and death, while another possesses all the secrets of the Special High Command. Where, then, does the intelligence from the military Shanghai station originate? It has vanished, save for. Yamamoto Jira shook his head, about to declare that there was no one, when a sudden thought struck him. Could it be? No, it's impossible. In the French concession of Shanghai, Station Chief Rin Kong received a mission from headquarters, which he handed over to Lin Dongsheng, who merely glanced at it before rubbing his temples in exasperation. Headquarters had bestowed accolades for their recent operation, simultaneously awarding San Tu with 3,000 francs. However, alongside the rewards came the accountability and directives from Boss Dai. The capture of the traitor Han Shi had failed, prompting Boss Dai to demand a thorough investigation within the Shanghai Military Intelligence Station. Chief, Han Shi is now in the hands of the Japanese. Any further efforts to root out the traitor will be exceedingly challenging. Rin Kong was well aware of the difficulties in apprehending Han Shi, now ensconced within the Japanese territory. Any further moves would be exponentially more arduous than in the French concession. I understand. Arrange for Li Ziqing and the others to be on standby at all times. Lin Dongsheng uttered this command, glancing curiously at Rin Kong, who had yet to depart. Additionally, Chief, there is a classified mission from headquarters. He signaled to Anu, who exited before Rin Kong produced the confidential task. Upon receiving the intelligence from Rin Kong, Lin Dongsheng's expression transformed in an instant. To accomplish this mission, they would require San Tu's intervention. Rin Kong remarked helplessly that to obtain such sensitive information, only San Tu was deemed qualified. Send Lao Gui to the Japanese territory to prepare for a rendezvous with San Tu. Without hesitation, Lin Dongsheng issued the command. This top-secret mission from headquarters necessitated San Tu's involvement. Although he had just achieved a significant accomplishment and should ideally remain low-profile for a while, there was no alternative. Extraordinary circumstances required exceptional measures. In Shanghai, at the military police headquarters, Lin Dongsheng of the Military Intelligence Service was still counting on Su Mu's assistance. However, at that moment, Su Mu was already deep in contemplation about how to compel the Shanghai Military Intelligence Station to take action. The first step was to eliminate the traitor Han Shi. Yet, Su Mu was resolute in his decision to refrain from direct involvement. The challenge of discreetly taking a life was, without a doubt, immense. It was far wiser to entrust such matters to those with expertise. Su Sang, you stay here, he thought, lost in his musings. Just then, Nakano Osamu approached the entrance, gesturing for Su Mu to follow him. Moments later, in Yoshikawa Yuya's office, Nakano presented a highly confidential mission that required Su Mu's attention. With an earnest expression, Yoshikawa handed over the authorization documents and intelligence files to Su Mu. As he beheld the gravity of the situation, with Yoshikawa personally assigning him a top-secret task, Su Mu's heart skipped a beat, instinctively wanting to decline. Yet, upon glancing at the authorization and the details of the mission, a sharp intake of breath escaped his lips. Sir Yoshikawa, are you asking me to? Chapter 94, The Capture of the Taco Department, The Burden of Blame. Commander Yoshikawa, You want me to lead a team to interrogate the taco department? In Yoshikawa Yuya's office. Sumu was utterly astonished as he gazed upon the authorization document and the task at hand. He was but a mere ant within the first section. How could he possibly possess the qualifications to apprehend and interrogate members of the taco department? Moreover, the most crucial aspect was that the military police headquarters was to capture personnel from the taco department and conduct interrogations without proper authorization. Was this not a complete inversion of order? Sumu instinctively sensed something amiss, his demeanor reflecting trepidation as he hesitated to accept this daunting task. Yes, Sumu. It was evident that the failure of this operation by the taco department was due to the presence of a traitor. Despite Sumu's timorous disposition, Yoshikawa Yuya seemed oblivious to his fears. The failure of the taco department's operation undoubtedly implicated a suspect. Apart from Kurita Tsurugi and the critically injured Hironori, there was another individual privy to the details of the operation. Now that Yoshikawa Yuya had control over the taco department, he naturally intended to exercise his authority to interrogate the suspects. Listening to Yoshikawa Yuya's account, Sumu remained engulfed in confusion and disbelief. While Yoshikawa Yuya's words were eloquent, was it not the responsibility of Nakano Osamu to execute such tasks? After all, Nakano Osamu was the head of the first section. Commander Yoshikawa, my position is rather humble. I fear I may not fulfill this task successfully. Might it be possible for Commander Nakano to oversee us? Sumu tentatively suggested. However, before he could finish speaking, Yoshikawa Yuya waved his hand dismissively, outright rejecting the proposal. Nakano has more pressing matters to attend to, he stated with a serious gaze directed at Sumu. His tone imbued with authority. Sumu, since I have granted you this authorization, you represent the military police headquarters. Faced with Yoshikawa Yuya's unwavering conviction, Sumu found himself momentarily bewildered. This was unexpected. He had only flattered Nakano Osamu, yet he had not sought to curry favor with Yoshikawa Yuya. Why then did the latter place such trust in him? Interrogating the taco department was a matter intertwined with sensitive intelligence. Sending a mere novice like Sumu seemed fraught with peril. In his heart, he thought, Yamamoto Tsukuro seeks to protect his subordinates and shield himself from culpability. Once I apprehend that scoundrel and extract a confession, Yamamoto will certainly comply. Yet, he lamented, Sumu remained merely a competent sycophant, destined to shoulder the blame when the local taco department demanded accountability. As he overheard Yoshikawa Yuya's inner thoughts, a slight twitch appeared at the corner of Sumu's mouth. You rascal! How dare you! It became clear that Yoshikawa Yuya had not secured proper authorization from the taco department. Without such authorization, the personnel of the military police headquarters apprehending and interrogating members of the taco department was a blatant violation of the rules established by the Japanese. Should Yoshikawa Yuya be held accountable? Sumu has already contemplated his fate. Initially believing he was being reintegrated, he ultimately realizes that he is merely a scapegoat. His inner voice laments. Poor Su Sang, such a thankless task. If completed successfully, perhaps Director Kikuwa would extend his support to him. Yet, should he falter, he would undoubtedly bear the brunt of blame from both sides, and it seems his demise would be inevitable. A glance at Nakano Haru reveals thoughts that render Sumu utterly despondent. Su Sang, this mission is of utmost importance. You must give it your all. Director Kikuwa, indifferent to Sumu's disposition, nodded towards Nakano Haru upon issuing the command. Rest assured, I shall unwaveringly fulfill the task for Director Kikuwa. Despite internally cursing Kikuwa's ancestors, Sumu maintained an outward appearance of loyalty to the Imperial Army, his gaze resolute in assurance. Seeing Sumu's unwavering dedication, Kikuwa nodded in response. After a moment, in the Special Operations Department, Nakano Haru stated, Su Sang, this mission is classified. You may select a few individuals from the Special Operations Unit to accompany you. As a close friend, Nakano Haru was indeed reliable, signaling to Sumu that he could choose several companions for the mission. However, deep down, Sumu yearned to inquire if he could opt for someone else. Yet, reflecting on Kikuwa's demeanor, he understood that escape was not an option. Kikuwa wished to interrogate personnel from the Special High Command and obtain desired information while simultaneously evading future accountability when the local Special High Command sought retribution. Thus, Sumu, as an outsider scapegoat, emerged as the most suitable candidate, capable of accomplishing the mission while also being prepared to take the blame afterward. Thank you, Nakano-kun. Sumu expressed his gratitude, aware that selecting his own team was also a precaution against potential capture failures. He pondered whether Nakano could facilitate the arrival of 3 agents led by Kobe-kun to support him. After a moment's hesitation, Sumu resolved to adhere to Kikuwa's arrangements. After all, Kikuwa was his primary ally. Offending him would spell immediate doom. As for Kobe-kun, after a brief pause, Nakano nodded in agreement, readily acquiescing. This mission could not be accomplished solely by Sumu. Capturing members of the Special High Command necessitated specialized personnel. Otherwise, Nakano would not have permitted Sumu to select aides. Director Nakano, Su Sang. Just as Sumu conversed with Nakano, Honsher approached with a beaming smile. Greeting the two. Before he could continue speaking, he noticed the fervent gaze of Su Mu directed towards him. Taken aback by such attention, Han Shi wondered about its implications. Nakano-kun, might it be possible for Han Sang to join this mission? The arrival of Han Shi sparked a fleeting inspiration within Su Mu. He suddenly conceived a plan. After all, Yoshikawa Yu is not an unyielding individual. Why not let himself take the blame? Thus, he thought, why not find another scapegoat? However, just as Su Mu finished speaking, Nakano Osamu promptly rejected the idea. No, Han Sang has another mission. Nakano Osamu's resolute words left Su Mu momentarily taken aback. Another mission? What could that possibly mean? Did this Han Shi possess some crucial information? Inner thoughts. Though Han Sang could indeed serve as a suitable scapegoat, he still holds value. Inner thoughts. The intelligence he provided regarding the Huajie task force requires his personal attention. In an instant, eavesdropping on Nakano Osamu's inner musings, Su Mu's heart sank. Damn it. This Han Shi actually knows about the task force's intelligence. Chapter 95, transferred to the action team, monitoring Hitsuan Valley. In Shanghai, at the French concession. All contact details known by Station Chief Han Shan have undergone a complete overhaul. It is imperative to proceed with utmost caution, ensuring that no detail is overlooked. Lin Dongshan converses with Ren Kong about the defection of the traitor Han Shi, which has necessitated a total replacement of the military intelligence station's contacts and bases in Shanghai. All the information Han Shan possessed must be rendered obsolete. Lin Dongshan cannot ascertain whether Han Shi is aware of these developments. Station Chief. What about Han Shan's request to join the action team? Ren Kong inquires, hesitating before speaking up. As one of his subordinates, Ren Kong possesses a deep understanding of Han Shan's character. He is a fervent individual, driven by a desire to eliminate the enemy and seek vengeance. However, this time, he has been caught in the crossfire due to his brother's actions. You are aware of the military's regulations. His best outcome would be a transfer back to headquarters. Lin Dongshan responds, his brow furrowing with evident concern. He comprehends Han Shan's eagerness to personally confront Han Shi, but as the chief of the Shanghai station, he must contemplate the operational integrity of the entire unit. With Han Shi having allied himself with the enemy, it would be impossible for Han Shan to remain here. Should Han Shi manage to sway Han Shan's loyalty, the repercussions would be dire. Station Chief, Han Shan is a veteran within the station and has proven himself. He wishes to apprehend Han Shi before returning to headquarters. Ren Kong sighs, articulating Han Shan's intentions. Indeed, Han Shan seeks to join the action team to personally capture Han Shi. After contemplating Han Shan's dossier for an extended period, Lin Dongshan finally concedes with a resigned sigh. Let Han Shan proceed to Huajie and temporarily join Action Team 1. As Ren Kong prepares to depart, a chilling command follows. Additionally, inform Li Zicheng to keep a close watch on Han Shan. If he engages in any treacherous activities, he must be dealt with immediately. The cold directive leaves no room for misinterpretation. Lin Dongshan fears Han Shan may also defect to the enemy. Alas, what a tumultuous time. Watching Ren Kong leave, Lin Dongshan rubs his brow, feeling a wave of fatigue wash over him. The top-secret mission at headquarters is still under investigation, and the traitor Han Shi's elimination operation remains unfinished. Coupled with the prior intelligence arrangements of the Shanghai station, Lin Dongshan finds himself distracted and overwhelmed. Otherwise, Han Shan would have been recalled to headquarters long ago. The Shanghai station is in dire need of personnel. As these thoughts swirl in his mind, the image of the mountain hare surfaces in Lin Dongshan's consciousness. He hopes that the mountain hare will soon uncover vital clues. In Shanghai, at the gendarmerie headquarters, Su saying, "We will follow your lead for this operation." Kobe Gongping, accompanied by 2 agents from the Special Operations Division, stood before Su Mu, his expression revealing a hint of complexity. As the leader of the Special Operations team, he never anticipated that he would have to heed the commands of Su Mu, a mere second-rate operative. It was indeed peculiar that he could maintain his composure in such a situation. Cough, Mr. Kobe, I cannot possibly take command, Su Mu humbly remarked, clearing his throat. I must rely on your assistance for this operation. Observing Su Mu's demeanor, the chill on Kobe Gongping's face softened slightly. Were it not for the task personally assigned by Yoshikawa Yu, he would not willingly have come here. Mr. Kobe, please step inside for a moment, Su Mu directed, leading them to an unoccupied office. He presented the authorization documents and the details of the mission for Kobe Gongping and his companions to review. Mr. Kobe, this operation is classified. After you have perused the documents, you are strictly forbidden from disclosing a single word, Su Mu said, his smile fading as he spoke with gravity. This mission was fraught with peril. If executed successfully, they might escape unscathed, but failure would invite the wrath of the Special Higher Affairs section. What? This task Kobe Gongping's expression turned to one of disbelief as he glanced at the documents. The classified mission involved capturing suspects linked to the Special Higher Affairs section. Was this a responsibility the Special Operations Division could undertake? After all, they were still formally affiliated with the Special Higher Affairs section. This was a clear and audacious reversal of roles. Mr. Kobe, this is a direct order from Chief Yoshikawa, and we must comply. Sumo stated firmly to the three of them. The directive from Yoshikawa Yu was not to be ignored, and they had to see it through. As Sumu's words sank in, the brows of Kobe Gongping and his companions furrowed, apprehension evident in their expressions. A misstep could provoke the ire of the Special Higher Affairs Section. While Yoshikawa Yu held significant influence and was unafraid of the Special Higher Affairs Section, those beneath him harbored no such immunity. Mr. Kobe, please arrange for a vehicle. Sakata, you and the others should inspect the firearms, Sumo instructed, recognizing the point of no return. With a nod, Kobe Gongping and his companions began their tasks. Meanwhile, Sumo concocted an excuse to return home. Although departing from the military police headquarters at such a critical juncture might attract unwanted attention, there was no choice. Han Shi was aware of the intelligence from the Huajia operations group, and if this information was not reported to the Shanghai station, the consequences could be dire. Beneath the shroud of night, in Jing'an Park, the enigmatic Zhang Anming, disguised and contemplative, pondered the fate of the mountain hare. Under the cloak of darkness, he had come to this place, intent on signaling the hare. However, a mere glance revealed an unexpected alteration within the park's dead letter box. Had the mountain hare deposited intelligence there? A jolt of realization coursed through him as he approached discreetly, retrieving the information from the box. With just a fleeting glance, his heart raced, prompting him to survey his surroundings before hastily departing. In another corner of the city, under the cover of night in the international settlement, Gongping and his companions turned their gaze towards a nearby eatery. Shall we take action? He inquired of Su Mu. The questioned Su Mu, furrowing his brow, fixed his gaze intently on Yichuan Valley across the street. Not yet. Let us observe for a few more days, he resolved. Aware that Yichuan Valley bore no suspicion, for the moment, his strategy was to delay. Should Han Shi's mission falter, it was conceivable that Yoshikawa Yu would assign Han Shi the blame. With a scapegoat at hand, Su Mu felt no urgency to act recklessly. Chapter 96, Intelligence of Han Shi and the Anomaly in Yichuan Valley. What? That traitor Han Shi has set his sights on the operations of the Huajia Task Force. At the Military Intelligence Shanghai Station, Lin Dongxing had just finished dealing with intelligence matters and was momentarily relaxing when he received urgent news from Rincong. Indeed, the report from Shantu had stated as such. Rincong furrowed his brow, clearly taken aback that Han Shi was even aware of this information. This was utterly impossible. The news regarding the Huajia Task Force was always communicated through a singular channel. Not only Han Shi, but even Han Shan, the leader of the second intelligence group, should be in the dark. Could it be that Han Shan relayed the information? A glimmer of cold light flashed in Lin Dongxing's eyes as he recalled Han Shan's presence. The other party had coincidentally contacted the task force today. If the information had been passed on by them, everything would fall into place. But it was not Han Shan. The intelligence from Shantu was evidently transmitted well before Han Shan's. Rincong shook his head. The message from Shantu had certainly reached Han Shi prior to Han Shan. This implied that Han Shi was already privy to the task force's information. Damn it, that traitor. Lin Dongxing cursed under his breath, astonished that Han Shi, still alive, had caused such a multitude of troubles. Notify the task force to maintain silence. Gritting his teeth, he understood that in such a critical moment, instructing the task force to remain silent would undoubtedly diminish the combat effectiveness of the Military Intelligence Shanghai Station. In the previous battle at the French concession, the enemy suffered severe casualties. However, his newly formed task force also sustained injuries. Otherwise, why would he have entrusted the operation against Han Shi to Li Zicheng and the others from the task force? Sighing, Rincong nodded, feeling helpless. He too had not anticipated that Han Shi would have access to such intelligence. Given the current circumstances, they could only keep the task force silent and send someone from the French concession to execute the mission in Huajia. By the way, have Lao Gui and Shanta made contact? It was imperative to gather information regarding the Japanese Special Investigation Team, and Shanta must expedite the intelligence gathering. Setting aside the matter of Han Shi, Lin Dongxing recalled the directive from headquarters to investigate the Japanese Special Investigation Team. The genuine intelligence sent by Yamamoto S.R. was indeed substantial. It appeared that Shantu was unable to make contact and resorted to using a dead letterbox for communication. Rincong pondered for a moment before providing an uncertain response. According to Lao Gui's report, Shantu seemed to have not returned for confirmation after delivering the intelligence. Unable to make contact? Lin Dongxing was puzzled. What had transpired on Shantu's end to cause such a situation? In Huajia, Xiaobei district. At the Dahua dance hall, in a lively corner of the hall, Nakano Osamu and Han Shi, after a round of disguises, were now indulging in drinks in a secluded spot. Han saying, "Are you certain your intelligence is accurate?" Nakano Osamu inquired, sipping his red wine, directing his question towards Han Shi. The only reason Han Shi could remain at the military police headquarters was due to his value. Otherwise, the recent operation conducted by the Special High Command has ended in failure. That scoundrel Han Shi deserves 100 deaths. Fear not, Nakano-kun. For I am aware that there is one member of the action team who frequents this establishment for libations. Hansher confidently asserts that as long as we remain patient, we shall undoubtedly apprehend our target. Upon hearing Hansher refer to him as Nakano-kun, Nakano Osamu felt a twinge of displeasure. A mere newcomer. Yet he presumes to consider himself a friend of Nakano Osamu. He is leagues apart from Susan. Hansher's demeanor prompted Nakano Osamu to shake his head in disapproval. Rest assured, Han-san, as long as you serve the Empire faithfully, we shall not neglect your contributions. Nakano Osamu stifled his irritation and continued to extol Hansher, making grand promises. Subsequently, with a subtle gesture to the agent from the 1st Special Division beside him, a stack of cash was presented before Hansher. Have no worries. Nakano-kun, I shall pledge my loyalty to the Emperor. Upon receiving the money, Hansher's face broke into a greedy grin. His allegiance to the Japanese was motivated solely by the allure of wealth and luxury. He had endured too much hardship and now yearned for a life of indulgence and opulence, which the Japanese could provide him. As for matters of hatred, he had long since cast them aside, caring only for his own interests. Observing Hansher's avaricious demeanor, Nakano Osamu felt an increasing disdain. Greed? If Hansher fails to capture the target, Nakano Osamu would ensure he relinquished every last coin. Keep a close watch on him. He instructed the agent from the 1st Special Division as his patience for waiting here began to wane. It was the dead of night, and there had been no progress whatsoever. Who knew how long they would have to wait? In the Shanghai French concession, the movements of Yichuan-gu seemed to be unproblematic, murmured Shinobu Gohei as he reviewed the compiled records of Yichuan-gu's activities. They had tracked and investigated him for several days, and yet, based on the intelligence gathered, it appeared that Yichuan-gu was without fault. Apart from his time at the Special High Command, he returned to his residence in the concession to rest. Such a person posed no apparent issues to Shinobu Gohei. Indeed. I too sense that Yichuan-gu is innocent, replied Sumu, his expression one of worry and furrowed brows. He was acutely aware that Yichuan-gu was not the problem. The failure of the operation in the French concession was due to the leak of information, which had no bearing on Yichuan-gu. Nevertheless, Sumu felt compelled to conduct a thorough investigation. In the eyes of Yoshikawa Yuya, the leak from the Special High Command placed Yichuan-gu under significant suspicion. If we managed to apprehend him, it could spell trouble for the Special High Command. In recent days, Shinobu Gohei had also begun to grasp Yoshikawa Yuya's intentions. Assigning Sumu to lead the team was a precautionary measure in case something went awry, allowing Sumu to take the blame. Such clandestine captures of personnel from the Special Higher Police, followed by interrogations, are unequivocally against protocol. Should it ultimately be found that Yichuan-gu bears no culpability, the repercussions from the Special Higher Police would fall upon Sumu, leading to dire consequences. As for the esteemed Kobe Gongping, he shall remain unscathed. Alas, dear Kobe, the weight of my recent burdens is indeed substantial. With a heavy sigh, Sumu acknowledged the immense pressure he was under. Yichuan-gu is innocent, yet he has apprehended the individual, yielding no fruitful information from the interrogation. How shall he account for this to the Special Higher Police? This conundrum looms as the gravest of troubles. Hence, he has been stalling, hoping that the unfortunate Hansher would arrive to take the blame on his behalf. Commander, there is a situation. At that moment, as Sumu and Kobe Gongping engaged in their conversation, Sakata Hiro, who was tasked with surveillance, hurriedly returned. His face alight with excitement as he relayed to Sumu and Kobe Gongping. What? Yichuan-gu has proceeded to the French concession? Chapter 97, The Pursuit of Hekawa Valley, An Unexpected Contact. Hekawa Valley is heading to the French concession? At this moment, Sumu stared in astonishment at the returning Sakata Hiroshi. Hekawa Valley is affiliated with the Tako. What could possibly compel him to venture into the French concession? Moreover, Hekawa had undergone a transformation. Sakata Hiroshi bore a smile. Unlike Kobayashi Kohei, he was merely a low-ranking member of the 1st Special Section. To him, it mattered little who led him. In his eyes, this mission was personally entrusted by General Yoshikawa. Should he achieve success, it might pave the way for his promotion. What? Hekawa has disguised himself. Sumu exclaimed in shock. And the expression of Kobayashi Kohei also shifted dramatically. The mere act of heading to the French concession was already suspicious enough. Now, he had even altered his appearance. To claim there was no malice behind this would be utterly implausible. Sakata, return immediately, and, together with Yokota, keep a close watch on Hekawa. Sumu commanded, his demeanor transforming into one of utmost seriousness and gravity. Although he was uncertain of Hekawa's intentions with Kobayashi Kohei present, he had to adhere to the protocols of the 1st Special Section. From this moment forth, you and Yokota are strictly forbidden from leaving each other's side. After delivering his stern instructions to Sakata Hiroshi, Sumu turned his gaze to Kobayashi Kohei. Hekawa's bizarre behavior had escalated to a level that warranted reporting. After conferring briefly with Kobayashi Kohei, Sumu, under his watchful eye, dialed the phone to the 1st Special Section of the Military Police Headquarters. Military Police Headquarters. Nakano Osamu's office ring. As the phone rang, Nakano Osamu casually answered it. What? Susan, are you certain Hekawa has disguised himself and gone to the French concession? His previously indifferent demeanor shifted as Sumu's report ignited a spark of intensity in Nakano's eyes. Hekawa, a member of the Tako, disguising himself to enter the French concession was undoubtedly a cause for concern. There was a high probability that he was a traitor within the Tako. Susan, you must immediately keep a close eye on Hekawa. I will report this to Commander Yoshikawa. Nakano commanded over the phone before hastily departing for Yoshikawa Yuya's office. On the other end, Sumo hung up the phone and turned his gaze towards Kobayashi Kohei. Kobayashi, we have received orders to continue monitoring Hekawa. We must not act rashly. As Sumu relayed Nakano's directive, Kobayashi Kohei's expression brightened considerably. Susan, given the circumstances, Hekawa indeed raises significant suspicions. Should we request reinforcements? Unlike his previous nonchalance, Kobayashi Kohei now perceived a glimmer of hope for achievement upon recognizing Hekawa's potential wrongdoing. Although capturing a Tako member was not standard procedure for the first special section, should Hekawa truly be implicated, then the consequences would be profound. This is indeed a remarkable achievement. For now, we shall take on the task of surveillance, leaving the subsequent decisions to General Yoshikawa. Sumu, however, does not share the same optimistic outlook as Kobe Gongping. He is acutely aware that Ichuan-gu is certainly not an internal traitor. Who knows why he has resorted to disguise to venture into the French concession? We must refrain from requesting support at this moment. If it turns out that there are no issues later on, Sumu would bear an enormous burden of blame. Upon hearing that Yoshikawa Yuya is personally making the decisions, Kobe Gongping fell silent. Subsequently, the two hastened towards the French concession to rendezvous with Sakata Hiroshi and others. In Shanghai, at the military police headquarters, what? Ichuan-gu has disguised himself and gone to the French concession? At this moment, Yoshikawa Yuya, upon receiving Nakano Osamu's report, felt a spark of excitement in his eyes. Excellent. He had suspected that the special high police had encountered problems. Otherwise, how could there be repeated failures in the mission? Where is Sumu now? Yoshikawa Yuya inquired with fervor, directing his gaze towards Nakano Osamu. Sumu is currently with Kobe Gongping and others, continuing surveillance in the French concession. Nakano Osamu, suppressing his excitement, relayed the intelligence to Yoshikawa Yuya, stating that he did not allow Sumu and his team to act rashly, preferring to adopt a long-line fishing strategy. Well done. Hearing that Nakano Osamu had refrained from allowing Sumu to apprehend anyone, Yoshikawa Yuya nodded with a smile. It was a hard-won opportunity to shadow Ichuan-gu, thereby uncovering the issues at hand. If they were to capture him so easily, it would be a most regrettable loss. Nakano-kun, you must immediately lead a team to assist Sumu. After a brief moment of hesitation, Yoshikawa Yuya gave the order for Nakano Osamu to lead the special first section to the French concession for support. Ichuan-gu is a professional agent of the Special High Police. To ensure absolute certainty, Yoshikawa Yuya had to be fully prepared. Rest assured, Commander Yoshikawa. With a firm tone, Nakano Osamu turned and hurried away. Had it been earlier, he would not have taken the field. However, the situation had changed dramatically. Ichuan-gu indeed posed a significant threat, and he was on the verge of exposure. This was a surefire opportunity for commendation. In the French concession, at a CAF, Sumu, Kobe Gongping, and others were intently observing the CAF across the street. As the sound of footsteps approached, Sumu turned to see Nakano Osamu arriving with personnel from the special first section. Commander Nakano. With respect, they greeted Nakano Osamu, who, in the midst of the mission, had assumed his official title, which uplifted their spirits. Sumu, you have performed admirably this time. Slapping Sumu on the shoulder, Nakano Osamu felt increasingly appreciative of Sumu in comparison to that fool Sure. Not only was Sumu perceptive and loyal, but he could also assist in generating funds for him. Moreover, he was now helping him achieve merit. A simple interrogation task had revealed Ichuan-gu's anomalies. Thanks to Sumu's insistence on maintaining surveillance for several days, General Nakano was gracious, attributing all success to the adept leadership of General Yoshikawa and himself. He humbly refrained from taking credit, while Sumu at that moment offered a subtle flattery. Such skillful maneuvering and ingratiation left the onlooker, Shun Bo Gongping, utterly astonished. This was a performance he truly lacked the ability to replicate. What was the situation? After a brief conversation with Sumu, Nakano entered the crux of the matter. Sir, currently, Hekawa Valley is in a CAF, seemingly awaiting a rendezvous. Sumu discreetly relayed this information to Nakano, clearing the window's view. Upon hearing that Hekawa Valley appeared to be meeting someone, Nakano's expression turned grave. A meeting indicated that Hekawa Valley was undoubtedly involved in something suspicious. Someone is arriving. Just moments after Nakano's arrival, a figure approached Hekawa Valley in the CAF across the street. Upon witnessing this figure, Sumu felt a sudden jolt in his heart. How could it be him? Chapter 98. The Rendezvous in the French Concession, capturing Zhang Huqiang. In the heart of the French Concession in Shanghai, Ichuan-gu sat in a CAF, sipping his coffee, yet his mind was engulfed in hesitation and turmoil. His presence here was, of course, to arrange a meeting. following the incidents at the Puppet Army's command post. He had not only been stripped of his position as team leader by the Special High Command, but also abandoned by Yamamoto Tsukuro. Under different circumstances, Hichuan-gu might have waited patiently for Yamamoto to reinstate him, especially considering that Hiranasuke was gravely injured and the operational unit of the Special High Command was shorthanded. Unfortunately, Yamamoto had yielded to Yoshikawa Yuya, and the Special High Command and the 1st Division were now collaborating closely. Hichuan-gu found himself bereft of any opportunity. Consequently, Hichuan-gu was now compelled to seek an escape route for himself. If he could amass sufficient wealth, he would abscond. After a brief moment of contemplation, his expression solidified with determination. Since he could no longer establish himself within the Special High Command, he resolved to secure a substantial sum of money and return to his homeland to indulge in a life of comfort. Without money, survival in his homeland was an arduous endeavor. As Hichuan-gu awaited his contact, in another room, Sumu, Nakano Osamu, and Shinpu Gongping lay in ambush, biding their time. Someone is coming. With Shinpu Gongping's alert, both Sumu and Nakano Osamu turned their gazes towards the CAF. A single glance caused Sumu's expression to shift dramatically. What? How could it be him? His heart raced unexpectedly. He had not anticipated that the arriving individual would be an old acquaintance. Is that? Sumu was not the only one taken aback. Even Nakano Osamu furrowed his brow, recognizing the person who had just arrived. Su sang, "Come here for a moment." Nakano Osamu, observing Sumu's astonished demeanor, fixed his gaze and spoke with a serious tone. Shinpu Gongping and the others were puzzled but refrained from asking further questions. In a corner at the back of the room, Nakano Osamu queried, Su sang, "That person is Zhang Huqiang, isn't it?" He glanced around before posing the question. Having seen Zhang Huqiang multiple times at the military police headquarters. Indeed, it is Zhang Huqiang. Sumu confirmed without any concealment, albeit with a hint of timidity in his demeanor. However, Nakano-kun, I truly have no idea why he is here. His voice trembled slightly, expressing his genuine confusion regarding Zhang Huqiang's presence. The only dealings between them had revolved around the sale of sulfanilamide. There were no other entanglements. After scrutinizing Sumu for a brief moment, Nakano Osamu broke into a smile. Su sang, "You are my good friend, so I shall naturally choose to trust you." He gently patted Sumu on the shoulder, offering a reassuring gesture. Inner thoughts. If Su sang is connected to this matter, she would undoubtedly not be tailing Hichuan-gu. Inner thoughts. It seems that the issue lies with Zhang Huqiang. Eavesdropping on Nakano Osamu's thoughts and observing his waning suspicion, Sumu let out a sigh of relief. Regarding this Zhang Huqiang, Sumu was truly perplexed about his presence here. Nakano Osamu reassured Sumu, and the two returned to their room, continuing to monitor the situation across the street. In the French concession, within a CAF, Zhang Huqiang arrived, anxiously surveying his surroundings. He placed his briefcase at a designated corner of the table. From beneath the table, he seemed to grasp something and tucked it into his coat, clearing his throat. Zhang Huqiang then rose and made his way outside the CAF. Almost simultaneously, Hichuan-gu, who had been waiting, stood up, unobtrusively approached the briefcase, lifted it, and swiftly exited. This scene caught the attention of Nakano Osamu and Sumu, igniting a spark of excitement in their eyes. "Commander, Hichuan-gu has completed the exchange. Should we apprehend him?" asked Shinhu Gongping, observing the two part ways. To him, it was evidently a meeting. Su sang, "Take Shinhu-kun with you and capture the one retrieving the information." After a moment of hesitation, Nakano Osamu opted for a cautious approach. He glanced at Sumu, indicating that he should pursue Zhang Huqiang. Inner thoughts. Su sang is so sensible. She will surely warn Zhang Huqiang. Inner thoughts. Matters that should not be disclosed must never be uttered by Zhang Huqiang. Eavesdropping on Nakano Osamu's thoughts, Sumu understood his intent. "Rest assured, Commander Nakano. I will ensure he complies." With a smile of satisfaction, Nakano Osamu emphasized the importance of obedience. After giving Sumu a few instructions, he urged immediate action. In the current situation, the exchange of information between Hichuan-gu and the other party had become a certainty. However, he needed to ascertain what information Hichuan-gu had sold. Only through capturing both the individual and the evidence could he apprehend Hichuan-gu. In the French concession, on Central Street, Zhang Huqiang felt at ease, reflecting that this venture was far more profitable than the sulfanilamide trade. He touched the currency in his sleeve, a smile spreading across his face. His presence in the CAF was undoubtedly motivated by financial gain. Otherwise, relying solely on the meager profits from sulfanilamide would be insufficient. As Zhang Huqiang leisurely proceeded, Sumu and Shinhu Gongping closely followed behind. Su sang, "Should we track him to see where his base is?" Shinhu Gongping suggested, eager to discover Zhang Huqiang's destination. However, this proposal was promptly declined by Sumu. "It is imperative that we acquire the intelligence held by the adversary without delay." While the strategy of casting a long line to catch a big fish is commendable, Sumu cannot allow Gongping from Kobe to proceed unchallenged. Who is behind Zhang Huqiang? Sumu is in the dark. If it is indeed the Military Control Commission Shanghai station, we would be in grave peril. We must act immediately. Director Nakano is still awaiting our report. Su Mu's gaze, icy and resolute, fell upon Zhang Huqiang ahead, as he commanded Gong Ping and the others to charge forward without hesitation. With this sum of money, Zhang Huqiang's words trailed off, but in the next moment, an agent from the Special First Division swiftly covered his mouth and nose. Do not move. The chilling command resonated from behind, and Su Mu, drawing closer, could almost hear the unspoken thoughts of the adversary. Ah, is it not the Military Control Commission Shanghai Station? Chapter 99, Interrogation, the confidential leak of the Special High Police. In Shanghai, how is the current condition of Hirano-kun? Seated in the position of the head of the Special High Police, Yamamoto Tsutomu appeared exceedingly weary at this moment. Rubbing his forehead, he inquired of Komaeda Tsurugi. The recent capture in the French concession not only rendered the Special High Police completely subservient to Yoshikawa Yuya, but also inflicted severe losses on the action team. The leader of the action team, Hirano Jin, remains gravely injured and unconscious to this day, although Hirano-kun is currently out of immediate danger. It is anticipated that his recovery will require some time. Komaeda Tsurugi sighed deeply, acknowledging that Hirano Jin had narrowly escaped death. Had he been the first to charge in, he would now be a cold corpse. While Hirano-kun recuperates, let us temporarily assign the responsibilities of the action team to Akikawa-kun. Although Yamamoto Tsutomu has relinquished his expectations of Akikawa, the chaotic state of the Special High Police's action team still necessitates someone to oversee it for the time being. By the way, where is Akikawa-kun? Mentioning Akikawa, Yamamoto Tsutomu furrowed his brow, realizing he had not seen him all day. Akikawa-kun seems to be feeling unwell and has gone to the army hospital for treatment, Komaeda Tsurugi replied after a moment's thought. He recalled having seen Akikawa earlier that day. The latter appeared unwell and mentioned needing to visit the army hospital. A visit for treatment. Yamamoto Tsutomu scowled, his displeasure evident. To leave the Special High Police without proper leave? Akikawa truly is useless. Upon Hirano-jin's return, he intended to rid himself of Akikawa. Just as Yamamoto Tsutomu was consumed by discontent, the phone rang at an opportune moment. Casting a puzzled glance, he opted to answer it. Yamamoto-kun. Inoue-kun. What brings you to personally call? Yamamoto Tsutomu jested with the cunning Inoue, harboring no fondness for him. The latter had long coveted Yamamoto's position as head of the Special High Police. If not for his decision to yield last time, Inoue might have indeed succeeded. Yamamoto-kun. I am calling to inform you of some news. Listening to Inoue's words, Yamamoto Tsutomu was initially dismissive, but the next moment, upon hearing Inoue's revelation, his expression shifted dramatically. Impossible, how could this be? He exclaimed in astonishment, angrily hanging up the phone. Head? Yamamoto's sudden outburst left Komaeda Tsurugi visibly surprised. What could have transpired to incite such fury in Yamamoto Tsutomu? Accompany me immediately to the military police headquarters. With a glance at Komaeda Tsurugi, Yamamoto's eyes burned with fury, determined to seek an explanation from the military police headquarters. Meanwhile, at the Inoue residence, Yoshikawa, old fool, let the dogs fight amongst themselves. Inoue, the cunning old fox, gazed at the disconnected phone, a faint smile of satisfaction gracing his lips. He was wholly devoted to the empire, yet the recent events had been orchestrated by Yoshikawa Yuya, who had never intended for him to assume the role of the head of the Special High Police. Consequently, Inoue was determined to make Yoshikawa uncomfortable in return. Meanwhile, in Shanghai's Huajie area, orders were given to escort the blindfolded Zhang Huqiang to a temporary interrogation room. Su Mu, his demeanor cold, commanded that Zhang be taken inside. Originally designated for Hekawa Valley, it was now Zhang who would experience its confines first. Su sang, "What do you think of the upcoming interrogation?" Kobe-kun. Nakano-kun has requested my personal involvement. Accepting the tools of interrogation from his counterpart, Su Mu felt compelled to conduct the questioning himself. If Zhang Huqiang were to divulge information regarding the sulfanilamide trade, it would not only cause trouble for Nakano but would also implicate him. Thus, this interrogation had to be handled personally. Kobe Jihei did not object to Su Mu taking the lead. After all, they had already secured credit for the capture. With a signal to two operatives from the Special First Section to guard the entrance, Kobe and Su Mu entered the interrogation room. Su Mu took charge of the questioning while Kobe was responsible for documentation, adhering to the established protocols of the Special First Section. Who are you? I recognize the military police's Nakano. Before Zhang could finish, Su Mu swiftly removed his blindfold and, upon hearing Nakano's name, delivered a sharp slap. Speak. Tell me everything you know. Zhang Huqiang stared blankly at Su Mu, astonished that it was he who had orchestrated the arrest. Just as he opened his mouth to respond, a whip lashed out towards him. You must understand, having fallen into the hands of our military police's Special First Section, we are fully aware of your activities at the French concession CAF. Su Mu made it clear regarding the CAF incident, preventing Zhang from speaking recklessly. At that moment, Zhang comprehended the implication of Su Mu's words. Sir, I am innocent. I truly am. I know nothing. I was merely retrieving something for someone, he exclaimed, quickly recounting the entire sequence of events. And the intelligence you took? Su Mu observed Zhang's dawning realization. His reaction had been anticipated. Throughout their journey, he had employed eavesdropping to grasp the situation's outline, which emboldened him to appear personally for the interrogation. It was still in my sleeve. I hadn't had the chance to deliver it before you apprehended me. In Zhang Huqiang's eyes, a fervent desire to survive burned brightly. He had never anticipated such misfortune. Merely retrieving an item led to his immediate capture. Upon hearing the commotion from within his sleeve, Su Mu instinctively reached in to investigate. Shortly thereafter, a note brimming with intelligence materialized in Su Mu's grasp. A mere glance at it caused his expression to shift dramatically. Kobe-kun promptly informed Commander Nakano and Commander Yoshikawa. Su Mu exclaimed in astonishment, utterly surprised by the nature of the content inscribed on the note. Meanwhile, at the military police headquarters in Shanghai, Commander Yoshikawa demanded a reasonable explanation regarding the recent events. At this moment, Yamamoto Tsukuro confronted Nakano Osamu directly, although he had yielded to Yoshikawa, consenting that all intelligence and operations from the Special High Command would henceforth be reported. This concession did not imply that the military police headquarters could arbitrarily detain personnel from the Special High Command. The notion of conducting secret interrogations was utterly outrageous. Cough, Yamamoto Kacho. Regarding this matter, Yoshikawa began, but just as he was about to speak, the shrill ring of a telephone interrupted. Upon answering, the previously conciliatory Yoshikawa's demeanor shifted to one of stern intensity. Baka, that damned Hakugawadani. How dare he leak such classified information? Chapter 100. Encrypted Intelligence. Unexpected Discovery of Han Shi's location. In Shanghai, Huajia. What are you doing? Do you know who I am? Just returned from the French concession. He Chuan-gu, still in disguise, was abruptly captured by Nakano Osamu before he could reach the Special High Command. He Chuan. Let us discuss this matter at the military police headquarters. Nakano's icy words left He Chuan-gu momentarily stunned, rendering him speechless and dazed. Let us go. As He Chuan-gu ceased his struggle, Nakano issued the command and escorted him to the military police headquarters. He had received orders from Yoshikawa Yuya to apprehend He Chuan-gu for interrogation. Half a day later, within the interrogation room of the military police headquarters, Baka. Yamamoto Tsukura glared at He Chuan-gu and angrily slapped him across the face. With that heavy blow delivered, Yamamoto continued to fixate on He Chuan-gu. Still seething with rage, having learned the details of the situation from Yoshikawa Yuya. In that moment, he wished nothing more than to devour this traitor whole. This was a disgrace to the Special High Command. Chief, I'm innocent. The military police just seized me without warning. I know nothing. As a member of the Special High Command, He Chuan-gu understood that once he found himself in such a place, he must never confess, lest he face a fate far worse than death. Heh, innocent? Nakano scoffed, having witnessed He Chuan-gu meeting with others. Could this truly be deemed innocence? He Chuan. You ought to know that once you enter here, if you speak honestly, you may yet find a swift end to your suffering. Nakano picked up a nearby instrument of torture, addressing He Chuan-gu with a chilling tone. Inside the interrogation room of the military police headquarters, resistance would lead to an exceedingly grim fate. Nakano, how long until Su arrives? Yoshikawa Yuya, standing in the background, understood the nature of someone like He Chuan-gu. A professional agent, lacking solid evidence, would never confess, no matter the consequences. Su has returned with his men. It should be. Just then, the sound of footsteps echoed, and Nakano spoke, when suddenly, Su Mu and Kobe Gongping entered, dragging Zhang Huqiang along with them. Commander Yoshikawa, the contact has been brought back. Su Mu, having returned, swiftly approached Yoshikawa Yuya with a respectful salute. At his behest, Kobe Gongping dragged Zhang Huqiang forward. General, I'm innocent. I was just a runner. I truly had no idea it was intelligence. Zhang Huqiang lamented, though already bruised and battered. However, he was acutely aware that if he didn't clarify the situation, his demise was inevitable. Commander Yoshikawa, this is the intelligence we found on him. Respectfully extracting the intelligence note, Samu decisively handed it to the individual before him, Yoshikawa Yuya. Concerned about the potential for information leakage, he took the liberty of apprehending the individual beforehand. Samu spoke with an air of apprehension, lowering his head and refraining from any movement that might provoke inquiry. Upon hearing Samu's words, Yoshikawa furrowed his brow, a hint of displeasure crossing his features. However, in the next moment, as he accepted the intelligence note, his gaze briefly scanned its contents, his expression growing icy before he passed it to Yamamoto Tsutomu. The latter, upon glancing at the note, felt as if the world had spun off its axis. The information inscribed on the paper was, astonishingly, a segment of their most classified code from the Special Higher Police. Baka, his fierce gaze was fixed on Arakawa, as he had not anticipated that the opposing side would manage to transmit such a top-secret dispatch. This was a coded message. If it fell into the hands of other intelligence agencies, the resulting damage would far exceed that of any ordinary intelligence leak. Well done, Sumu, Yoshikawa acknowledged. Recognizing the gravity of the situation reflected in Yamamoto's demeanor, confirming the authenticity of the coded information. Reflecting on Sumu's earlier decisiveness, Yoshikawa offered words of praise. Had this intelligence been sent out, even capturing the traitor Arakawa would not mitigate the significant losses incurred. All this was due to the adept leadership of Chief Yoshikawa, who had unveiled Arakawa's treachery. Sumu, ever the sycophant, displayed no hint of pride, instead adopting a demeanor of utmost loyalty. Observing Sumu's submissiveness, Yoshikawa felt a sense of satisfaction with the flattery. In his mind, he mused that compared to Sumu, that Han Shi was utterly ineffectual, merely squandering funds without managing to apprehend any agents from the military intelligence. Eavesdropping on Yoshikawa's thoughts, Sumu secretly exhaled in relief upon hearing that Han Shi had failed to capture any military intelligence personnel. It was evident that the information he had relayed had proven effective, as the military intelligence in Shanghai had grown vigilant. Sumu, who else has seen this intelligence? Yamamoto Tsutomu, having vented his frustrations towards Arakawa, approached with a stern expression. Director Yamamoto, only I and Kobayashi-kun have seen this intelligence. No one else has had access to it. Sumu responded promptly and respectfully. He understood the critical nature of this information. However, due to its significance, since its discovery, he and Kobayashi Jihei had been inseparable, closely monitoring one another. This vigilance left no room for any indiscretions on Sumu's part. Excellent. This intelligence is classified and must not be allowed to leak under any circumstances. Yamamoto's gaze swept over Sumu and Kobayashi, his meaning unmistakable. Should there be a breach, both Sumu and Kobayashi would be facing dire consequences. Swallowing hard, Sumu felt a jolt in his heart, realizing he had underestimated the significance of the cipher. Even a mere segment of coded communication constituted a matter of utmost confidentiality in the realm of the enemy. Nakano-kun, please escort Su and the others away. Yamamoto Tsutomu instructed after a brief exchange with Yoshikawa. He urged Nakano to take Sumu, Kobe Gongping, and the others to safety. The ensuing interrogation would delve into the clandestine secrets of the Special Hire Police, far beyond the reach of mere players like Sumu and Kobe Gongping. Naturally, Sumu was more than willing to accept Yamamoto's arrangement. This precarious intelligence, who knew what peril it might entail for him if he lingered? A moment later, in Nakano's office, he remarked, Su-sang, Kobe-kun, you both performed admirably in this operation. Nakano's mood was buoyant as he praised Sumu and Kobe Gongping. Not only had they apprehended Hekawa Valley, but they had also averted a significant breach of Imperial intelligence. Such an achievement might well pave the way for Nakano's own promotion. Su-sang, do you have anything to? Just then, a member of the Special First Section hurried in, whispering urgently to Nakano. Upon hearing the report, Nakano's expression darkened considerably. His thoughts raced. That good-for-nothing Han Shi spends his days reveling at the Dawaga dance hall, and yet we are the ones footing the bill for the military police headquarters. If we fail to capture any military intelligence personnel soon, he may as well prepare for his own demise. Eavesdropping on his thoughts, Sumu couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. So it was the Dawaga dance hall. Huh. That scoundrel Han Shi, let him await his fate. Chapter 101. Su-sang bleeds for the Empire, achieving greatness, absolutely not a traitor. Su-sang, Shinobu-kun, you may take a moment to rest here. Nakano Osamu furrowed his brows as he glanced at the agents of the Special Operations Unit. After a moment's hesitation, he addressed Susumu, Shinobu Kohei, and the others. Although there had been no progress on Han Shi's side, Nakano Osamu resolved to personally visit in order to summon personnel from the Military Intelligence Operations Group. Observing the humble demeanor of Susumu and Shinobu Kohei, Nakano's dissatisfaction with Han Shi grew even stronger. Humph, that scoundrel Han Shi is undoubtedly a looming threat. Susumu silently seethed within, contemplating their next course of action as he watched Nakano Osamu depart. The capture of Hekawagu had been a significant hurdle overcome. While he had not participated in the interrogation of Hekawaga's confidential information, there was no doubt that he had earned the trust of Yoshikawa Iya. The encoded messages from the Special Hire Police murmured a thought within him, prompting Susumu to resolutely decide to forget about the encoded messages. Not to mention, he had only caught a fleeting glimpse of the cipher on the note, which he could not possibly memorize. Should this cipher leak, the Special Hire Police would likely require no evidence and would apprehend him immediately. Therefore, Susumu chose to act as though he was oblivious to the matter of the encoded messages. Survival was paramount. Only by staying alive could he have the opportunity to access more intelligence in the future. As for the traitor Han Shi, Susumu was now aware of his whereabouts. Once the situation with Hekawaga settled, he could notify the military intelligence station in Shanghai to eliminate him completely. This fellow not only had knowledge of the military intelligence operations but had also crossed paths with Susumu in the French concession, albeit under disguised circumstances. However, Susumu knew he must exercise extreme caution. Even the slightest misstep could lead to dire consequences. In Shanghai, French concession, is there still no news of Shantu? Lin Dongxing's brow furrowed as he looked at the old ghost Zhang Anming before him. Days had passed, and the intelligence sent by Zhang Anming had gone unacknowledged by Shantu, leaving Lin Dongxing feeling a twinge of unease. At such a critical juncture, Shanta had inexplicably vanished. This perplexed Lin Dongxing. Chief, could it be that following the last capture in the French concession, Shanta has gone silent? Rin Kong from the intelligence department pondered for a moment and considered the possibility of Shantu entering a state of silence. During the previous capture in the French concession, Shantu had promptly relayed information, which had led to the failure and significant losses for the Special Higher Police. In the aftermath of such a failure, the Japanese would undoubtedly conduct an internal review. Perhaps Shanta found himself on that review list and was compelled to sever contact with the old ghost. Listening to Rin Kang's analysis, Lin Dongxing's expression turned serious. After a moment of contemplation, he nodded. Until now, Shanta had consistently transmitted information without ever facing scrutiny. Thus, Lin Dongxing, in a moment of contemplation, did not initially grasp this possibility. However, recalling the recent incident in the French concession, coupled with the defection of the traitor Han Shi, he increasingly sensed its likelihood. Han Shi had been identified by Shantu, and it was highly probable that Shantu had been compelled to enter a state of silence due to this betrayal. Cursing under his breath, Lin Dongxing's loathing for the traitor Han Shi intensified. At such a critical juncture, rendering his key informants mute was an additional blow to his efforts in probing the Japanese investigative team's leads. Moreover, under the intelligence received from Shantu, his operational team within the Huajia had also succumbed to total silence. This predicament deeply troubled Lin Dongxing. Chief, should we not employ the Earthwolves? Rin Kong hesitated before suggesting to Lin Dongxing. Given the current circumstances, with Shanta momentarily silenced, continuing to wait seemed futile in obtaining crucial information. No, the Earthwolves absolutely cannot be deployed. Lin Dongxing resolutely shook his head, directly dismissing Ren Kang's proposal. The Earthwolves were a hard-won piece placed within the 3rd Security Division, integral to an important plan that could not be activated at this juncture. He awaited Shantu's response, feeling a sense of difficulty. The situation in Shanghai was tightly controlled by the Japanese, making it exceedingly challenging to insert a pivotal piece. Agents like Shantu, capable of continuously gathering intelligence, were indeed rare. With Lin Dongxing's orders given, Rin Kong refrained from further discussion. In Shanghai, at the military police headquarters, Baka, He Chuan-gu should be subjected to 1,000 cuts. Within the conference room of the military police headquarters, after Zhang Huaqing's confessions and the Special High Police's intense interrogations, He Chuan-gu ultimately disclosed everything. Gazing at the intelligence provided by He Chuan-gu, Yoshikawa Yu angrily roared, appalled that one would betray the Empire's secrets for mere monetary gain. General Yoshikawa, this leak involves the Empire's codes, and all who are aware must be strictly monitored. Yamamoto Jiro stated with an unusually grave expression. Were it any other intelligence, Yamamoto Jiro might not have reacted so severely. However, the codes represented the Empire's most vital secrets, which absolutely must not be known to outsiders. Zhang Huaqing and He Chuan-gu would undoubtedly guard this secret with their lives. A chill spread in his eyes as Colonel Nakano nodded, signaling the nearby military police to depart. Clearly, both Zhang Huaqing and He Chuan-gu were doomed. General Yoshikawa. There is one more individual who is aware of this intelligence, and I must mention. Yamamoto Jiro hesitated for a moment, but ultimately spoke through gritted teeth. He was unconcerned about Zhang Huaqing and He Chuan-gu. His focus was on the outsider, Su Mu, who possessed critical information. However, before he could finish his statement, he was met with an irate glare from Yoshikawa-yu. Yamamoto-kun, I comprehend your intentions. With an undercurrent of anger, Yukiya Kikua's words carried an additional layer of coldness and sharpness. However, Su-san has demonstrated unwavering loyalty to the Empire, repeatedly achieving remarkable feats. He is an invaluable member of our special 1st Division. Yukiya Kikuwa cast an annoyed glare at Sukuru Yamamoto, utterly disregarding his demands. What truly mattered to him was that Sumu was under his command. How dare this Yamamoto fellow attempt to instruct Yukiya Kikuwa in his duties, seeking to undermine the personnel of his gendarmerie command. Today, Yukiya Kikuwa would certainly make it clear to Tsukuru Yamamoto who holds authority. Su-san has shed blood for the Empire. Su-san has also rendered service to the Empire. Even if a traitor emerges from the Special High Command, Su-san will never betray the Empire. Chapter 102. Targeted by the Taco. Silence. In Shanghai, at the Huajia, the Dahua Dance Hall. Come on, Hangu, let me treat you to a drink. Haha. Cheers, my dear sister. Han Shi, embracing a voluptuous dancer, raised his glass with a lewd grin and downed the drink in one go, subsequently caressing her long legs with lingering desire. How annoying, Hangu. Hearing the teasing words by his ear, Han Shi wore a smug smile on his face. Ah, this is the essence of life. What he had experienced in the French concession was hardly worth mentioning. Come, everyone drink up. As long as you serve me well, I have plenty of money. Pulling the girl closer, Han Shi laughed heartily. During this period, he indulged in singing and dancing at the Dahua dance hall, reveling in the extravagant world around him. After all, he had allied himself with the Japanese. All his expenses were covered by the little devils. Naturally, he could spend freely. However, Han Shi's antics infuriated Nakano Osamu, who had just arrived. Sir, should we go over and warn him? An agent from the Special Task Force quietly inquired, observing Nakano's furious expression. Humph, no need. With a cold snort, Nakano chose to endure this moment for the sake of intelligence. Yet, in his heart, he had already sentenced Han Shi to death. This waste. Compared to Su Sang, he was utterly inferior. If it weren't for the intelligence needed by the military's operations group, Nakano would have gladly ended him right then and there. You few stay here. Watching Han Shi reveling in his indulgence, Nakano could hardly bear to watch any longer. Damn it, Su Sang had never treated him this way. When did it become Nakano's turn to treat others in such a manner? After giving instructions to 3 agents from the Special Task Force beside him, Nakano lost all interest in lingering. Under the cloak of night, within Su Mu's residence. Ah, I'm finally back. Lying on the bed, Su Mu let out a deep sigh of relief. With the matter of Hechuan Valley concluded, Su Mu finally had the opportunity to return. However, this time, for precautionary measures. Su Mu refrained from visiting Jing'an Park to check the dead letter box. He was aware of certain secret codes from the Taco. Although Yoshikawa you trusted him. Who could say whether Yamamoto Tsutomu from the Taco had his eyes on him? Not being one of the little devils, no matter how loyal. There would always be room for suspicion. Better to hide for a few days and observe the situation. After pondering for a moment, Su Mu resolved to stay low for a few days, watching for any Taco spies who might be tailing him. Having witnessed agents from the Special Task Force surveilling Hechuan Valley, Su Mu felt a lingering dread about being followed. For the sake of his own life, Su Mu had to exist as inconspicuously as possible. After all, the military Shanghai station had already received his warning. There should be no problems arising in the near future. Determined, Su Mu fell into a state of self-imposed silence. For the following days, apart from his duties at the garrison headquarters, he returned directly to his residence, leading a life that traversed merely between 2 points. Meanwhile, in Shanghai, the head of the Special High Police, Kamita Tsurugi, placed a report detailing Su Mu's recent movements and background before Yamamoto Tsukuro, who picked it up, his expression taut with concentration as he pondered its contents. Although Yoshikawa Yuya had prohibited the Special High Police from apprehending Su Mu, Yamamoto remained uneasy. An outsider had gained knowledge of their secret communication codes. And to neglect this would be a dereliction of his duty as the head of the Special High Police. According to our investigation, there appears to be a connection between Su Mu and the deceased Zhang Huqiang, Kamita reported, outlining the findings. Their inquiries revealed that Su Mu and Zhang Huqiang were acquainted and frequently ventured into the French concession together. However, their ties seemed to involve Nakano Osamu. After a moment's hesitation, Kamita spoke softly, indicating that with Zhang Huqiang's capture, it would not have been difficult for the Special High Police to uncover the relationships involving Su Mu and Nakano. Nonetheless, both Su Mu and Nakano were unrelated to the current leak. Their connection to Zhang Huqiang seemed to revolve around the trade of sulfanilamide. Damn it. These are merely parasites of the Empire. Yamamoto exclaimed with contempt upon reading about the sulfanilamide trade in the report. He understood now why Nakano had previously shown such leniency towards Su Mu. It turned out that personnel from the garrison headquarters were engaging in the illicit trade of sulfanilamide. Chief, why not use this to apprehend Su Mu? Then Kamita began, but was met with Yamamoto's incredulous gaze. Apprehend him. He has already yielded to Yoshikawa. Exposing this matter would not only offend Yoshikawa, but would also provoke the Nakano family. The risks far outweigh the benefits. Let this matter rest, and withdraw our personnel. Yamamoto replied, weary as he shook his head. He could not afford to antagonize either Yoshikawa or the Nakano family. Continuing the investigation would undoubtedly yield no results. Rather than squander time watching these parasites, Yamamoto preferred to address the underground factions and the Yamaguchi group. In Shanghai, at the Huajie Grand Theater, laughter rang out. Come on, drink. We won't leave until we're completely intoxicated. Han, stop it. I can't drink anymore. Hee, if you can't drink, then you must face the consequences. At that moment, Han Shi, surrounded by companions, exuberantly laughed, holding a drink in one hand while playfully caressing a thigh with the other. The surrounding songbirds captivated Han Shi entirely. The agents of the Special Operations Unit, observing Han Shi's demeanor, could not help but furrow their brows in disapproval. Were it not for the mission at hand, they would have disregarded such a useless individual entirely. Apologies, sir, but your funds are insufficient. You will need to replenish them. A staff member approached discreetly, whispering these words as the agents of the Special Operations Unit cast disdainful glances at Han Shi. How absurd. We have already paid. One of the agents retorted angrily, following the attendant. However, before the words could fully escape his lips, a glint of cold steel flashed before him. In an instant, A heavy hand clamped over his mouth. Take action. Chapter 103. The traitor Han Shi meets his demise. Outside the magnificent Dawa dance hall, Li Zicheng regarded Han Shan before him, and, after a moment's hesitation, spoke, Brother Han, this time, your role is merely to keep watch on the periphery. Leave the rest to us. Although the military commission's Shanghai station had enlisted Han Shan's participation in this operation, the traitor within their ranks was none other than Han Shan's own brother. The thought of him betraying his kin weighed heavily on Li Zicheng's conscience, making the situation seem cruel. Furthermore, he harbored concerns about unforeseen complications. I must take matters into my own hands, Han Shan replied solemnly, shaking his head with unwavering determination in his eyes. His desire to personally eliminate the traitor Han Shi was the very reason he had insisted on joining this mission. Han Shan's insistence left Li Zicheng momentarily conflicted. After a brief pause, he ultimately decided to position Han Shan at the back door of the dance hall. Following Li Zicheng's strategic arrangements, the members of the action team, disguised, infiltrated the interior of the Dawa dance hall. They had received credible intelligence indicating that the traitor Han Shi was indeed within the premises. All they needed to do was locate him to execute the plan. Before long, with Li Zicheng and his team stealthily maneuvering, they discovered the whereabouts of the traitor Han Shi. Damnable traitor. Li Zicheng seethed as he observed Han Shi indulging in the revelry of the dance hall, surrounded by agents from the Special Operations Unit. His anger towards such treachery intensified. I'll approach first. Await my signal, Li Zicheng instructed, nodding at his companions before stealthily advancing toward the perimeter of the Special Operations agents. Sir, your bill. He feigned as a service worker, but the moment the words left his lips, a cold dagger pierced the throat of the Special Operations agent. Now, without a hint of hesitation, Li Zicheng's sharp command prompted the members of the action team lurking nearby to draw their firearms. Bang, bang, bang. The presence of Japanese agents guarding Han Shi made it exceedingly difficult to approach and assassinate him unnoticed. In that moment, Li Zicheng had no choice but to catch his adversaries off guard. Wakahatsu. Enemies. The sudden gunfire sent the Special Operations agents into a frenzy. With two of their number collapsing lifelessly into a pool of blood, the remaining agents quickly sought cover while returning fire. Meanwhile, Han Shi, lost in the euphoria of the dance, was jolted by the chaos unfolding around him. Damn it, it's the military commission, he shouted, and without a moment's hesitation, he bolted towards the back door. He was acutely aware that discovery by the military commission would herald the arrival of their dedicated task force. He had yet to savor the pleasures of life fully and had no desire to meet his end there. Curse it, how could the military commission know my location? There must be a mole. While fleeing, Han Shi pondered deeply, contemplating the identity of the traitor among them. The events at the Dahua dance hall were known only to a select few within the military police headquarters. A myriad of fragmented thoughts flashed through his mind, and suddenly, the figure of Su Mu emerged in his consciousness. Could it be that treacherous fellow? Had it not been for this assassination attempt, Han Shi would have never suspected Su Mu. However, now that his actions were exposed, the unmistakable familiarity he sensed from Su Mu became the primary reason for his suspicion. Damn it, I must report this to Nakano. Bang. As Han Shi contemplated, a gunshot rang out from behind him, and blood gushed from his thigh. A searing pain engulfed him as he fell to the ground. Illuminated by the glow of the dance hall, Han Shan emerged from the shadows, his gaze blazing with fury and sorrow as he looked upon Han Shi. Brother, don't kill me. I am your own brother. Han Shi pleaded, prostrate on the ground, recognizing the figure before him as his elder brother. Why? Han Shan had come to confront him, demanding to know why his brother had allied himself with the enemy. Their parents had been slain by the invaders. Brother, we have endured such hardship in the French concession. I have suffered enough. I do not wish to die without having experienced anything, like our parents did. Han Shi's voice trembled with desperation as he clung to the last glimmer of hope. Have you forgotten? Our parents were murdered by the enemy. How can you utter such words, filled with national betrayal and resentment? Han Shan's heart ached as he listened to his brother's sentiments, tightening his grip on the firearm in his hand. He could hardly fathom that his brother had so easily forgotten their deep-rooted vengeance. Do you think I am unaware? But I am alone. What can I do? In this moment, facing his own brother, Han Shi's voice rose in anguished defiance. Look at this light. Listen to this music. He gestured wildly toward the opulence of the Dahua dance hall and the surrounding revelry, his frustration boiling over. Our nation lies in ruins, yet we continue to live like this. If everyone feels this way, then this country is beyond saving. Before he could finish his impassioned plea, a cold shot rang out, and Han Shi looked at Han Shan in disbelief. Blood streamed from his forehead as he collapsed into a pool of crimson, having betrayed his own brother. Han Shan cast a sorrowful glance at the garish surroundings before turning away, retreating into the dark alley. Under the cover of night, at the military police headquarters, chaos ensued. What? The Dahua dance hall has been attacked by the military intelligence? As Nakano Osamu was about to leave work, he was struck by the shocking news of an attack on the Dahua dance hall. His expression shifted dramatically as he turned anxiously toward the returning agents. "Where is Han Shi? Where is that scoundrel?" he inquired with urgency. However, the next piece of information he received ignited his fury. "Baka. Useless. A bunch of worthless fools." Under the protection of the Special First Section, Han Shi had been killed by military intelligence agents, a true disgrace for such incompetence. Within the Special First Section, Sumu listened to Nakano's furious outburst and felt an involuntary sense of relief. Finally, the military intelligence station in Shanghai had proven itself competent this time. If failure were to occur again, Sumu felt compelled to express his disdain for the Shanghai military intelligence station. "Baka, you all should apologize," he shouted at the two returning agents. Just as he prepared to confront them, Nakano's inner thoughts suddenly resonated. What is this news? Chapter 104, The Exposed Flaw. The Mountain Rabbit at the Gendarmerie Headquarters. In Shanghai, stationed at the Special High Command. What? Han Shi has been assassinated by the military intelligence? Yamamoto Zilong listened intently to Kamita Tsurugi's report, an expression of astonishment clouding his features as he furrowed his brow, then gravely opened the intelligence that Kamita had handed over. "Commander, the only individuals aware of Han Shi's whereabouts are those at the Gendarmerie Headquarters." A glimmer of insight shone in Kamita's eyes. Han Shi's demise confirmed a crucial matter for them. There was treachery within the Gendarmerie Headquarters. Ever since the last failed operation in the French concession, the Special High Command, led by Yamamoto Zilong, had lost control over Han Shi as a strategic piece. Yoshikawa Yiya had arranged Han Shi within the Gendarmerie's Special First Section. Now, the fact that the military intelligence had uncovered his trail unequivocally indicated one thing. There was a mole within the Gendarmerie Headquarters. The Special High Command was oblivious to Han Shi's movements. Even if they wished to leak information, it would be an impossible task. "The Gendarmerie Headquarters," Yamamoto Zilong murmured, the first figure that emerged in his mind being Sumu of the Special First Section. When was the surveillance on Sumu lifted? He inquired of Kamita, seeking clarification. 2 days ago. 2 days' time, he muttered, and Kamita understood that Yamamoto was once again suspicious of Sumu. In Shanghai, at the Gendarmerie Headquarters. "Baka. Useless. You are all a bunch of fools." Yoshikawa Yuya glared at Nakano Osamu, unleashing his scorn without restraint. The Special First Section had failed to protect Han Shi, allowing him to be assassinated by the military intelligence. This was nothing short of a disgrace for the Special First Section. Had it not been for the recent breakthrough in the leaked information regarding Hechuan Valley, Yoshikawa would likely be seething with rage. Although Han Shi was a traitor of little significance, he was nonetheless a vital pawn in their efforts against the military intelligence. Now that this peace had inexplicably been compromised, Yoshikawa was left thoroughly displeased. "Commander Yoshikawa, the fact that the military intelligence was able to track down Han Shi's whereabouts indicates that there is undoubtedly an issue at hand." Nakano Osamu furrowed his brow in contemplation, offering his insights. Han Shi's whereabouts were, even within the Gendarmerie Headquarters, classified information. It was inconceivable for an ordinary individual to possess such knowledge. Yet, the assassins from military intelligence somehow knew his location. Was this not peculiar? "Nakano, does Sumu know about this incident?" Yoshikawa, having regained his composure, paused for a moment before inquiring whether Sumu was privy to the intelligence. "Commander Yoshikawa, Sumu was not involved in this matter." Nakano Osamu replied without hesitation. "I never disclosed Han Shi's mission or whereabouts." He was certain that Sumu was unaware of Han Shi's situation, as at that time, Sumu was engaged in surveillance in the Japanese concession, focusing on Hechuan Valley, and had no access to Han Shi's trail. As for the conclusion of the Hechuan Valley mission, Han Shi's task did not involve Sumu, as Nakano Haru also excluded him from participation. If Su Sang is unaware, it indicates an issue within your special task force. Yoshikawa Yu's expression turned icy, his gaze shifting to Nakano Haru, who responded sternly. "If it were not for Sumu, it would suggest that among our own ranks in the special task force, there exists a traitor akin to the Hechuan Valley incident. Otherwise, how could Han Shi's whereabouts possibly be leaked?" Upon hearing that his subordinates might be at fault, Nakano Haru hesitated. Instinctively, he felt that his team would not falter. After all, if it truly were his subordinates, Han Shi, the traitor, should have encountered problems long ago at the Dahua Dance Hall. Why wait until now? "Rest assured, Director Yoshikawa, I will thoroughly investigate this matter," Nakano Haru replied respectfully, then proceeded to exit. Concerning the recent leak, he was determined to conduct an internal scrutiny within the special task force. Meanwhile, Sumu remained blissfully unaware of the impending danger. Had the Japanese investigative team arrived? The whispers he had overheard had kept him pondering this matter for days. He had not forgotten the intelligence request from the military intelligence Shanghai station. The Japanese investigative team was soon to arrive in Shanghai, and he needed to ascertain the precise timing. Such confidential information was limited even for Nakano Haru, and he needed to connect with Yoshikawa Yu to acquire accurate updates. Sumu mused, considering the whispers he had eavesdropped on yesterday. It was highly likely that Nakano Haru was unaware of the specific arrival time of the investigative team. To obtain intelligence, he must reach out to figures such as Yoshikawa Yu and Colonel Nakano. However, it was exceedingly difficult for him to make contact with them. After pondering for a moment, Sumu found himself in a quandary. As a mere insignificant individual, the challenge of approaching them and overhearing their thoughts was undeniably immense. Just as Sumu contemplated how to find an opportunity to get closer to Yoshikawa Yu and others, Nakano Haru's figure appeared in the operations office. With a smile, Nakano Haru approached, and Sumu quickly donned a smile in return. Director Nakano, he greeted with utmost respect, clearly displaying the demeanor of a sycophant. Su sang, "You have achieved merit this time. We must celebrate at the Saikawa restaurant." Nakano Haru exclaimed joyfully, patting Sumu on the shoulder. Upon hearing the name of the restaurant, Sumu understood the implication. It is all due to Director Nakano's excellent leadership. "Tonight, I will host a banquet at Saikawa restaurant, and you must attend," he replied, putting on a smile to flatter his superior. "All right," Su sang, "let us ensure we do not leave until we are inebriated." Nakano Haru responded with satisfaction, and with that, he turned to exit. "Indeed, Susan, I have heard that your relationship with Han is quite amicable. While I initially believed it was merely a customary celebration in this vicinity, I was suddenly met with the inquiry from the other party. In that fleeting moment, upon hearing Nakano's mention of Han, my heart involuntarily skipped a beat. Commander Nakano, I have merely crossed paths with Han a few times, I calmly replied while meeting Nakano's gaze. Yet, within my heart, a flicker of unease began to stir. What could Nakano's question imply? As I eavesdropped on my own thoughts, I found no useful insight. Watching the retreating figure of Nakano, a sense of disquiet settled within me. What could that seemingly trivial question truly signify? Chapter 105. Exposed? The mountain hare is under surveillance. In the Shanghai International Settlement. At a Clearwater restaurant, Su Sang exclaimed, "Today, we shall drink to our heart's content. Nakano-kun, I have arranged a delightful second half for you." "Ah, Su Sang, you truly understand me." At that moment in the restaurant, Sumu and Nakano Haru exchanged smiles before downing their drinks in unison. As Sumu accompanied Nakano Haru, he discreetly listened for any revealing thoughts from him. However, even until the banquet concluded, Sumu failed to glean any useful information. Su Sang, "You are indeed a good friend of mine." Nakano Haru, slightly intoxicated, patted Sumu's shoulder before embracing a nearby woman from the Empire and heading towards a prearranged hotel. Meanwhile, Sumu found himself alone, having rented a room where he pondered deeply. Nakano Haru would not have inquired about him without reason. As he contemplated, his thoughts turned to Han Shi. The assassination of Han Shi by the military intelligence in Shanghai had proceeded remarkably smoothly, resulting in Han Shi's demise at the Grand Hua Dance Hall. Though the intelligence was provided by him, Sumu was confident that he had not revealed any incriminating details. He had not inquired about Han Shi's whereabouts within the Special Operations Division, nor had he ever handled related documents. His source of information stemmed from eavesdropping on Nakano Haru's thoughts. It could be said that he had executed his tasks flawlessly. Yet, against this backdrop, Nakano Haru still questioned the nature of his connection with Han Shi. Was it merely a casual inquiry? Sumu felt a twinge of doubt at this conclusion, as he found it hard to believe that Nakano Haru would ask such a question without purpose. However, after further reflection, he discovered no apparent issues and decided to dismiss the thought. After all, with the ability to eavesdrop on thoughts, he could simply engage with Nakano Haru more in the coming days to uncover his true intentions. In Shanghai, Hongkou District, at the Inoue Mansion. "Boss, here is the intelligence sent by Section Chief Yamamoto." The crafty old fox, Inoue, glanced at the documents presented by his subordinate, and a cold smirk crept across his face. "Humph, inform Yamamoto Tsutomu that I have no time to entertain him." Inoue disdainfully tossed the intelligence aside. Yamamoto Tsutomu's expectations were preposterous. Thinking that the Black Dragon Society would assist the Special High Police, it was nothing short of a fantasy. Ever since being outmaneuvered by Yoshikawa Yu and failing to secure the position of Chief of the Special High Police, Inoue had shown no interest in engaging with either Yoshikawa Yu or Yamamoto Tsutomu. However, shortly after Inoue's dismissal, a call from Yamamoto Tsutomu came in, softening his previously frosty demeanor. "Inoue-kun, this is the utmost sincerity I can offer." On the other end of the line, Yamamoto Tsukiro's words caused the old fox Inoue to furrow his brow and plunge into contemplation. After a brief moment, the old fox let out a deep sigh. "Yamamoto-kun, let us wish for a pleasant collaboration," he articulated to Yamamoto on the other end of the phone, before placing it down, his eyes rekindling with newfound brilliance. The following day, at the military police headquarters, "Kobe-kun, I have brought you breakfast." Having come from the Japanese concession, Sumu conveniently prepared a meal for Kobe Jihei. "Thank you, Susan," Kobe Jihei responded, now familiar with the gesture, accepting it with ease. Smiling at him, Sumu remained unperturbed, simultaneously eavesdropping on his thoughts. "By the way, Kobe-kun, do we have any tasks today? He inquired casually. After a moment of contemplation, Kobe-ji shook his head. Listening intently to his thoughts and confirming that there were no leads, Sumu engaged him in further conversation before returning to his post. Strange. There were no issues at all. Sumu pondered whether he was overthinking. However, for his own safety, he decided to eavesdrop thoroughly within the special first section. Yet, his subsequent listening only deepened his confusion. There were absolutely no problems. Could it be that he truly was being overly suspicious? He mused internally, genuinely perplexed at this moment. None of the individuals in the special first section exhibited any troubling thoughts. Under such circumstances, either their thoughts were unprompted, rendering accurate information unattainable, or Sumu was simply being paranoid. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Sumu had yet to glean any useful intelligence from the hearts of those in the special first section and could only rise in resignation. After a day of eavesdropping, his worries had lessened considerably. After all, the entire special first section of the military police headquarters displayed no signs of issues. This suggested that he had been overly cautious. Perhaps Nakano Osamu had merely posed a sudden question due to the death of Han Shi. With his mind at ease, Sumu proceeded along his usual route towards his residence. His abode lay at a considerable distance from the military police headquarters, necessitating a passage through Jing'an Park. This was precisely why Sumu had set up a dead letterbox within the park. It provided convenience for him to check while passing by, ensuring timely message transmission. Without a liaison or radio within the Chinese territory, he relied solely on the dead letterbox for intelligence relay. Any delay in checking could easily result in missing critical tasks dispatched by the military intelligence station in Shanghai. Currently, the special investigative team from the Japanese had yet to gather accurate intelligence and thus had temporarily withheld reporting. As Sumu passed by the often-tread path of Jing'an Park, he paused for a moment in contemplation, ultimately deciding against reporting for the time being. The whispers of Nakano's heart conveyed incomplete information. Sumu yearned to seize an opportunity to refine the details further. With a resolution in mind, he strolled past the dead letterbox, making his way toward his residence. Just as he exited the park, he caught sight of a homeless man on the ground, prompting a surge of compassion within him. He placed 3 yuan into the man's tattered bowl. They were all unfortunate compatriots, and Sumu felt compelled to offer a modicum of assistance. However, a conflicting thought arose. Baka, damn it, I am not a beggar. Another voice echoed in his mind. If not for the purpose of monitoring you, you would surely know the prowess of our imperial rogues. Just as Sumu deposited the coins and prepared to leave, the inner voice of the homeless man jolted Sumu's spirit. Maintaining a stoic expression, he turned to depart, yet a tempest of turmoil surged within him. What was happening? Was he being surveilled? Had he inadvertently revealed himself? Chapter 106, The Flaw in Darkness. The probe of the Special Investigation Team. What is going on? Lying on his bed within his dwelling, a sense of panic and bewilderment surged within Sumu at this moment. He had transmitted intelligence flawlessly, without revealing any clues. Why had the enemy suddenly begun to monitor him? His gaze swept across his surroundings, and at that moment, Sumu dared not even speak to himself. Who could say if the enemy had planted listening devices in his room? He reconsidered his actions, his brow furrowing in confusion, unable to comprehend where he might have shown a vulnerability. Oddly enough, even when he had previously relayed information to the Special High Command, he had not been monitored. Why was it different this time with the garrison headquarters? As he pondered, a sudden flash of insight illuminated Sumu's mind. Damn it! He cursed himself inwardly. Realizing the truth, the leak of information from the Special High Command. The reason he had not been monitored was precisely because he was not within their ranks. Now that Han Shi had been killed, the enemy, if not foolish, would undoubtedly connect the dots and realize something was amiss at the garrison headquarters. In such circumstances, the headquarters would inevitably conduct an internal investigation. As a mere pawn, even lacking information, he would still be implicated. Cursing himself for being careless, Sumu finally grasped the gravity of the situation. The intelligence he had previously relayed had been known to many, but now, with Han Shi's demise, only the special first section of the garrison headquarters was privy to that information. He exhaled deeply, his expression turning grave. Rising slowly, he gazed out the window at the street below. Although it appeared calm on the surface, Sumu knew that the members of the Black Dragon Society were undoubtedly monitoring him from the shadows. Whether from the Special High Command or the Mei Organization, their operatives were not well versed in Chinese. It was the cunning old fox, Inoue, and his Black Dragon Society that had a cadre of operatives fluent in Chinese, making them the most suitable for watching him. It seemed that for the time being, the enemy would not take him into custody. After observing the outside for a while, Sumu sat down again, mulling over his next steps. The fact that the enemy was merely monitoring him indicated one thing: they had no evidence against him. He had just gained the trust of Yoshikawa Yuya. As long as Yoshikawa did not abandon him, then the Special High Command and Inoue would not dare to take action against him. Silence was imperative. He must remain deeply silent. After a moment of hesitation, Sumu resolved to lay low. His recent operations had gone smoothly, and with the ability to eavesdrop on thoughts, he had become somewhat overconfident, nearly forgetting that he was merely a pawn. No matter how flawlessly he performed, if the garrison headquarters could not identify the mole within, he would undoubtedly be unable to escape unscathed. The suspicious little devils will be reassigned, while my existence is essentially a certainty of death. Hold on. With this thought in mind, Sumu promptly dismissed the mission of the Little Devil Special Investigation Team from his mind. Under surveillance. Any further engagement with such intelligence would be tantamount to suicide. To ingratiate himself with Nakano Osamu, he chose to bide his time in silence, setting a goal for himself before turning to sleep. Beneath the cloak of night, at the Inoue residence, the proprietor received a report detailing Sumu's operational route and surveillance findings. Kishi Koichiro handed over a piece of intelligence to the cunning Inoue, who merely glanced at it, furrowing his brow momentarily before nonchalantly setting it aside. The monitoring continued. The content of the intelligence indicated that all was normal. Yet Inoue was acutely aware that if Sumu truly were the infiltrating agent Mountain Rabbit, he would undoubtedly be a top-tier operative, not easily exposed. Of course, it was also plausible that Sumu was not an agent at all. Inoue's involvement was solely due to Yamamoto Tsukuro's commission. 2 weeks later, at the gendarmerie headquarters, Sumu, Director Nakano, is looking for you. I'm on my way. After tidying himself up, Sumu strode toward Nakano's office. Ever since realizing he was under surveillance, Sumu had been idling within the gendarmerie headquarters, turning a blind eye and deaf ear to any intelligence that came his way, opting instead for silence. He could hardly believe that, in such a state of quietude, the Tako and the cunning Inoue would be able to uncover any of his clues. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Sumu knocked on Nakano's door. Director Nakano. Sumu, please take a seat. Upon his arrival, Sumu was greeted warmly by Nakano, who ushered him to a nearby sofa. The director's fervent demeanor made Sumu's heart skip a beat. Having spent considerable time with Nakano, he was well acquainted with his character. Such enthusiasm was not typical in times of tranquility. His inner voice mused, that fellow Zhang Huqiang has perished at the hands of the Tako. From now on, the sulfanilamide trade will rest solely upon Sumu. Listening to Nakano's thoughts, Sumu felt a wave of relief wash over him. So it was about the sulfanilamide trade. Indeed, with Zhang Huqiang gone, he alone possessed knowledge of the channels in the French concession. Sumu, considering the time, it has likely been about a month now, Nakano remarked, prompting an immediate understanding from Sumu. Rest assured, Director, I have previously engaged with this channel, and there shouldn't be any significant issues. Excellent, Sumu. You truly are trustworthy. Hearing that the sulfanilamide channel was secure brought a smile to Nakano's face, as he gazed at the obedient Sumu. A profound satisfaction welled up within him. Inner voice, how could someone like Su Sang possibly be a mole within the military police headquarters? Inner voice, humph. That Yamamoto Tsukuro is merely causing trouble for my Nakano family. Listening to Nakano Osamu's thoughts, Sumu's heart sank slightly. Indeed, it was Yamamoto Tsukuro's special high police that had set their sights on him. This is troublesome. Being targeted by the special high police is the last situation Sumu wished to encounter. Su Sang, do your best, and I shall not treat you unfairly. Compared to his position, Nakano Osamu favored wealth far more. He patted Sumu on the shoulder, resolved to give him an opportunity. Inner voice, when the special investigation team arrives in a while, Su Sang can be assigned to provide protection. Inner voice, if Su Sang poses no issues at that time, it would perfectly clear his suspicions. Initially, Sumu thought Nakano Osamu's words were merely meant to placate him, but at that moment, upon hearing Nakano Osamu's thoughts, Sumu's heart involuntarily skipped a beat, and his lips twitched, asking him to protect the Special Investigation Team. This, Chapter 107, Special Investigation Team, Turmoil in Shanghai. In Shanghai, within the Special High Command, the chief turned to the intelligence report delivered by the Inoue residents. At this moment, Yamamoto Tsutomu perused the information presented by Kamito Tsurugi, meticulously examining each detail. This time, in a bid to uncover the military intelligence agents lurking within their empire, Yamamoto had deliberately forged an alliance with the cunning Inoue. It was imperative. Recent missions had not only posed challenges for the military police headquarters, but had also led to intelligence leaks within his own special high command. Therefore, to ensure absolute security, Yamamoto entrusted Inoue to monitor 9 suspected individuals, including personnel from the special high command and the military police headquarters. Yet, as he sifted through the intelligence, a frown creased Yamamoto's brow. There were no issues, none at all. Gazing at Inoue's investigative report, he felt a twinge of disbelief. How could it be that not a single anomaly was found? It was crucial to remember that these 9 candidates had been scrutinized by the Special High Command. Whether it was the previous failed capture in the French concession or the recent assassination of Han Sher at the military police headquarters, all these individuals were either participants or had knowledge of these events. Of course, there was one exception, Sumu, whose presence on the list stemmed solely from Yamamoto's distrust. It was inconceivable, The traitor must exist within the Special High Command or the military police headquarters. Yamamoto slammed the documents onto the table, his voice laden with indignation. After several failures, he had narrowed down the search. The traitor undoubtedly resided in one of those two locations. Otherwise, there was no explanation for the leaks in their operations. Chief, could it be that this traitor is aware of the suspicions surrounding the last intelligence transmission and has chosen to remain silent? Kamita Tsurugi furrowed his brow, sharing his analysis. In his view, the infiltrating agent must possess remarkable caution. Following the last transmission, it was conceivable that they would lie low for a period to avoid detection. Silent, Yamamoto murmured, his expression darkening further. If a top-tier agent slipped into a state of silence, the difficulty in unearthing them would be self-evident. Infiltrating agents could only reveal their flaws through their actions. Chief, I may have a solution. Kamita hesitated momentarily before leaning closer and whispering his idea into Yamamoto's ear. Upon hearing Kamita's proposal, Yamamoto's brow arched, and a spark ignited in his eyes. In Shanghai, at the military police headquarters, the weather had turned decidedly colder. Strolling into the military police headquarters, Sumo felt increasingly at ease with his surveillance of the enemy, having grown more accustomed to the nuances of monitoring the Japanese forces. Tightening his tiger-striped coat, Sumo strode confidently into the premises of the military police headquarters. Kobe-kun, I have brought you breakfast. Su-san, you still seem to be quite leisurely. As Kobe Gongping accepted the breakfast, he felt comfortable enough with Su-mu to drop any pretense of formality. Setting the breakfast aside, he glanced around the surroundings before leaning in closely to Su-mu with a serious demeanor. Su-san, I have heard that a special investigative team is on its way. It seems our leisurely days are numbered. Kobe Gongping's words made Su-mu's heart skip a beat. Ahem, Kobe-kun, such news is something I would rather not hear. Though Su-mu was already aware of the special investigative team, he was not keen on being directly informed by Kobe Gongping. A test? A fishing expedition? Goodness. This kind of information is not something a mere ant like him could easily know. Su-san, there's no need to worry. This matter has long been circulating within the command center. Knowing Su-mu's character, Kobe Gongping, ever the earnest fellow, chuckled lightly as he explained. Inner thoughts, Su-san is wonderful in every way, except for this cowardice, which lacks the courage of an imperial soldier. Hearing Kobe Gongping's inner thoughts, Su-mu couldn't help but curl his lip. Cowardice? Huh. Cowardice is what keeps one from meddling with intelligence. That is how one survives. However, it is unfortunate that this honest fellow, Kobe Gongping, is already aware of the special investigative team's arrival, signaling that their arrival is imminent. Regrettably, he now finds himself under the watchful eyes of the Special High Command. Conveying intelligence has become utterly impossible. As for the special investigative team, Su-mu could only rely on the Military Intelligence Shanghai Station to handle it. In Shanghai, within the French concession, Military Intelligence Shanghai Station. Has there been any news from Shantou? Ever since the last incident, Shantou has remained silent. Zhang Anming shrugged helplessly. The dead letterbox in Jing'an Park had not stirred in the slightest. He believed Shantou must have sensed danger and thus went completely silent. Damn it. Lin Dongxing cursed under his breath, feeling a headache coming on regarding the tasks assigned by headquarters. Station Chief, there's a message from headquarters. Just as Lin Dongxing was mulling over his troubles, Rin Kong hurried in, bringing with him top-secret intelligence from headquarters. After a mere glance, joy illuminated Lin Dongxing's eyes. With this intelligence, we can make arrangements ahead of time. He spoke excitedly, immediately issuing orders to Rin Kong and the others. In Shanghai, within the Huajie, Zhabei district. Knock, knock, knock. A series of knocks echoed from a residence, and in the next moment, a figure clad in a coat swiftly entered the room. Brother Song, what is the situation? As Song Guofeng just removed his coat, a group of attentive eyes turned towards him. Headquarters has issued orders, this time. We shall not let the Little Devil Special Investigative Team escape. Song Guofeng relayed the command from headquarters while producing a piece of intelligence, additionally revealing that headquarters had discovered the time of the investigative team's arrival. As he spoke, Song Guofeng began to issue directives to his subordinates regarding the subsequent arrangements. In the conference room of the Military Police Command in Shanghai, the safety of this special investigative team must be handled with utmost caution. Any errors are absolutely impermissible. The news of the special investigative team's arrival in Shanghai reached Yoshikawa Yuya, who, in turn, sought to preempt any unforeseen incidents. The security for this special investigative team would be personally arranged by the Military Police Command. General Yoshikawa, one of the attendees, remarked, I believe it would be prudent for the Special First Section to oversee the security for this investigative team. At this moment, Colonel Nakano also voiced his opinion during the discussion. Upon hearing this suggestion, Okamoto Jin furrowed his brow, yet before he could respond, Yamamoto Tsukiro nodded in agreement, declaring, I concur with Colonel Nakano's assessment. Chapter 108. The investigation team arrives in Shanghai. Familiar faces at the hotel. Commander Nakano, Is our special task force responsible for escorting this special investigation team? In the office of Nakano Haru, Sumu was momentarily taken aback upon hearing Nakano's directive. He never anticipated that such a significant responsibility would fall upon him. Su sang, the special investigation team holds considerable authority. This is an excellent opportunity to achieve merit. Nakano Haru was acutely aware of Sumu's astonishment and trepidation. Sumu's timid nature was evident. Had he not been astonished, he would have eagerly volunteered for the task. Raising suspicions in Nakano's mind. Commander Nakano, may I abstain from participation? Sumu, glancing toward the office door, cautiously inched closer and quietly inquired. Indeed. He was reluctant to be involved in this mission. Firstly, he was already under suspicion from the Special High Command. Secondly, the Military Intelligence Bureau had tasked him with investigating the whereabouts of the Special Investigation Team. Based on past experiences, it was highly likely that the Shanghai station would resort to assassination. Should the military intelligence assassins succeed, he would inevitably bear the blame. To participate in this operation seemed akin to stepping into a trap. Baka. Nakano Haru abruptly shifted from his previously amiable demeanor, scolding Sumu furiously. This matter concerns the honor of our Shanghai command, and, more importantly, the future of the greater Japanese empire. We must devote everything for the empire. Nakano's sudden fervent rhetoric left Sumu momentarily stunned, but in the next instant, as he eavesdropped on Nakano's sentiments, his attitude transformed swiftly. Yes, Commander Nakano. Your words resonate deeply. We shall sacrifice everything for the future of the empire. He bowed his head in contrition, then, adopting a passionate demeanor, he shouted fervently. Humph. At the doorway, Yamamoto Tsuru observed the two with a disdainful glance and coldly turned to leave. He held no regard for the special task force, dismissing them as a troop of clowns. Internally, he scoffed. A bunch of clowns, utterly useless. Were it not for other motives, how could the escort duty be entrusted to you? Amidst the fervent outcry, Sumu's heart sank as he caught wind of Yamamoto Tsuru's inner thoughts. What did he mean by other motives? Well done, Su sang. You have not shamed our gendarmerie command. While Sumu was still contemplating the implications, Nakano Haru praised him as he watched Yoshikawa Yuya, Yamamoto Tsuru, and Okamoto Jin depart. What nonsensical talk of sacrificing for the empire. Were it not for Yoshikawa Yuya's obsession with power and prestige, he would not utter such foolish slogans. It was all a testament to Nakano's adept guidance. Returning to his senses, Sumu flattered Nakano Haru while pondering the meaning behind Yamamoto Tsuru's earlier thoughts. Could it be that this special investigation team harbored other ulterior motives? As this thought crossed his mind, Sumu's brow furrowed even tighter, overwhelmed by an ominous premonition. He sensed that the special investigation team in Shanghai was bound to encounter trouble. 5 days later, at Hongkou Railway Station in Shanghai, the once bustling hub was now under the stringent control of the military police, with countless civilians barred from crossing the cordon. The Japanese special investigation team had arrived, and Kichikawa Yuya was audaciously asserting authority over the entire railway station. Any ordinary person daring to approach would be met with the lethal threat of gunfire from the military police, standing before a specially designed black armored vehicle. Sumu could not help but click his tongue at the imposing scene. Kichikawa Yuya was evidently determined to leave nothing to chance. With the military police securing the perimeter and the Tokubetsu KT Kisatsu and Mei Agency operatives covertly monitoring, any attempt by the military intelligence assassins to intervene would undoubtedly result in their demise. In that moment, Sumu found himself increasingly anxious for the personnel stationed in Shanghai. He fervently hoped they would not act recklessly. Suzuko, they have arrived. Just as Sumu marveled at the Japanese defenses, his companion, Kobe Gongping, whispered a timely reminder. Snapping back to reality, Sumu turned his gaze toward the railway station's exit, where Colonel Nakano was personally escorting the members of the special investigation team into the armored vehicles. Without hesitation, Sumu and Kobe Gongping entered the vehicles, setting off towards the prearranged hotel. A convoy of armored cars traversed the streets, flanked by military police vehicles paving the way. Such a formidable defense left no room for opportunity. As the vehicles departed, the military police lifted their blockade. Dammit! In a shadowy corner, a figure cursed under his breath while watching the military police's retreat. Such a rigorous defense rendered any attempt to engage impossible. To act would be tantamount to a death sentence. They did not fear death, but this was an unmistakable path to oblivion. They could only observe. The agent responsible for the ambush at the railway station shook his head, signaling to several nearby positions before swiftly blending into the crowd, disappearing into the streets. After a while, at the Shanghai Grand Hotel, Kichikawa Yuya and Yamamoto Tsukuro awaited at the entrance, warmly greeting an elderly leader with laughter before ushering the group inside. As Sumu emerged from the vehicle, he surveyed the hotel's defenses, feeling a heavy weight in his heart. The entire Shanghai Grand Hotel was similarly surrounded by military police, with operatives from the Tokubetsu KT Kisatsu and Mei Agency on guard. Not even a fly could penetrate this fortress. In the face of such stringent precautions, Sumu could only pray fervently that the assassins from military intelligence in Shanghai would refrain from making an appearance. Kobe, Sumu, please proceed. Upon entering the Grand Hotel, both Sumu and Gongping from Kobe were discreetly escorted by agents from the Special High Command for thorough inspection before being permitted entry. Such stringent security measures rendered any assassination attempt tantamount to a death wish. Even an elite agent like Sumu had to undergo scrutiny to access the hotel, which led him to inwardly ponder the formidable challenge of carrying out an assassination here, a task exponentially more difficult than that of the inept individual known as Fan Bin. Just as Sumu was lost in thought, an attendant inadvertently brushed against him. "My apologies, esteemed one," the attendant exclaimed. "No matter," Sumu waved his hand dismissively, showing little concern. However, the next moment, as the attendant's true thoughts became apparent, Sumu's expression shifted slightly, a realization dawning upon him. This individual is. Chapter 109. All parties gather at the Grand Hotel in Shanghai. Su sang, "KB Kuan, your mission has been accomplished." Within the hotel, Sumu, having strolled around, approached Nakano Osamu alongside others such as KBG Hei. The primary responsibility of the Special Task Force this time was to ensure the safe arrival of the members of the Special Investigation Team at the hotel. As for the subsequent tasks, they bore little relation to the Special Task Force. The personnel screening and security measures of the hotel were to be guaranteed by the police in the Special High Department. "Chief Nakano, may we take our leave?" Sumu's first thought upon hearing that their mission was complete was to hastily vacate this problematic place. With that group having infiltrated, lingering any longer would undoubtedly lead to trouble. Sumu was not one to be overly sentimental under the watchful eye of the Special High Department. He had neither the time nor inclination to concern himself with such matters. Su sang, "We are temporarily responsible for the security outside the hotel." Nakano shook his head, his words extinguishing Sumu's hopes. Faced with the inability to leave, Sumu felt quite helpless. The hotel was still teeming with imperial merchants and a number of foreigners. Nakano glanced towards the lobby and continued, "The Special High Department and the police do not have sufficient manpower. We cannot leave just yet." As the most luxurious hotel in Shanghai, the Grand Hotel accommodated guests of significant stature. Even the gendarmerie could not overtake the entire establishment and expel everyone. Thus, the Special High Department and the police could only clear the 5th floor, arranging for the members of the Special Investigation Team to reside there. They also deployed personnel to guard the stairwells and other exits, ensuring absolute safety. Consequently, the security efforts at the hotel's periphery and lobby would necessitate assistance from the gendarmerie. "Rest assured, Chief Nakano, we will fulfill our mission." With no option to leave, Sumu reluctantly accepted this task. However, he felt a sense of relief at being responsible for perimeter security. Those individuals had already entered the hotel and were bound to take action. As long as he remained uninvolved, Sumu had no inclination to concern himself with the matter. Furthermore, due to his silence, he had not received any directives from headquarters and would not meddle, avoiding unnecessary troubles. In Shanghai, French concession station master. The assassination attempt at the train station has failed. Ren Kong hurriedly arrived, presenting the intelligence from the action team to Lin Dongxing. Observing the Japanese forces sealing off the train station, Lin Dongxing could only sigh in resignation. Such vigilance meant that if the action team were to make a move, success was improbable. What of our people inside the hotel? Furrowing his brow, Lin Dongxing's gaze shifted to Ren Kong. The failure at the train station is inconsequential. We simply need to take action within the hotel. According to the news relayed by Li Zicheng, their action group had only one member successfully infiltrated. Ren Kang's expression was far from pleasant. The scrutiny from the enemy had indeed become excessively stringent this time. It was a Herculean task for their operatives to blend in. Upon hearing that only one individual had managed to infiltrate, Lin Dongxing couldn't help but furrow his brow. Under such circumstances, the difficulty of completing their mission was self-evident. Furthermore, the hotel was currently surrounded both inside and out by the enemy. Ordinary individuals could hardly approach. Even if they wished to provide support, they were powerless to do so. By the way, has there been any news from Shantu? With a resigned sigh, Lin Dongxing's gaze shifted toward Zhang Anming, who was situated nearby. The latter shook his head, extinguishing any glimmer of hope in Lin Dongxing's heart. "Station chief, even if Shanta sends word now, it would be too late," Ren Kong remarked with a bitter smile. Having long since lost hope in Shantu, the Special Investigation Team had already entered the hotel. With the area under martial law, any useful information from Shantu was rendered futile. Their operatives could not gain access to the hotel. Listening to such words, Lin Dongxing's expression grew grave as he scrutinized the intelligence in his hands. In Shanghai, at the Shanghai Grand Hotel, Commander Kidada, Su sang, "Our Special High Command is in charge here. You need not come." Sumu leisurely entered the hotel's kitchen, only to find Commander Kitada Tsurugi, accompanied by a team of Special High Command agents, personally securing the area. "Ah, Commander Kitada, I'll take my leave." A glance was cast, and Sumu's lips involuntarily twitched. The spy dramas of his past life were truly misleading. Who on earth claimed that poisoning was an option? The entire kitchen, where the special investigation team's meals were prepared, was not only guarded by special high command agents, but every dish had to be tasted by the chefs themselves. Only after ensuring safety would the food be presented to the enemy. Not to mention poisoning. Sumu, a mere second-rate operative, didn't even have the qualification to approach those dishes. With inner musings, Sumu pilfered a few apples from the kitchen. Then, under the scornful gaze of Kiteda Tsurugi, he hurriedly turned to leave. This assassination attempt was likely doomed to fail. Stepping out of the kitchen, Sumu's heart sank, and he silently mourned for the operatives tasked with this mission for 3 seconds. Such formidable defenses left him utterly perplexed as to how to carry out the assassination of the special investigation team members. Baka, just as Sumu was lost in thought. In the kitchen not far away, a man in his 30s with a small mustache was furiously berating the chefs in Japanese. My apologies, sir. Baka, is this how you prepare food? Hurry up and deliver my order to my room. Observing the enemy's bullying demeanor, Sumu merely cursed inwardly while maintaining an impassive facade. Striding purposefully toward the exit, he certainly would not concern himself with such trivial matters, especially after witnessing the security situation in the kitchen. Sumu sensed that this operation was likely to end in failure, and he had no desire to become overly involved. As he made his way towards the hotel entrance, he observed the perimeter guard, Gong Ping of Kobe, preparing to approach. In the next moment, a sudden thought echoed beside him. Instantly, Sumu turned his gaze to see the doorman at the hotel bowing respectfully. Taijun, do you have any instructions? The man spoke fluent Chinese. But Sumu was secretly listening to his thoughts. No matter, he responded with a smile, but as he turned away, alarm bells rang fiercely in his mind. Damn the taco. Cursed Yamamoto Tsutomu. Chapter 110, The Confidential Mission of the Investigation Team and the Surveillance of the Special High Command. In Shanghai, at the Shanghai Grand Hotel, the department head reported that every facility and corner of the hotel had been thoroughly inspected. Kamita Tsurugi stood before Yamamoto Tsukuro, respectfully detailing the findings of the investigation within the hotel. This time, to ensure the safety of the special investigation team, every individual within the hotel, including staff, had undergone scrutiny. The various beverages and meals in the kitchen were also under strict control by personnel from the Special High Command, prohibiting any unauthorized access. This effectively mitigated the possibility of infiltration by military intelligence agents. As for the guests, Yamamoto Tsukuro surveyed the lobby, observing the hotel occupants, before inquiring of Kamita Tsurugi. Although the Special High Command had expelled the majority of ordinary individuals, numerous merchants from the Greater Japanese Empire, as well as foreigners, still resided in the hotel on the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th floors. The identities of these individuals must be thoroughly verified to ensure the hotel's absolute security. Most individuals present pose no issue, Kamita Tsurugi replied, a hint of concern crossing his face as he glanced at Yamamoto Tsukuro. However, there are still some locals, as well as British and French nationals, whose identities are yet to be confirmed. The intelligence held by the Special High Command primarily contained information about Shanghai merchants. Those merchants arriving from the homeland needed to be relayed to the local Special High Command for further investigation. As for the British and French, they were currently hesitant to offend them. We must expedite the verification of their identities. Frowning, Yamamoto Tsukuro cast an annoyed look at Kamita Tsurugi, coldly issuing his orders. The security operations within the hotel were entrusted to the Special High Command and the Mei Agency. Such a lapse as previously encountered must not occur again. Kamita Tsurugi bowed his head in acknowledgement, then promptly turned to leave. After surveying the area once more, Yamamoto Tsukuro also turned and departed. Meanwhile, in the lounge on the 5th floor, Choka-kun greeted, long time no see. Haha, Yoshikawa-kun, you are looking increasingly radiant. Yoshikawa Yuya, Okamoto-jin, and others engaged in lively conversation with the middle-aged man before them. Choka-kun Taibwa, a major general in the Japanese army, was the head of this special investigation team. In terms of rank, Choka-kun Taibwa's status far surpassed that of the former Kenichi Mabe. Had he not stepped down from his influential position, even Yoshikawa Yuya, the commander of the Shanghai garrison, would have found himself overshadowed. Choka-kun, may I inquire about the purpose of your visit to Shanghai? After some conversation, Okamoto-jin, the commander of the Mei Agency in the Jiangsu and Zhejiang regions, posed the question. Although they had received news of Choka-kun Taibwa's arrival from the army general staff, the purpose of his visit had yet to be disclosed to them. Among the crowd, only Akamatsu, a member of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, was aware of the underlying matters, remaining silent beside them. The few present were pillars of the empire, and I would be staying in Shanghai for a month this time. Prince Choki did not speak, but offered a light laugh to the others. The special investigative team that had come to Shanghai undoubtedly bore a mission of utmost importance. However, this task pertained to highly confidential matters in China. Not even Yoshikawa, the military police commander in Shanghai, nor Akamatsu or Prince Choki would divulge any information. Rest assured, Choki, Shanghai is our territory now. You may stay as long as you wish. Yoshikawa, noticing he had failed to extract their intentions, chuckled heartily and decided not to press further. The general staff had withheld information from them, and even Prince Choki had refrained from sharing words, indicating just how secretive this mission was. Yet, Yoshikawa found himself puzzled by one thing. Why such a confidential mission would warrant a grand display with an investigative team dispatched from the general staff and the homeland. It was known that aside from Prince Choki, a vice admiral, the team included several other significant figures. Their presence was undeniably conspicuous. Not only did Yoshikawa struggle to comprehend this, but Okamoto, who was nearby, was equally baffled. While Yoshikawa, Prince Choki, and others were engaged in their discussions. In a cluttered room on the 3rd floor, a figure cast a glance at the staircase leading to the 4th floor, furrowing his brow. After a moment's hesitation, the figure pushed a cart and walked toward the staircase. Stop. As he approached, a Japanese spy stationed at the stairway intercepted him. What is your purpose? Sir, I am responsible for cleaning the 4th floor, the man replied, his voice trembling. The spies on either side then conducted a thorough search of him. Upon confirming he posed no threat, they allowed him to ascend to the 4th floor. Pushing the cart, the man observed the situation, his brow furrowing deeper. Damn those Japanese. He cursed internally, noting that the staircase leading to the 5th floor was completely blocked off by the Japanese. He felt a wave of despair wash over him, as he could not approach even a step closer. Without hesitation, he made his way to the storage room on the 4th floor and began his cleaning duties. Meanwhile, outside the hotel, Sumu and Kobe Kei sat leisurely in the military police's guard post, keeping watch. Ever since he had exited the hotel, Sumu had chosen to recline. Under such stringent precautions, the special hire police's Yamamoto Tsutomu had even arranged for someone to specifically monitor him. The server who had previously assisted at the hotel entrance was a lackey of the Black Dragon Society. The Japanese were truly insidious. Not only had locals from Yamashiro infiltrated as servers, but the Japanese had also placed undercover agents among them to surveil others. Were it not for Sumu's ability to eavesdrop on thoughts, perhaps, one could indeed be deceived by the tricks of the taco. I shall simply lie flat, convinced that the taco cannot uncover my flaws. With a murmured resolve, Sumu decided that in this endeavor, he would remain passive, refraining from any involvement. He held firm in his belief that under such circumstances, Yamamoto Tsutomu's taco would not be able to trouble him. With determination solidified in his heart, Sumu felt an extraordinary lightness at that moment. Su saying, I've heard you frequent the Japanese concession. Do you happen to know which establishment is worth a visit? Hee, Kobe-kun, you've asked the right person. With a lewd smile gracing his face, Sumu leaned closer to whisper something in the ear of Kobayashi Gonpai. Subsequently, laughter erupted from within the booth, resonating at just the right moment.